I woke up to the sound of furious banging on the door and curses from my younger brother, Su Chong. "Su-in, you lazy thing. Get up and make me food. I'm starving," he yelled. His words hit me like a wave of anger, but I forced myself to open my eyes. The room felt familiar, far too familiar. It didn't take long for me to realize I was back in my past life. After defeating the ultimate boss in another world and just about to enjoy the light of a new beginning, I had somehow woken up here, in this miserable life. In my previous life, I was the eldest daughter of the Su family, but I was treated like an outsider. Since childhood, I had been forced to do all the chores, care for my younger siblings, and endure endless scolding and beatings. School was only possible because my brother needed me there to take care of him. When I finally secured a good job at 16, my parents demanded all my wages, and at 18, they forced me to give up my position so my sister, Siyu, could avoid being sent to the countryside. I thought sacrificing for them might earn me some love. I was wrong. Instead of giving me a better life, my parents sold me off to an old widower in the mountains. I became his punching bag and died a miserable death, only to discover afterward that I was just their adopted daughter. My biological parents had taken me in for good luck, only to toss me aside when they had their own children. Meanwhile, Siyu lived a life of luxury as a rich family's adopted daughter, wearing the jade pendant that had once been mine. But now, things were different. I was back, and this time, I wouldn't let them step on me. When Su Chong burst into my room, shouting and threatening me, I met his glare with a fierceness I'd never dared show before. He didn't know that I had brought back the powers from the other world. My fists tightened. His insults were the last straw, and I punched him hard. "Want to eat a fist instead of food?" I snapped, as he stumbled back, clutching his face in shock. His threats didn't faze me. I hit him again until he crumpled in the corner, silent and scared. I walked into the kitchen, ignoring his glares. My body was weak, and I needed nourishment. I cooked a bowl of noodles with 2 eggs, luxuries that had always gone to Su Chong before. As I ate, savoring every bite, I made myself a promise. This time, I wouldn't live a life of sacrifice and misery. Su Chong, my so-called parents, and Suyu, they all owed me. I would take back everything they had stolen. Su Chong whined about the eggs, but I silenced him with a sharp kick. He fell over, yelping in pain, and finally stopped talking. For once, I felt powerful. This life was mine now, and I wasn't going to waste it. After eating the noodles, I felt full and content. Finally, I could rest a bit and start refining my powers. The abilities I had carried over from the other world were still at a basic level, but even like this, they were more than enough to handle the Su family. Instead of going back to my cramped, windowless storage room turned bedroom, I went to Suyu's room. Her room was spacious and comfortable, the total opposite of mine. Lying on her bed, I began to channel my powers, feeling the energy flow through me and revitalize my body. I don't know how long I was there when Siyu came back. The moment she saw me on her bed, she exploded. "Suin, how dare you sleep on my bed?" She shrieked and lunged at me. I shoved her hard, sending her to the floor. "From now on, this is my room. You can sleep in the storage room." She cursed and yelled at me, but I wasn't fazed. "You don't even work or contribute anything to the family. You think you deserve this room? I do the work and bring in the money. You can deal with the storage room." Her face turned red with anger, and she tried to use our parents' authority to threaten me. "This room is mine. Mom and Dad said so." I smirked. That was their favorite tactic, using our parents to push me around. But I wasn't buying it anymore. "Suyu, if you don't shut up, I'll make you." She kept running her mouth, calling me all sorts of names, until I slapped her across the face. And then I slapped her again, over and over until her face was swollen, and she finally shut up. Satisfied, I started to kick her out of the room when I noticed the jade pendant hanging around her neck. The same pendant that used to belong to me before my parents gave it to her just because she said she liked it. Without hesitation, I yanked it off her neck. She tried to grab it back, whining, "That's mine." I slapped her again. Yours? Don't you dare forget you stole this from me. I'm just taking back what's mine. Now, get out before I really lose my patience. Terrified, she scrambled out of the room. Su Chong, who had been watching, didn't dare say a word. Good decision, he'd get the same treatment if he tried. As I examined the pendant, I noticed a scratch on my hand from when Su tried to snatch it back. A drop of my blood stained the jade, and suddenly, it began to glow. Before I could process what was happening, I was transported into a mysterious space. The space was vast, with a field of black soil and a beautiful, ancient-looking pavilion in the center. There was even a spring bubbling in the courtyard. I drank some water from the spring, and immediately my energy surged. The books and medicine inside the pavilion confirmed my suspicion. This was no ordinary space. The pendant held a treasure trove, something I could use to truly turn my life around. When I returned to reality, I heard my so-called parents, Su Guohua and Chen Aimei, shouting outside. They must have heard Su Yu and Su Chong's complaints. Perfect. Everyone was here. I'd deal with them all at once. Opening the door, I greeted them with cold sarcasm. What now? Can a person get some peace and quiet? My father was stunned for a moment before he started yelling at me. Suan, how dare you hit your brother and sister? I smirked. And you two are what? If I'm a little jerk, then you're old jerks. Only old jerks raise a little jerk, right? Their faces turned green at my words. My mother immediately screamed for my father to beat me, and he lunged at me with his fist. But he missed, and I kicked him where it hurt. Hard. He collapsed, writhing in pain. My mother charged at me, but I was ready for her too. This was my life now, and I wouldn't let them push me around ever again. After dealing with my so-called parents, I wasn't the weak Su and they used to bully. When Chen Aimei came at me, I kicked her and slammed her head against the cabinet. She collapsed, dazed. Even Su Guohua couldn't stand up to me. I made sure they both felt every ounce of the pain they had caused me all these years. Su Yu and Su Chong just stood there, too shocked and scared to intervene. Once I was done, I returned to my room to rest. I was exhausted, but for the first time, I felt a deep sense of satisfaction. If I had fought back like this in my previous life, maybe things wouldn't have been so miserable. I thought I'd scared them enough, but Suyu wasn't done yet. She brought the police, accusing me of assault. When the officers questioned me, I played the helpless victim. How could I, so small and weak, take on 4 people? I even showed them the bruises and scars on my body, remnants of years of abuse. I told them to ask the neighbors, who all confirmed the truth. I was the family's punching bag, too timid to even speak up. Without evidence, the police left, and I turned my attention to Suyu. I taped her mouth shut and leaned in close. Call the police again, and next time, I'll break your legs. She trembled, finally understanding I wasn't playing games. That night, I returned to the mysterious space within my pendant. Its healing waters and serene environment were perfect for training my abilities. The next morning, I felt stronger and more prepared to face whatever came next. At breakfast, I demanded food. When Chen Aimei hesitated, I reminded her of yesterday's events. She scrambled to cook, but when Su Chong tried to claim the boiled eggs meant for him, I took them without hesitation. He didn't dare complain. Satisfied, I left the house, ignoring their fearful stares. I had a plan. Instead of going to the factory, I visited my old classmate Gao Xiaohong. Her father was a director at the resettlement office, and I needed his help. I already knew about the scheme. My parents had secretly signed me up to take Suyu's place and go to the countryside. Last time, I let them manipulate me into going, but not this time. I was going to take control of my fate, no matter what. I couldn't let my siblings Suyu and Su Chong live easy lives while I had suffered so much in the past. If my parents could secretly sign me up to go to the countryside, I could make sure they went instead. I went to see my classmate, Gao Xiaohong, who was struggling to find a job to avoid being sent down as a knowledge youth. When I told her I was willing to transfer my job at the factory to her, she was overjoyed. Her father, a director at the resettlement office, was equally eager to help, even offering extra ration tickets as gratitude. I negotiated two things. First, transferring my assignment from the harsh northwest to the northeast, where conditions were better, and second, ensuring both Suyu and Suchong were added to the resettlement list for the northwest. Gao's father agreed. It was fair since they were of the age and unemployed. Everything was settled quickly. With 800 yuan and extra supplies in hand, I took Gao Xiaohong to finalize the job transfer. Then I treated myself to a nice lunch to celebrate my new beginning. Later, I went shopping to prepare for life in the Northeast, buying thick blankets, warm clothes, and some canned goods. This time, I wouldn't be unprepared like before. When I returned home, I smelled chicken soup, a rare sight in this house. My stepmother, Chen Aimei, greeted me with an uncharacteristic smile and called me to dinner. Her sudden kindness was suspicious, and I noticed the smug glances Su Yu and Su Chong exchanged behind her. Clearly, they thought they were up to something. I sat down, but I stayed alert. I knew better than to trust their change in behavior. Whatever they were plotting, I would be ready. This time, no one was going to outsmart me. I played along, pretending not to notice anything unusual as I sat down at the table. When my stepmother, Chen Aimei, pushed a bowl of chicken soup toward me, I smiled and passed it to Su Chong instead. "Strong needs this more than I do," I said, watching her face go pale. Her reaction confirmed my suspicions. The soup was laced with something, so I used my abilities to check it. No poison, just sleeping pills, probably to knock me out so they could carry out their plan. I drank the soup anyway, knowing I could use my powers to expel the effects. When I finished, I even asked for a second bowl, enjoying how nervous it made them. After drinking my fill, I told everyone to keep quiet while I went to bed. Their relieved faces told me they thought their plan was working. As I lay in bed, I waited for them to make their move. Late at night, I heard footsteps. Sure enough, Chen Aimei and Su Guohua sneaked into my room and threw a sack over me. They carried me out of the house, where they met with a man named Wang Dafeng. He was a sleazy, middle-aged bachelor desperate for a wife. For 200 yuan, my so-called parents sold me to him, even advising him to break my legs to keep me under control. But their plan wasn't going to work. They didn't realize I had switched rooms with Suyu earlier that night. The next morning, Chen Aimei came to wake up Suyu, but instead, I stepped out of the room, stretching casually. Her shock was priceless. "Why are you here?" she stammered. "Why wouldn't I be?" I said, smirking. I decided to switch rooms with Suyu. I prefer it here. Panic set in as they realized the truth. Their beloved daughter, Suyu, was the one they had sold. Without wasting time, they rushed out to Wang Dafeng's house, desperate to undo their mistake before it was too late. Watching their frantic retreat, I couldn't help but smile. They had dug this hole for themselves. Shukyang stod frozen, glirlish check-in. I kicked him hard and snapped. "What are you staring at? Go get me breakfast." Terrified, he obeyed without a word. The golden boy of the family, used to being spoiled, was now fetching my food. Things were finally starting to change, and this was just the beginning. Suan ate breakfast leisurely, and then went out to see if she could buy something else. Su Guohua and Chen Aimei were late after all. When they arrived at Wang Dafa's house, Su Yu's leg had been broken. Su Guohua and Chen Aimei collapsed immediately. Suan was not their biological daughter, and could be humiliated by anyone at will, but Suyu was their biological daughter. Seeing Suyu, a young girl, being abused and becoming disabled, how could they not collapse? But they could not hate Wang Dafa for this matter, because it was their own negligence that caused it. Suyu was directly abused and fainted. Last night's experience was a nightmare for her. At this moment, Su Guohua and Chen Aimei shouted that they had made a mistake and wanted to take Suyu back, but how could Wang Dafa agree so easily? Although they made a mistake, Suyu was not bad-looking, a young girl, and the taste of last night made Wang Dafa feel very ecstatic. Now that Su Guohua and Chen Aimei wanted to take people away, Wang Dafa was determined to stay. He had already given the money, so how could the couple go back on their word? How could Su Guohua and Chen Aimei let their daughter stay and suffer? So, after a lot of wrangling between the two sides, Wang Dafa finally agreed that Su Guohua and his wife could take people back, but he had to compensate him with 100 yuan. The couple felt that they had worked in vain, losing a daughter and giving away 100 yuan. Suan went directly to the scrapyard. She thought that the college entrance examination would be resumed in a few years, and she could buy some textbooks before going to the countryside so that she could review her knowledge before the college entrance examination was resumed and get a university entrance exam in the future. Future development requires talents, and academic qualifications are very important. Suan successfully bought some old books, which can be put directly into the space. If there is no space, it will be a lot of effort to carry these books to the countryside. After waiting for the work to be done, look at the time, and go home for dinner. While waiting for Suan to return, Su Guohua and Chen Aimei had not returned yet, so they sent Suyu to the hospital. After a diagnosis and treatment in the hospital, the doctor said that although Suyu's legs could be cured, they could not be completely cured and would become lame. Thinking of their good daughter becoming a lame person, the couple both looked sad. After arranging for Suyu to be hospitalized in the hospital, the couple returned. But as soon as they got home, Suan's cold eyes swept directly over them. Where the Hades have you been? I'm hungry. Why don't you hurry up and cook? Do you want to be beaten? Chen Aimei was so scared that she trembled and hurried to the kitchen to prepare lunch. But when Suan finished eating, she didn't expect that their family would still not escape a beating. Suan secretly followed to see the situation last night and knew that Su Guohua and Chen Aimei were thinking of selling her to an old man and breaking her legs. Facing such vicious adoptive parents, how could she let them go? She didn't understand. Even if it was a dog, she should have feelings for it after raising it for more than 10 years. Although she was not a biological daughter, she had lived in this family for more than 10 years. How could they do this? Suan stopped beating the family until Su Guohua and Chen Aimei were tired. Su Guohua and Chen Aimei each lost a tooth. Suan hid in the house and cried. What sin had they committed to meet such an adopted daughter? Su Guohua and Chen Aimei found that this was not enough to make them collapse. What made them collapse the most was that the whole house was emptied out the next morning. Except for the pajamas they were wearing, the house was empty and there was nothing. Looking at the poor house, Chen Aimei hurried to check the place where she hid her money. Unexpectedly, her secret hiding place was also empty. Her money and bills were gone, which made her scream. Suan came out of the room and cursed Chen Aimei. You are calling souls early in the morning? You disturbed my rest. Suan said, and gave Chen Aimei a big slap. Chen Aimei didn't care about being beaten by Suan at this moment and screamed, There's a thief in our house, and the house is emptied. Needless to say, it was Suan who did it. But now Suan cooperated with the performance. What? There's a thief in our house? Chen Aimei, did you do it? You deliberately took out everything in the house and didn't want to leave anything for me, right? After saying that, Suan kicked Chen Aimei angrily again. Su Guohua looked at the situation in front of him and burst into anger, without control. You dead girl. Your house was emptied and you still blame your mother. You have the ability to deal with your own family. Why can't you catch the thief? Seeing that Su Guohua dared to shout at him, Suan also gave Su Guohua a big punch. You did it on purpose. You don't want me to live comfortably at home, or you live too ostentatiously in your daily life, so you attracted the thieves to come and take advantage of you. Su Guohua got up from the ground in pain and didn't dare to talk to Suan at this moment. He hurriedly went to report to the police with Chen Aimei. The police came to investigate. Of course, the investigation ended in vain, and there was no clue at all. Seeing that the house was empty and even the clothes were swept away, Su Guohua and Chen Aimei sat on the ground and cried for a long time. Because they had no money to pay for medical expenses, Suyu was sent back. If Su Guohua and Chen Aimei didn't have some connections and borrowed some money, it is estimated that the Su family would have no food to eat these days. It rained all night, and within 2 days, the people from the youth office came to inform the family about going to the countryside. Suan had colluded with Gao's father in advance, and she couldn't say that she had signed up for Su-yu and Su-chong. She only said that they were of the right age to go to the countryside and had no job, so they were forced to sign up. While waiting for the youth office to come, Suin pretended to have just learned about her going to the countryside and yelled at Su Guohua and Chen Aimei, "You're so cruel. I have a job, but you sign me up to go to the countryside and want me to give my job to Su-yu? I know you are partial, but you can't be partial to this extent. I want to break off relations with you." When the neighbors heard about this, they all stood up for Suin. Suin's job is so good, and Su Guohua and his wife are really nothing. They usually treat Suin badly, either beating or scolding her, and everyone sees it. Now they have done something like this, ruining Suin's future and delaying her life. Everyone can understand that Suin wants to break off relations with them. Even many neighbors think that Suin is really standing up. Su Guohua and Chen Aimei were still immersed in the matter of Su-yu and Su-chong going to the countryside. Su-chong was their baby. How could they let him go to the countryside? But once the quota for going to the countryside was reported, it could not be changed, even if they did not want to. At this moment, Suin was still making a fuss about breaking off relations with them, and the couple felt overwhelmed. Especially Chen Aimei's psychological endurance was not good. When she thought of her baby going to the countryside to suffer, she fainted all of a sudden. Suin did not care about Chen Aimei, who fainted. He directly wrote a letter of severance of relations and asked Su Guohua to press his handprint on it, and then took Chen Aimei's hand and pressed his handprint on it. Seeing Su and making a fuss about breaking off relations, Su Guohua was relieved. It is better to send this evil star away early. During this period of time, because Suin had changed into a different person, their family seemed to have been in constant bad luck, which was really exhausting. Suin took the decision to sever relations and left the Su family in a chic manner. She also had to make a statement in the newspaper, and the affairs of the Su family would have nothing to do with her in the future. Did Su Guohua and Chen Aimei think that it was over after she left?
No.
Suin had to continue to kill them. Otherwise, how could she avenge her past life? Suin quickly found a newspaper and asked the newspaper to typeset and publish a statement in the newspaper, which cost a few more dollars. Because Chen Aimei and the secret fund were all plundered by her, Suin was not short of money for the time being. Su Guohua and Chen Aimei were both working, and Chen Aimei was usually stingy, so the couple really saved a lot of money. Suin counted it, and there was a total of more than 1,800 yuan in money alone. After Suin sold her job and bought some things, she still had more than 500 yuan left, which means that Suin now has a total of more than 2,000 yuan. Even if she does nothing now, she can still survive those years after going to the countryside. Waiting for the resumption of the college entrance examination and reform and opening up, there are opportunities to make a fortune everywhere. Suin believes that she can definitely live a good life by herself. In addition to money, Chen Aimei also saved a lot of coupons, such as cloth coupons, cotton coupons, industrial coupons, sugar coupons. These are all cheap for her. Thinking that she would have to go to the countryside in 2 days, Suin went to the department store again. She had to buy some more hard currency for the countryside, such as sugar, cigarettes, and alcohol. Life in the countryside is not good, so she had to buy more snacks. Although there are supply and marketing cooperatives in the countryside, small places are not as big as Beijing, and many things cannot be bought. After a large purchase, Suin's space was filled with a lot of things. On the surface, Suin also prepared 2 large packages for herself, so that she would not be suspected when she took some supplies after going to the countryside. After arranging everything, Suin waited for the arrangements to go to the countryside. 2 days later, Suin was notified and went to the youth office like many other educated youth. When Suin went to the youth office, Su Guohua and Chen Aimei also sent Su Chong to the youth office. Su-yu was supposed to go to the countryside, but since the hospital issued a certificate stating that she was disabled, she no longer had to go to the countryside. But if the Su family were to choose, it would be better for Su-yu to go to the countryside than the current situation. A woman who has lost her innocence and is disabled will have her entire life ruined. Seeing Suin at the youth educator office, the Su family wanted to kill Suin. It was all Suin's fault. If Suin had given up his job to Su Yu or Su Chong earlier, Su Chong wouldn't have to go to the countryside now. Although they hated her in their hearts, Su Guohua and Chen Aimei really couldn't do anything about Suin. They couldn't beat her, and if they provoked this girl, they would suffer the consequences. Why bother to abuse her? When Su Chong was sent to the youth educator office, he was still crying and yelling, "No, I won't go to the countryside. I don't want to go to the countryside. Wow, Mom and Dad, please think of a way to take me back. I don't want to go to the countryside." Su Guohua and Chen Aimei felt very distressed when they saw Su Chong like this. Their precious child had never suffered much since he grew up, and now he went to the countryside, and they didn't know how much hardship he would have to endure. Su Guohua could only comfort Su Chong and said, "Qiangzi, don't cry. You have signed up to go to the countryside, so you must go. But don't worry, Mom and Dad will find a way to bring you back to the city when the time comes." Su Chong made a fuss for a while but had no choice but to agree to this proposal. "Dad, this is what you said. When I go to the countryside, you must find a way to bring me back as soon as possible." "Okay, don't worry. Dad will remember it." Chen Aimei wiped her tears and reminded him, "Qiangzi, after you go to the countryside, you must take good care of yourself and write to your family if you have any problems." Su Chong responded, and then asked Su Guohua and Chen Aimei, "Mom and Dad, when you get your salary, remember to send me money. As long as there is money, I will not have a bad life in the countryside. If you don't send me money, I will be finished." Suin heard Su Chong's words and sneered in his heart. What is he dreaming of? Soon Su Guohua and Chen Aimei's jobs would be in jeopardy, so where would they get the salary to send to them? Su Guohua and Chen Aimei responded, "Okay, Qiangzi, don't worry. We will definitely remember to send you money." Su Chong's emotions were finally calmed down. Then they went to the registration desk of the Youth League office, and everyone checked the place where they were assigned to go to the countryside. The Su family members who were waiting to see that the place where Su Chong was going to the countryside turned out to be the harsh northwest suddenly felt a little dark in front of their eyes. It would be fine if he went to a better place in the countryside, but who knew that Su Chong was assigned to the worst one? Chen Aimei felt sorry for her son and immediately asked the staff, "Comrade, can you change the place where my son goes to the countryside? My son has been spoiled since he was young, and he can't stand going to a place like the Northwest." The staff of the youth educator office had received special instructions from Gao's father not to change Su Chong's place of going to the countryside. When they heard Chen Aimei's request, they immediately scolded. "Do you think the youth educator office is run by your family? You can send your son to the countryside wherever you want. If your family is like this, won't our youth educator office be in chaos? The educated youth are going to the vast world to make great achievements, and your family's ideological awareness is really problematic. Think about the 25,000-mile-long march, and our ancestors did not feel tired to establish our new China. Your young people can't even endure this little hardship. Are they worthy of being new youth?" The staff member cursed at her, and the people around looked at Chen Aimei with contempt. Chen Aimei didn't dare to make trouble anymore. After all, if she was said to have problems with her ideological awareness, she might not be able to keep her job. Just thinking about her precious child going to the Northwest to suffer, Chen Aimei couldn't help but redden her eyes. Suin looked like she was watching a good show. When they sent her to the Northwest in her previous life, why didn't they think about her hard life? Now, Su Chong must suffer the same suffering that Suin had suffered. When it was time to get on the train, even though Su Chong was reluctant to leave, he was pulled on by the staff of the Youth League office. Suin got on the train happily. What kind of suffering had she not suffered in her previous life? Now she is not really afraid of living in the countryside. In fact, she can go to the Shen family now and recognize her biological parents. With the power of the Shen family, she will definitely not have to go to the countryside. But thinking about their negligence that caused her to lose her, causing her to suffer, and recognizing Su Yu without checking clearly, Suin still has a lot of resentment towards the Shen family. So, she doesn't plan to return to her ancestral home for the time being. She has money, supplies, and superpowers, so she can live well wherever she goes. Suin also got on the train. However, her destination is different from Su Chong's. Suin is going to the northeast, and Su Chong is going to the northwest. After Suan got on the bus carrying 2 large packages, she saw some young people getting on the bus. Each of them was carrying a large package, and it seemed that they were educated youth who went to the countryside with her. The seat of the well-dressed female comrade was next to Suan. She came over, put down her luggage, and sat down. The other comrade, who was dressed more shabbily, sat opposite Suan. One after another, some young people who went to the countryside came up, both men and women. These were basically educated youth who went to the countryside, but the places where they went to the countryside might be different. Suan did not take the initiative to greet and get to know these educated youth, but someone of them suggested that everyone introduce themselves. Let's chat if you have nothing to do. Since we are all educated youth who went to the countryside, let's get to know each other. My name is Li Chaoyang, and I am an educated youth who went to Dongping County, Qingyang City, Liaoning Province. After Li Chaoyang finished speaking, he saw someone take over and said, "My name is Chen Yaobang, and I am also an educated youth who went to Qingyang, Liaoning Province, but I went to Ziyuan City. My name is Su Lingling, and I'm an educated youth going to Heilongjiang Province." When it was Suan and his friend's turn, the shabbily dressed female comrade opposite Suan introduced herself. "I'm an educated youth going to Qingshui County, Qingyang City, Liaoning Province. My name is Wang Zhaodi." After Wang Zhaodi introduced herself, Suan took a closer look at this female comrade. She turned out to be going to the same place as her. When it was the turn of the female educated youth next to Suan to introduce herself, she said, "My name is Sun Xinxin, and I'm also an educated youth going to Qingshui County, Qingyang City, Liaoning Province." Suan. Isn't this a coincidence? Another educated youth from the same place as her has come? It was Suan's turn. Although Suan didn't want to say more, he still said, "My name is Suan, and I'm also an educated youth going to Qingshui County, Qingyang City, Liaoning Province." Sun Xinxin's eyes were filled with emotion when she heard Suan's introduction. After waiting for the introductions to be completed, Suan found that there were about 7 or 8 educated youths going to the same place as him, but it was hard to say whether they would be assigned to the same production team. After introducing himself, the other educated youths were still chattering together, and Suan leaned back in his chair and squinted. These educated youths who went to the countryside had never lived in the countryside before, so they had some expectations for the future. But for people like Suan, who had already experienced life in the countryside, there was no expectation at all. After the train started, these educated youths had to stay on the train for a day and a night before they could reach their destination. Suan was not in a hurry either. In his previous life, he went to the countryside in the northeast, but he stayed on the train for 3 days and 3 nights. Sun Xinxin, who was sitting next to Suan, was also quiet and didn't talk much along the way. The train had been running for half a day, and it was time for lunch, so Suan bought a box lunch. It had 1 meat dish and 2 vegetables and cost 1 yuan. Food on the train was free of charge, but the price was much higher than outside. But after finally being reborn, Suan would not let himself down, and would eat and drink, since he had money. Sun Xinxin's family looked well off, so she also ordered a box lunch. Su Anan asked for a big chicken drumstick, but Sun Xinxin asked for a braised pork dish, which was 2 cents more expensive than Su An's. Those educated youth from poor families could not buy fresh and hot meals, and could only eat the food they brought from their own families. For example, Wang Zhaodi took out the multi-grain pancakes she brought with her. What she ate was far worse than what Suan and Sun Xinxin ate. Seeing others eating meat, she could only eat coarse grains, so Wang Zhaodi looked at Sun Xinxin with a thick face. "Sun, educated youth, your meat looks delicious, let me try a few pieces. You can't eat that much by yourself anyway," Wang Zhaodi said, and directly took her chopsticks and grabbed a piece of meat from Sun Xinxin's bowl. Sun Xinxin's face suddenly darkened. It's not that she was reluctant to give up a piece of meat, but she disliked Wang Zhaodi directly using chopsticks to pick at her bowl. Wang Zhaodi was unhygienic, and her teeth were covered with tartar. Sun Xinxin couldn't accept the thought of her chopsticks picking up her dishes. Sun Xinxin looked at Wang Zhaodi angrily and asked, "You picked up my meat and ate it without my consent. Aren't you going too far?" Wang Zhaodi said as a matter of course, "It's just a piece of meat. We were classmates back then. Aren't you too stingy? Sun Shinshin's face became even uglier. If you want to eat meat, I'll pick it up for you. But you shouldn't pick up my bowl directly with chopsticks. Will you let me eat it? Wang Xiaodi finally understood that Sun Shinshin thought she was dirty. She immediately snorted angrily. No wonder your parents are capitalists. Capitalist girls just like to quibble. After saying that, Wang Xiaodi looked at Sun Shinshin with gloating. The identity of a capitalist is very sensitive now. Everyone will definitely target Sun Shinshin if they know her identity. Wang Xiaodi just couldn't stand Sun Shinshin's arrogant look and deliberately wanted to pull Sun Shinshin down. Now she just reminded Sun Shinshin that if this woman is not honest in the future, she will have to expose her identity to others after going to the countryside, making her life difficult. After listening to Wang Xiaodi's words, many educated youth who went to the countryside around her cast strange eyes at Sun Shinshin. Suan didn't intend to get involved, but Wang Xiaodi's behavior really disgusted her. Suan sneered coldly. Although her parents are capitalists, since Sun Jiqing chose to go to the countryside, it means that she is willing to accept re-education from poor and lower-middle peasants. We have to give her a chance to correct her mistakes. But you are not born a capitalist, but you directly rob people's meat without their consent. You are the one who engages in capitalist exploitation and oppression. Sun Shinshin didn't expect her identity to be exposed. Suan not only didn't dislike her, but helped her to be domineering. The look in his eyes when he looked at Su and was immediately radiant. Wang Xiaodi's face turned red. Many educated youths in the same group were even more disgusted with Wang Xiaodi's behavior of taking advantage of others. Now you can't help Wang Xiaodi speak, otherwise if you get involved with her, she might take advantage of you. Wang Xiaodi saw that everyone didn't dislike Sun Shinshin, but disliked her. The look in her eyes when she looked at Su and was immediately full of hatred. She remembered this grudge, and I will never let Suan have an easy time in the future. But Suan didn't take Wang Xiaodi seriously. Sun Shinshin lost her appetite because her lunchbox was touched by Wang Xiaodi, so she shared her lunchbox with other educated youths. Sun Shinshin was a little misophobic, but most of the educated youths were not. Who could dislike meat? Of course, except Suan. Looking at Wang Xiaodi's big yellow teeth, she really couldn't eat anything that touched her saliva. Although Sun Shinshin didn't eat, she took out a pack of biscuits from her bag. I'll treat you. Sun Shinshin handed the biscuits to Suan. Suan didn't bother to be polite with Sun Shinshin and took a piece. Thank you. Sun Shinshin whispered, I should be the one thanking you. It was thanks to Suan who spoke up for her. Seeing Suan's cool and arrogant look, Su Shinshin almost became her little fangirl. Suan also felt that Sun Shinshin's eyes were a little hot when she looked at her. Although she admitted that she was good-looking, she was not and she had no interest in women. The train continued to move forward. When Suan was bored, she looked at the scenery outside. The other educated youths chatted with each other. At this moment, Suan was curious whether the good show over there with Su Guohua and Chen Aimei had begun. In Beijing City, at the Su family, Su Guohua and Chen Aimei had just sent Su Chong away, and as soon as they came back, they were caught by the police. Taken away for routine questioning. Wang Dafa took the initiative to turn himself in and confess to Su Guohua and Chen Aimei about the human trafficking. After receiving Wang Dafa's report, the police immediately came to arrest the couple. Su Guohua and Chen Aimei didn't expect this to happen. Is Wang Dafa crazy? He actually turned himself in? In fact, Wang Dafa had to do this. Suan sneaked into Wang's house at night, beat him up, and drugged him. If he didn't turn himself in and confess the matter, he would die of poisoning in a month if he didn't get the antidote. Wang Dafa naturally valued his life more than going to jail. There was no other way but to come. They voluntarily surrendered themselves to the police. During the police investigation, Su Guohua and Chen Aimei could not bear the pressure and confessed the truth when they were tortured. After the investigation, the couple was naturally arrested and imprisoned, but that is a story for later. Suan took a train for a day and a night and finally arrived at the place where he was going to the countryside. Suan got off the train carrying his luggage. Sun Shinshin followed. Suan like a little tail. Thinking that the two of them were going to the same place in the countryside, Sun Shinshin was quite looking forward to it. It would be best if the two of them could be assigned to the same team, but I don't know if they will have such good luck. Looking at Sue, the package and was carrying was bigger and heavier than hers, and he seemed to be walking very fast. Sun Shinshin admired Suan even more. Sun Shinshin had a hard time carrying the luggage, but she still gritted her teeth and followed Suan. Wang Zhaodi also felt that her luggage was a bit heavy, but these were things for going to the countryside, so she had to take them with her. Her family was poor, so she took what she could, but they were reluctant to buy her new ones. Thinking of her family's conditions and comparing them with Sun Shinshin's conditions, Wang Zhaodi gritted her teeth in jealousy. Suan turned around and saw Sun Shinshin, who was following behind her and sweating from exhaustion. She stopped and said to Sun Shinshin, "Do you need help? I can help you carry some." Sun Shinshin looked at Suan gratefully, but waved her hand and said, "No, you've carried a lot of luggage yourself. I can do it myself." "It's okay, I'm strong. I can help you carry one," Suan said, taking the largest package from Sun Shinshin. No one knew what was in this girl's bag. It was really heavy. If Suan hadn't had the blessing of supernatural powers, she would definitely not be able to carry it. Seeing that Suan was so nice, Sun Shinshin looked at her with gratitude. When Wang Zhaodi saw that Suan helped Sun Shinshin carry the things but didn't help her, she felt uncomfortable and said to Suan shamelessly, "Su Jiqing, since we are both educated youth who have gone to the countryside, you are so strong. Why don't you help me? I have too many things and I can't carry them anymore." But Suan ignored Wang Zhaodi directly. "Carry your own things. Why are you looking for me? Am I your mother?" Wang Zhaodi's face turned red, but Suan ignored her and walked forward briskly with his things on his shoulders. Sun Shinshin was helped by Suan to carry a package, and the weight was lightened a lot at this moment, so she quickly caught up with Suan's pace. After leaving the station, people from the Youth League office of Qingshui County came to pick them up. They went from the city to the county seat. After all this trouble, the educated youth who went to the countryside had long been exhausted. After finally arriving in Qingshui County, the Youth League office began to arrange their destinations. What a coincidence! Suan, Sun Shinshin, and Wang Zhaodi were all arranged to the Yudo Village production team of Longjing Commune in Qingshui County. Sun Shinshin was very happy when she heard that she was in the same production team as Suan. Suan was a rare person who showed kindness to her after knowing her identity. The only thing that made Sun Shinshin unhappy was that Wang Zhaodi actually said together. It was a mixed bag, but overall Sun Shinshin was happy. In addition to the 3 female educated youth, there was also a male educated youth who was assigned to the same place. After the educated youth were assigned to the places to go to the countryside, someone came to pick them up and take them back to the production team below. The Yudo Village production team also arranged for someone to come over. The one who came to pick them up was a man in his 40s, Wang Weihua, the team leader of the Yudo Village production team. He saw that there were 3 female educated youth assigned to their production team this time, and he suddenly had a headache. These educated youth from the city were not capable to begin with, let alone the female educated youth, who were so delicate that they couldn't do any work at all. Although he disliked them, Wang Weihua still came to the front of the educated youths and said to them, "I am Wang Weihua, the team leader of the Yudo Village production team. You just need to follow me later. By the way, this is your subsidy for going to the countryside, 50 yuan per person. You can take this opportunity to buy some things in the county town and bring them back. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient to wait until you come to the county town again," Wang Weihua said, and handed over the 50 yuan subsidy for each educated youth to them. Suan took her share of the subsidy and thanked Wang Weihua. "Captain, thank you. I want to go buy some things, please wait for me." Wang Weihua saw that Suan was so polite, and his impression of Suan was much better. Many of these female educated youth from the city have a condescending attitude, and look down on them, the country people. It's rare that someone who looks good comes, even if his body is a little worse, but at least he is not so annoying. Suan's ideological awareness is different from that of other educated youth who did not go to the countryside. She knows very well that if she wants to live well in the production team, she must not offend the team leader. Although the team leader is not a big official, he can directly decide how you live in the production team. Wang Weihua said to Su-en, "Okay, I'll wait for you for an hour, which should be enough for you to buy things. Put your luggage down first, I'll help watch it." Su-en heard what Wang Weihua said and threw her luggage directly onto the ox cart he drove over. Wang Weihua's mouth opened wide when he saw Su-en throwing her luggage. This girl is not simple. She looks very thin, but I didn't expect her to be so strong. After knowing Su-en's strength, Wang Weihua was even more satisfied with Su-en. What a good child, polite, with such great strength. She will definitely not be a drag on the work. Sun Xinxin also put away her luggage and planned to go shopping with Su-en. Wang Zhaodi thought that she had to buy something, so she followed Su-en and Sun Xinxin. Another male educated youth didn't bring many things he needed to the countryside, so he also had to come here to purchase. This time Su-en, when they went to the supply and marketing cooperative, they mainly bought daily necessities. Toothbrushes, toothpaste, enamel basins, towels, soap. Sun Xinxin did the same and bought almost all the daily necessities. Thinking that it would be difficult to come to the county town in the future, Sun Xinxin bought some snacks. Seeing Su-en and Sun Xinxin buying so many things and looking like they had no shortage of money, Wang Zhaodi was almost jealous. Although the subsidy for going to the countryside was 50 yuan, she didn't dare to spend it all. Her family was poor, and her parents had said that they would not subsidize her after she went to the countryside and let her solve her difficulties by herself. So she had to save some money and couldn't buy like Su-en and Sun Xinxin. Su-en saw that she had bought almost everything and asked the salesperson again, "Comrade, do you have a pot?" "I want to buy a pot." The salesperson replied, "Yes, but you need an industrial coupon." "Do you have an industrial coupon?" "Yes." Hearing Su-en say this, the salesperson took out several pots and let Su-en choose. Different pots have different prices. Su-en chose a pot of moderate size, and the pot cost only 5 yuan. Fortunately, a pot can be used for a long time after purchase, and it should not need to be bought again within 3 to 5 years. Sun Xinxin looked at Su-en in confusion and said, "Su Jiqing, what are you buying a pot for?" Su-en explained to Sun Xinxin, "I have a relative who is an educated youth who went to the countryside. It is said that after going to the countryside, there are many people in the educated youth's point. Basically, everyone shares a pot, or they eat together. Those who don't want to eat together have to queue up to cook. How troublesome is this? So I bought a pot myself, and it will be more convenient when the time comes." Sun Xinxin really didn't understand all this. After hearing what Su-en said, she also thought it would be better to buy a pot. She had a good impression of Su-en, so she asked Su-en, "Su Jiqing, can I eat with you in the future?" "Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. I will provide food with you and cook. I'm not bragging. My cooking is delicious." Su-en was also somewhat tempted when she heard Sun Xinxin's proposal. Although she could cook, her cooking skills were really average. In addition, she had done too much cooking in her previous life and was really disgusted with it. It would be nice to have someone to help her cook. Although Sun Xinxin was the daughter of a capitalist, Su-en felt that she was not as spoiled as a young lady, so she agreed to eat together. Seeing that Su-en agreed to this, Sun Xinxin was also very happy. Since the two of them had a pot, she did not buy an extra pot, but took the initiative to buy some cooking seasonings. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Her cooking skills are good, but it would be a little less tasty without seasoning. Wang Zhaodi also wanted to join in the meal, but Su-en was difficult to talk to. Even if she proposed it, she probably wouldn't agree. So she decided not to make things uncomfortable. After buying everything they needed to buy, they went to where Wang Weihua was waiting. Seeing Su-en and Sun Xinxin carrying so many things, Wang Weihua knew that the conditions of these two children were not bad. What Wang Weihua feared most was the kind of educated youth who were incompetent and poor. If they were incompetent, it would be better if they had money. At worst, they could spend money to buy food in the brigade. But if they were incompetent and hadn't, if they don't have money, they can only owe the team food. Seeing that several educated youths had bought things, Wang Weihua drove the ox cart towards the Longying commune, the Yudo village production team. On the way, Wang Zhaodi complained a lot about the ox cart being too broken and the country roads being too bumpy. Although their family's conditions in the city are not good, they are much better than in the countryside. Wang Zhaodi was very depressed when she thought about living in this poor corner. Su En was looking at the scenery on the roadside. Compared with the northwest, this place is much better. At least there are green mountains and clear waters, and there is time to hibernate. Maybe the sense of happiness is compared in this way. Su-in would definitely dislike this place if she had never been to the northwest. Although Sun Xinshin is a delicate young lady, she actually thinks there is nothing wrong with going to the countryside. The conditions in the countryside are a bit worse, but her identity is not so targeted. If she stays in the city, her life will be difficult. Even if she has openly severed ties with her parents, people who know her family situation still shout that she is a capitalist lady. After driving the ox cart for more than an hour, they finally arrived at the Yudo village production team. When they arrived, Su-in saw that many team members cast their eyes on them. Oh, this time there are two beautiful female educated youth. These two girls are really pretty. An old aunt praised Su-en and Sun Xinshin after seeing their looks. Another old aunt said, "What's the use of being good-looking? Can a face be eaten?" These educated youth from the city are more delicate than each other. Yes, we can't let our children marry such delicate female educated youth. Did Aunt Lu Erjia marry a female educated youth from the city? Look at how tired he is now. Isn't it because the female educated youth he married is incompetent and is being dragged down? They are nothing like the women in our country who can handle both farm work and housework and live frugally. That's true. Su-in had also heard some of the discussions around him. There was a reason why the country people didn't like the educated youth from the city at that time. The educated youth from the city were indeed more pampered. Su-in and others were not sent to the educated youth point immediately by Wang Weihua, but were taken to the brigade headquarters. Wang Weihua said, "You just came to the countryside and didn't bring any food. The brigade will now advance you some food, which will be deducted from your work points when the time comes." Su-in was familiar with this set of procedures. The educated youth basically did not bring food with them when they went to the countryside, so the brigade had to advance it. If the brigade did not advance it, it would be bad to have a reputation of starving the educated youth to death. But the advanced food would definitely not be much. Wang Weihua gave everyone coarse grains, 5 caddies of cornmeal, 5 caddies of sorghum flour, 10 caddies of potatoes, and 20 caddies of sweet potatoes. Looking at the food that the brigade had advanced, Wang Zhaodi could not hide the disgust on her face. Although her family's conditions in the city were not good, they did not have to eat all coarse grains. There was not even any fine grains. Su-in thought about when she went to the countryside in her previous life. She could not even get enough coarse grains, and life was really hard at that time. In this life, she brought so much money and tickets, so she finally didn't have to live a hard life anymore. Su-in asked Wang Weihua, "Captain, can our brigade buy food? I want to buy some fine grains." Wang Weihua nodded. "Okay, rice is 8 cents a pound, and flour is 10 cents a pound. We don't need tickets to buy grain in our countryside. Just decide how much you need to buy." Su-in thought about it and bought 30 pounds of rice and 20 pounds of flour first. Sun Xinshin felt that she would have to eat with Su-in in the future. Su-in bought some food, so she had to buy some too, otherwise she would have to eat Su-in's food. So Sun Xinshin also went to the team leader to buy 30 pounds of rice and 20 pounds of flour. Seeing that the two of them bought so much fine grains together, Wang Zhaodi suddenly felt unbalanced. So, she muttered, "You really act like a capitalist lady. You can't stand any hardship when you go to the countryside, but you buy so many fine grains. If you don't know, you would think you are here to enjoy yourself." As soon as Wang Zhaodi finished speaking, Su-in rushed forward and gave her a big slap. Wang Zhaodi obviously didn't expect this. Su-in actually hit her directly? Su-in's slap was very strong. Wang Zhaodi felt that half of her face was almost swollen. She covered her swollen face and glared at Su-in. "You hit me." Su-in sneered. "What's wrong with hitting you? Do you want to see the day after I hit you? What's wrong with me buying food? Buying some food is the behavior of a capitalist lady? According to what you said, are the brigade that sells food to us condoning our capitalist lady behavior? If you have money, you can buy it yourself. Don't be jealous of us. Shut up if you shouldn't say anything, or I will continue to beat you next time. Sun Shinshin watched Suin scolding people, her eyes sparkling. Why does Suin look so handsome every time he scolds people? She likes Suin's character, who does it when he is unhappy and doesn't waste words with you. It's a pity that she can't do the same with Suin. First, her character can't do such a thing, and second, she doesn't have Suin's strength. After being beaten, Wang Zhaodi wanted to go to Wang Weihua to complain, crying, but she didn't expect Wang Weihua to have a dark face when he saw her. Wang Weihua watched this matter from beginning to end today, and it was Wang Zhaodi who started it first. Suin and Sun Shinshin spent their own money to buy food, and they didn't buy it on credit from the team. As for rising to the style of capitalist ladies, as Suin said, if people buying some food is considered the style of capitalist ladies, then is the team selling food condoning such behavior? Wang Jiqing, since you have already gone to the countryside, I hope you will be careful with your words and actions in the future. If you say something you shouldn't say, and it affects our entire Yudo village production team, don't blame me for being rude to you. Wang Zhaodi covered her face and looked at Wang Weihua in disbelief. Why was she the one who was beaten, and in the end it was all her fault? Wang Weihua ignored Wang Zhaodi and urged several new educated youth to go to the educated youth point after receiving the food. Suin directly carried all the purchased food onto the ox cart, and even helped to carry Sun Shinshin's portion. There were more than 100 kilograms of food in total, but in Suin's hands, it seemed that the weight was not felt. The more Wang Weihua looked at Suin, the more satisfied he was. This girl must be a good material for work. The educated youth point was not far from the team headquarters. It was already noon, and the educated youth were all in the educated youth yard. After waiting for the people to be sent over, Wang Weihua said to Lin Aodong, the team leader of the previous point, Lin educated youth, these are new educated youth, you come and arrange them. Lin Aodong heard Wang Weihua's instructions and responded, okay, team leader, I got it. Wang Weihua turned around and said to the new educated youth, if you have any problems that cannot be solved, come to me. If you have any questions, ask the old educated youth first. Suin and the others nodded. Lin Aodong looked at the new educated youth and introduced the situation at the educated youth site. There were a total of 20 to 30 educated youth who went to the countryside, but many of them moved out after getting married with locals. Now there are 8 male educated youth and 5 female educated youth left at the educated youth site. Together with the 4 new educated youth, there are 17 in total. The houses at the educated youth site are not spacious, and everyone lives in a large bunk bed. On the male educated youth side, there are already 6 people living in one house. Half a month ago, 2 new male educated youth felt that the house they lived in was too crowded, so they built a new house at the back of the educated youth site. A room lived alone. Otherwise, there would be no place for Qin Zhengwo to stay when he came. On the educated youth side, there were 5 people living in one room, plus Su and the others, there were 8 people living in it. When Wang Zhaodi heard about this, she frowned immediately. Not only did the educated youth site look shabby, but there were so many people living in one room. Wasn't it too much? 8 people sharing one kong. I'm afraid it would be difficult to turn over, right? Suin knew that the conditions of going to the countryside would be like this, so she could accept it. Anyway, this time she didn't plan to live in the educated youth site, but to build a house by herself. There are many people in the educated youth site, and there are many people. Wherever there is a society, conflicts and frictions are inevitable when living together. In her previous life, she had no choice but to squeeze together with many people. Now that she has money, she can go out and build a house to live a quiet life. After Suin heard Lin Aodong's introduction to the situation at the educated youth point, she didn't say much and carried her luggage directly to the house of the female educated youth. Seeing Suin carrying the luggage over, Sun Shinshin hurriedly followed with her luggage. But Wang Zhaodi was still muttering outside, and her words were all about disliking the poor conditions at the educated youth point and how people could live there. When Suin arrived at the house, he found that the house was full of. It was a big Kong. The northeast was cold in winter, so people had to heat the Kong. The head of the Kong was warmer and had bedding already laid out, which belonged to the old educated youth. Sun Xinshin followed closely behind and put her luggage next to Suin. When Wang Zhaodi came, she would have to sleep at the very end. Sun Xinshin finally understood why Suin hadn't said anything nonsense just now. Talking nonsense wouldn't change anything anyway, so it would be better to come in earlier and take up a seat. Suin put her luggage away, but didn't spread out the bedding for the time being. This was because she planned to buy a straw mat to put on the Kong and then put the bedding on it. If the bedding was put on directly, it would get dirty easily. Suin said to Sun Xinshin, "Let's buy a straw mat in the afternoon and don't rush to make the bed." It was Sun Xinshin's first time in the countryside, and she didn't know anything, but she knew that she just had to follow Suin. Okay. Suin looked at the situation in the house. There was no furniture provided for the educated youths at the Educated Youth Center. So she had to go to the production team to ask if there was anyone selling furniture, and then she had to buy a wardrobe. Wang Zhaodi cursed for a while before she came into the room. After she came in, she realized that she could only sleep in the worst position, and she felt even more unhappy. She looked at Sun Xinshin and said, "I'll sleep here. You, a capitalist lady, are only fit to sleep at the end of the Kong." Seeing that Wang Zhaodi wanted to bully Sun Xinshin again, Suin looked at her coldly. "Don't you understand the principle of first come, first served? What? Do you still want to engage in capitalist exploitation? If that's the case, we have to have a good talk in front of the team leader." Meeting Suin's cold eyes, Wang Zhaodi dared not say anything anymore. After all, this woman would really beat her up. Sun Xinshin was very moved to see Suin defending her. In the future, she would be Suin's minion and would definitely repay Suin. At this time, a female educated youth came in and introduced herself first. "My name is Li Chunling, and I'm the female team leader of the Educated Youth Point. You female educated youth can come to me if you have any problems in the future. Today is your first time here, and we old educated youth will treat you to a meal later." After hearing what Li Chunling said, Sun Xinshin took out a box of canned pork belly from her school bag and handed it to Li Chunling. "Li educated youth, my name is Sun Xinshin. I just came to the countryside, and I hope you old educated youth will take care of me. Today you are treating us to a meal, so take this can of meat and think of it as my treat for everyone." Li Chunling couldn't bear to refuse the canned meat handed over by Sun Xinshin. It had been a long time since these educated youths who had gone to the countryside had eaten meat, and they were really craving for meat. Since Sun Xinshin invited them to eat, Li Chunling took it generously. At most, she would take care of Sun Xinshin more in the future. "Okay, Sun educated youth, then I thank you on behalf of all the old educated youths." Suin didn't object to Sun Xinshin giving some benefits to these old educated youths. After all, they had just gone to the countryside and were unfamiliar with the people and things here. It was indeed better to have the old educated youths take care of them than to have no one to take care of them. Wang Zhaodi felt uncomfortable when she saw Sun Xinshin taking things out to please the old educated youths. But after thinking about it, she felt much more comfortable that she would be able to eat meat later. After Suin put away his luggage, he reminded Sun Xinshin, "Try to carry your money and tickets with you to avoid losing them. There are many people here, and you don't know who you live with." Sun Xinshin nodded heavily after being reminded by Suin. "Okay, and I know." Sun Xinshin didn't call Suin Su Jiqing, as she felt it would be a little strange to call him that. It would be better to call him Anin, which sounded more friendly. Suin had nothing to do at the moment, so instead of waiting for dinner, she might as well tidy up her bed. She asked the old educated youth for a broom and a rag, and wiped the Kong and the walls first. Then she saw that the walls were covered with yellow mud, so there must be dust falling down. The walls of other sleeping places were covered with newspapers, and Suin felt that she had to paste one too. Although she might not live here for long, it would probably take time to build a house. Even if she could only live in the educated youth site for 10 days or half a month, she had to do a simple job. Suan pretended to take out a few old newspapers from her luggage. These were the ones she put into the space when she looted the Su family. She didn't expect that the newspapers that Su Guohua usually read would come in handy now. Suan took some for herself and gave some to Sun Xinshin. Stick newspapers on the walls where we sleep to prevent them from falling. Sun Xinshin hurriedly responded and followed Su, and to paste newspapers together. Wang Zhaodi saw that the two of them had done it, so she had to do it too. But she didn't bring any newspapers, so she said to Su and Su Jiqing, "Can you give me a few newspapers too? I want to paste the wall, too." Suan didn't like Wang Zhaodi, but she just thought it was a few newspapers, so she gave them to her. If Wang Zhaodi was next to Sun Xinshin, it might affect Sun Xinshin if she didn't paste newspapers on the wall on her side. Suan threw a few newspapers to Wang Zhaodi, and Wang Zhaodi started to paste together. When they were almost done, Li Chunling called Su and others out for dinner. Knowing that there would be meat for lunch today, the old educated youth were waiting with their bowls in hand. The dining place was a big, shabby table, which was repaired, and you can tell at a glance that it is quite old. The conditions at the educated youth camp are really bad. There is not even a decent piece of furniture. Wang Zhaodi and Sun Xinshin did not expect the countryside to be so poor, but Suan was used to these conditions. In comparison, the northeast is considered good, and the northwest is really miserable. Not to mention not having enough to eat. In the summer, you may only be able to take a bath once a week. Not to mention in the winter, you may not be able to take a bath for several months. Suan felt happy when he thought that Su Chong was going to that kind of place to work in the countryside. She was delighted. Suan and the others sat at the table with the old, educated youth. There was only one pot of stew for lunch. Potatoes were stewed in pork belly, and it seemed that some beans and cucumbers were also cut into it. Suan thought that the appearance was a bit bad. It was just a pot of stew. But the conditions in the countryside were like this. It was good enough to have something to eat. How could the food be so good? Fortunately, she and Sun Xinshin could go out and eat alone later. If they kept eating like this, Suan felt that she would not be able to bear it. Sun Xinshin frowned as she looked at the pot of stew. She and Su Wang Zhaodi had the same idea as Suan and was glad that they could cook alone. She would cook for Suan and let Suan eat better. Suan was so good to her and protected her in every way, so she could still be of some use in cooking. Wang Zhaodi saw that there was meat in the dish, smelled the fragrance, swallowed her saliva, and picked up a piece of meat from the dish with chopsticks. She quickly stuffed the meat into her mouth and then tasted it with satisfaction. This taste is really good. Although Wang Zhaodi's family is in Beijing, her family is poor and she hasn't eaten meat for a long time. Now she is so greedy when she sees meat. After Wang Zhaodi finished eating a piece of pork belly, she picked up the chopsticks and wanted to pick up another piece. However, before Wang Zhaodi could pick up any, she was stopped by an old educated youth named Tao Xiongqin. "You can't eat anymore." Tao Xiongqin's tone was a little fierce. Wang Zhaodi looked at Tao Xiongqin with confusion and grievance and asked her, "Why can't I eat anymore? Do you old educated youth bully us new educated youth like this?" Tao Xiongqin rolled her eyes. "Who bullied you? You should be responsible for what you say. There is only so much meat, and we cut it up and divided it before we started cooking, one piece for each person. Since you have eaten your piece, you can't eat anymore, otherwise you will take up other people's share." Wang Zhaodi didn't expect it to be because of this. Since each person had one piece, it was indeed difficult for her to take more. But when she thought about the fact that she only ate one piece and it was gone before she could taste it enough, she felt that she had eaten too little. Unable to eat meat, Wang Zhaodi had to plan to eat vegetables. But before she was about to pick up her chopsticks, the old, educated youth stopped her. Li Chunling explained, "When we eat together, we will divide the food equally before eating so that no one will take advantage of anyone else." Wang Zhaodi opened her mouth wide. "Ah? Is it still like this?" She was still thinking about taking the opportunity to eat more. If she couldn't take advantage of others, she felt that she was at a loss. The old educated youth ignored Wang Zhaodi and continued to follow the rules they had set before. Everyone shared the stew in the pot equally. Although there was only one piece of meat to eat, the stew today tasted better than usual because of the meat. The staple food was a multi-grain cake with a few pieces of sweet potatoes, all of which were coarse grains. There were also fine grains at this time, but fine grains were only eaten by people with better conditions. Even in the city, many people could only eat coarse grains. Suin and Sun Xinshin both felt the food was not very good, but seeing the old educated youth eating so happily, they could only eat silently. Fortunately, they could have their own kitchen in the future, so they would not have to eat so badly all the time. After the meal, the old educated youth introduced themselves to the new educated youth. The one who took the lead in the introduction was the team leader of the educated youth point, Lin Aodong. Lin Aodong is 26 years old this year. He is the first batch of educated youth who went to the countryside from the Yudo village production team. He has been here for 8 years. When the new educated youth heard that Lin Aodong had been here for 8 years, they all looked at him with admiration. Lin Jiqing, you can stay here for 8 years. You are really amazing. As a new educated youth, Chen Zhengwo felt that it would not be easy for him to survive 2 years after seeing the environment in the countryside, but Lin Aodong stayed for 8 years. At this moment, he looked at Lin Aodong with real admiration. Lin Aodong smiled bitterly. What can I do if I can't endure it? It is difficult to return to the city after going to the countryside. Our commune does not have more than 2 quotas for returning to the city in a year. When Lin Aodong said this, the other old educated youths looked disappointed and helpless. If possible, who would not want to return to the city earlier? Before going to the countryside, I could not imagine how hard life here is. Only after coming here did I realize that life in the countryside is much harder than in the city. After Lin Aodong introduced himself, the other old educated youths followed up. My name is Qin Ping. I am 24 this year, and I have been in the countryside for 6 years. My name is Hu Ziqiang. I am 25 this year, and I have also been in the countryside for 6 years. I was in the same batch as Chen Jiqing. My name is Wu Xingli. I am 23 this year, and I have been in the countryside for 4 years. My name is Hao Jianxi. I am also 23 this year, and I have been in the countryside for 2 years. My name is Zhou Jiafeng. I am 20 this year, and I have just been in the countryside for 1 year. When it was the turn of the female educated youth to introduce themselves, Li Chunling said, My name is Li Chunling. I am 25 this year, and I have been in the countryside for 7 years. My name is Tao Xiangqin. I'm 22 this year, and I've been working in the countryside for 4 years. My name is Su Nana. I'm 20 this year, and I've been working in the countryside for 2 years. My name is Zhang Liping. I'm 20 this year, and I've been working in the countryside for 2 years. My name is Qian Xiaoli. I'm 18 this year, and I've only been working in the countryside for half a month, so I'm not very familiar with this place. After the old educated youth had finished introducing themselves, the new educated youth also introduced themselves. Suan asked Lin Aodong, Lin educated youth, where are the other 2 male educated youth living alone in our educated youth site? Speaking of this, Lin Aodong explained, the team leader arranged for them to work in the mountains. They usually go out early and come back late, and no one knows what they are busy with. They live alone at night, and usually don't eat with us educated youth. One of them is called Lu Jinting, and the other is called Guo Miao. Like Qian Jiqing, they just came to the countryside half a month ago. Suan nodded, but he was not very interested in these 2 people. After everyone introduced themselves to each other, the old educated youth gave a general account of the situation at the educated youth point. Now the old educated youth here eat together because there is only one pot. It is more convenient to eat together. Since they eat together, the work must be distributed together. If the new educated youth choose to eat together, they have to join in and take turns cooking. In addition, the female educated youth at the educated youth point take turns cleaning, and the male educated youth take turns fetching water. As for firewood, we will come back later. When there is time, everyone will go up the mountain together to collect firewood. There is also a private plot at the educated youth site. The old educated youth have planted some vegetables there. The new educated youth can eat them, but they have to plant and water them together in the future, otherwise they will not be allowed to eat. At this time, Suin and Sun Xinshin mentioned it to the old educated youth. They bought a pot and would eat alone. The old educated youth naturally had no objection. The more people there were, the more troublesome it would be. They were so happy that others could solve their own meals. After roughly explaining the situation at the educated youth site, Lin Aodong said, "That's about it. If you have any questions, come back and ask me, or ask Lee the educated youth. Let's go back and rest for a while, and we have to go to work in the afternoon. You are the new educated youth who have just arrived, so you should not have to work in the afternoon. Wait until tomorrow. Now you can arrange the remaining things that need to be arranged, and buy the things that need to be purchased." Several new educated youth nodded. Suin wanted to buy a straw mat and a wardrobe, so he asked Lin Aodong, "Lin Jiqing, I want to ask, if we want to buy a straw mat, whose house should we go to buy it? And is there a carpenter in our brigade? Who can buy furniture?" Hearing Suin's question, Lin Aodong patiently told Suin about it. "If you want to buy a straw mat, go to Uncle Meng's house in our production team and ask. Uncle Meng knows how to weave straw mats. As for buying a wardrobe, Zhang Yuliang's family in our production team is a carpenter. Just tell him what furniture you want to buy," Lin Aodong said, and roughly pointed to the approximate location. If Suin didn't know how to get there, he could just ask a random team member on the road. After Suin understood the situation, he said to Lin Aodong, "Okay. Thank you, Lin Jiqing." Lin Aodong said hurriedly, "You re-polite. We are all educated youth who have gone to the countryside. We should help each other. If you have any difficulties in the future, come to us old, educated youth." After Suin found out the location, he took Sun Xinxin out. As for Wang Zhaodi, she didn't want to take this woman with her. After they left the educated youth point, on the way, Suin said to Sun Xinxin, "Xinxin, you've seen the situation at the educated youth point. The environment is not good, and the food is not good. When the time comes, I want to build a house and move out to live in. This way I can live in a quieter place, and I don't have to hide my food." Sun Xinxin had the same idea as Suin, but she didn't expect that she could build a house by herself. She asked Suin in surprise, "Can we go out and build a house? Will the team leader let us build it? It's not a big problem. As long as we pay for it ourselves, we can solve the accommodation problem at the educated youth point. I don't think the team leader should have any objection." Sun Xinxin was a little excited when she heard Suin's words, "And then I will build a house with you. How about we pay for it together?" Suin gave a suggestion that she could build the house by herself. When she finished building it, Sun Xinxin could live with her. Sun Xinxin frowned. "And wouldn't I be taking advantage of you then?" Suin explained, "We are friends now, so there is no need to bring up such a small matter. Your identity is sensitive. If you use the money to build the house, I'm afraid that woman Wang Zhaodi will use your identity to make trouble again. So if you can be low-key, you should be low-key, which can save you a lot of trouble." Sun Xinxin immediately understood Suin's intention. She was considering her. Compared with normal people, she is the child of a capitalist, and her identity is indeed more sensitive. But Sun Xinxin didn't want to take advantage of Suin, so she suggested, "How about this? When the time comes, we will each pay half of the money to build the house, but nominally it is built by you. What do you think?" Suin had no objection to this, knowing that the girl didn't want to take advantage of her. After the two of them finished talking about this, they went to Uncle Meng's house first. Seeing the two new female educated youth, Mrs. Meng praised them for being so beautiful. It's not that there haven't been female educated youth in the production team before, but none as pretty as Suin and Sun Xinxin. She could already foresee that the young men in the production team would be fascinated by the two new female educated youth. Suin told Uncle Meng directly the purpose of their visit, which was to buy straw mats. Uncle Meng had woven a lot of straw mats at home, and seeing that they wanted them, he took out 2 straw mats. "Uncle Meng, how much is this straw mat?" Uncle Meng thought the thing was worthless, so he asked for 2 cents each as a token of his appreciation. Suin and Sun Xinxin both thought the price was too cheap, and the people here were really honest and simple. After they bought the straw mats, they went directly to Zhang Yuliang, the carpenter's house. Zhang Yuliang's family was considered to be relatively well-off in the production team. Because he was a craftsman, he could help make furniture to earn money. Zhang Yuliang's son now learned to make furniture from him. Other people's houses were built with adobe, but the Zhang family had built half a brick house. Seeing the 2 unfamiliar girls, Zhang Yuliang knew that they were probably new educated youth. "Are you here to buy furniture?" Zhang Yuliang asked when he saw people coming. The two nodded. Yes, Uncle Zhang, we want to buy a wardrobe. Zhang Yuliang asked the two to come to his house and choose for themselves. He had ready-made wardrobes, and, of course, if they were not satisfied, they could customize them. Suin and Sun Xinshin both felt that it would be enough to buy a wardrobe to use, and it didn't need to be too good. It was convenient to buy such a finished product, and you could use it right away. If it was customized temporarily, it would be much more troublesome, and you would have to wait at least a few days before you could use it. They brought a lot of luggage today, and they couldn't just put the things on the ground. In the end, Suin and Sun Xinshin each bought a wardrobe. The wardrobe was not big, but it was enough to hold one person's things. The price of the wardrobe was not expensive, and including the cost of the wood, it was only 3 yuan. Suin and Sun Xinshin both felt it was a good deal. After paying the money, Zhang Yuliang said to the two, I guess you two little educated youth can't move the wardrobe. I'll deliver it to you later. But Suin waved his hand and said, No, Uncle Zhang, I can carry it myself. Suin said, and she carried the wardrobe away. Knowing that Sun Xinshin was not strong, Suin carried her wardrobe along with her. One on each shoulder, each wardrobe weighed at least dozens of pounds, but Suin carried it and walked briskly. When Zhang Yuliang saw this, he opened his mouth wide. My goodness, how can this girl have so much strength? Even a grown man can't carry 2 large wardrobes at once. Sun Xinshin was used to Suin's great strength and quickly caught up with her. Suin carried the wardrobe, and she held 2 straw mats. On the way back to the educated youth site, because it was lunchtime for everyone, there was no if someone saw Suin carrying 2 large wardrobes, they would definitely be shocked. After Suin carried the wardrobes back, he packed up his luggage with Sun Xinshin. They first spread the straw mat on the Kong, and then wiped it clean with a towel. After the straw mat was dry, they spread the bedding on the straw mat. It was only August, not cold, and even a little hot, so the bedding they brought was very thin. But when winter comes and it gets cold in the northeast, they will have to move the heavy quilts over. Suin sent the quilts before going to the countryside, but it will probably take a while for the things to arrive in Liao province. When the bedding arrives, you can just go to the county town to get it. After making the bed, the next step is to pack your things into the closet. Suin didn't organize the package and stuffed it directly into the closet. Sun Xinshin was almost done packing, and Suin packed her up and took out 2 locks, one for himself and one for Sun Xinshin. It's best to lock your own closet. After all, you don't know whether the person living with you is a human or a ghost, so it's safer to lock it. Especially for someone like Sun Xinshin, who has a good family background and brought a lot of good things to the countryside. It would be bad if someone wanted to steal your things. Seeing that Suin and Sun Xinshin's closets were locked, a female educated youth named Zhang Liping sneered. You still locked your closet? Do you think we are thieves and will steal your things? Seeing Zhang Liping scolding Suin and Sun Xinshin, Wang Zhaodi became excited and followed Zhang Liping to respond. That's right, you even made a lock on purpose, treating us like thieves. What do you two mean? Suin saw the 2 people provoking him, and he directly said, I put a lock on my closet. How does it bother you? Did I say you are thieves? Do you have to jump out an object? Or do you just want to steal things, so you don't want us to lock it? Zhang Liping and Wang Zhaodi's faces immediately turned red with anger. How could we possibly want to steal your things? Don't accuse people casually. That's right, you're just being suspicious. Why didn't you tell us? Suin simply rolled his eyes. Since you don't take our things, it has nothing to do with you if we lock the door. We lock it for safety, so that if something is lost in the future, we won't be able to explain it and affect the harmony among us educated youth. The elder sister Li Chunping helped to say something fair. What Su Jiqing said is right. It doesn't affect us if they lock the door, so that we won't be able to explain if something is lost. Zhang Liping and Wang Zhaodi saw that Li Chunping was speaking for Suin, so they didn't know what to say. However, Zhang Liping stared at Sun Xinshin's locked wardrobe and felt a little unwilling. She had just seen that Sun Xinshin brought a lot of good things from the countryside, including milk powder and malted milk. If Sun Xinshin didn't lock the wardrobe, she wouldn't be noticed if she occasionally drank some of her milk powder and malted milk. Now that it's locked, it's hard for her to do it. Zhang Liping's reaction was seen by the other old, educated youth. They all thought that Suin and Sun Xinxin were really smart and knew to lock the wardrobe. Otherwise, Zhang Liping would really keep an eye on them. Zhang Liping usually liked to take advantage of small things, and these old educated youth had all suffered losses, but it was not easy to remind Suin and Sun Xinxin about this. The two of them locked the wardrobe on their own initiative, so they didn't need to remind them to be careful about their things being stolen. The old, educated youth went out to work not long after they rested. The new educated youth, you don't have to go yet. Wang Zhaodi saw that Suin and Sun Xinxin had bought straw mats and wardrobes. Although she was reluctant to spend money, she couldn't live without wardrobes, so she had to go out and buy them. After Wang Zhaodi left, Suin asked Sun Xinxin to go with her to take some things and go to the house of the team leader, Wang Weihua. They had to tell the team leader about their plan to go out alone to build a house. Since they were looking for help, it would definitely not be good to go empty-handed. In addition, the two new educated youth had to be taken care of by the team leader. Why should they expect others to take care of you without giving you some benefits? If it weren't for Su En's leadership, Sun Xinxin wouldn't know how to do these things. Now Sun Xinxin is Chuanchuan's little follower. Anyway, she does whatever Su En does. The two came to the team leader's house with things, but the team leader went out to arrange the division of labor for the team members and had not returned yet. Seeing the two educated youth coming, the team leader's wife Tao Danny warmly received them. Hey, two new educated youth, why are you here? Is there anything wrong? My husband is not at home. If you want to look for him, you will have to wait. I'll ask the kids to call him back. Suin said to Tao Danny, Aunt, we are not in a hurry. We will wait for the captain in a while. Tao Danny saw that Suin and Sun Xinxin were both very polite, completely different from other new educated youth, and she had a better impression of them. Okay, then you sit down. Before Suin and Sun Xinxin sat down, they handed the things they brought to Tao Danny. Tao Danny took a look at the things they handed over. Wow, Suin gave 2 packs of Dakianmin, 2 bottles of white wine, and a pack of brown sugar. What Sun Xinxin gave was not bad either, a pack of milk candy, a pack of brown sugar, and a can of malted milk. What these two gave were the best things in the countryside. Especially the brown sugar they gave. It really touched Tao Danny's heart. Their eldest daughter had just given birth to a child at her husband's house, and women in confinement need brown sugar to replenish their blood. However, Tao Danny politely refused the things sent by Suin and Sun Xinxin. What are you doing? Why did you send so many good things? Take them back quickly. Suin said, Aunt, we are all educated youth who have just gone to the countryside. We are unfamiliar with this place. We may have to trouble the captain to take care of us. This thing is a little gift from us, Aunt, please accept it. Sun Xinxin didn't know what to say, but she just nodded and agreed with whatever Suin said. Tao Danny pretended to be polite, but finally accepted the things. 2 young educated youth, if you have any problems in the future, just tell your aunt. Don't be polite. Suin and Sun Xinxin both responded with a smile. Tao Danny, who had received the benefits, became more enthusiastic towards Suin and Sun Xinxin. She quickly poured hot tea for them and then urged the children at home to call Wang Weihua back. Wang Weihua came home after arranging the tasks for the team members in the afternoon. Seeing Suin and Sun Xinxin there, he thought that the 2 new educated youth had encountered something. Tao Danny pulled Wang Weihua aside and told him about the 2 of them coming to give gifts just now. Hearing that Suin and Sun Xinxin had given gifts and Tao Danny had accepted them, Wang Weihua frowned tightly. How could you accept the things they gave you? Isn't this forcing me to make a mistake? Tao Danny snorted. Don't make this matter so serious. These 2 new educated youth didn't ask you to do anything through the back door. They just said that they had just come to the countryside and hoped that we could take care of them. Isn't this a convenient thing to do? Fonger just gave birth to a baby and needs brown sugar. Take their things and I will deliver them to Fonger. What? As a father, don't you feel sorry for your daughter? After hearing what Tao Danny said, Wang Weihua said helplessly, Okay, as long as you don't force me to make mistakes and do things that I shouldn't do, it's okay. It's just to look after Suin and Sun Xinxin a little more. This is not difficult. When I go back to do farm work, I will arrange some easier things for these two kids. In fact, even if Suan doesn't come to give gifts this time, Wang Weihua has a good impression of her and is willing to help more in the future. After talking to Tao Danny, Wang Weihua came to Suan and Sun Xinxin to see if there was anything he could do. Suan also stated his purpose very directly. Captain, I think the educated youth site is too crowded. It's a bit crowded for 8 people to live in one room. There are also many inconveniences in life. I want to ask if we can move out and build a house to live in separately. Wang Weihua naturally knew the situation of the educated youth site, but after Suan finished speaking, he frowned. It's not impossible for you to live alone, but the money for building the house cannot be paid by the team. You have to pay for it yourself. Our Yudo Village production team is not rich. The team has less money and cannot help you educated youth who went to the countryside to build houses. Suan originally had no intention of asking the brigade to pay for building the house, so she said to Wang Weihua, "Uncle Captain, I will naturally pay for it myself." Wang Weihua breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Suan say that. If this girl wanted the brigade to help build the house, he would have to return the things she sent. Okay, that's no problem. You are educated youth who have gone to the countryside now, and your household registration has been transferred to our Yudo Village production team. From now on, you will be a member of our Yudo Village production team. As a team member here, you can apply for land to build a house. The brigade has many places suitable for building houses. You can choose where you want to build it. Wang Weihua said. Then he took out a small notebook and asked Su and to choose the land by herself. Suan looked at the available land and finally picked a location near the foot of the mountain, far away from the center of the brigade. There are no people living around, it is quiet, and it is convenient to cook. But after seeing the land chosen by Suan, Wang Weihua frowned. Su Jiqing, are you sure you want to choose this land to build a house? You are a female educated youth. What if you live so far away and encounter danger? It is better to be closer to the center, preferably closer to the educated youth point. In this way, your safety can be better guaranteed, and you educated youth who have gone to the countryside can take care of each other. Suan insisted on the location she chose. Uncle Captain, I think the place I chose is good. Let's build it here. Don't worry about the safety issue. I am good at fighting and can guarantee my own safety. Wang Weihua suddenly thought of the girl carrying the luggage. She was stronger than a man. If someone really wanted to beat her, ordinary people would not be able to beat her. Since Suan insisted, Wang Weihua did not say much and still followed the girl's own wishes. Okay, let's do this. Suan said again, Captain Uncle, I just went to the countryside, and I am not familiar with this place. I need you to take care of me. Can you please help me with the materials and labor for building the house? Wang Weihua thought that Suan had sent so many things, and it would be unreasonable if he didn't help out a little. Suan's request was not excessive, so Wang Weihua readily agreed. After talking about this, Suan mentioned whether he could find someone to temporarily build a simple stove for them. Suan and Sun Xinxin bought a pot, and after the stove was repaired, they could cook alone at night. Wang Weihua immediately arranged someone for Suan and Sun Xinxin to take care of this matter. If he asked someone else for help, he would probably have to pay them. Wang Weihua asked his eldest son to follow Suan and the others to the educated youth site. This job can be done in an hour or two. Suan and Sun Xinxin sent so many things over, and they can't be asked to spend money again. After talking about this with the team leader, Suan and Sun Xinxin Xin returned to the educated youth camp. After arriving at the educated youth camp, the two of them were not idle. Since they had to cook alone at night, they had to wash the pots and dishes. There were vegetables at the educated youth camp, so they could just pick some vegetables when the time came. The two had already bought food, and Suan wanted to exchange some eggs, so he went to ask the people in the production team and finally spent money to buy 20 eggs. Wang Weihua's eldest son quickly helped Suan and the others to fix a simple small stove, which could be cooked after putting the pot on it. Anyway, they were going to build a house and live alone, and they would not live in the educated youth camp for a long time, so now they just had to make do with a simple stove that was almost usable. After waiting for these things to be done, It was almost time for the old, educated youth to get off work. Sun Xinshin asked Suin, and what do you want to eat in the evening? Suin replied, I can cook anything, you can cook it. Sun Xinshin suggested, I saw some wild shallots here. I will go and cut some and make you shallot pancakes. Suin thought it was good and said, okay. Sun Xinshin quickly started to work. This girl looks incompetent and delicate, but unexpectedly, her temperament changes immediately when she starts to cook. Suin watched Sun Xinshin cooking from the side and felt that this girl was glowing. Sun Xinshin cut a handful of wild onions, washed them, cut them into sections, and then mixed them with the prepared batter. Heat the pan, add oil, and pour the prepared batter in. After a while, a fragrant and tempting smell filled the air. Suin couldn't help but sniff at the side. It smells so good. Wang Xiaodi had already come over greedily. Looking at the pancakes fried by Sun Xinshin, she stretched out her hand to grab one to eat. Unfortunately, Wang Xiaodi was kicked by Suin before she could reach out and hook it. Wang Jiqing, don't think about my things. If you dare to think about them, I will chop off your hand later. Wang Xiaodi, who was kicked, burst into tears. But when she met Suin's fierce eyes, she dared not say a word. Sun Xinshin felt that it was fortunate that Suin was there. If she was alone, she didn't know how much Wang Xiaodi took advantage of her. Thinking of this, Sun Xinshin secretly thought to herself that she must be better to Suin in the future and repay Suin's care. Sun Xinshin was not good at doing other things, but she was really good at cooking. She made the pancakes in a short while. The pancakes were fried golden on both sides, with the fragrance of wild onions. Although it has not been eaten yet, you can tell that the taste will not be bad just by looking at it. Sun Xinshin hurriedly said to Suin, come and try my cooking skills. Suin was not polite either. He took a pancake and started eating. After tasting it, Suin gave a high evaluation. It's delicious. I haven't eaten such delicious pancakes. Suin was not flattering Sun Xinshin. She was really amazed by the girl's cooking skills. If you look at it from the surface, no one would believe that Sun Xinshin, a delicate young lady, could have such cooking skills. Seeing Suin's love for food, Sun Xinshin was very happy. As long as you like it, and then I said, you won't suffer any loss by eating with me, and I will cook whatever you want to eat. After hearing what Sun Xinshin said, Suin had more expectations for the future. It feels good to have a cute little girl who can cook to accompany him. Sun Xinshin didn't have a big appetite, so she didn't eat many cakes, and most of the cakes went into Suin's stomach. Suin planned to ask her to pay more for food later, otherwise, based on the comparison of their appetites, Sun Xinshin's little stomach would definitely suffer. Wang Xiaodi was almost jealous to death when she saw that the two of them ate so well. But Suin was so fierce that she couldn't get any advantage at all. Suin, she must find a chance to get rid of her from Sun Xinshin. Without Suin, wouldn't Sun Xinshin be at her mercy? After Suin and Sun Xinshin finished dinner, Suin took the initiative to ask her to wash the pots and dishes. After all, the cooking work was done by this girl, and the dishwashing work should be her turn. But Sun Xinshin insisted on taking the job of washing the pots and dishes, and there aren't many dishes for the two of us. We'll be done in a while, let me do it. Suin let Sun Xinshin do it. The dishes were greasy after eating, and Suin really didn't like doing this job. But Suin wouldn't let Suin work for nothing. She would help Sun Xinshin do more work in the fields when they go to work tomorrow. The work in the fields is strenuous, and Sun Xinshin's small body probably can't handle it. After dinner, Suin and Sun Xinshin washed up early and went to bed to rest. The new educated youth felt exhausted after the long journey. Tomorrow I have to go to work tomorrow, so I should get enough rest tonight. When there are too many people living in one room, there will be all kinds of inconveniences. For example, at this moment, Suin and Sun Xinshin are sleeping next to Wang Xiaodi. As a result, Wang Xiaodi doesn't pay attention to hygiene. She doesn't even wash her feet before going to bed. The smell of her feet is really irritating. Suin was speechless. She is so old. Why doesn't she pay attention? It's okay for a man to be a little rough, but it's really incomprehensible for a woman to be like this. Suin said to Wang Xiaodi with disgust, Wang Jiqing, Can you pay more attention to hygiene and wash your feet? Do you know that your feet are so smelly? Seeing Suan say this to herself, Wang Zhaodi said angrily, Su Jiqing, you told me not to meddle in other people's business, but why are you meddling in other people's business? What does it have to do with you whether I wash my feet or not? Suan snorted coldly, your feet are stinking me, and it's none of my business? Then don't sleep here. I don't care whether you wash your feet or not. After Suan finished speaking, several other female educated youth living in the same room couldn't stand the odor of Wang Zhaodi's feet. Originally, they were too embarrassed to say anything to Wang Zhaodi, but now that Suan had started the conversation, they all said, that's right. Wang Zhaodi, can you be more hygienic? Go wash your feet. You're suffocating me too. It stinks, how can people sleep? Wang Zhaodi didn't want to wash her feet at first, but with so many people telling her to, she had no choice but to get out of bed and wash her feet. It was Suan who started it all, and Wang Zhaodi hated Suan again. Maybe because he was too tired, Suan ignored Wang Zhaodi and soon fell asleep. The next morning, Suan was awakened by the noise of the old educated youth. She and Sun Xinxin got up quickly to wash and prepare breakfast, as they would go to work with the old educated youth later. But Wang Zhaodi stayed in bed and didn't want to get up. After traveling for several days, she finally got a good night's sleep. But she had to get up to work before she had a good sleep. Seeing that Wang Zhaodi couldn't get up, Li Chunling came over to urge her. Wang Jiqing, get up quickly. If you don't get up, we educated youth will be implicated if you're late later. After Li Chunling finished speaking, Su Nana followed up with a conversation. That's right, those team members will say that we educated youth are not active in our work. Hearing the urging, Wang Zhaodi still huddled in the quilt and was unwilling to come out. I'll sleep a little longer. Can you help me ask for leave from the team leader? I want to rest for a few days. Tao Xiangqin looked at Wang Zhaodi like this and came up and lifted Wang Zhaodi's quilt. What do you want? Since you have gone to the countryside, don't think about being lazy. If you affect the collective honor of our educated youth site, don't blame me for being rude to you. After Tao Xiangqin lifted the quilt, Wang Zhaodi got up from the bed reluctantly. Seeing Wang Zhaodi get up, the other educated youths left the room. However, after Wang Zhaodi got up, he was still hesitant, and it took him a long time to squat in the toilet. Tao Xiangqin complained speechlessly. Lazy people are really lazy. After waiting for Wang Zhaodi to finish her work and waiting to eat, they found that the pot was empty. Wang Zhaodi asked, where is my meal? How come you have all finished eating? Tao Xiangqin mocked, you have been dawdling for so long. Where's your meal? If you want to eat, you have to get up early tomorrow. We won't wait for you. Now it's time to go to work. You should hurry up and catch up with us. Otherwise, you will be scolded by the team leader if you are late. Don't blame us for not reminding you. Wang Zhaodi's eyes turned red when she heard this. Why are you bullying me like this and not leaving any food for me? If I don't eat, how can I have the strength to work later? The old educated youths all looked at Wang Zhaodi in silence. Li Chunling suppressed her temper and said, Wang educated youth, we are not targeting you or bullying you. You're just too slow. Just remember to get up early tomorrow so that you can have dinner. Well, let's go to work now. Otherwise, we'll be late. After several old educated youth finished speaking, they left the educated youth site directly regardless of what Wang Zhaodi said. Suan and Sun Xinxin followed the old educated youth. Wang Zhaodi felt that the conditions in the countryside were not only difficult, but everyone also bullied her, and she felt very aggrieved. But now that everyone ignored her, she had no way to make a fuss and could only go to work with the old educated youth. Under the leadership of the old educated youth, Suan followed the large group to the rice field of the production team to gather. The team leader assigned farm work to everyone. Looking at the new educated youth, Sun Xinxin and Suan quickly became the focus. They both looked good, and the young men in the production team were attracted to them. After the team leader assigned the work to everyone, he asked everyone to get the farm tools. However, the one who distributed the farm tools was Liao Hongxia, the daughter of the team accountant. When she saw Sun Xinxin and Suan coming over, Liao Hongxia had a hostile look in her eyes, and then she selected two of the most worn-out farm tools for them. Suan saw the farm tools that Liao Hongxia had assigned to him and argued with her. With so many good farm tools, why did you pick out the two most worn and old ones for us? This woman was obviously targeting her and Sun Xinxin. How could Suan not see it? They had never had contact with Liao Hongxia before, nor had they offended her. Now Liao Hongxia was targeting the two of them. According to Suan's guess, it was probably because she was jealous of their beauty. Seeing that Liao Hongxia dressed more elegantly than the average country girl, it was obvious that she loved beauty. Many women would become hostile when they saw women who were prettier than themselves. When Liao Hongxia heard Suan's doubt, she said confidently, "How much work can you new female educated youth do? The poor students have so many stationery. Even if I give you the best farm tools, it would be a waste for you to use them. It would be better to give them to other people. They will definitely be more valuable than in your hands." After Liao Hongxia finished speaking, many team members expressed their agreement. Suan and Sun Xinxin looked delicate and indeed did not look like they could work. Liao Hongxia's allocation was not completely unreasonable. Suan sneered, "You are prejudiced. I am indeed a new female educated youth, but I haven't even started working yet. How can you easily conclude that I am incompetent?" Liao Hongxia rolled her eyes when she heard Suan's words. "I think you are just stubborn and unwilling to admit it." "You say I am stubborn? Okay, let's make a bet. If I do a good job, you have to apologize for your prejudice against me today. If I can't do it, I will apologize to you." Seeing Suan say this, many team members came over to watch the fun. Liao Hongxia was provoked by Suan, so she said, "Okay, then let's make a bet. I will make you admit defeat with all your heart. If you can earn 5 work points today, I will apologize to you." Suan agreed. "Okay, you said it. With so many team members here, it's just right to have a witness." Suan was waiting for Liao Hongxia to slap her in the face. "Okay, can I still blame you? You have to remember this. If you can't complete 5 work points, you have to apologize to me." "No problem." Seeing Suan and Liao Hongxia making a bet, many people were watching the show. After all, Suan was an educated youth who went to the countryside. As educated youth, all the old educated youth looked at her with some concern, worried that Suan would lose. Don't underestimate 5 work points. In fact, 5 work points are not easy to earn. When these educated youth first went to the countryside, even the male educated youth could not earn 5 work points on the first day. Now that time has passed, they can barely earn 6 or 7 work points a day, and the capable ones can earn 8 or 9 work points. The female educated youth also earned about 5 or 6 work points a day after they adapted to the work. Suan had just arrived in the countryside and had no idea about the situation there. Wang Zhaodi, on the other hand, was gloating and hoped to see how Suan would make a fool of himself. Although Sun Xinxin knew that Suan was strong and capable, she was still worried that Suan would lose. Suan was very clear about his own strength. After making a bet with Liao Hongxia, he changed to a normal farm tool and went to work. Sun Xinxin followed Suan like a little follower. Suan naturally saw the worry in Sun Xinxin's eyes when he looked at her, so she gave Sun Xinxin a comforting look. "Don't worry about me. I'll earn you 10 work points later to show you." Sun Xinxin was worried about Suan at first, but for some reason, after hearing what Suan said, she inexplicably developed a sense of trust in her. But the team leader Wang Weihua was very confident in Suan. He had seen the girl's strength, and there was absolutely no problem for her to earn 5 work points. If Suan couldn't do it, he would have stopped the girl from making a bet just now. Suan's job was originally to cut grass, and the team leader took good care of Suan and Sun Xinxin. After all, the two of them gave gifts. But the upper limit for cutting grass per day is only 4 work points, and this job is usually done by the children in the production team. The children are young, and the adults do and expect them to earn many work points. 2 or 3 work points a day are enough. Suan now wants to earn 5 work points, so he took the initiative to change his job from cutting grass to carrying soil. Once the soil is very heavy, this job is really not for ordinary people to do. It is done by the strong men in the team. Fortunately, Although it is heavy and tiring to carry, the work of carrying soil is rewarding. Suin took the shoulder pole and began to carry one shoulder pole at a time. Many team members wanted to watch the fun, but when they saw Suin working, they were all shocked. Suin looked delicate on the surface, but now, she was carrying such heavy soil at a brisk pace. Seeing Suin moving forward tirelessly, he carried several loads in a short while. After Suin carried several more loads in a row, everyone was still immersed in shock and had not recovered. Suin had carried all the soil in this area, and then some people came back to their senses. This is not a human being. This is simply a monster. But Suin is not only capable, but also as tireless as an old cow, without taking a break in the middle. The team leader reacted and quickly stopped Suin. Okay, Su Jiqing, you don't have to work anymore. Suin looked at Wang Weihua in confusion. Ah, Captain, is it my fault? Is there something wrong with the way I picked the soil? Wang Weihua looked at Suin. How could she fail to meet the standards? The male members of the production team might not pick as good a soil as Suin. No, your quantity has reached the standard. Just look at the soil you picked, which is already 10 centimeters. So you don't have to work anymore. Even if you pick more, I can only give you 10 work points at most. Suin finally understood. She had finished the work, so she certainly didn't want to do more. Although she was strong, she was not selfless and dedicated like an ox. Okay, Captain, then I won't do it, Suin said, straightening up. The eyes of the team members around him looking at Su and can no longer be described as looking at a monster. Anyway, Suin opened everyone's eyes today. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would not have thought that Suin was so capable. Originally, the team members disliked the female educated youth arranged by the higher-ups, but when someone like Suin came, the team members felt like they had found a treasure. The team leader asked the scorekeeper to write down Suin's work points in the scorebook. After waiting for the work points to be recorded, Suin went to find Liao Hongxia. They had made a bet just now. Now that she had earned 10 work points, she must make this woman apologize to her as soon as possible. Liao Hongxia didn't stare at Suin just now. When she saw Suin coming over and saying that she had earned 10 work points, she naturally didn't believe it. It hasn't been long since Suin earned 10 work points. Isn't this nonsense? Seeing that Liao Hongxia didn't believe it, Suin sneered. You cannot believe it. Go ask the team leader and the scorekeeper, and you'll know. At this time, a member of the brigade stood up and said to Liao Hongxia, Hongxia, don't disbelieve it. Su Jiqing really did the work of 10 work points. We all saw it. Yes, I saw it too. This girl is stronger than an ox. My goodness, I have never seen anyone with such great strength. Hongxia, you should apologize to her. She really earned 10 work points. You can't judge a person by his appearance. We really underestimated Su Jiqing this time. Liao Hongxia. Although she didn't want to believe it, these team members would not help the educated youth from outside. After Liao Hongxia found the captain to confirm the matter again, her face suddenly turned green. She really lost. Suin really earned 10 work points. Although Liao Hongxia didn't want to apologize, she made the promise herself. If she didn't apologize, she would be even more ashamed. There was no way. Liao Hongxia reluctantly apologized to Suin. Su Jiqing, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have looked down on you without clarifying the situation. I won't do it again. Looking at Liao Hongxia's insincere apology, Suin didn't hold on to it, but just snorted. Just know it later. Remember to send me better farm tools next time. Liao Hongxia had to grit her teeth. If she didn't give Suin better farm tools next time, Suin would probably have a reason to make a fuss. Seeing that Suin had earned 10 work points, Sun Xinxin came to Suin again like a little fangirl and said to Suin, aren't you too awesome? You earned 10 work points so quickly. I just heard from the old educated youth that it is very impressive to earn 4 work points on the first day. Facing Sun Xinxin's admiring eyes, Suin smiled and said, I am strong, you know that. Suin said, and began to help Sun Xinxin with the work. At this time, she has completed 10 work points. The production team of Yudo Village is very humane. You can go home early if you earn enough work points, and you don't have to spend all the time in the fields. The purpose of doing this is to encourage team members to improve efficiency and not to slack off. Suwon had nothing else to do at the moment. Thinking that Sun Shinshin was a very delicate girl, it would be better to help her finish the work. Sun Shinshin originally stopped her, but Suwon said, "I don't like cooking and doing housework. You should take more responsibility for the housework in the future. Working in the fields is all hard work, and Sun Shinshin is not good at it, but housework is relatively easy." Seeing Suwon say this, Sun Shinshin agreed. Suwon helped to share more of the work in the fields, and she would take care of the housework later. With the help of Suwon, Sun Shinshin's mowing work was finished half an hour early. Everyone had seen how Suwon reclaimed the land just now, and now seeing her mowing so fast, no one thought it was surprising. The old educated youth were really shocked by Suwon's performance today. Who would have thought that Suwon would be so strong? At this moment, Suwon became the focus of the whole team, and everyone was talking about why is Suwon so strong? The team leader recorded the work points for Sun Shinshin and then asked them to go back. It was still early, just past noon. Watching Sun Shinshin and Suwon leave, Wang Zhaodi curled her lips in jealousy. She was expecting to make fun of Suwon, but who knew this woman was so fierce? Seeing Sun Shinshin getting the advantage by following Suwon and not having to work hard, she became more and more uncomfortable. On the first day in the countryside, Wang Zhaodi really couldn't do the work in the fields. She had only worked for a while, but her palms felt red. Suwon was so capable, why couldn't she help her a little? Suwon and Sun Shinshin went back. The two of them went to the educated youth point. After they returned, they cleaned up first, and after resting for a while, Sun Shinshin began to cook for Suwon. For lunch, Sun Shinshin went to the vegetable garden to pick some green peppers and made a dish of scrambled eggs with green peppers, which was very delicious. In addition, Sun Shinshin also made a braised eggplant dish. Suwon ate 4 large bowls of rice by herself. Seeing Suwon eat so much, Sun Shinshin was almost jaw-dropping. Although she knew that the food she cooked was delicious, Suwon ate too much, didn't he? 4 large bowls of rice for a meal. How could she finish it? She felt a little full after eating a bowl of rice. Suwon didn't look like someone who could eat a lot. It was really hard. Thinking of such a big appetite. Suwon felt that he had expended a lot of energy working in the morning, so he was very hungry now. While catalyzing superpowers, a lot of physical energy will be consumed, and only by eating more can the physical energy be replenished. After they finished their lunch, the old educated youths finished their work and returned to the educated youth point. Sun Shinshin hurriedly put away the dishes and chopsticks. It was good for them to eat early and avoid these old educated youths. Otherwise, Suwon and Sun Shinshin's good meals would easily attract their attention. Especially, there is a Wang Zhaodi on the educated youth side, who likes to take advantage of others the most. Seeing that Sun Shinshin and Suwon had already eaten, Wang Zhaodi looked at herself, who was exhausted, and she became sarcastic. Su Jiqing is really capable. Since he is so capable, he doesn't even know to help the rest of us educated youths so that we can come back early and have more rest. Wang Zhaodi said this deliberately to create hatred for Suwon and to make other old educated youth have a problem with her. Suwon understood what Wang Zhaodi meant. She sneered, "I help you with the work, but your work points are credited to me? You are so beautiful. I'm not your mother. Why should I help you?" Wang Zhaodi originally thought that other old educated youth would speak up for her, but no one paid any attention to her. The old educated youth would not be stupid enough to respond to Wang Zhaodi. First, Suwon did not look like someone who was easy to mess with, so there was no need to make enemies with Suwon. Second, if they spoke up for Wang Zhaodi, they would be implicated in the future, and Wang Zhaodi might even ask them to help her with work one day. The old educated youth did not want to take advantage of Suwon, let alone be taken advantage of by Wang Zhaodi. It is better to stay away from such lazy people who like to rely on others. Seeing that no one spoke up for her, Wang Zhaodi felt that she could not continue the show alone. Facing Suwon's fierce eyes, she dared not say anything more. While waiting for the meal to be over, Suwon said to Sun Shinshin, "You rest here, I'll go up the mountain." Sun Shinshin looked at Suan in confusion. Ah? And then you want to go up the mountain? Why go up the mountain? I'll find you some meat. I'm free this afternoon anyway, so I might as well go up the mountain and see if I can get some good stuff back. Sun Shinshin heard from the team members that it was dangerous to have wild beasts on the mountain. So when she saw Suan was about to go up the mountain, she reminded him of this, and then, it's dangerous to have wild beasts on the mountain. Will it be unsafe for you to go alone? Suan smiled. No. If they encounter wild beasts, they will be the ones who are unsafe. You've seen my abilities, don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Sun Shinshin thought that Suan was extremely strong, and he probably could really guarantee his own safety. Okay, and then you be careful. Got it. Wait for my good news. Suan packed her things and headed for the mountain. She carried a backpack and a knife on her back. In fact, she didn't need to bring a knife. When she encountered prey, she could just use her supernatural powers. But she had to pretend on the surface in case there were people around. She couldn't use her supernatural powers. Suan was not familiar with the situation in the mountains. After all, it was her first time in the Yudo village production team. But this did not affect Suan. She had experienced survival in the wilderness at the end of the world, and had her own experience in exploring the mountains, so she would not get lost in the mountains. Suan set off for the mountains. At this time, the forest vegetation was dense, and the mountain road was not easy to walk on. There were many thorns on the road, and Suan avoided them. But compared to the foot of the mountain, the temperature in the forest was low, and it didn't feel hot walking in it. Unlike working in the fields, it was not as hot as working in the fields. Under the scorching sun, you will be sweating profusely in the late summer. Suan walked through the mountains and forests. I have to say that the northeast is better. There are no such rich mountains in the northwest, and it is impossible to go into the mountains to hunt. After walking for a while, Suan encountered some wild fruits and picked them. At this time, the team did not grow fruits, so these wild fruits became good things. After walking for a while, Suan encountered a large pool of water in the mountains. Above the pool was a stream. The water in the pool was very clear. The pool was so big, could there be fish in it? Suan picked up the stick on the ground, then sharpened the dagger and searched in the water. Sure enough, Suan found several fish in the water. Suan took the wooden stick and stabbed it accurately at the fish in the water. When Suan took the wooden stick out of the water, a fat fish was already stuck on it. Big and beautiful fish. Suan followed the same operation, inserted it several times in succession, and caught several big fat fish. Not bad, enough for a few meals. She tied the fish with a straw rope and then carried it in her hand. Since they were already going up the mountain, it would not be enough to just get a few fish. Suan planned to catch more prey. Even if she and Sun Shinshin couldn't eat them all, she could still sell them on the black market. Now she has more than 2,000 yuan in her hand, but if she wants to live a good life in the future, it would be best to save more money in advance so that she will have the capital to make various investments after the reform and opening up. With money, she will have more capital to protect herself. Suan walked up along the direction of the pool and soon found a noise in the bushes next to the water's edge. A pheasant? This was the first thought that came to Suan's mind. Sure enough, she found a pheasant in the bushes. When she saw the pheasant at that moment, Suan's eyes lit up. She prefers meat to fish. After all, fish meat doesn't have much oil, and it's not as delicious as chicken meat. Thinking of the fragrant chicken soup, Suan has begun to swallow her saliva. She slowed down her steps. These pheasants obviously didn't expect anyone to approach. Suan didn't have a gun or other tools at the moment, but it didn't prevent her from hunting these pheasants. She picked up a few stones from the ground. As Suan threw the stones, they hit the pheasants accurately. The pheasants fell to the ground and were motionless in an instant. Suan walked to the bushes and picked up a few pheasants. Well, this time the harvest was quite good, a total of 5 pheasants. Originally, Suan wanted to try her luck in the mountains, but she got a lot of fish and pheasants, which were enough for her to eat for a while, so Suan went back to hunt. As soon as Suan left, 2 figures in the bushes appeared and stared at the direction where Suan left in a swagger. Guo Miao exclaimed, "Brother Ting, was that woman a monster?" Her accuracy in shooting wild chickens is better than those of us who have practiced shooting professionally. Lu Zhenting had just witnessed Su En's skills. That woman was indeed terrifyingly strong. Not only was she good at sniping, but the aura she exuded when shooting chickens was not that of an ordinary person. TSK, and her ability to stab fish was also amazing. She hit the target every time. Guo Miao recalled, and couldn't help but sigh. He had never admired any woman so much. Su En today refreshed his understanding of female comrades. It turns out that women are not all delicate, there are also very powerful ones. Lu Zhenting said, Guo Miao shouted again, Brother Ting, if this person can be recruited into our team, such a talent will definitely make our organization shine. Lu Zhenting knew that people like Su En were very powerful, but he said, first investigate where this person came from. Don't let him be a spy from the enemy country. When Guo Miao heard what Lu Zhenting said, his heart tightened immediately. Oh, how could a normal person have such skills? This girl is probably not normal. The two of them went to the countryside to work as educated youth in the production team of Yudo Village this time, to secretly investigate the spies. Qingshui County was not normal during this period. Except for Guo Miao and Lu Zhenting, other communes and production teams were arranged by their organization to work as educated youth to secretly investigate. Although Su En is indeed very strong, their team hopes to accept talents, but no matter what, the investigation still needs to be investigated. Su En Lu Zhenting was going to investigate who it was, in order to prevent the spies from damaging China's interests. Su En, on the other hand, went down the mountain with 6 fish in one hand and 5 pheasants in the other. At this moment, the team members were basically working, so Su En didn't show off when carrying these things. If he met someone and was seen, he might be envied. The old educated youths hadn't returned from work yet, and there was only Sun Xinxin at the educated youth point. Seeing Su En coming back, Sun Xinxin ran out of the house excitedly. When she saw what Su En was holding in his hand, Sun Xinxin became even more excited. Anan, how can you be so amazing? You just went up the mountain and brought back so many good things. Looking at the little girl's excitement, Su En's lips curled up slightly. Be low-key, be calm. If you shout, the whole team will know about it later. Sun Xinxin immediately lowered her voice. Okay, I know, and then I'll be low-key. Su En put the things down, picked a fish and a pheasant, and sent them to the captain's house. She and Sun Xinxin couldn't eat so much, so it was better to send some benefits to the captain's family. She hoped that after sending the things, the captain would pay more attention to the progress of their house construction, so that her and Sun Xinxin's house could be built earlier and they could move out earlier. Su En planned to give the old educated youth another fish and a pheasant. Living under the same roof, if you don't share the good things you get, it's easy to make others jealous, and someone might do something secretly behind your back to cheat you. But when they move out, Su En and Sun Xinxin don't have to share any good things. Sun Xinxin was already processing the fish and pheasants that Su En had brought back. Su En asked Sun Xinxin to make soup with 2 pheasants, and the other 2 pheasants would be eaten tomorrow. As for the fish, she let the girl do it according to her own ideas, and she would not interfere. Sun Xinxin planned to make a sweet and sour fish for Su En. The pheasant was directly stewed in soup as Su En said, and the taste of the chicken soup was very good. Su En watched Sun Xinxin busying herself. The little girl couldn't do heavy work, but she was very good at cooking. While waiting for their dinner to be ready, the other educated youths came back with tired bodies. When they came back, they smelled the aroma of meat. Wang Zhaodi immediately came over to ask Su En and Sun Xinxin, "Are you eating meat?" Su En. This woman's nose is sharper than a dog's. Su En ignored Wang Zhaodi but said to Lin Aodong, "Lin, educated youth, I went up the mountain to catch fish and shot a few pheasants. I will give you a fish and a pheasant. You can cook them later." The old educated youth were very happy when they heard that there were fish and pheasants to eat. They felt a little jealous when they saw Su En and Sun Xinxin eating well. But now Su En actually shared food with them, and they could also eat meat. The jealousy in their hearts disappeared, and they were very grateful to Su En for letting them benefit from it and eat meat again. The old educated youth happily prepared the fish and pheasants, while Su-in and Sun Xinshin ate dinner happily. Not to mention, the sweet and sour fish made by Sun Xinshin was really unique, even better than what Su-in had eaten in the restaurant. The chicken soup was also delicious. The ingredients at that time were different from those in later generations. They were pure, it's wild, and tastes much better than those farmed with technology in later generations. The meals made by Sun Xinshin were quite large, and Su-in ate 4 large bowls of rice again. After dinner, Su-in and Sun Xinshin washed up and went to bed early. The old educated youths had started eating meat again, and although each person didn't get much meat, they were satisfied to have a bite. The next day, Su-in and Sun Xinshin continued to work. Having seen Su and strength, Liao Hongxia didn't dare to give Su-in the worn-out farm tools this time. While waiting to start the farm work, the members of the Yudo village production team once again saw Su-in riding away. Farm work that others can't finish in a day, she finished it all in an hour. After Su-in finished her own work, she also helped Sun Xinshin with her share. The two of them finished work early and went back home just like yesterday. Wang Zhaodi stared at the direction where the two of them left with jealousy. Her hands were all rubbed raw, and Su-in didn't know how to help her for a while, but only knew how to help Sun Xinshin, the capitalist lady. When she went back, Tao Danny sent some pickled sauerkraut and pickled bamboo shoots. Su-in sent a fish and a pheasant yesterday, and she also wanted to bring something back. But the country people didn't have many good things, so Tao Danny could only get some sauerkraut she made at home and send it over. No matter whether the things are good or not, it is at least a little thought. Of course, Su-in and Sun Xinshin did not dislike the things Tao Danny sent. Although they are not valuable, they can improve the taste. After Tao Danny sent the things, she mentioned to Su-in and Sun Xinshin that they had arranged for someone to build their house. This time, the team leaders specially found a few more people, hoping to help them finish the construction earlier. Because the house Su-in needs to build is not big, 3 bedrooms and a living room will do, and it is estimated that it can be completed in a week if it is done quickly. Su-in knew that the things were not sent in vain, and people will pay more attention to your affairs after sending things. Tao Danny went back after sending the things. Sun Xinshin took the pickled cabbage and pickled bamboo shoots she sent and planned to make lunch. And how about I make you a pickled fish and a stewed chicken with pickled bamboo shoots at noon? Su-in nodded. Okay, you decide on this matter. Sun Xinshin is a good cook, and any dish she makes tastes good, so Su-in let her arrange it. The little girl began to work busily, slicing the fish into thin slices, which would be put into the pot and cooked with sauerkraut later. The pheasant also had to be cut into small stews, fried in the pot, and then stewed with sour bamboo shoots. Su-in was sitting next to her with his legs crossed, reading a book, and waiting happily for Sun Xinshin to finish and start eating. Compared to his previous life, life in this life is a real enjoyment. After the 2 meat dishes were ready, Sun Xinshin added a portion of cold cucumber, and then the two of them started eating. The sauerkraut fish tasted good, but what impressed Su-in was the stewed chicken with sour bamboo shoots. Delicious. The food was quite a lot, but Su-in ate it all in the end. Su-in, who was full and satisfied, rubbed his stomach with satisfaction. Su-in didn't need to clean up the dishes. Sun Xinshin took over the job. In the afternoon, Su-in planned to go up the mountain again to try his luck. Just like yesterday, Su-in went up the mountain. Compared with yesterday, Su-in's luck seemed to be better today. He killed 3 hares, 5 pheasants, and 2 wild boars weighing 300 kilograms. Su-in planned to take out a hare and put the rest into the space to find it tomorrow. When he had the chance, he went to the county town and sold the wild boars. Just 2 wild boars weighing 300 kilograms, according to the black market price of 1 yuan per kilogram of meat, Su-in could earn several hundred yuan by selling these 2 wild boars. This trip was a good harvest. Seeing that it was getting late, Su-in carried a wild rabbit down the mountain. Sun Xinshin had been waiting for Su-in at the educated youth point for a long time. Seeing that Su-in came back later today than yesterday, she was a little worried that Su-in might have an accident on the mountain. Now that she saw that Su-in was safe, Sun Xinshin finally let go of her worries. And then you are so awesome. You caught some game again. Suan smiled. Yes, since we are going up the mountain, how can we not bring back some game? I'll go and take care of it. We'll stew rabbit meat tonight. Okay. Suan first took care of the rabbit, peeled off the rabbit skin, and put it away. He could make rabbit leather gloves or rabbit leather hats later. This kind of fur is the warmest thing, and it is just right to use it in the cold winter in the Northeast. While waiting for the rabbit to be processed and dug, Sun Xinshin was in charge of cooking. The little girl's cooking skills are really amazing, and soon the fragrant smell of rabbit meat came. At this time, the old educated youth also came back from work. Smelling the aroma of meat, they guessed that Suan had caught prey in the mountains again. This Sioux-educated youth is really amazing. Not only is he so hardworking, but he can also hunt. The educated youth from the city went to the countryside to suffer, but Suan seemed to be enjoying life. Because a portion had been given to the old educated youth yesterday, Suan did not give them any more today. Although the old educated youth were greedy for meat, they also knew that this was the prey Suan brought back. People were grateful to her for giving them a little yesterday, so why should she give them more? Watching Sun Xinshin and Suan eating meat, Wang Zhaodi was unhappy when she saw that Suan did not give them any more. But she did not dare to complain in front of Suan, and only dared to complain in front of the old educated youth. Su Jiqing is so stingy. He can't even give them a bowl of meat from a big pot. None of the old educated youths agreed with Wang Zhaodi's words. They all thought Wang Zhaodi was shameless. Do you really think meat is cabbage? Can people give it to you for free? You are dreaming. Wang Zhaodi was even more upset when she saw that no one paid attention to her. Don't you want to eat meat? Sun Jiqing has so much meat, so what if she shares some with us? Don't we Jiqing help each other and share together? Tao Xiangqin looked at Wang Zhaodi like she was an idiot. If you want to eat meat, don't come and instigate us. Go to Su Jiqing and ask for it yourself. Now you are talking in front of us. Don't you want us to take the lead? Wang Zhaodi's face turned red after being exposed by Tao Xiangqin. She really wanted the old Jiqing to take the lead because she didn't dare to go by herself. Suan didn't like her and would definitely not give her meat. But the old Jiqing was different. Suan had just come here and might not dare to offend them. Now the old Jiqing didn't want to, so Wang Zhaodi could only watch Suan and Sun Xinshin eat meat with jealous eyes. There was a lot of meat in the evening, but even though the portion was large, Suan still ate it all. After eating and drinking, she happily washed up and went to bed. After everyone fell asleep, Suan entered the space and processed the 2 wild boars in the space. Tomorrow, she will go to the black market and sell the finished meat directly. After Suan finished work the next day, she told the team leader about her going to the county town. The team leader didn't have any objections to this. Suan had finished her work, and it was her freedom to arrange the rest of her time. This time, Suan went to the county town to sell the game she caught in the mountains to the black market. She definitely couldn't come back for lunch, so she said to Sun Xinshin, "Xinshin, you don't have to wait for me to eat at noon. Just eat by yourself. I may not be back until the afternoon." Sun Xinshin nodded. "Okay, and I know you go to the county town alone and be careful. Don't worry, I'm the only one who can beat the bad guys, and no bad guys can hurt me." Sun Xinshin was naturally clear about Su and strength, so she said Suan left the Yudo village production team directly. When going to the county town this time, it would be better to get a bicycle. When she gets the prey, she may have to go to the county town to sell it frequently, and it is not convenient without a bicycle. However, Suan did not have a bicycle ticket, and a bicycle is not cheap. If the money and the ticket are added together, it is estimated that she will have to prepare 200 yuan. Suan plans to look at the scrapyard. If she can find parts to assemble a bicycle, it will be much more cost-effective. It takes about 2 hours to take a bullock cart to the county town. Suan trotted all the way there just as a physical exercise. It took more than an hour to get to the county town. The weather is still a little hot at this time, and a layer of sweat appeared on Suan's back. Suan took some spiritual spring water from the space and drank it. The whole body felt comfortable and light. When she arrived at the county town, Suan first went into the space to change her clothes. Since she was going to the black market, she couldn't show her true face. If she was spotted, she would be in a lot of trouble. Sue-An's originally fair skin was smeared black, and her face was covered with pockmarks. Even her mother might not recognize her. Sue-An was quite satisfied with her outfit. It was a little ugly, but the uglier, the safer. Sue-An walked around the county town and soon found the black market without asking anyone. The black market was at the entrance of a small alley. There were people guarding the place, and it cost 10 cents to enter. But the money was not paid in vain. If she met someone who came to catch the black market, she would be notified in time. Sue-An paid the money and went to the alley. She had a headscarf on her head, and she looked rustic. Most people who came to the black market were buyers. Sue-An put some meat in a basket covered with cloth. When she saw a well-dressed older sister, she stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Elder sister, I have meat. Do you want to buy meat?" When the older sister heard Sue-An say that she had meat, a flash of excitement flashed in her eyes, and then she nodded quickly, "Yes." "How much is a pound?" "Wild boar meat, $1.02 a pound. No ticket is needed." The price of domestic pork on the market is only 80 cents to $1 a pound, but you need a meat ticket. The price of wild boar meat is relatively low, but if you don't need a ticket, $1.02 per pound of meat is not expensive. When the elder sister heard the price Sue-An quoted, she thought it was quite appropriate, so she asked, "How much do you have? How much do you want?" When the elder sister heard Sue-An say this, she knew that she had a lot of meat. "Give me 3. No, just 4 pounds. It's not easy to buy meat these days. An employee only gets 2 or 3 pounds of meat tickets a month. How can a family eat enough?" Most of the people on the black market sell grains. It's rare to meet people selling fine grains, and meat is even rarer. Since it's rare to meet, shouldn't you buy more at a time? If you can't eat it, just smear it with salt, and it won't go bad for a few more days. Sue-An responded, "Okay." As she said that, she took a piece of meat from the basket and weighed it in front of the elder sister. "Sister, 4 pounds and 2 ounces, counted as 4 pounds. When the elder sister heard that Sue-An gave 2 ounces more meat, she felt that she had taken a lot of advantage, so she paid very readily. Sue-An took the money and put it directly into the space. The space is much safer than the outside, so there is no need to worry about being stolen. After completing one deal, Sue-An completed 3 more deals, selling a total of more than 10 kilograms of meat. After waiting for this batch to be sold out, Sue-An went out for a walk and came to the black market again with a basket of meat. If she continued to sell, it would be unreasonable to take out too much meat, and it would be easy for people to target her and expose the secret of the space. In this way, Sue-An continued to complete several deals on the black market. Because meat is relatively rare, it is easy to sell it as long as it is sold. Seeing that the time is almost up, Sue-An plans to go to eat first and then come to the black market to sell goods later. More than 50 kilograms of meat were sold in the morning. At the price of 1.2 cents per kilogram, Sue-An earned more than 60 yuan. There are more than 400 kilograms of pure meat in the space. If all of them are sold, they can earn 600 to 700 yuan. It's just that the speed of delivery is a bit slow. I don't know if I can sell all the goods before returning to the production team in the afternoon. Sue-An changed back to her original outfit and went to the state-owned restaurant. There is only one state-owned restaurant in the county. It is lunchtime now, and there are many people in the restaurant. Sue-An went directly to the counter and looked at today's supply. Well, the supply is good. In her previous life, she ate too badly after going to the countryside. In this life, she has money and must eat more good food. Isn't she making money now for enjoyment? Thinking of how she worked as a workhorse for the Sue family in her previous life, reluctant to eat and drink, and finally got a bargain for that family of vampires, Sue-An wanted to complain that she was stupid. "Big sister, I want a portion of braised pork and 4 bowls of rice." She ordered the braised pork based on who was watching. It was shiny and delicious. At this time, it was all authentic local pork, and there was no doubt that it was very fragrant. The waitress was a young woman in her 20s. Seeing that Sue-An looked younger and prettier than her, but called her sister, she felt good immediately. So she smiled and said to Sue-An, "Okay, but isn't it too much for you to ask for 4 bowls of rice? Are you eating alone or with others?" The waiter asked this question when he saw that there was no one following Suin. Suin said, "It's okay, big sister. I have a big appetite and can eat more.
Just give me 4 bowls of white rice."
Seeing Suin say this, the waiter didn't say much. Suin paid the money and the ticket, just sat down and waited, and someone would bring it to her later. The conversation between Suin and the waiter just now attracted the attention of the guests of the state-owned restaurant. When they heard that Suin, a skinny girl, wanted 4 large bowls of rice, everyone showed an expression of disbelief. Coincidentally, Lu Jinting and Guo Miao were eating at the state-owned restaurant and saw this scene. Guo Miao pushed Lu Jinting hurriedly. "Brother Ting, look, it's that woman." Lu Jinting naturally saw Suin as well. Suin's strong skills were deeply imprinted in his memory, so some people might forget them after seeing them once, but Suin was unforgettable. I didn't expect to meet her again in the state-owned restaurant. Her good skills last time were enough to shock people, and now she said she wanted to eat 4 bowls of rice, which shocked Lu Jinting again. Just as Lu Jinting and Guo Miao were staring at Suin, Suin ordered the food and walked to the seat opposite them and sat down. Now the tables in state-owned restaurants are all square wooden tables with a long wooden bench on each side. If there is an empty seat, you can sit down. Even if you don't know each other, you can get a table together. Waiting for Suin to sit down, I found that the 2 men sitting opposite were much more handsome than ordinary people. Especially one of them, comparable to a male star. He has a cold face, and his high nose bridge is very superior. Not only are they good-looking, but they both have a resolute temperament, which is not seen in many pretty boys. Suin has lived 2 lives, and it's not that he hasn't seen good-looking men before, but it's really rare to see such a good-looking and good-tempered man. When Suin found herself staring at them, the 2 men also stared at her. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman?" Although she admitted that the 2 men opposite were quite handsome, Suin felt very uncomfortable with their inquiring eyes. Lu Jinting and Guo Miao didn't expect Suin to have such a fierce temper. After being scolded by Suin, Lu Jinting and Guo Miao had to stop their curious gaze. Suin crossed her legs and waited for a while, and then saw the waiter brought up the food she ordered. A portion of greasy braised pork, accompanied by 4 large bowls of rice, was appetizing just by looking at it. Suin picked up a piece of braised pork and tasted it. Well, the chef's skills in this state-owned restaurant are indeed impeccable. In addition, the pork tasted good at this time and was very fragrant. 1 bite of meat, 1 bite of rice. Suin did not waste the broth of the braised pork and ate it with white rice. Finally, 4 large bowls of rice were eaten. Suin felt full, but she felt that she was not completely full, so she asked the waiter to add 2 steamed buns. Suin ate 4 large bowls of rice plus 2 steamed buns in one breath, and the people who witnessed her appetite exclaimed. Guo Miao wanted to say something to Lu Jinting, but Suin was sitting opposite him, and it was not easy to talk about her in front of others, so he could only try his best to bear it. After Suin finished the meal, she wiped the corners of her mouth and left the state-owned restaurant with satisfaction. As soon as Suin left, Guo Miao pulled Lu Jinting and said, "Brother Ting, this woman is amazing. She has such a big appetite. Even pigs can't eat as much as she does." After Guo Miao finished speaking, some people in the state-owned restaurant started to talk about it. That female comrade just now was such a big eater. She looked skinny, but how could she eat so much in one breath? An older lady said, "Oh, she is so beautiful. I was thinking of introducing her to my son, but she is such a big eater. If she marries someone, she will make him poor." After the older lady finished speaking, another woman followed up, "Yeah, what's the use of being beautiful? Most people can't afford to support someone who eats so much." Lu Jinting heard the discussions about Suin around him and twitched his mouth speechlessly. What are these people talking about? With Suin's skills, why does she need to rely on others to support her? She can support herself wherever she goes. Suin didn't know that she had become the topic of conversation in the state-owned restaurant. After eating and drinking, she went to the space again, changed her clothes, and then went to the black market. After selling a few pounds of meat in the black market, she was approached by a young man. "Comrade, I see you have a lot of goods. Our boss wants to make a deal with you. I wonder if you are interested? Suin has sold a lot of meat in the black market today, which naturally attracted the attention of people here. Seeing someone coming to her door, Suin thought that it is not impossible to cooperate. The speed of her shipping alone is too slow. She probably won't be able to sell all the meat in her hands by the time she returns to the production team. If she can find a dealer to cooperate with, the speed of shipping will be much faster. She doesn't care if the price is lowered. Anyway, there are many prey in the mountains, and she can continue to hunt a lot. If it can save time and ensure safety, it doesn't matter if she earns less. Suin asked first, I still have 500 kilograms of wild boar meat. How much can you offer? If the price is too low, then forget it. Hearing that Suin still had 500 kilograms of wild boar meat, the young man became energetic. Our boss said that we will sell a kilogram of wild boar meat at your current price of 1.2 yuan per kilogram. What do you think? Suin had no objection. She originally thought that if she could sell it at 1 yuan per kilogram, she would agree to cooperate. Although a kilogram of meat is 20 cents cheaper, it is not enough to sell it in large quantities. It is just like wholesale in the 21st century. If the quantity is large, you can get a little price discount. She sells it to dealers, and they have to resell it. They always need to make some money. No problem. Wait for me. I'll get the meat for you first. Okay, this is our cart. You can use it. 400 or 500 kilograms of meat. The young man felt that it would take a lot of effort for Suin to get it. Suin looked at the cart and felt that she didn't need it because she could carry it directly. But since it is available, let's use it. It's better to put 400 or 500 kilograms of things on the cart to be low-key. Suin pushed the cart, turned a few alleys, and found a place where no one was around to push the things back. Come on, take me there. The young man took Suin to see his boss. The boss of this black market is called Li San, and people on the street call him Third Master. Suin didn't know him. After all, he had just come to Liao province, but when the young man talked about his boss, he almost praised Li San to the sky. Suin was quickly led to an independent courtyard. Our boss is here. I'll knock on the door. The young man who led the way knocked on the door first and exchanged the secret code, and the people inside opened the door. Then several strong men came out of the house and helped move the wild boar meat on the cart to the yard. Suin followed into the house. After entering, I realized that the yard was really big. At the same time, Suin also met Li San. Master San, these wild boar meat weighs a total of 452 kilograms. Li San's men weighed it and reported the weight to Li San. Hearing that there was so much meat, Li San's smile became more intense. More than 400 kilograms of wild boar meat. This portion is really a lot, and a big order came today. Suin looked at Li San, who was probably in his 30s, dressed like a human being, and had a kind of violent aura on him. However, no matter how violent a person is, Suin is not afraid because no matter what, it can't compare to the zombies of the end of the world. She even defeated the zombie king, so how could she be afraid of Li San? Li San also looked at Suin in front of him. Looking at the thin, dark and ugly little girl, Li San was not very interested in her. But what made Li San curious was that Suin was not afraid of him. In the past, let alone women, even men would be shocked by his aura when they saw him. Suin was the first person who dared to look him in the face like this. Suin looked at Li San for a while. Without wasting words with him, he stretched out his hand and said to Li San, $1.20 per pound of meat. There are 452 pounds of meat. I'll give you 450 pounds, and give me a total of $540. But Li San did not take out the money, but stared at Suin and smiled. $1.20 per pound is too expensive. How about this? I'll give you 50 cents per pound. Suin narrowed his eyes and stared at Li San with sharp eyes. What do you mean? I agreed before that I would only deliver it at $1.20. Since it's 50 cents per pound, forget it. I'll take this meat back and won't sell it. Suin said, and was about to take his own meat, but was stopped by Li San's men. Li San looked down at Suin. You can't just say you don't want to sell it now. If you know what's good for you, just pay 50 cents a pound and leave. Otherwise, don't even think about getting a penny. Little girl, if I were you, I would be smarter. Accept the price of 50 cents a pound, and you can still make a little money. If you don't know what's good for you, you won't even think about getting a penny. Suwon now understood that she was being robbed by a thief. Her eyes suddenly became a little colder. "Want to rob me? Then we'll see if you have the ability to do it." Seeing Suwon like this, Lee San and his men didn't take her seriously. After all, Suwon was just a woman. They had so many skilled people together, but if they couldn't handle a little girl, how could they survive in the underworld? "Little girl, you are so arrogant. Can you hurt our third master? Get out of here now. Although we don't hit women easily, we will still beat those who are not sober," Lee San's men said, and pushed Suwon. Then there was the scream of Lee San's men. He was about to push Suwon's hand, but Suwon broke it directly. Lee San and other men obviously didn't expect this situation. How can Suwon be so strong? Is this still a woman? After Suwon dealt with this man, he walked towards Lee San. When Lee San's other men saw that the boss might be in danger, they all rushed toward Suwon. Suwon quickly dealt with Lee San's men, but in just a dozen seconds, the ground in the yard was full of people. Lee San naturally also saw Suwon's skills. This is not a human, it's simply a monster. Lee San had done thieves before, but this was the first time he had encountered a tough guy. Seeing that Suwon was coming towards him to deal with him, Lee San immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. "Auntie, spare me. Auntie, spare me. I am ignorant and have offended you. I will never dare to do it again next time." Suwon looked at Lee San kneeling on the ground and sneered. He was really a coward. He was so cowardly at the beginning. "I can spare you, but give me the money." Lee San immediately asked someone to bring 540 yuan. He dared not to pay a penny of the money that should be settled to Suwon. Suwon looked at the money Lee San sent and sneered. "Is that all? Shouldn't you bring more money to compensate me?" Lee San saw that Suwon wanted to cheat him in return. Although he was not happy, he still obediently asked someone to bring a lot of money and bills to Suwon. "Auntie, this is all I have here. I will give it all to you. What do you think?" Suwon looked at the money and tickets that Lee San handed over. The tickets were mainly for various fabrics, cotton tickets, meat tickets, and the like. There were also tickets for large items, such as watch tickets, sewing machine tickets, and radio tickets. There were 3,200 yuan in money alone. When Suwon saw the money and tickets, she didn't expect to make a fortune this time. Holding Lee San's money and tickets, Suwon said with satisfaction, "I'll spare you this time. Stay away from me next time you see me." Lee San nodded quickly. Yes, yes, yes. Encountering such a monster, Lee San would not dare to provoke him again. Suwon thought of something, stared at Lee San and said, "Next time I will have more goods to send to you. I recognize you. It's so hard to sell the goods by myself. It's better to sell them to Lee San." After teaching Lee San such a big lesson today, this person will probably not dare to cheat her again in the future. Lee San didn't know whether to be happy or sad. If he could continue to receive such good goods, Lee San would naturally be happy. But thinking that Suwon was so cruel, Lee San thought about not having any contact with her again. But the next time Suwon came to his door, he really didn't dare to play the trick of robbing again. "Okay, Andy, if you have the goods, just send them here, and I will give you the best price." Suwon left with satisfaction. Looking at Suwon's departing back, Lee San breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had sent away the devil. Thinking about it, it was always him, Lee San, who was robbing people in the past, and this was the first time he was robbing someone. I don't know what kind of fairy this woman is, and how can she be so powerful? Why has he never heard of her before in the underworld? Is he a new person in Qingshui County? After Suwon left Lee San, she went to the scrapyard. She wanted to see if she could find parts to assemble a bicycle. If there were no parts, she would just buy a new one. But buying a new one might cost more money. This time, she got more than 3,000 yuan from Lee San for free, so she didn't have to worry about money. Now she wants to assemble it herself. Saving money is secondary. The most important thing is that the old bicycle is not so ostentatious. If she buys a new bicycle and rides it back to the production team, it will definitely attract people's attention. After Sue-in went to the scrapyard, she was lucky and found a lot of assembly parts there. These parts were sold at the price of scrap. After getting all the parts, Sue-in went to weigh them and spent only 4 yuan in total. After buying the parts, Sue-in sat down to assemble and splice them.
Hey.
Brother Ting, look, is that woman? What is she doing? It seems like she is assembling a bicycle with scrap parts. Guo Miao and Lu Jinting passed by the scrapyard and saw Sue-in assembling a bicycle next to the scrapyard. Lu Jinting also stopped and stared at the scene of Sue-in assembling. Sue-in's movements were skillful, and the parts seemed to come alive in her hands. They were obviously discarded parts, but under Sue-in's assembly, the prototype of a bicycle slowly emerged. Lu Jinting was very perceptive and felt that Sue-in's ability in machinery was extraordinary. This woman must be investigated carefully, and there is a high possibility that she is a spy. He wanted to investigate when he saw Sue-in last time, but something delayed him. Sue-in spent more than half an hour and finally assembled a bicycle. Such a bicycle is definitely not as good as a normal new bicycle, but with limited parts, Sue-in is already very satisfied to be able to assemble a bicycle with basic functions. After all, the price is cheap. Sue-in tried it and thought it was okay. So she rode the bicycle, riding towards the direction of the production team of Yudo Village. Lu Jinting wanted to investigate Sue-in, so he had to know where she was from. He had seen her on the mountain before, and she must be from several nearby production teams, but he was not sure which production team she was from. Now he had to follow Sue-in and find out where she lived so that he could find out her identity and then start the investigation. Sue-in was riding a bicycle. It was much easier for her to have a bicycle than to run directly. When riding back, Sue-in quickly and keenly realized that she was being followed. Was it Li San's people? He had just hacked Li San, and Li San wanted to retaliate? But no matter whether it was or not, Sue-in would definitely make people regret it if they dared to do something to her. Sue-in accidentally fell off her bike. Ouch, my leg. My leg seems to be broken, it hurts. Sue-in fell to the ground with his car and finally screamed in pain. Seeing Sue-in like this, Lu Jinting, who had been following Sue-in, hurried forward to help Sue-in. Originally, he wanted to do good things and have contact with Sue-in so as to get closer to Sue-in and get to know Sue-in's identity for subsequent investigation. But just when Lu Jinting stepped forward to help Sue-in, he saw Sue-in grab his arm and then suddenly threw Lu Jinting to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Then Sue-in followed up with a kick directly in Lu Jinting's face. Lu Jinting obviously didn't expect this situation. He was beaten by Sue-in. He knew that Sue-in's sniping ability was very strong, but Lu Jinting didn't expect Sue-in to. His skills can be so neat and strong. He is one of the most outstanding people in the organization, but when he was in front of a little girl, he didn't even have the ability to fight back. It can be seen that this girl is stronger than him. Lu Jinting is now very sure that even if Sue-in is not a spy, she must be a person who has received professional training. Guo Miao, who was following behind, widened his eyes when he saw Lu Jinting being beaten so badly by Sue-in. This. How is it possible? He knew Lu Jinting's skills, so how could he be attacked by a woman? After Sue-in kicked Lu Jinting, she stepped on his chest with one foot, pressing Lu Jinting so that he could not get up. You followed me all the way. Tell me, what is your purpose? Sue-in looked down at Lu Jinting and questioned. After seeing the person on the ground clearly, Sue-in realized that this was the man who was eating opposite her. She even praised this man for being handsome. If she had known it was him, Sue-in should not have kicked him in the face just now. What a handsome face it was. Sue-in felt sorry for Lu Jinting's half-face that was swollen from being kicked. Lu Jinting didn't expect that Sue-in suddenly attacked him because she had discovered that he was following her. If a person without professional training, how could he have such alertness? Facing Sue-in's questioning, Lu Jinting certainly couldn't say that he followed her for investigation because he suspected she was a spy. His mind was working fast, and then he said to Sue-in, "Comrade, we have no ill intentions in following you. We just saw you at the state-owned restaurant. My friend thinks you are very beautiful, so he wants to know who you are, where you live, and get to know you." After Lu Jinting finished speaking, He quickly winked at Guamiao, who was following behind him. Guamiao. Why are you talking about him? He dared not provoke such a female villain. Especially looking at the half of Lu Jinting's face that was swollen from being kicked, Guamiao was really worried that he would also be treated like this. But now that Lu Jinting's eyes hinted at him, Guamiao had to stand up again. He looked at Suan with a flattering smile on his face. Yes, comrade, I think you are very beautiful. I want to get to know you. I wonder if you can give me a chance. Suan narrowed his eyes at Guamiao. This man is also very good-looking, but he is far inferior to Lu Jinting. If he likes her and the person she wants to get to know is Lu Jinting, Suan feels that he can still consider it. But as for Guamiao, Suan said directly, I don't like people like you. I have no interest in you, so I won't give you a chance to get to know you.
Don't follow me anymore.
If I find out that you are following me, don't blame me for giving you a punch. Suan finished speaking and moved his foot away from Lu Jinting's chest. Then he gave the two men a warning look before riding away. Knowing that Suan was not an ordinary person, Lu Jinting and Guamiao did not dare to follow and investigate rashly. Guamiao looked at Lu Jinting's face, looked at him with sympathy, and asked with concern, Brother Ting, your face. Does it hurt? Lu Jinting glanced at Guamiao speechlessly. Can you stop talking nonsense and get me the ointment to apply? Fortunately, they had suffered a lot of injuries and bumps during training before, and the organization prepared a special ointment for external injuries, which is better than the ones on the market. Hearing Lu Jinting's words, Guamiao immediately took out the ointment from his bag and helped Lu Jinting apply it to the injured part. Lu Jinting gasped in pain. Guamiao couldn't help but say, Brother Ting, that woman is too cruel. I have never seen such a cruel woman. Alas, women have to be gentler. With her like that, I don't think she will be able to get married in the future. Which man dares to marry her? Lu Jinting did not respond to Guamiao's words. With Su En's condition, who knows whether the other party would want to marry her or not? Thinking of what Su En said just now, Lu Jinting poked Guamiao in the heart. Don't worry about whether she can get married or not. Anyway, she doesn't like you and won't marry you even if she can't get married. After being reminded by Lu Jinting, Guamiao remembered what Su En said. That's right, that woman said she didn't like him. Although Guamiao didn't think he was a peerless, handsome man, he didn't look bad, did he? In the organization, his popularity was only slightly lower than Lu Jinting's, and there were still many women who liked him. Many of the female soldiers in the art troupe had written love letters to him. But in the eyes of Su En, he was not favored. Guamiao felt that his personal charm was questioned. It must be that Su En, that woman, had no taste. The short-sighted Su En rode a bicycle and returned to the Yudo Village production team in less than an hour. Su En sighed that bicycles were still faster. In the future, she estimated that she would be able to catch some prey every few days. If she needed to go to the county town frequently, a bicycle would be indispensable. Su En came back at this time just in time for the team members to get off work. Seeing Su En coming back, everyone was attracted to him, because they saw that Su En actually rode a bicycle. In the entire Yudo Village production team, only the team leader's family had a half-old bicycle, but Su En actually rode a bicycle back. Oh, Su Jiqing, you actually bought a bicycle. My goodness, your family is too rich, right? You can even afford a bicycle? An old lady asked Su En with shining eyes. The team members all called this old lady Erganyang, and she saw Su En on the day she first came to the production team. At first, she saw that Su En was beautiful, but she mocked that beauty could not be eaten, and she did not want her son to marry such a delicate, useless city youth. But now seeing that Su En can get full work points every day, and the conditions of her family seem to be good, she has some small ideas. If her son marries Su En, won't their family be prosperous in the future? All the work will be done by Su En, and they can also spend Su En's money. Look at the bike Su En rides. Wow, it's really impressive. Waiting for Su En to marry into their family. Isn't this bike hers? Su En didn't know what Ergo's mother was thinking. If she knew, she would definitely ask her what kind of pillow she slept on at night and what kind of sweet dreams she had. Su En met the burning eyes of the team members and said, I didn't buy this. I spent $4 to buy parts at the scrap yard and assembled them myself. I was lucky today, and all the parts happened to be gathered. Look, this is not a new bike. It doesn't look good after assembly, but fortunately, it can be ridden. After Suan said this, everyone noticed that Suan's bike was indeed not a new bike, and it looked a bit awkward because the front and rear wheels seemed to be different. But even so, everyone was very envious of owning such a bike. Ergo's mother was a little disappointed after hearing Suan's words. She thought Suan was very rich. So it seems that she is not from a particularly wealthy family, otherwise she could just buy a brand new bike. Su Jiqing is really capable. She can even assemble it by herself. How much money can she save? I think Su Jiqing is really capable. Look at how hard she works. Suan did not chat with the team members for long. She rode her assembled bicycle back to the educated youth point. Seeing Suan riding back on a bicycle, the old educated youths at the educated youth point all showed surprise and envy. Suan also explained to the old educated youths that she did not buy the bicycle, but assembled it by herself, so they should not think she is too rich. Sure enough, when they heard that Suan assembled it by herself, everyone's envy was reduced, and there was more admiration in their eyes when they looked at Suan. Sun Xinxin was very happy to see Suan riding back on a bicycle. As a friend, she sincerely wished her sister a good life. After seeing Suan coming back, Sun Xinxin went to prepare dinner. There was one fish left, so Sun Xinxin cooked it with boiled fish and stir-fried beans. The meat and vegetable dishes were very delicious. After dinner, Sun Xinxin had already helped wash the dishes. Suan felt tired after a day and needed to take a shower. There was a bathroom built at the Youth League Center. Although it was not big, it was barely usable. While Suan was taking a shower, Sun Xinxin helped to guard outside. When Suan finished showering and Sun Xinxin went in to take a shower, Suan helped to guard. While Suan was guarding outside the bathroom, she crossed her legs and shook her body leisurely. Thinking of the more than 3,000 yuan she had collected from Li San today, she felt very happy. At this time, Suan caught a glimpse of two people entering the newly built room behind the Youth League Center. When Suan focused his eyes to see the two people clearly, they had already closed the door. Thinking of the two figures she had just glimpsed, Suan felt a little familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere before. No one knows what is going on with these two educated youths who live alone. They appear and disappear mysteriously every day. Suan has been at the educated youth site for several days, but she has never seen these two people. But soon, Suan put away her gossiping heart. After waiting for Sun Xinxin to wash up, Suan prepared to go to bed early. At this time, Lin Aodong informed everyone of something. He had already told the team leader that no one would go to work tomorrow morning, and the educated youths would go up the mountain to collect firewood together. Because the firewood at the educated youth site is almost used up, it is time to replenish it. The educated youths had no objection to Lin Aodong's decision. Waiting for the next morning, after the educated youths had breakfast, under the leadership of Lin Aodong, everyone went up the mountain to collect firewood. It was Sun Xinxin's first time to go up the mountain, and she was a little overwhelmed walking on the mountain road. Suan simply suggested, "Xinxin, why don't you go back? I'll help you with your share." When Wang Zhaodi heard that Suan was helping Sun Xinxin with work again, she was jealous and said, "Su Jiqing, this is not good, right? Since we are all collecting firewood together, why shouldn't Sun Jiqing follow? The eldest daughter of a capitalist family is just hypocritical, and it can't stand any hardship." Suan was about to slap Wang Zhaodi. She was the only one who could talk. Sun Xinxin grabbed Suan's hand. "It's okay, and I can walk. I just can't adapt to the first time I go up the mountain. I will be fine after a while. Anyway, it's okay for me to go back. It's good to see the world with you guys." Suan saw that Sun Xinxin was not lying. The little girl looked at the things around her with curiosity. Since Sun Xinxin said so, Suan respected her decision. Worried that Sun Xinxin would have a hard time going up the mountain, Suan kept supporting her, and Sun Xinxin could barely keep up with everyone. When they got closer to the mountain, there was more firewood. Some dead branches on the trees could be knocked down, and the dead branches on the ground could also be picked up. Lin Aodong organized everyone to work together, piled up the dead branches, and tied them up with the ropes they brought. Suin was not as fast as everyone else, and after picking up several bundles of firewood, all the firewood in this area was picked up by them, and they had to move to another place to continue picking up. Lin Aodong reminded everyone to be careful in the mountains. There are many wild animals in the mountains, and it would be very dangerous if they encountered one. Of course, the old educated youth knew all about it, and he mainly warned the new educated youth. Suin was with Sun Xinshin so that she could protect the girl in time whenever she encountered danger. It would be better if she could meet the wild animals in the mountains, and she would kill one as soon as it came. Suin had not taken a few steps when she heard screams for help. Oh no, there's a wild boar. Help, hurry, hide. Help, wild boars are coming, run. Suin was very excited when she heard about the wild boar. Look, there's meat coming to her door again. But when Sun Xinshin heard about the wild boar, her face changed suddenly. Although she had never seen a wild boar, she knew how dangerous it was. If she was hit by a wild boar, she would most likely die. The old educated youth had mentioned an example before. There was a person in the production team who went up the mountain and encountered a wild boar. One of his legs was directly stabbed by the wild boar's fangs. Now he is disabled and has been lying at home for several years. Seeing that Suin didn't react, Sun Xinshin thought that Suin was frightened, so she quickly pulled her hand and said, "Don't stand there, let's run quickly." Suin said, "Don't be afraid. I'll get you up the tree first, it's safe on the tree." As he said that, Suin supported Sun Xinshin and asked her to quickly climb a thick tree trunk next to him. After waiting for Sun Xinshin to climb the tree, she reached out to Suin and "I'll pull you up." At this moment, Wang Zhaodi rushed towards Suin while running. Behind Wang Zhaodi, there was a fat wild boar. Help, Su Jiqing, please save me. Suin. She glared at Wang Zhaodi and cursed in her heart. This woman must have deliberately led the wild boar to her. Although Suin could deal with the wild boar, Wang Zhaodi's behavior was equivalent to murdering her. This woman was really stupid and bad. Fortunately, Suin had already sent Sun Xinshin up the tree, otherwise Sun Xinshin would not be able to avoid the wild boar's attack in time like her, and she would be injured. Because you need to bring a machete when you go up the mountain to collect firewood, Suin happened to have one in her hand at the moment. She took the machete, leaped up, and neatly chopped off the head of a wild boar that was chasing Wang Zhaodi. Blood splattered everywhere. Wang Zhaodi was still in shock, and Sun Xinshin was stunned by Suin's neat skills. This. Although I knew that Suin was very strong, I didn't expect him to be so strong. Although it was a wild boar that was chopped on the head, Wang Zhaodi felt a chill on her neck. Suin is such a scary woman. If you know that she is chopping a wild boar, you would think she is killing a chicken. She can't provoke Suin again in the future, otherwise she will die without knowing how. There were also a few old educated youth who saw the movement here, and they were shocked by the way Suin chopped off a wild boar. It was said that Suin didn't look like a human when he was working, and now he looked even less like a human when he chopped off a wild boar. Lu Jinting and Guimiao were in the mountains at the moment. When they heard the cry for help, they hurried in the direction of the help. As soon as they arrived, they saw the scene of Suin killing the wild boar. Guimiao widened his eyes and rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was dazzled. But after rubbing his eyes, he realized that he was not dazzled. He met Suin again, and this time it was even more out of the ordinary. He saw this woman kill a 300-gene wild boar with one knife. Why was such a ferocious wild boar so weak in front of Suin?
Ting.
Brother Ting, it seems to be this woman again. This woman is too strong, right? I don't know which country sent the spy to perform what kind of mission to make such a bloody investment. Lu Jinting naturally saw Suin as well. Suin's skills were indeed terrifying. When this woman killed the wild boar, the cold, murderous aura bursting out of her eyes was something he had never seen before. Her hands must have been stained with a lot of blood. Who is she? Lu Jinting was even more curious about Suin at this moment. However, they also knew that Suin was so powerful. If he was really a spy, he would be difficult to deal with. Just as everyone was shocked, another cry of surprise was heard. It turned out that this time there was not just one wild boar, but several. Several educated youth were also chased by wild boars. When Lu Jinting and Guo Miao heard the cry for help again, they turned their attention away from Su and hurried to help with the rescue. Su and also participated in the rescue operation. Since the wild boars appeared, no one could escape. After all, they were all meat. Guo Miao and Lu Jinting killed a wild boar together, and Suan killed 2 more wild boars on his own. There were a total of 4 wild boars, all lying neatly on the ground. Seeing that the wild boars were all killed, the educated youth who had just experienced the danger were still in shock. Lin Aodong was the first to react. She went to Su and thanked him. Su Jiqing, thank you. If it weren't for you, we might have died just now. Suan said calmly, Lin Jiqing, you are too polite. We are all educated youth who went to the countryside. We should help each other, not to mention that we are in such a dangerous situation. Even though Suan said this, Lin Aodong was still very grateful to Su and in his heart. This is different from other things. Today he has walked in front of the King of Hades. In the future, he has to pay more attention to Su and's affairs and help as much as he can. Lu Jinting and Guo Miao heard what Lin Aodong said to Su and narrowed their eyes. Suan is also an educated youth who went to the countryside. They had been thinking about inquiring about Su and's identity before, but they didn't expect that they lived together, but they had never met each other. After Lin Aodong and Suan thanked him, they went to find Guo Miao and Lu Jinting to express their gratitude. Lu Jiqing, Guo Jiqing, thank you for coming to help just now. I didn't expect you were also in the mountains. Lu Jinting nodded in response. Well, we were just nearby, and we rushed over when we heard about your situation. Guo Miao followed, yes, but even if we hadn't come, I guess you wouldn't be in trouble. With a monster as strong as Suan, she would definitely be able to deal with a few more wild boars. Suan naturally noticed Lu Jinting and Guo Miao. Is it them? She said that the 2 figures yesterday looked familiar, and it turned out that the 2 educated youths she had never met were them. When Suan looked at Lu Jinting and Guo Miao, they happened to look over. When their eyes met, Suan's eyes had a feeling of looking down on the world, and that momentum actually shocked Lu Jinting and Guo Miao. What a coincidence, comrade. I didn't expect to meet you again. Are you a new educated youth? Guo Miao smiled and greeted Suan. Lin Aodong looked at Suan, then at Lu Jinting and Guo Miao. Do you know each other? Suan said calmly, no. We've only met twice today. Guo Miao looked a little embarrassed. Yes, we don't know each other. We've only met twice. Seeing this, Lin Aodong took the opportunity to introduce them. Well, since you don't know each other, it's a good opportunity for you to get to know each other. This is Su and Su Jiqing. She just went to the countryside a few days ago. This is Lu Jinting, Lu Jiqing. Lin Aodong said, pointing at Lu Jinting. This is Guo Miao, Guo Jiqing. Lin Aodong pointed at Guo Miao again. Thinking of the other new educated youths, Lin Aodong simply introduced them all. That's Chun Jiangwo, Chun Jiqing, that's Sun Xinxin, Sun Jiqing, and that's Wang Zhaodi, Wang Jiqing. Suan still nodded calmly at Lu Jinting and Guo Miao. Since they were all educated youth who went to the countryside, they had to maintain their reputation. Lu Jinting and Guo Miao were able to kill a wild boar, so they must be very skilled. These 2 people appear and disappear every day, so their identities are probably not ordinary. After the introduction was finished, Suan went to Sun Xinxin's side to pick them up from the tree. Looking at the 4 wild boars lying on the ground, everyone's mood changed from fear at the beginning to excitement. So many wild boars. How much meat will be needed? When they get them back, won't they have meat to eat? Thinking of the taste of meat, everyone began to swallow their saliva. Lin Aodong planned to arrange someone to watch these wild boars, and then arrange someone to go down the mountain to notify the team leader to carry the wild boars back. But Suan said, do we need to notify anyone? Can't we carry it back with so many people? The educated youth looked at each other. A wild boar weighs 300 kilograms. Can it be carried down the mountain? Suan knew that the female educated youth had no strength, so he looked at some of the male educated youth. Can you 2 lift one? The male educated youth met Sue-An's gaze and felt that if they couldn't lift it, Sue-An would definitely look down on them. They thought that they were grown men, so they couldn't be too weak. Glancing at the wild boar on the ground, they planned to try to lift it. But when two of the male educated youth went over to lift the wild boar, they found that the wild boar on the ground was still motionless even with their combined strength. The two male educated youth were a little embarrassed. No, we really can't lift it. Although the male educated youth who went to the countryside were stronger than the female educated youth, they were far inferior to the men who had worked in the brigade since childhood. Seeing that they were so weak, Sue-An felt a little contemptuous and disgusted, but he didn't say anything. She knew that Lu Jinting and Guimiao were not weak, so she said to them, "Each of you choose a small one, and I will carry the remaining two big ones, okay?"
Lu Jinting nodded, okay.
The two smaller wild boars, one weighing about 110 pounds and the other about 200 pounds, were not too stressful for Lu Jinting. But the other two were big, about 300 pounds, and Sue-An carried 600 pounds of wild boars by herself. Could she do it? Guimiao had the same idea. Sue-An's strength was very strong, but wasn't it too exaggerated for one person to carry 600 pounds? So Guimiao couldn't help asking, "Are you sure you can carry two by yourself?" Lin Aodong followed. "Yes, Su Jiqing, these two big wild boars add up to 600 pounds. Can you carry them by yourself?" Sue-An didn't waste time talking to them and walked directly to the two largest wild boars, one on each shoulder. After carrying the two wild boars, she didn't seem to feel the weight. "Let's go." Sue-An carried two fat wild boars and walked down the mountain in a mighty manner. The educated youth who stayed behind were petrified when they saw this scene. Guimiao reacted and felt slapped in the face. She whispered to Lu Jinting, "What kind of monster is this woman?" Lu Jinting didn't know what to say and urged Guimiao to carry the wild boars down the mountain. So Guimiao took the smallest wild boar and Lu Jinting was responsible for the 200 gene one. Although Guimiao and Lu Jinting's abilities were not as good as Sue-An's, they were already very powerful compared to normal people. The old educated youth quickly took charge of getting the firewood down the mountain and waited for the pork to be divided. "Wang Jiqing, why don't you leave?" Seeing Wang Zhaodi still sitting on the ground, Li Chunling came forward and asked. Wang Zhaodi cried, My legs are weak, and I can't stand up. Li Jiqing, can you help me?" Li Chunling didn't think much about it. Just now, a wild boar had been chasing after Wang Zhaodi's ace. If it weren't for Sue-An, Wang Zhaodi might have been killed by the wild boar. Li Chunling planned to help Wang Zhaodi up, but found that she couldn't do it alone. So Li Chunling called Tao Xiangqin and asked Tao Xiangqin to come over to help. The two of them helped Wang Zhaodi up together. She looked at Wang Zhaodi's ace. Wow, this woman actually peed her pants. Tao Xiangqin frowned in disgust. Wang Jiqing, is it that serious? Even if it was Tao Xiangqin, she might not be able to avoid peeing. Sue-An carried two wild boars and walked briskly, while the others followed behind, panting from exhaustion. Guimiao felt that he was sweating from exhaustion and wanted to sit down to rest, but when he saw that Sue-An hadn't rested, he, a grown man, looked like a weakling if he rested. Lu Jinting was better than Guimiao, but it was still very strenuous to walk on the mountain road with a load of 200 kilograms. Looking at the woman in front of him, Lu Jinting was very curious about how strong Sue-An was. If Sue-An was not a spy, if such a person could be recruited into the organization, he would definitely set many records. Sue-An finally came down the mountain carrying the wild boars. Seeing Sue-An carrying two huge wild boars down, the children all surrounded Sue-An and shouted excitedly. Now the children in the brigade are all living a hard life. They are all pale and thin because they can't keep up with the nutritional conditions. Basically, the villagers don't eat meat for several months. Now they can eat wild boar meat. Of course they're excited. The children's shouting alarmed the adults, and the team members knew that Sue-An had carried two big wild boars back from the mountain. Seeing this situation, the team members didn't care about the work in their hands, and they were all waiting to share the meat. Oh my god, Su Jiqing is too strong. She killed two big wild boars and carried them back? Yes, Su Jiqing is really amazing. How can she kill and carry so many such big wild boars? Our production team has a strong man. This Su Jiqing is not only a good worker, but also a hunter. He even got wild boar meat for us to eat. How much meat will come from 2 wild boars this big? Great. We can have a good meal. Wang Weihua hurried over when he heard that Suan had killed 2 wild boars. When Suan saw Wang Weihua, he threw the wild boar on the ground. Captain, please arrange for someone to deal with the wild boar meat. There are 2 more behind, and someone has already carried them down the mountain. When the team members heard that there were 2 more, they became even more excited. It was good to be able to kill a wild boar, but in the end there were 4. The more wild boar meat, the more each of them would get. This time, there were 4 big wild boars, and each person would probably get 1 or 2 kilograms of meat. If there were many people in the family, it was possible to get 20 or 30 kilograms. After a while, the team members saw Lu Jinting and Guo Miao carrying a wild boar each coming down the mountain. Seeing that Lu Jinting and Guo Miao could carry a wild boar each, many team members were wondering what kind of monsters these new educated youth were, and how come they were as strong as bulls. However, because of a monster Suan in front, Guo Miao and Lu Jinting were not so dazzling. But in the past, it would definitely cause a sensation if 2 people could carry a wild boar each. After Lu Jinting and Guo Miao carried the wild boar down the mountain, they put it on the ground. Guo Miao took a few heavy breaths, then wiped the sweat from his forehead. Looking at Suan again, this woman didn't even react at all. Guo Miao didn't know what was going on. How to describe his mood at the moment? He felt that compared with Suan, he was just a small vegetable, so useless. After Lu Jinting put down the wild boar, he couldn't help but glance at Suan. His mood was as complicated as Guo Miao's. Looking at the 4 big wild boars, Wang Weihua immediately called people to divide the work and quickly deal with the wild boars, and everyone shared the meat. Of course, after organizing everyone to deal with the wild boars, Wang Weihua also asked about Su An's situation when he went up the mountain and how he killed these wild boars. Before Suan told him, Lin Aodong told Wang Weihua about the situation just now in detail. Of course, he emphasized how Suan killed the wild boar with 1 knife. After knowing that Suan killed 3 wild boars alone, Guo Miao and Lu Jinting after the 2 of them killed a wild boar together, everyone in the team was almost shocked. Although no one witnessed how Suan killed the wild boar, everyone could imagine the scene from Lin Aodong's description. This Su-educated youth is really awesome. Ergo's mother looked at Su, and with a gleam in her eyes. Suan actually has such a great hunting skill. If her son marries Suan, won't their family have no shortage of meat to eat? Thinking of this, Ergo's mother felt that she must go back to ask Suan for marriage. Everyone digested it for a while, and then focused on dealing with the wild boar. There is strength in numbers. At this moment, the team members are waiting to share the meat, so there is no need for Wang Weihua to remind them at this moment, and everyone is busy and active. No soon, the 4 wild boars were processed. The meat alone, these wild boars together, probably weighed more than 900 kilograms. The Yudo village production team, including the educated youth, had a total of nearly 900 people. According to the number of people, each person could get about 1 kilogram of meat, which was really a lot. Because 3 of these wild boars were killed by Suan, the team leader decided to give Suan more meat. Guo Miao and Lu Jinting also had merits, so they could get a few more kilograms. The team members had no objection to Wang Weihua's decision. If they hadn't killed wild boars, how could they enjoy the benefits? Now it's just giving them more meat, isn't it right? So, under the arrangement of the team leader, Suan was given 20 kilograms of meat, and Suan could choose the meat first. Of course, Suan would not be polite, and directly asked for 15 kilograms of meat and 5 kilograms of pork fat. She and Sun Xinshin were very willing to put oil and water in their meals, so they ate the oil quickly. Now I want 5 kilograms of pork fat, and after the oil is boiled, it can be eaten for a long time. According to Suan's request, the team cut the meat. Suan carried the meat and went back with Sun Xinshin, feeling satisfied. Guo Miao and Lu Jinting received 2 more pounds of meat than the other team members. Together with the 1 pound of meat they were supposed to get, they got 6 pounds of meat, enough for several meals. Because everyone got meat, the others didn't care too much about the meat in Suin's hand, but they were a little envious of her for getting so much. Sure enough, this person is different when he has the ability, and he doesn't have to worry about meat. When they returned to the educated youth point, Sun Shinshin started to get busy. When the meat was cooked, the fragrance immediately wafted out. The fragrant and spicy taste covered up the original fishy smell of wild boar meat. The old educated youth also got meat back. In addition to the meat, no one also got some large bones and pig offal. At this time, oil and water are precious, and stews with big bone soup are much more fragrant than stews with plain water. When Lin Aodong came back, he also brought some pork bones and pork offal to Su En and Sun Shinshin. You left too early, the team leader asked me to bring these to you. Su En and Sun Shinshin did not dislike it. Okay. Thank you, Lin Jiqing. Su Jiqing, you are polite. If it weren't for you today, how could we eat wild boar meat? After Lin Aodong finished speaking, many old educated youths followed suit. No one said much. Smelling the wild boar meat made by Sun Shinshin, they hurried to cook, waiting to eat meat early. Sun Shinshin fried a large pot of wild boar meat and also fried a bowl of eggplant. It is not good to eat meat without vegetables, it is easy to get sick. After waiting for lunch to be ready, Su En and Sun Shinshin held the bowl and went to eat. The fragrant and spicy wild boar meat tasted very good, which was completely beyond Su En's expectations. In fact, she had eaten wild boar meat, but she felt that the taste of wild boar meat was really unacceptable to her. Now it seemed that her cooking skills were not good enough. Wasn't the wild boar meat cooked well by Sun Shinshin? On the surface, Sun Shinshin followed her and took advantage of her, but in fact, Su En knew that she was the one who really took advantage. There is someone who specializes in making delicious food for you and can also take care of the housework she hates. After eating and drinking, the educated youth had to go to work in the afternoon. Because they had eaten meat at noon, everyone felt much more energetic when they went to work in the afternoon. Su En continued to complete her work within an hour, and after recording 10 work points, she went up the mountain. It's okay to be idle, so why not find some more prey to make more money? Maybe because she shot 4 wild boars in the morning, when Su En went up the mountain again in the afternoon, she didn't encounter wild boars, but shot a few pheasants and a few rabbits. In general, the trip to the mountain was not fruitless. The wild boar meat she got today is estimated to be enough to eat for several days, so Su En didn't take the game down the mountain, but put it all in the space. After Su En helped her finish her work, Sun Shinshin returned to the educated youth point to boil lard. 5 pounds of pig fat can be eaten for a long time after boiling. Just after Sun Shinshin finished cooking, she saw Su En coming back. Sun Shinshin sprinkled some of the pepper and salt she prepared into the boiled lard residue, handed a bowl to Su En and said, the lard residue is just out of the pot. It's crunchy, try it. Su En was not polite and took a piece of the lard residue and threw it into his mouth. It tasted really good. The addition of pepper and salt made the lard residue even more flavorful. Su En ate a small bowl directly because there was a lot of oil and water in the lard residue, and it was easy to get sick of eating too much, so she didn't eat more. There was a lot of lard residue left, which was a good thing. She would put some in when cooking later. It was not as good as mixing it with meat, but it was also very fragrant. After waiting for the oil to be boiled, Sun Shinshin continued to be in charge of dinner. They still had a lot of wild boar meat left, so they fried a large plate of meat in the evening. Seeing Su En eating so much, the educated youths were secretly sighing that it was fortunate that she was a capable person. If she were an incompetent person, she would not be able to support herself. While waiting to go to work the next day, Su En met Ergo's mother. To be precise, it was Ergo's mother who took the initiative to find her. Ergo's mother asked Su En in a flattering manner, "Little Su, the educated youth, do you have a partner?" Su En felt that the old lady's concern for him was a little inexplicable, but he still answered honestly no. Hearing Su En say that she didn't have a partner, Ergo's mother was immediately relieved. Not having a partner is good, because she can introduce them to Ergo. Little educated youth Sue, you don't look very young anymore. You are old enough to get married. You see, it's not easy for you, an outsider, to come to our production team. This educated youth from outside has to find a local to marry and have a husband's family to rely on. My son is not married yet. How about introducing one to you? I think you're a good kid. If you can become my daughter-in-law, I will definitely be very happy and will treat you well in the future. As soon as Urga's mother said this, it immediately attracted the attention of the people around. Is Urga's mother crazy? What is she dreaming about? She wants to introduce Suwon to Urga? Let's not talk about how capable Suwon is. Even if Suwon is not capable, she is an educated youth from the city, and she is so beautiful. She can find any kind of partner she wants. Why does she have to find someone like Urga? Lee Urga's reputation in the production team can be said to be stinking. Who doesn't know that he is idle? I really don't know where Urga's mother got the confidence that Suwon would like Lee Urga. Tao Danny also heard what Urga's mother was thinking, and she immediately became anxious. Tao Danny really liked Suwon. This girl was not only capable, but also polite. She had given her so many good things. No matter what, Tao Danny could not watch Urga's mother fool Suwon. So Tao Danny stood up and said to Sue and little Su Jiqing, "Don't bother with this old woman. With her son's character, no girl from a normal family would want to marry him. Just ignore her. You are young, don't be fooled." Sue and heard Tao Danny nod. In fact, if Tao Danny hadn't said it, Suwon would not have considered this matter. Now, seeing that Tao Danny was afraid that she would be deceived and stepped out to remind her, Suwon would still remember this friendship. Ergo's mother was very unhappy when she saw someone jumping out to interfere, but when she saw it was Tao Danny, she didn't dare to say too much. After all, Tao Danny was Wang Weihua's wife. She lived in the production team, so she didn't dare to offend the team leader. Otherwise, she would suffer the consequences. Erga's mother could only say to Sue and unwillingly at this moment, "Su Jiqing, my Erga does not have a very good reputation in the production team, but he loves his wife very much. Why don't you think about it again? Auntie promises you that if you marry into our family, we will definitely not let you down." Of course, Suwon would not be fooled like a fool, and replied to Erga's mother firmly, "Auntie, I will not consider the issue of marriage for the time being, so don't talk about it." Tao Danny put her hands on her waist and glared at Erga's mother. "Okay, little Su Jiqing doesn't like your Ergo. Can you please shut up? Aren't you embarrassed to try to coax a young girl who just went to the countryside?" Because of Tao Danny's interference, Erga's mother had to give up temporarily. As soon as Erga's mother left, Tao Danny continued to say to Suwon worriedly, "I say, Su Jiqing, you have to be more careful when you see Erga's mother in the future. You must not consider such a person. Marrying her is jumping into a fire pit. She just sees that you are a new educated youth and don't know anything about the situation here, so she wants to fool you." Suwon smiled and agreed to Tao Danny's advice. "Okay, Annie, I know. Well, it's good that you know, but if you really like a boy from our team, you can talk to Annie. Annie will check for you, and will never let you jump into the pit." Suwon felt that Tao Danny was a very good person, really like an elder. Thinking of the place where he went to the countryside in his previous life, the team members there were more disgusting than each other. Fortunately, he didn't have to go there again. I don't know how the poor little Su Chong is doing. And the poor little Su Chong, who is far away in the northwest, also arrived at the place where he went to the countryside in the past 2 days. After arriving at the place, Su Chong realized how bad the conditions here were. Even if his family sent him money and supplies, he couldn't live well here because there was a lack of water here, and just drinking water and washing was a problem. That's fine, but when he started working, Su Chong, who had been spoiled all his life, couldn't bear the hardship. He soon couldn't hold on and shouted that he didn't want to work anymore and asked people to send him back. But how could it be easy to go back after going to the countryside? The team leader here didn't spoil Su Chong. It didn't matter if he couldn't bear the hardship in the production team. If he couldn't hold on, they would send him to the farm. When Su Chong heard that he was going to be sent to the farm, he really didn't dare to make a fuss anymore. Su Chong gritted his teeth and insisted on working. After working for 2 days, his hands were full of blisters. At night, He could only hide in the quilt and cry secretly when he came back from work. He immediately wrote a letter to his parents, urging them to take him back as soon as possible. He really didn't want to stay here for a day. It's a pity that Suin didn't know Su Chong's situation in the Northwest, otherwise he would probably laugh like crazy. The matter of Ergo's mother came to an end for the time being. After Suin finished working, he continued to go up the mountain. Today's harvest was quite good. She actually encountered a wild goat. She caught 2 pheasants and 3 rabbits. When she had more, she would go to the county town again and give all the goods to Li San. Sun Xinshin continued to be responsible for cooking. She fried wild boar meat at noon and made a shrimp and kelp soup. Adding a little lard to the soup made it more fragrant. Since going to the countryside, Sun Xinshin never thought that she could live such a life. Well, it's so cool. She couldn't eat meat every day in the city, but she could eat it every day after going to the countryside. But Sun Xinshin knew very well that she could live such a life thanks to Suin. She was lucky and got a golden thigh when she went to the countryside. From now on, she will be Suin's little pony, following Suin and doing whatever Suin asked her to do. Sun Xinshin, the little pony, didn't know that Suin felt that every day was very enjoyable because of her. If it weren't for Sun Xinshin, where would Suin get so many delicacies? In fact, neither of them owed the other anything, and it was a win-win situation. After going up the mountain for several days in a row, Suin finally collected another wave of prey. After finishing work that day, Suin said hello to the team leader and said he was going to the county town and then rode his bicycle there. This time, it was much more convenient to get game than before, just go to Li San directly. After the last incident, Suin was sure that Li San would not dare to come up with any bad ideas again. After finding Li San's place, Suin banged a few times at the gate of the courtyard. Usually, Li San's people would use secret signals, but Suin didn't know their secret signals and could only bang on the door. Hearing that there was no secret signal outside, the people inside asked, "Who is it?" Suin's cold voice sounded, "It's my lady. If you don't open the door, I'll kick your door later." There was silence in the room for a few seconds, as if someone guessed Suin's identity and hurriedly opened the door. This time, Suin did not push the cart over, but directly put the game in a sack and carried it over. Li San's men were stunned when they saw Suin carrying several heavy packages. These things looked like they weighed several hundred pounds, but they seemed weightless in Suin's hands. No wonder he beat them so badly last time. His strength was beyond the reach of ordinary people. When Li San heard his men report about Suin's coming, he immediately came out of the house. Unlike the last time he saw Li San, in front of Suin, Li San put away his hostility and looked at Suin with a bit of flattery in his eyes. "Auntie, are you here to ship the goods?" Suin was quite satisfied with Li San's attitude. You see, some people just have to be beaten up before they behave. It took Suin 2 lifetimes to realize that fists are the hard truth. "Yes, count these goods." Li San immediately asked someone to open the sacks and saw a lot of hunted hares, pheasants, goats, and a big wild boar. Although Suin was quite scary, it must be said that all the things this woman got were good things. Li San's eyes lit up when he saw the goods, and he quickly asked someone to weigh and pay. The price of wild boar meat was still the same as last time, $1.20 per catty. The price of hares and pheasants was higher, both at 2 yuan per catty. Suin had a lot of goods this time, with 300 catties of wild boar meat alone. Counting it all up, there were a total of 730 yuan. When Li San was paying, he said to Suin in a flattering way, "Auntie, the total is 703. I'll give you 750, and you can send it to me next time you have goods." Suin was very satisfied with the price given by Li San. 700 yuan would take an average family 2 years of not eating or drinking to save. After getting the money, Suin left Li San. Thinking that it was a rare opportunity to come to the county town, she planned to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things to take back. But as soon as she arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, she heard someone shouting, "Thief! Thief! A thief stole my wallet. Is there anyone who can help catch him?" The one who shouted was an old lady. She looked very weak and naturally did not have the physical strength to catch up with the thief. The thief was a man in his early 30s, a little thin, and ran very fast. After hearing the cry for help, the people around him planned to step forward to help. But the thief was obviously a ruthless character. He took out a knife from his pocket and threatened the people around him. "Let's see who dares to come over. If anyone comes over without caring about his life, don't blame me for stabbing him to death." Although many people would like to help and catch the thief when they encounter such a situation, no one dares to step forward when they see that the other person is holding a knife. Helping others is a good thing, but the premise is to ensure your own safety. If your own safety cannot be guaranteed, it is stupid to help others blindly. Faced with such a situation, the old lady sat on the ground and cried, "Woo, this is the money I gave to save my child's life. I finally borrowed so much money from all my relatives, hoping to pay for my child's medical expenses. How can my child live without money?" Suan frowned when she heard the words of the old lady. Although the things in her previous life made her more cold-hearted than ordinary people, she couldn't help being moved when she encountered such a situation. Suan sighed, thinking that she should help. Anyway, she was not in a hurry to go back now to help catch the thief and get the money back. So Suan parked the bicycle and said to the elder sister, "Sister, please help me watch the bicycle, and I will catch the thief for you." As she said that, Suan ran towards the thief. Seeing Suan going to catch the thief, many people were worried for her. How could she, a girl, go to catch a thief? Catching a thief is such a dangerous job. What if something happens to Suan? How many men dare not chase after a thief with a knife in his hand, but she, a little girl, is not deliberately putting herself at risk. Under the worried eyes of everyone, Suan quickly caught up with the thief. Seeing Suan catching up, the thief spat. How could this woman run so fast that she caught up with him in an instant? "Hand over the money quickly. Don't force me to be violent with you." After catching up with the person, Suan warned the thief. The thief looked at Suan. "Little girl, if you know what's good for you, just get out of here quickly. Don't blame me for pulling a knife on you." Oh, who knows who will suffer? Seeing Suan was stubborn, the thief showed the dagger in his hand and stabbed in the direction of Suan. Seeing that the thief was going to use a knife on Suan, many people looked at her worriedly. Just when everyone's heart was hanging, Suan directly kicked the knife in the thief's hand with a roundhouse kick. Then Suan kicked again, and everyone saw the thief flew a parabola in the air and then fell to the ground. The thief who was hit hard was now in so much pain that he couldn't stand up, and he cried ouch, ouch on the ground. Seeing the thief like this, the people around him didn't feel sympathy. For the bad guys who steal people's things, this is how they should be treated. Suan's behavior quickly attracted applause from the people around. "Well, this is really a heroine. Yes, I didn't expect such a young female comrade to be so skilled. Isn't it? I was so worried just now, and I thought this female comrade was too impulsive to take such a risk to catch a thief. It turned out that she was so skilled and knew that she had the ability to deal with bad guys. Oh my God, how can this female comrade be so powerful? This is the first time I see someone with such great skills. It makes my blood boil." The people around were talking one after another, but Suan didn't care about the praises from all around. Suan looked down at the thief. "Can you hand it over now?" The thief never thought that Suan's skills were so strong. After seeing Suan's strength, the thief knew very well that if he didn't hand over the wallet, Suan would kick him to death with one kick. He tremblingly took out the wallet from his pocket and handed it to Suan. "Auntie, I'll hand it over, I'll hand it over." Suan took the wallet, then said coldly, "Why bother? Wouldn't it be better to hand it over at the beginning? Why do you have to find a way to make it difficult for me? Since he is a thief, he cannot be let go easily. He must be handed over to the police. If such a scoundrel is not sent to prison, he will continue to steal." However, Suan did not plan to send him there himself, but said to the people who were watching the excitement around him, which kind-hearted comrade is willing to help send him to the police. When Suan asked this question, some people in the crowd who were just watching the excitement immediately stood up and were willing to help send these people to the police. Among the crowd were Lu Jinting and Guimiao. Lu Jinting and Guimiao had heard the cry for help and wanted to come over to help catch the thief. But they didn't expect that before they could play, they saw Suan rushing out and subduing the thief. Because they had already seen how powerful Suan was, they were not surprised to see Suan's skillful skills again, but they still felt that she was really strong in their hearts. As people who have been training for a long time, they have to admit that Suan's kick just now was extremely cool. Under the burning gaze of Guimiao and Lu Jinting, Suan took the wallet and gave it to the big sister, whose wallet was stolen. Big sister, don't cry. I found your wallet, take a look. Is the money in it correct? The big sister whose wallet was stolen obviously didn't expect that her wallet could be found. She quickly took the wallet, counted the money in it, and then hurriedly said to Suan, yes, it's not missing. Okay, sister, it's good that nothing is missing. Now that the money has been found, you should go and save the child. Be careful next time, and never let the thief succeed again. Okay, sister, thank you so much. This time it's thanks to you that you helped me find the money. This money can save my child. I don't want to live without the child. From now on you are my savior, and I will definitely repay you in the future. Sister, can you tell me your name? Where do you live, so that I can find you later? The sister said, almost kneeling to Suan. Suan hurriedly said, sister, it's just a piece of cake. You don't have to thank me. I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. Suan said as she rode away on her bicycle. She first went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some good things, and then drove towards the production team of Yudo Village. Seeing Suan's figure disappear quickly in front of her eyes, the eldest sister couldn't catch up with her. People helped her so much, but she didn't know who she was and didn't even have the chance to thank her. And Lu Jinting kept watching Suan's back as she left. He and Guimiao both suspected that Suan was a spy, so they specially asked the people above to investigate Suan's information in the past few days. The feedback they got was that Suan was not a spy and her background was normal. Of course, there were some anomalies in the normal appearance. According to the results of their investigation, Suan used to be a punching bag, but later she suddenly began to resist after her parents signed up to go to the countryside. However, this change is reasonable for Suan's personal experience, so we can't conclude that Suan is a spy because of these. Now Lu Jinting sees Suan helping to catch thieves and help the masses, and this woman is even less like a spy. If she is a spy from an enemy country, would she be willing to help the people of China? Lu Jinting and Guimiao did not look away until Suan's back disappeared. Suan rode his bicycle back to the Yudo Village production team not long after. Seeing Suan coming back, Sun Xinshin happily informed Suan of the good news, and then, you're back just in time. Aunt Danny just came to tell me that our house is finished, and we can move in. The house Suan built was not big, so it didn't take long to build. This time Wang Weihua helped to find a few more people, so the construction speed was faster. 3 rooms plus a yard, the materials plus labor costs, a total of only 200 yuan. The cost of building a house in the countryside is not high, but for ordinary families, 200 yuan is not a small amount. Now the living conditions in rural areas are relatively tight, and some families have to squeeze several people into one room. The conditions in the city are better than in the countryside, but the housing is also tight. Suan was also very happy to hear Su Xinshin say that he could move out. The two of them went to the newly built house to take a look. Although the house was simple, it was at least an independent residence, and they didn't have to squeeze together with so many people. Suan was very satisfied with a spacious and quiet living environment, and didn't expect to live in the countryside. If she had just gone to the countryside, Sun Xinshin might not like this newly built house. After all, it was far worse than the house she lived in Beijing. But now it's different. After comparing the environment of the educated youth site, Sun Xinshin knew how rare it was to live in a house with an independent yard after going to the countryside. The house was built by the team leader, so the workers didn't dare to cheat. Generally speaking, the quality of the house was not ambiguous. After looking at the house, Suan felt that the only shortcoming was that there was no well. If there was another well in the yard, it would be more convenient to live here. It's not difficult to dig a well. Suan plans to talk to the team leader and ask Wang Weihua to arrange someone to do it. After seeing the new house, Suan called Sun Xinshin to move in. The two of them didn't have much stuff, so Suin could carry it back in 2 trips. But they still had to buy some new furniture for the new home, a set of dining tables and chairs, and a cabinet in the kitchen. Suin thought about buying a desk, and Sun Xinshin thought so too. So after they moved their stuff, they went to Zhang Yuliang's house to buy furniture. The furniture wasn't expensive, and the money was shared by Sun Xinshin and Suin because Sun Xinshin was afraid of taking advantage of Suin. When the work was almost done, the old educated youth also got off work. Suin and Sun Xinshin had to tell the old educated youth that they were moving out of the educated youth camp. When the old educated youth knew that Suin and Sun Xinshin had built a house and were moving out to live alone, they were very envious. Suin's conditions were really good, and he could even afford to build a house. Not to mention Wang Zhaodi's jealousy. If she had dared to complain in the past, she had been much more honest since she saw Suin killing a wild boar. Recalling the scene of Suin killing the wild boar, Wang Zhaodi felt a chill on her neck. She would not have provoked Suin, this evil woman, unless she was out of her mind. After Suin and Sun Xinshin finished talking about this, they left the educated youth site. Now that they could live alone, there were only Suin and Sun Xinshin, so they didn't have to worry about so many things. They could eat whatever they wanted without worrying about others. Waiting for the next day, everyone in the production team knew that Suin and Sun Xinshin lived alone. The team leader had arranged to build a house before, but everyone didn't know that it was built by Suin. Now, everyone knows that Suin is so rich that he built such a big house by himself. When Erga's mother saw that Suin's conditions were so good, she began to worry about it again. If Suin married their Ergu, wouldn't the house built by Suin belong to their family? Erga's mother knew very well that if she introduced her son to Suin directly, Suin would definitely look down on her son. If they could spread some rumors about Suin, saying that Suin was hooking up with a wild man, and that Suin would definitely not be able to get married after losing her reputation, and if her family expressed that they did not mind and were willing to marry her, wouldn't Suin be grateful to them? After Ergo's mother had made up her mind happily, she went to work on this matter. Suin didn't know that Ergo's mother was playing this trick behind her back. She finished her work in the morning, had a meal at noon, and continued to go up the mountain in the afternoon. She didn't encounter any big prey on this trip up the mountain, but she did pick up a few pheasants and hares. Suin was not greedy, and it was always good to get some. Unexpectedly, when she was going down the mountain, she met an old man. The old man was wearing very shabby clothes, not to mention his complexion. You could tell at a glance that he had been hungry for a long time and was skinny. Suin saw that the old man had fallen to the ground with a look of pain on his face. She stepped forward and said, "Uncle, what's wrong with you?" The old man's name was Wu Mingzhong. Wu Mingzhong watched Suin coming over. He remembered that she seemed to be a new educated youth in the production team, and she had killed a wild boar. When Suin came back carrying a wild boar that day, Wu Mingzhong took a look from a distance. The aura of this girl was really extraordinary, not like an ordinary girl. "I accidentally fell down when I was going down the mountain, and my foot seemed to be injured." Suin heard Wu Mingzhong say this, and squatted down to see the old man's injury. He was indeed injured, but it was not particularly serious. His foot was swollen, and he would be fine after a good rest for a while. Suin took out a piece of plaster and helped the old man put it on his ankle. This ointment has the effect of clearing blood stasis and reducing swelling. It will be healed after a few days of application. After helping the old man put on the plaster, Suin continued to take out a few plasters and handed them to Wu Mingzhong. "Uncle, take these back, apply them once every 2 days, and you will be healed after a few applications." Suin took this plaster from the space. There are all kinds of medicines in the space, and the effects of these medicines are much better than those on the market. After Wu Mingzhong applied this patch, he immediately felt that the pain in his feet was relieved a lot. He was a little embarrassed to accept the patch sent by Suin. "How can I be embarrassed?" Suin stuffed it directly into the man's hand. "What's there to be embarrassed about? It's worthless, so you can keep it. By the way, your feet are not convenient to go down the mountain. I will take you back. Where is your home?" Suin thought Wu Mingzhong was a member of the nearby production team, so he asked this question. Wu Mingzhong hurriedly said to Suin, "Girl, no need. I think my feet are better now. I will try to go back slowly by myself. I am a person who is sent down. You can't get involved with me too much, otherwise it will implicate you." Suin was stunned when he heard Wu Mingzhong's words. Demoted? At this time, many of those who were sent down were big guys. Because he had lived 2 lives, Suin knew the history of the future. For these people who were sent down, they will be able to go back one day. Of course, the premise is that these people have the life to go back. Many people died in the local area when they were sent down to the countryside. It was not easy for the educated youth who went to the countryside to die at that time, let alone those who were sent down to the countryside. It's okay, I'm not afraid. I'll be careful later and try to hide from people. It will be difficult for you to go down the mountain by yourself, and it's getting dark now. It's not safe on the mountain. Wu Mingzhong didn't expect Suin to insist on sending him back after knowing his identity. He was really lucky today and met a good comrade. If it were any other team member, let alone getting any help, it would be good if they didn't step on him. Suin originally wanted to help Wu Mingzhong, but found that even if she helped, Wu Mingzhong still walked very slowly, on one foot. Suin simply proposed to carry Wu Mingzhong down the mountain directly. If Wu Mingzhong hadn't seen Suin carrying 2 big wild boars with his own eyes, he would definitely not let a girl carry him. Suin easily carried Wu Mingzhong on his back. Even with the weight, Suin walked very fast. After going down the mountain, Suin was cautious and tried to avoid people. After all, it would be troublesome if someone saw her in contact with the people who were sent down. Fortunately, after Suin deliberately avoided people, she sent Wu Mingzhong to the cowshed without meeting anyone along the way. Needless to say, the environment in the cowshed is difficult to live in. Waiting for Wu Mingzhong to be sent to the place, an old lady came out of the house. Like Wu Mingzhong, she looked very thin, and she was also very vicissitudes and tired. Looking at Suin who came with Wu Mingzhong, Mrs. Wu was shocked for a moment. Usually these team members and educated youths try to stay away from them. Seeing them is like seeing the plague god. Why did an educated youth suddenly come now? Wu Mingzhong naturally saw the confusion in his wife's eyes and explained, "This time I accidentally sprained my foot when I went up the mountain. Fortunately, this Su-educated youth met me and sent me down the mountain." Mrs. Wu asked why Wu Mingzhong didn't come back for so long today. It turned out that something happened. She nodded to Suin and said, "Su Jiqing, thank you for helping my husband." Suin said calmly, "It's okay. I've sent him here. Take good rest these days and try not to walk around." "Okay, I'll remember that." Wu Mingzhong nodded. Suin was about to leave, and seeing how thin Mrs. Wu and Wu Mingzhong had become, he sighed silently in his heart. He still couldn't get rid of his soft-heartedness. He had been caught in the rain, so he wanted to hold an umbrella for others. Suin took out a pheasant from his backpack. "If you're injured, you have to heal it. Take this pheasant." Wu Mingzhong firmly refused the pheasant Suin sent. He had received so much help from others. How could he accept their pheasant? Meat is so expensive these days, and many people can't eat meat for several months, but Suin just gave them a pheasant. Seeing that Wu Mingzhong and Mrs. Wu didn't want it, Suin threw it on the ground next to him and strode away. Seeing Suin running away in a short while, Wu Mingzhong and Madame Wu couldn't catch up with Suin with the pheasant to return it to her, as this would only cause trouble for the girl. Wu Mingzhong sighed and said to Madame Wu, "Forget it, since it is a kind gesture from someone. Let us accept it. If there is a chance in the future, we will definitely repay this girl." Madame Wu nodded, wondering if they still had a chance to repay Suin in their current situation. Suin left the cowshed and returned to his house. Sun Xinshin had been waiting for Suin to come back at home. As soon as Suin came back, he took out a pheasant from his backpack and threw it to Sun Xinshin. Sun Xinshin knew that Suin would definitely gain something when he went out. "And then, what do you want to eat tonight?" Suin thought for a moment, "Whatever you decide." Sun Xinshin stared at the pheasant in her hand, thought for a moment, and said, "I'll make you spicy diced chicken." Sun Xinshin had made chicken stewed with mushrooms, pheasant soup, and braised pheasant before, and this time, she wanted to change the taste. Suin had no objection to this. Okay, I'll listen to you. Okay, I'll go cook. Sun Shinshin immediately took the chicken and went to work. After Suin came back, he put down the backpack and rested for a while. After waiting for a while, he immediately smelled the fragrance coming from the kitchen. It felt good to look forward to dinner every day. He waited leisurely for Sun Shinshin to prepare dinner, and the two of them started eating together. Now that they have moved out of the educated youth camp, they don't have to avoid the old educated youth when eating. After eating, Sun Shinshin is still responsible for cleaning up the dishes. The two of them have their own independent yard, and they don't need to be watched when washing up, which is much more convenient than at the educated youth camp. Just when Suin was feeling that her life was getting better and better, she found that many people looked at her with strange eyes after going to work the next day, and some people secretly avoided her and talked about something behind her back. Wang Zhaodi got up early in the morning to inquire about the gossip, and now she looked at Su and with a gloating look. Although she didn't dare to offend Suin, she was in a very good mood when she saw Suin being humiliated. When Suin was curious about what was going on, she saw Tao Danny rushing to Suin and roughly explained the cause of the matter. The team members looked at her like this because of the rumor that Suin and a man went into the haystack. Unlike other team members, Tao Danny knew Suin inside out and knew that Suin was a wrong child and would definitely not do such a thing. So, after hearing the rumor, Tao Danny went to find out who was the first to spread it. As soon as she inquired, she locked in the rumor spreaders as Li Ergu and Erga's mother. Erga's mother is really wicked. She wanted to introduce her son to Suin before, but ended up spreading rumors and slandering people behind her back. No matter how powerful Suin is, isn't she still a girl? If the reputation of this girl is damaged, how can she live in the future? After Tao Danny investigated clearly, she hurried to inform Suin. This girl is powerful and fierce. She will definitely tear Erga's mother's stinky mouth apart. After Suin understood this, she immediately got angry and exploded directly. This Erga's mother is really bad. Last time she introduced her disgusting son to her, Suin didn't care. But now, she wants to spread rumors and slander her reputation? It's really like a tiger doesn't show its power and thinks she is a sick cat. If they dare to spread rumors about my reputation, I will make them pay for it. Tao Danny was immediately shocked by the momentum bursting out of Suin. She was worried that someone might die, so she hurriedly said to Su and Su Jiqing, "Don't be impulsive. Just teach that mother and son a lesson later. No need to use a knife. It's not worth getting involved in a murder lawsuit for such people." Suin nodded after hearing Tao Danny's instructions and immediately threw down the shovel in his hand. Anyway, don't provoke her, or you'll get nothing good from provoking her. Seeing Suin put down the shovel, Tao Danny was slightly relieved, so she immediately led the way and explained the current location of Ergu and Erga's mother. As soon as Suin came rushing over, Ergo and Ergo's mother knew that the situation was not good. It must be that Suin knew about the rumors they spread. Ergo, run quickly. Ergo's mother called her son, saying that he had to hide now and not be caught by Suin. Otherwise, Suin was furious and would definitely skin them alive. When Suin saw the two people running away, she chased after them and scolded them. "You two, stop right there. You rascals, you dare to spread rumors about me. Don't you want to live?" It would have been better if Suin hadn't shouted. Ergo's mother and Ergo ran faster. The other team members looked like they were watching the fun. The team was usually very boring, but now it was good. There was finally something exciting to watch. Usually, everyone couldn't stand Ergo and Ergo's mother. Someone could teach this mother and son a lesson, which was also considered eliminating harm for the people. Suin looked at the two people who ran faster than rabbits, and the corners of his mouth twitched. She could understand that Ergu, a grown man, could run fast, but why could Erga's mother, an old lady, run so fast? Sure enough, people can burst out their physical potential when they feel they are in danger. However, no matter how powerful the two were, they would definitely not be able to outrun her. Suin continued to chase, cursing as she chased. "Two wicked and blind things. How dare you spread rumors about me? Today I must let you know why the flowers are so red." Lu Jinting and Guamiao had just returned from the county town and saw Suan chasing Ergu and Erga's mother. Seeing Suan like this, Guamiao trembled and said, "Brother Ting, this woman is really fierce. Who are these two people? They're so brave." Lu Jinting was naturally curious about how Ergu and Erga's mother provoked Suan. Just based on Suan's skills, most people would only provoke her because they are tired of living. Hearing the cursing in Suan's mouth, it seems that it was because these two people spread rumors about her reputation. Lu Jinting knew that reputation was very important to women. No wonder Suan was so angry now. These two people had hit a wall. Seeing that Ergu and Erga's mother were about to run past him, Lu Jinting looked at Suan, then pulled their collars, and Ergu and Erga's mother were pressed into his palms. Ergu and Erga's mother, who were running for their lives, did not expect this to happen. This new male-educated youth was really nosy. Seeing that Suan had already caught up to them, Lu Jinting threw the two people in his hands to Suan's feet. Although he was not as strong as Suan, a monster, Lu Jinting was much stronger than ordinary people. After Lu Jinting threw them, Ergu and Erga's mother fell heavily to the ground, screaming in pain. Suan glanced at Lu Jinting and did not expect this man to help her. Although she could deal with Ergu and Erga's mother alone without Lu Jinting, she had to remember this friendship. At this time, Suan couldn't help but look at Lu Jinting again. This man was really handsome. He was good-looking and not bad in strength. She really liked him. Suan had never been in love in her two lives. It would be nice to find a partner. Guamiao felt that there was something wrong with the way Suan looked at Lu Jinting at this time, like a hunter staring at his prey. Could it be that Suan had taken a fancy to their brother Ting? Thinking of Suan's skills, Guamiao was a little afraid. Their brother Ting's skills were better than his, but he couldn't have an advantage against Suan, a monster. If their brother Ting was really favored by Suan, and the two were together, brother Ting would definitely suffer. Suan took her eyes off Lu Jinting, and then picked up Ergo and his mother, who were lying on the ground howling like ghosts and wolves. Suan was not polite at all to the two people who spread rumors and slandered her. She slapped each of them in the corner of their mouth. Needless to say, Suan was very strong. Suan was still not satisfied after slapping them and continued to curse. Ergo and Ergo's mother were slapped and lost a tooth. They screamed like pigs being slaughtered again because of the pain. The people watching the excitement were stunned. They had seen Suan working before and knew that this woman was fierce, but they didn't expect her to be so cruel when she beat people. Guamiao took a few steps back in fear. Suan didn't hit him, but why did he feel like his face hurt when he saw Ergo and Ergo's mother being beaten? The most afraid person was Wang Zhaodi. After seeing the end of Ergo and Ergo's mother, she realized that Suan really showed mercy when he beat her. In addition, she was also glad that she had been honest during this period and didn't commit suicide again. Erga's mother had never suffered such humiliation before. When she saw that Suan had knocked out a tooth, she sat down on the ground and cried to the sky. "I won't live anymore. The educated youths have killed people. Is there any law? A person from another village comes to bully our people." Seeing that Erga's mother was playing the tricks that country women like most, crying, making a fuss, and threatening to commit suicide, Suan didn't tolerate her and sneered, "It's not that the louder you cry, the more right you are. You must explain to me today. Which man did you see me hiding in the haystack with? Hurry up and explain it clearly." Suan dealt with the mother and son in this way just to deliberately make a big deal out of it. If it doesn't make a big deal out of it, even if everyone knows that she didn't do it, there may still be bad things said in the future. It's better to solve it once and for all, clarify the rumors and make an example of them at the same time, so that people won't dare to talk about her behind her back. As soon as Suan finished speaking, a team member immediately helped to speak. "Yes, you and your son said that Su Jiqing went into the haystack with someone. Who did he go with? This kind of thing can't be made up for no reason, otherwise he will be sent to the farm." Suan stepped forward unceremoniously and slapped Erga's mother again. At this moment, Erga's mother had lost another tooth, and there was a bloody taste in her mouth. Tao Danny, who followed over, was shocked. Just now, he was busy telling this girl not to use a knife. Suwon didn't bring any weapons with him, and he beat Urga's mother to a pulp with his bare hands. Seeing Urga's mother with a mouth full of blood and her face swollen like a steamed bun, Tao Danny quickly reminded her, "Su Jiqing, take it easy. Don't kill anyone." Suwon nodded, "Okay, Aunt Danny, I know what's going on." Tao Danny looked at the horrible face of Urga's mother and always felt that it was unreliable for this girl to say that she knew what was going on. After beating Urga's mother, Suwon started to scold her again. "You spread rumors with your mouth, and you've told me which man I was having adult love with, and you still want to put the blame on me? I was saying that you were fooling around with the old man in the village and gave birth to Lee Urgu, a rascal. Why doesn't your Urga do human things?
It turns out he is not a human being.
How can he be like us normal people? TSK, you say how pitiful your man is. It's bad enough that he is cuckolded, but he is cuckolded by an old man." When Suwon said this, the team members who were watching the fun around almost burst out laughing. In fact, Lee Urgu and Urga's mother were not well liked in the team, but not many people dared to say this about the mother and son. Now hearing Su and scolding like this, it feels quite refreshing. Having said that, this little educated youth Su is really mean when he scolds people. Look, this little mouth can really babble. Guo Miao and Lu Jinting were shocked by Suwon again. This woman is strong in martial arts, but how can she be so talkative? As expected, only villains and women are difficult to raise. Suwon is too scary. Guo Miao secretly reminded himself not to provoke her in the future. As for Lu Jinting, he was quite interested in Suwon. Looking at the domineering look of the little girl, she is really different from ordinary female comrades. At least for Lu Jinting, he has never seen a girl like Suwon in his life. Urga's mother almost died of anger when she heard the laughter around her. Lee Urgu was almost mad to death. Even though everyone knew that he could not be born by a dog, Suwon did this. Wherever he went, he would be laughed at as a rascal. Seeing Urga's mother rushing towards Suwon desperately, everyone thought that Urga's mother would be beaten again. But this time no. Suwon fell to the ground immediately when he saw Urga's mother rushing towards him and finally covered his chest and gasped for breath. Everyone was stunned to see Suwon in such a situation. Urga's mother raised her hand high and slapped nothing. Looking at Suwon falling to the ground, Urga's mother became even more panicked. What on earth does this girl want to do again? "Hey, Su Jiqing, what's wrong with you?" "Yeah, Su Jiqing, are you okay? Why are you lying down so well?" "Su Jiqing, what's the matter with you?" The team members asked one by one. Urga's mother looked at Suwon lying on the ground and said hurriedly, "Su Jiqing, I didn't touch you just now, don't try to blackmail me. Everyone saw that I didn't touch you at all." Suwon pretended to breathe hard and then said in a weak voice, "Urga's mother, you didn't hit me, but you spread rumors about me and planned to attack me, which made me have a heart attack." Suwon said, and then cried to the other team members, "How pitiful I am. Don't look at my strength, but I have a heart disease. It would have been fine if my emotions didn't fluctuate too much. I wouldn't have had an attack. As a result, I encountered such a thing today. Although I am an educated youth who went to the countryside, not a local, you can't bully me like this, right? I'm a girl. How can I live if my reputation is ruined?" Although Suwon is usually very fierce, when he pretends to be fierce, he really looks like a fragile little white flower. The team members around felt sympathy when they saw Suwon like this. They thought that Suwon had hunted wild boars for the team and let everyone eat wild game. He was much better than Lee Urgu and Urga's mother, who were always causing trouble. So at this moment, everyone was willing to help Suwon say a few words. "Lee Urgu, Urga's mother, you went too far this time. You have been making up stories about Su Jiqing's reputation, and now you have made her have a heart attack. You must give an explanation." "That's right. Although little Su Jiqing is an outsider, she is such a good child. She works hard every day, earns full work points, and helps our team eat meat. Is this how you and your son bully a little girl like her?" "Bah. Isn't it just that Urga's mother took a fancy to little Su Jiqing and wanted to introduce her son to little Su Jiqing as a daughter-in-law, but little Su Jiqing didn't like her and didn't agree? As a result, This mother and son did nothing but slander and spread rumors about other people's reputation behind their backs. Li Ergu and Erga's mother were scolded. Lu Jinting was looking at Suin, who was lying on the ground having a heart attack. The investigation data about Suin came from Beijing, but it didn't say that Suin had a heart disease. So Suin must have been pretending at this moment. But Lu Jinting had to admit that Suin's IQ was amazing. If he didn't pretend to be sick, he might be blackmailed after beating Li Ergu and Erga's mother. Now that Suin pretended to be sick, he took the initiative and blackmailed Li Ergu and his mother first. But Sun Xinxin thought Suin really had a heart disease, and she was very anxious and continued to curse at Li Ergu and Erga's mother. You lack the virtue of your 18 generations of ancestors. You are blind and Boliaranen. You will not die well. Suin frowned slightly when she heard Sun Xinxin's curse. My little fairy Xinxin, she really didn't expect that the words this girl cursed were so ugly. This girl seemed to not care about her image at all in front of so many people. Sun Xinxin still felt that she was not satisfied with the curse, and all kinds of ugly words came out of her mouth. Although Suin felt that it damaged the image of this girl, she couldn't help feeling comfortable when she heard Sun Xinxin helping her curse. At this moment, the captain also hurried over here. With such a big thing happening, Wang Weihua must come forward to deal with it. Thinking that Suin was a capable girl and that he had sent a lot of good things to their family before, Wang Weihua naturally favored Suin. So Wang Weihua said to Li Ergu and Erga's mother, "You two should apologize to the young educated youth Su and compensate him for his loss of 100 yuan, and the matter will be over." Erga's mother jumped up immediately when she heard Wang Weihua's decision. She hadn't even asked Suin for an explanation, but the captain still made their family suffer such a big loss. How could Erga's mother be willing to accept this? Erga's mother sat down on the ground. "I don't want to live anymore. This is forcing people to live. Captain, even if I did something wrong, why should I pay him 100 yuan? Are you trying to force me to death?" Seeing Erga's mother acting crazy again, Suin said coldly, "What's wrong with asking you to compensate 100 yuan? My reputation is not worth 100 yuan? Do you know that you are lucky to meet someone as thick-skinned as me? If it were any other female educated youth, they would probably be forced to jump into the river. Asking you to compensate 100 yuan is a bargain for you. What else are you dissatisfied with?" Suin said, holding his chest again. "Ouch, I can't take it anymore. My heart hurts so much." Erga's mother, "It doesn't matter if you don't pay the money. My illness has recurred. From now on, your family will help me earn the 10 work points I earn every day, and you must pay for my medical expenses." Erga's mother was dumbfounded when she heard Suin rely on her like this. Suin earned 10 work points a day, and he would earn a lot of money in a year just from the work points. This does not include the medical expenses. If she had to pay for the medical expenses for a year would not be cheap. In comparison, this 100 yuan buyout seems to be the best choice. Erga's mother was unwilling, but she still stomped her feet and gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I'll pay. But Su Jiqing, we have agreed that after I give you this 100 yuan, you can't blame me if you have any health problems in the future." Suin also knew when to stop. This time, he just wanted to make Erga's mother bleed a lot and learn a lesson. "Okay, I promise you." Seeing Suin agreed, Erga's mother started to play tricks again. "Su Jiqing, since you promised to compensate you with 100 yuan, I will definitely give it to you, but I don't have that much money at home. So, I will give you 20 first, and the remaining 80 will be given to you slowly when I have money." Suin knew what Erga's mother was thinking. Will there be money in the future? When will there be money? If she keeps saying that she doesn't have money, won't she never get the money? Suin shook his head and said, "That won't work. If you don't have money, then I will deduct it from your work points and rations. I'm afraid you will blame me, so we should settle it all at once." Erga's mother didn't expect Suin to speak out her thoughts so bluntly. Could it be that this girl has turned into a spirit? Why is she so hard to fool? Seeing that Erga's mother didn't say anything, Tao Danny sneered, "Erga's mother, I think what Su Jiqing said is right. You'd better not fool the little girl." Erga's mother had to agree now whether she agreed or not. Why is she so unlucky? She didn't get anything, and she gave 100 to Suan for nothing. After Lee Ergu and Erga's mother apologized, the matter would be over. However, Suan had just pretended to be sick, and she couldn't recover immediately, so she had to continue pretending. Sun Xinshin supported Suan and planned to send her home to rest. Li Chunling also stepped forward to help. Su Jiqing, how are you? Do you want me to take you home? Facing Li Chunling's concerned eyes, Suan said no. Thank you, Li Jiqing. I'll let Xinshin take me home. Li Chunling didn't force it after hearing Suan say that. Well, you guys go slowly. When Sun Xinshin helped Suan back, there was still worry on her face. She really thought Su and had a heart attack. When they arrived at the house they built, Su Xinshin hurried to the kitchen to pour water for Suan. And then, come, drink some water quickly. That pair of black-hearted mother and son are so bad. They made you like this. Seeing that Sun Xinshin started to scold again, Suan's mouth began to twitch again.
I'm Xingxin, I'm Fine.
Actually, I don't have a heart disease. I just pretended.
You don't have to worry about me.
Sun Xinshin was stunned when she heard Suan's words. What? And then you pretended? Suan nodded. I beat those two people so badly I was worried that they would blackmail me, so I took the initiative. Although Sun Xinshin is naive, she is not stupid. She immediately knew Suan's intention. At this moment, Sun Xinshin looked at Su and with eyes full of admiration. Her daughter and is really amazing. This IQ is enough for her to learn from. And I'm glad that you are okay. I was almost scared to death just now. If I couldn't beat them, I would have wanted to go up and fight them. Since she couldn't beat them, Sun Xinshin could only curse. Anyway, the curse just now was as ugly as it could be, and it was estimated that it would disgust the mother and son. Thinking of the word Sun Xinshin had just cursed, Suan asked Sun Xinshin, Xinshin, who did you learn the swearing from? Why didn't I realize that you were so good at swearing before? Speaking of this, Sun Xinshin did not hide it from Suan. I heard the ants in the production team quarreling and followed them to learn it. Suan gave a thumbs up. She didn't expect that this girl had such a strong talent for learning in this area. After knowing that Suan was fine, Sun Xinshin felt relieved. Now that neither of them had to go to work, Sun Xinshin thought that Suan had made 100 yuan today and beat up Ergo's mother and the others. She felt that this matter must be celebrated. Thinking of this, Sun Xinshin happily went to the kitchen to work. There were still some ingredients left at home, and Sun Xinshin planned to cut some bacon and stir-fry it. The eggplant in this season did not taste very good, so Sun Xinshin planned to fry some eggplant cakes. By the way, there was just enough time to make some snacks. Sun Xinshin made some rice noodles and went to steam rice cakes. Unfortunately, the two of them didn't eat much, so they could only make less. When she had time later, Sun Xinshin also wanted to make some pumpkin cakes for Suan. Before, Tao Danny sent them an old pumpkin which was just right for cooking. Sun Xinshin's skills in this area are naturally beyond words, and her cooking tastes better than those sold on the market. Suan leaned against the chair, shaking his legs happily, waiting for Sun Xinshin to finish cooking. Because he had beaten someone today, Suan was in a very good mood. Sun Xinshin was busy very quickly, and a pot of rice cakes was steamed in a short while. The rice cakes were still hot just out of the pot, and Suan felt that they were soft and fragrant, which was much better than the snacks sold outside. Suan thought that it would be great if Sun Xinshin could open a restaurant after the reform and opening up. With her skills, she would definitely not lack customers. But thinking of this girl's identity, her family is a capitalist. After a few years of rehabilitation, they will not lack money at all, so it doesn't matter whether they open a restaurant or not. Suan ate there were quite a few rice cakes, so Sun Xinshin only ate a few small pieces. Her appetite was not as big as Suan's. If she ate too much, she would not be able to eat lunch later, so it was better to eat less. There were still some rice cakes left, so Suan thought about sending them to the captain's house. There was no rush, and she would wait until she hunted some game in the mountains and add some game to send to people. Today, thanks to Tao Danny's help in investigating behind the scenes, it was found out that the people who spread rumors about her were Lee Ergu and Erga's mother. In addition, Wang Weihua was obviously biased towards her and helped her deal with this matter. People were good to her, and Su-an was a grateful person, so she must repay them. Oh, yes, there is also Lu Jinting. Thinking of how Lu Jinting helped him catch Li Ergu and his mother today, Su-an had to repay him. How to repay him? Invite them to dinner? Su-an thought this was feasible. Wait until the afternoon. She went up the mountain and brought back some game, and asked Sun Xinshin to make something delicious to entertain guests in the evening. After eating the rice cakes, Sun Xinshin went to the kitchen to work. She had obviously eaten a lot of rice cakes, but after waiting for the meal, Sun Xinshin found that Su-an had a really big appetite and could still eat a lot. Unlike her, she couldn't eat after 2 bites. If there was no family background, it would be difficult to support Su, and with such a big appetite. Fortunately, before her parents were sent down to the countryside, they secretly left her a lot of family background, so Sun Xinshin was not short of money for the time being. When she was short of money, she could just dig out some of the treasures left by her parents and eat for a long time. If Su-an broke her bankrupt, she would come to support her. Su-an was so good to her, and Sun Xinshin was willing to support her little sister. Su-an didn't know what Sun Xinshin was thinking yet. If she knew, she would definitely be moved by this girl. After all, in the life before her rebirth, she was cheated by the Su family, and after she went to the countryside, she was cheated by the educated youth. There has never been a person around her who has shown kindness to her. Sun Xinshin is definitely the only one who is sincere to her in this time and space. After eating and drinking at noon, Su-an went up the mountain. Of course, you have to avoid people when you go up the mountain. Su-an wandered around the mountain in the afternoon and had a good harvest. This time he actually caught a wild goat. Thinking of the taste of mutton, Su-an has swallowed her saliva. Waiting to carry the mutton back, let Sun Xinshin make some braised lamb chops for her, and then grill some lamb skewers for her. The taste of stewed mutton is not bad, and you can stew some mutton later. Su-an first put the game into the space, and waited until he was about to build his own yard before getting the wild goat out, and then carried it into the yard. Seeing Su-an got a wild goat, Sun Xinshin was also happy. She also craved mutton. And today's harvest is really good, there are even goats. The pony boy Sun Xinshin came to Su-an excitedly. Su-an smiled and replied, "Yes, you are lucky. I will take care of it first." Sun Xinshin was not as good as Su-an at this job, so she let Su-an do it. Sun Xinshin saw Su-an quickly deal with a wild goat. The goat meat was kept, and Su-an was going to throw away the goat offal, but was stopped by Sun Xinshin. "And you can't throw away the goat offal. It's a good thing. Braised goat offal, stewed goat offal soup are all good. You keep it, I will deal with it." When Sun Xinshin said this, her eyes sparkled as she looked at the goat offal. Su-an disliked the strong smell of these things, but seeing that Sun Xinshin was willing to deal with it, she let the girl do it. Su-an separated 2 pounds of meat from the wild goat meat, and also took 2 or 3 pounds of lamb chops. "Xinshin, I'm going to take some things to Aunt Danny. You stay busy at home for a while." Sun Xinshin nodded. "Okay, and then go and do your own thing. Oh, by the way, I want to treat everyone to dinner tonight. You can prepare a few more dishes." Sun Xinshin asked curiously, "And then, who are you going to invite for dinner tonight?" "Lu Jiqing, didn't he help me catch Li Ergu and Ergu's mother today? I want to thank him and invite him to dinner." Sun Xinshin remembered this and realized that she really had to invite him to dinner to express her gratitude. "Okay, and then I'll prepare it and make sure everyone will be satisfied." Sun Xinshin had already thought of many ways to cook so much goat meat. After Su-an and Sun Xinshin finished their instructions, they went to Tao Danny's house. Of course, she put the meat in a basket, but she didn't dare to take it out directly, for fear that someone would see it and think about it. When they arrived at Tao Danny's house, Su-an brought out a few rice cakes and mutton chops. Not to mention the rice cakes, the meat was even better. Seeing Su-an bringing out so much meat, Tao Danny waved her hands. "Girl, how can you bring so much meat? It's too expensive, and your aunt can't accept it." Although Tao Danny was greedy for meat, she had received a lot of good things from Su-an before, so she couldn't be greedy and keep accepting benefits from others. Suan said, "Aunt, this is the game I hunted in the mountains, and I still have a lot. You helped me a lot today, and recovered my reputation loss. This meat is my way of thanking you. If you don't accept it, I will be unhappy." Tao Danny also knew Suan's ability. This girl always managed to catch some game when she went up the mountain. The team's regulations required large game to be handed in, and small game could be taken back by themselves. Since it was the game that Suan had caught herself, Tao Danny accepted it after a little hesitation, but gave Suan some dried black fungus and homemade soybean paste in return. Suan was not polite. He accepted Tao Danny's things and went back. Suan sweated a lot during the trip up the mountain, so he went to take a bath first. While waiting for Suan to finish his bath, Sun Shinshin had already prepared some of the mutton offal and started to stew it, and also stewed a pot of mutton soup. There are many ways to cook mutton. Sun Shinshin thought that she had guests coming to eat, so she prepared a portion of roasted mutton with cumin and a portion of braised lamb chops. In addition, she stir-fried 2 green vegetables, and this meal would be perfect for entertaining guests. The most important thing is that there is a lot of meat, and it is enough to fill you up. The conditions in the countryside are so poor that it is not easy to have a meal of meat. Suan saw Sun Shinshin busy in the kitchen. She had to go to the Educated Youth Center and invite Lu Jinting to her house for dinner. When Suan went to the Educated Youth Center, she saw that the door of Lu Jinting and Guo Miao's house was closed, but not locked. People were inside. He should be in the house. So Suan went to knock on the door. Lu Jinting, who was in the house, heard someone knocking on the door and wondered if it was the team leader or a male educated youth from the Educated Youth Courtyard. Because they don't often have people coming here, and female educated youth have never come here. Lu Jinting had just finished taking a shower and didn't have time to put on his shirt when he went to open the door. As a result, when the door opened, he saw Suan standing at the door. After Lu Jinting opened the door, Suan also saw him shirtless. Suan originally thought that Lu Jinting's appearance was amazing enough, but when he saw after seeing Lu Jinting's figure, she was even more amazed. The muscle lines of this man's upper body are very perfect, and when matched with Lu Jinting's face, it is simply amazing. Lu Jinting didn't expect Suan to be so bold. If it were any other girl, she would have run away shyly. But Suan admired his figure so frankly, without any shyness or reservation. Lu Jinting could even see her desire in Suan's eyes. Being stared at by Suan like this, Lu Jinting felt embarrassed. His ears turned red for a moment, and he quickly said to Suan, "I'll put on some clothes first." After saying that, Lu Jinting closed the door first and opened the door again a few seconds later. Suan noticed the redness on Lu Jinting's face. Is this man shy? Alas, men of this era are really innocent. Isn't it just that someone has seen him? It's not like he took off his pants and exposed himself in front of her. What's there to be embarrassed about? Lu Jinting coughed lightly and asked Suan, "Su Jiqing, do you have something to talk to me about?" Suan directly stated the purpose of her visit today. "You helped me catch Li Ergu and Ergu's mother today. I would like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude." Lu Jinting was a little surprised that Suan would actually treat him to a meal. However, thinking that Suan treating him to a meal would help to improve their relationship, Lu Jinting was very curious about Suan and wanted to know if she was a spy. "Okay, when will the meal be served?" "I'll go over there. Wait about half an hour, and then you can go over there." "Okay." Guo Miao had just finished using the toilet when he heard about Suan's dinner invitation. He immediately came over and asked, "Su Jiqing, can you take me with you? My good brother is going out to eat, so he can't be left out." After the two of them went to the countryside, Lu Jinting was basically the one who cooked. It's not that Guo Miao doesn't know how to cook, but the food he cooks is disgusting even dogs would dislike. Once Lu Jinting leaves, he will have nothing to eat. Suan glanced at Guo Miao, knowing that since Guo Miao and Lu Jinting could live alone, they must have a very good relationship. One more person is never too many, and there are enough dishes at home anyway, so Suan nodded and said, "Okay, you can come too." Guo Miao was very happy to see Suan agreed. Suan went back after she finished talking about this. When she got home, the smell of meat was already coming from the kitchen. The mutton was not smelly at all under Sun Xinshin's processing, but very fragrant. Guo Miao and Lu Jinting came to Suan half an hour later. When the two came over, Guo Miao was holding 2 bottles of canned fruit in his hands. Lu Jinting was invited to dinner, and it didn't matter if he came empty-handed. As a freeloader, he still had the awareness of freeloading, so he brought some small gifts. As soon as they arrived at Su An's house, Lu Jinting and Guo Miao smelled the aroma of meat wafting in the air. It seems that we got the right answer. I didn't expect to get to eat meat, Guo Miao said to Lu Jinting with a smile. Lu Jinting knew Su An's ability. She could easily catch wild game in the mountains and had no shortage of meat. The two arrived in front of the yard and knocked on the door. Suan opened the door. After the two entered the house, Guo Miao handed over the 2 canned fruit bottles he brought. Suan looked at the canned fruit handed over by Guo Miao, thinking that this man was not the kind of person who liked to take advantage of others, and they could be close friends. You sit down for a while, and we can have dinner later. Guo Miao and Lu Jinting nodded, not in a hurry. Suan moved the tables and chairs to the yard. It was more spacious and comfortable to eat outside. Seeing the two sit down and wait, Suan went to pour 2 cups of brown sugar water and let them drink some water first. Then she moved a stool out and sat down like Guyu. Looking at Su An's lazy appearance, it was the first time Lu Jinting saw a girl like this. Su Jiqing, you're so good at martial arts. Have you practiced martial arts before? Lu Jinting felt that judging from Su An's investigation background, Suan should not have such good skills, so he asked this question specifically. Suan met Lu Jinting's inquiring eyes, knowing that this man probably suspected something about her, so she made up a lie. Yes, I met a master before, who saw that I was bullied by my family, so he helped me open up the Ren and do meridians, and taught me some martial arts. It's a pity that my master died early, and I haven't even learned the basics of his skills. Otherwise, I would definitely be better at fighting now. Lu Jinting. This girl said it seriously. Why did he think she was fooling people? She said that the master had passed away, so he had no way to check it out. Whether there is such a master or not, isn't it up to this girl to say? Lu Jinting twitched the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect that there are such hidden masters in the world. I thought these skills were all written in novels. Suan smiled. There are many things in this world that are beyond our cognition. There's nothing strange about it. Lu Jinting did not continue this topic and continued to ask Su Jiqing, why did you go to the countryside in the first place? Seeing Lu Jinting start to interrogate again, Suan looked at him with a gangster look. Lu Jiqing, you ask so many things about me. Do you like me and are interested in me? She looked down on Guo Miao, but if it was Lu Jinting, Suan felt that it was still acceptable. Especially when she saw Lu Jinting's muscles today, Suan wanted to knock this man out and carry him to the Kong. Things that she didn't have in the previous life, she must enjoy them in this life. Guo Miao, who was drinking water, made a puff. This mouthful of water sprayed directly far away. Then Guo Miao coughed, and was really choked. Lu Jinting did not expect Suan to say something shocking and hurriedly said, sorry, I'm just asking casually. Guo Miao glanced at Lu Jinting and then at Suan. Although Suan was very beautiful, Guo Miao felt that their brother Ting would not fall for such a brutal woman. Brother Ting was no match for Suan, and only a man who was abused would be with such a woman. Suan was a little unhappy to hear Lu Jinting's answer. Is she not beautiful enough? So Lu Jinting is not interested in her? Originally, Lu Jinting wanted to find out more about Su An's situation and check whether this woman was a spy. It would be a bad idea to ask now, otherwise people would misunderstand. Seeing that Lu Jinting stopped talking, Suan asked him instead, Lu Jiqing, what about you? Why did you come to the countryside? I'm here to support rural construction. Lu Jinting answered seriously. Suan sneered. No one would believe it. You two appear and disappear all day long. You must not just go to the countryside. I'm afraid you are here to perform some specific tasks. I see that your physique is different from that of ordinary people. It must be the result of long-term training, so I guess you must be organized by some military organization. After Suan finished speaking, Guo Miao and Lu Jinting's faces turned pale at the same time. They were indeed here to perform a mission, but it was a confidential mission. Originally, they thought that they were using the identity of educated youth as a cover, so as not to alert the people here. But Suan saw that something was wrong with them at a glance. This reminded Guamiao and Lu Jinting. If Suan could see it, how could others not see it? Seeing that the two looked unnatural, Suan comforted them. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who meddles in other people's business, and I won't spread it out. Just be careful, as educated youth, you should always look like educated youth. After Suan finished speaking, Sun Xinshin came out of the kitchen and called a few people to eat, and the topic came to an abrupt end. Guamiao and Lu Jinting saw that Suan had deliberately reminded them, so they must have no ill intentions, otherwise there would be no need to say these words. Suan looked at the table of delicious food and immediately called Guamiao and Lu Jinting to eat. She tasted Sun Xinshin's cooking skills and found that it was really impeccable, and every dish was delicious. At this time, the goat meat in the mountains was more fragrant than the mutton bought in later generations. Lu Jinting and Guamiao's attention was quickly diverted. Then they came to the table of delicious food. It's not like they haven't eaten good food before, but they still have to praise that Sun Xinshin's cooking skills are really good. Sun Xinshin's personality is very simple, her cooking skills are okay, and her smile is very sweet. Guamiao stared at Sun Xinshin while eating. If you want to find a partner, you have to find someone like Sun Xinshin. Especially after the comparison with Suan, Guamiao felt that Sun Xinshin was what a woman should be like. I just don't know how such a gentle girl got involved with Suan. During this meal, Lu Jinting and Guamiao ate a lot and didn't stop until he was full. This should be the best and most abundant meal they had eaten since they went to the countryside. No matter how big their appetites were, they couldn't compare to Suan. When they were eating together, Lu Jinting and Guamiao were shocked by Suan's appetite again. So, ability is proportional to appetite, right? Only by eating more can you have strength and such good skills? Lu Jinting and Guamiao went back after dinner. Suan's words today reminded them, so the next day Lu Jinting and Guamiao followed Ji the educated youth, went to work together. They planned to do the same as Suan and finish the work and then go on to carry out the task, so as not to appear too different. Seeing Lu Jinting and Guamiao coming to work today, many team members felt strange. They had never seen these two people working in the fields before, but they came today. Lu Jinting and Guamiao received the farm work and started to work. Compared with other educated youth who went to the countryside, Lu Jinting and Guamiao were very capable. Although they were not as amazing as Suan, they could basically finish the work in about 2 hours and get full work points. The people in the team basically finished the work at hand and arranged the rest of the time by themselves. When they finish their work, no one will pay too much attention to where they go. Otherwise, according to Suan, it is indeed easy for people to notice that something is wrong if the educated youth who went to the countryside do not participate in labor. But because Lu Jinting and Guamiao went to the fields, they attracted the attention of many team members. Before the two of them went to the fields, the team members did not know that the two new male educated youth were so capable. Now, seeing that Lu Jinting and Guamiao are both good at work, many people have some small ideas, especially some girls in the production team. Not only are they capable, but they are also different from the country people. They are very good looking. Before, the girls in their countryside had liked the male educated youth from the city, but their families said that good looks are useless. Look at these male educated youth who went to the countryside. One is weaker than the other. If they really get married, can they be expected to support the family? Good looks cannot be eaten, and ability is the hard truth. Lu Jinting and Guamiao are different. They are good-looking and work well, and they will definitely be recognized by their families. Just the next day, when Lu Jinting and Guamiao went to work, they saw several old ladies coming over. Although Lu Jinting was more handsome, he always had a cold face, which made people feel that he was difficult to approach. Several old ladies valued Guamiao more. This guy seemed to have a good temper and was easier to get along with. So when Guamiao was working, several old ladies surrounded Guamiao and asked, "Guajiqing, do you have a partner?" Guamiao was stunned for a moment. Why did they ask him this? The ants in the production team were really enthusiastic. They actually cared about whether he had a partner. When they heard Guimiao say no, several old ladies' eyes suddenly revealed joy. It's good that he doesn't have a partner. Only their daughters have a chance. So one of the old ladies said, "Hey, Guijiqing, I see that you are not young anymore. It's time to talk about marriage. How about this? I have a daughter to introduce to you." Our Xiaohong is praised by people in the surrounding area for her big ace and good at giving birth. Many people proposed to her before, but I was reluctant to let my daughter get married. Another old aunt said quickly, "Little Hong, don't brag. Your Xiaohong is not good-looking. How can she be worthy of Guijiqing? It's better for her to be a partner with my Lily. My Lily is pretty. She and Guijiqing are a perfect match. Why is your Lily so good? She is a sickly girl. What's the use of being pretty? If she can't lift anything, can she manage the household if you marry her? Marry a virtuous woman. You don't marry a woman to serve her. She must be useful." At this time, another old aunt intervened. "My daughter Yuan is the most suitable for Guijiqing. Both Lily and Xiaohong are illiterate and can barely read. My daughter Yuan is different. She is a junior high school student, educated, and can talk to these educated youth from the city. People who live together for a lifetime must have a common topic, right? If they can't talk, how boring it would be." Several aunts were vying for their daughters. They argued and then started fighting. Guimiao. He never thought that he would be so popular one day. But even if these aunts wanted to introduce their daughters to him, Guimiao was not interested. He came here to perform the mission, not to find a partner. He might leave after completing the mission. How troublesome would it be to find a partner? Women would only affect the speed of his drawing his gun. He was still young, so of course he had to focus on his career. "I won't consider any of your girls." After Guimiao finished speaking, several old aunties looked at him with dissatisfaction. "Guijiqing, what do you mean? Do you look down on us country people? Yes, do you want to find a girl from the city?
You have gone to the countryside now.
It is not easy to find girls in the city, and the girls in the city are not as good as our country girls. Look how delicate you female educated youth from the city are. It is most suitable to find a girl from our local area." Guimiao hurriedly explained, "Aunties have misunderstood. It's not that I look down on country girls. I just don't want to delay your good daughter." Several old aunties looked at Guimiao, waiting for him to continue. Guimiao sighed heavily and continued, "Aunts, you may not know that my family is not well off. I have several brothers and sisters. My father is disabled, and my mother is paralyzed in bed. My parents said that if I find a partner in the future, I won't have any betrothal gifts, and the girl will have to pay for the dowry. Oh, by the way, after we get married, you will have to help with housework and serve my mother." As soon as Guimiao finished speaking, several old aunts who originally had ideas about Guimiao immediately stopped. If they let their daughters marry under such conditions, wouldn't it be like deliberately jumping into a fire pit? An old lady couldn't help but ask, "Guijiqing, are you kidding? Can you find a wife with your family's requirements?" Guimiao said seriously, "I also think it's hard to find a wife, but I have to take my time. What if I can meet someone who accepts my family's requirements? After all, my family's conditions are a bit poor, but I'm handsome. Maybe some silly girl will be attracted to me and willing to marry me." Several old ladies looked at Guimiao with indescribable eyes. What a mess. The old ladies who were vying to introduce their daughters to Guimiao all dispersed around him. Lu Jinting was next to Guimiao, listening to Guimiao's nonsense with his mouth twitching. If Uncle Gua and Aunt Gua knew what Guimiao had made up, I wonder if they would break this kid's legs. When these old ladies left Guimiao, they set their sights on Lu Jinting again. At first, they liked Guimiao, but Guimiao was not good, and Lu Jinting was not bad either. As soon as Lu Jinting saw the old ants surrounding him, he felt something was wrong. "Lu Jiqing, you don't have a partner, right?"
How about I?
Before the old ants could open their mouths, Lu Jinting replied seriously, "Aunt, I don't want to delay your good daughter. I'm not good at that, and I can't have children. Any girl who marries me will be a widow for the rest of her life." As soon as Lu Jinting said this, the old ants were dumbfounded. Originally, they thought Guimiao's conditions were a little worse, but they didn't expect Lu Jinting to be even more outrageous. If a man is not good at that, can he still be considered a man? No matter how good the conditions are, you can't marry. Lu Jinting was tall and powerful, but they couldn't tell that he had any problems. No one doubted whether Lu Jinting was lying, because subconsciously everyone believed that men would not joke about such things. If Lu Jinting was a normal person, how could he arrange his words like this in front of everyone? Originally, seeing that Lu Jinting and Guimiao were good-looking and capable of working, there were also female educated youths in the educated youth area who were interested in them. But at this moment, everyone stopped. Seeing that Lu Jinting and Guimiao wanted to stay away, they were afraid of being offended by these two people. They don't want to be widowed, and they don't want to marry into someone else's family and work as a nanny. Su-eun was working not far away. Talents, these two people are really talented. In order not to be targeted by the women in the brigade, she really risked her life. The effect was very obvious. After a while, there were no more people around Guimiao and Lu Jinting. Lu Jinting and Guimiao breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that no one was around them. But soon, Lu Jinting felt someone staring at him. When he looked back, he met Su-eun's eyes. The two looked at each other. Thinking of what he just said, he didn't know why Lu Jinting was worried that he had been misunderstood by Su-eun. Su-eun gave Lu Jinting a thumbs up. She really admired this warrior and didn't care about being laughed at. Lu Jinting didn't understand what Su-eun meant for a moment. Finally, the ants dispersed, and Lu Jinting found another female team member walking toward her. Lu Jinting took a look at the female team member. She was very fat, about 1.4 meters tall, and weighed about 1,670 kilograms. In this era of lack of food and clothing, it is really rare to be so fat. It doesn't matter if he is fat, the important thing is that his face is pockmarked. The whole person looks like a short winter melon, which looks very funny. Waiting for the female team member to approach and stop in front of Lu Jinting frowned and asked, "Hello, comrade. What can I do for you?" "Do and call me comrade. It seems that we are too different." "You call me Wenwen, my name is Li Wenwen." Li Wenwen said, and shyly touched the braid she had tied. Her shy look made Lu Jinting's scalp numb. In fact, Lu Jinting does not judge people by their appearance, but Li Wenwen has a very bad reputation in the production team. I heard that she has harassed many gay men. Basically, every decent-looking male educated youth who went to the countryside was harassed by her. If Lu Jinting and Guimiao hadn't been in the production team often before, they would have been harassed by her. Lu Jinting. After being speechless for a few seconds, Lu Jinting said, "Comrade Li Wenwen, do you have any business with me?" Li Wenwen handed a kettle in her hand to Lu Jinting. "Lu Jiqing, what are you doing? You've worked so much. Are you tired? I'll make you some brown sugar water. Why don't you drink some brown sugar water?" As she said that, Li Wenwen was about to pour some brown sugar water for Lu Jinting. Lu Jinting hurriedly stopped him and said, "No, comrade Li Wenwen, I'm not thirsty anymore. You can take it back."
Li Wenjan roulette her lips. Okay.
She stopped what she was doing and then looked at Lu with a shy look.
Jinting.
Lu Jinting felt uncomfortable when Li Wenwen looked at him like this. "Comrade Li Wenwen, if there is nothing else, please go back first." Li Wenwen tweaked, looked at Lu Jinting affectionately and said, "Well, Lu Jiqing, although you said that you have a physical defect and cannot give birth, but I don't dislike you. Why don't we fall in love? If you and I fall in love, I will definitely treat you well. My family's conditions are good, and my uncle and grandfather have a commercial grain household registration in the city. If we fall in love with each other, I won't let you go hungry." After Li Wenwen said this, Lu Jinting suddenly became petrified. Guimiao glanced at Li Wenwen and then at Lu Jinting. He really sympathizes with their family brother. Many gay men around him also cast sympathetic glances at Lu Jinting. Seeing that Lu Jinting didn't speak, Li Wenwen chased after him. "Lu Jiqing, please say something. Whether it works or not, I don't dislike you. You won't be willing to be with me, right?" Su-eun watched the excitement from the side. "I think this Li Wenwen is a bit eye-catching. It seems that she has bumped into him several times before." It was even more interesting now, staring directly at Lu Jinting. Su-eun thought about how much this kind of person needed a man. After being rejected so many times, he could still shamelessly continue to confess to gay men. At this time, Guo Miao stood up and helped Lu Jinting to scold him. His brother Ting has a good temper and is embarrassed to say, but he won't do that. As long as Guo Miao doesn't like it, he will attack everyone equally. Guo Miao scolded Li Wenwen, "Can you look in the mirror before you go out and see what sweet dreams you have? Even if my brother Ting has a problem in that area, he will be reduced to having adult love with you. I think you are crazy. You're caught in the door, and you're so whimsical. Look at your appearance. I don't want to complain. I just want to say, you are so annoying. You are probably the ugliest woman in the entire production team. I might as well fall in love with you. Asao, even Asao, is prettier than you. If I were you, no one would blame you for being ugly. It's your fault for being scary." Everyone was shocked. Why does this Guo Jiqing have such a vicious mouth? He comes out with a lot of curse words. Li Wenwen started to cry when Guo Miao said that. "Guo Jiqing, why are you talking about me like that? Are you going too far?" Guo Miao rolled his eyes at Li Wenwen, annoyed with such an ugly person who has no self-awareness. "I went too far. What I said is true." "Oh, don't cry. You are ugly to begin with. When you cry, you almost turn into a toad." Li Wenwen is not crying at this time.
She is not crying.
Neither. She glared at Guo Mu angrily, then looked at Lu Jinting pitifully. "Guo Jiqing, don't meddle in other people's business." Lu Jiqing didn't say I was ugly, so why do you say that? "I don't want to get along with you. My brother Ting didn't mean to hurt you. Do you really think you can be liked by him? I think you should go back and sleep," Guo Miao said. What he said was so embarrassing that he even laughed out loud. Lu Jinting took the opportunity to say, "Comrade Li Wenwen, we are not suitable, and I already have a woman I like in my heart, so it is impossible to accept anyone else." After hearing Lu Jinting's rejection, Li Wenwen ran away crying. After waiting for Li Wenwen to leave, it became quiet now. After watching the excitement, Suan gained a new understanding of Lu Jinting and Guo Miao. They are both talents. Especially Guo Miao's mouth is too scary and should not be messed with casually. Suan continued to dig the ground with farm tools. She was fast, so she had the ground dug up in a short time. She got 10 work points and helped Sun Xinxin with her share of the work before going back. After the two of them went back, Sun Xinxin complained in front of Suan, and "I feel that one of the educated youths in our educated youth department has been treating me a little bit wrong these days." Suan was curious when she heard what Sun Xinxin said. Looking at this girl, Sun Xinxin explained, "That's how Jianxi. He's been coming to me these days to show his courtesy. I don't need his help, so why is he so enthusiastic? Do you think he wants to pursue me?" Suan, when Sun Xinxin said that, she pouted, and her little face was chubby. The little girl at this age is very cute. She is so full of collagen that it makes people want to rub her face, just looking at her. It's possible. Our Xinxin looks so cute. Isn't it normal for others to like her? Sun Xinxin was even more distressed when she heard Suan say that, "But I don't want to date, and I don't think that Hao Jianxi is a good man. He's close to many of the female team members in the production team, and there's no way I would fall for a man like that." Seeing that although Sun Xinxin was simple, she was not easy to fool, Suan was relieved. "Well, then stay away from him when you see him next time." "Okay, and then I know." Not long after the two of them came back, the team leader came to them and informed them to go to the county town to pick up the package tomorrow. Before going to the countryside, they sent themselves a package, which was all winter warm stuff. "And then take me with you tomorrow. I have nothing to do in the production team all day, and I want to go to the county town to go shopping and buy 2 sets of seasonal clothes by the way." Suan naturally had no objection. "Okay, no problem, then let's take the ox cart there together tomorrow." Although there are bicycles, they are barely big enough for 2 people. They still have a lot of packages, so it would be best to take a bullock cart, and the packages can be put on the cart. Sun Xinxin was very happy to see that they could go to the county town tomorrow. The days in the countryside were fine, except that they were a little boring. Unlike in Beijing, where families have radios and televisions, there is no electricity in the countryside now, so even if you buy these appliances, you can't use them. Suan suggested that they go to the scrap yard tomorrow and buy some books. Reading books can kill time. It just so happens that the college entrance examination will be resumed in a few years, so now is the time to buy some textbooks to consolidate the knowledge learned before, so that they can take the college entrance examination. The next morning, Soo-in and Sun Shinshin took a bullock cart to the county town. In addition to them, Chun Jangwo also went to the county town to pick up the package. Wang Zhaodi didn't have a package because her family hadn't sent it to her yet. Seeing that several educated youth who went to the countryside with her had gone to pick up the packages, she started to worry about when her package would arrive. The winter in the Northeast is very cold, and if she doesn't have thick bedding and jackets, she will definitely freeze. It seems that she has to write a letter to her family to urge them. Thinking that Sun Shinshin was so well off and they were classmates, but she didn't get any advantage from Sun Shinshin, she felt very depressed. It's a pity that Sun Shinshin was hanging out with Soo-in, and Wang Zhaodi really didn't dare to mess with that woman Soo-in. Wang Zhaodi was unwilling to see Sun Shinshin, a capitalist lady, living a more prosperous life than herself, so she deliberately mentioned in front of Hao Jianxi that Sun Shinshin's family was well off. Hao Jianxi was a scumbag, coaxing many girls in the production team to send him food. If she could trick Sun Shinshin into getting her hands on him, she wanted to see what good life Sun Shinshin would have. Sun Shinshin naturally didn't know that the reason Hao Jianxi suddenly showed up to her and showed his courtesy was because of Wang Zhaodi's handiwork. Soo-in and Sun Shinshin arrived at the county town. Although the county town is not as good as Beijing, it is much more convenient than the countryside. At least it has the basic things. They went to the post office first and picked up their respective packages. Soo-in thought she had enough things, but she didn't expect Sun Shinshin to have more than her. As expected of a capitalist's eldest daughter, the little money she had was far less than that of Sun Shinshin. After getting the packages, the two first put the packages on the ox cart, otherwise it would be inconvenient to carry them. After the packages were placed, the two went to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase. The family needs to replenish some of the seasonings, and this time they come here just in time. In addition, Sun Shinshin also bought 2 sets of long coats and 2 pairs of corduroy trousers for herself. The weather is getting colder, so I have to buy 2 sets of clothes for the changing seasons. The clothes in this county supply and marketing cooperative are really few in style, and there are not many to choose from, and they're not as good looking as those in the department stores in Beijing. But such clothes are not without advantages. At least they are not eye-catching. Otherwise, if you wear them in the countryside to work, you will probably be criticized by the team members. Soo-in chose a set of clothes, just enough to wear anyway. She can't appreciate the clothes of this era. But when she saw the wool, Soo-in thought she could buy some and wait until she had free time after the autumn harvest to knit a sweater. Sun Shinshin had the same idea, waiting for the weather to get colder, so she could wear a sweater to keep warm. She was the best at knitting wool, so she would knit 2 for herself and 2 for Soo-in. The two of them went shopping at the supply and marketing cooperative, and then left with large and small bags of things. With Soo-in around, Sun Shinshin didn't have to carry these things. Because the two bought a lot of things, they were targeted as soon as they left the supply and marketing cooperative. Soo-in naturally noticed the few little tails following behind her. Are they planning to rob her? They really picked the wrong target. Those who want to rob her must be blind to provoke her. Soo-in deliberately took Sun Shinshin to turn a small alley. Seeing the two enter the alley, the little tails who followed immediately caught up.
Stop.
Soo-in and Sun Shinshin were quickly stopped. There were several people dressed as gangsters standing in front of them. Looking at the few people who caught up, Soo-in raised his eyebrows and said, "What's the matter? Hand over your things and the money and tickets on your body, and we will let you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." As they said, the gangsters took out a few daggers from their hands. Sun Shinshin pulled Soo-in with some fear, thinking of protecting Soo-in behind her. Sun Shinshin's subconscious action warmed Soo-in's heart. A friend in need is a friend indeed. When she was in danger, Sun Shinshin actually thought of protecting her. This girl was sincere to her. Perhaps there were too few people who treated her like this, so Soo-in felt that Sun Shinshin's sincerity was rare and precious. Soo-in, in turn, protected Sun Shinshin behind her, and looked at the gangsters who blocked the road and said, You are unlucky to meet me. If you know what's good for you, take out the money and tickets in your hands quickly, otherwise I will beat you to pieces." Hearing Soo-En's words, the gangsters who were blocking her thought that this woman was crazy. Only crazy people would say such nonsense. The gangsters stopped talking and rushed towards Soo-En. They were willing to pay the money if this woman suffered a little loss. Soo-En asked Sun Shinshin to step back and not to hurt her by mistake when she attacked. Although Sun Shinshin was a little worried about Soo-En, after all, these people were holding knives. But thinking that Soo-En could kill a wild boar, could a few gangsters not deal with it? She couldn't help, and if she didn't listen to Soo-En, she would only cause trouble for her good friend. Thinking of this, Sun Shinshin hurriedly stepped back. Before the gangsters had time to hurt Soo-En, she kicked the gangsters' wrists holding the daggers. With her kick, all the daggers in their hands fell to the ground. How could the gangsters have thought that Soo-En, a woman, could have such skills? After seeing Soo-En's strength, the gangsters also had active minds and struggled to get up and run. Soo-En was not willing to give them this opportunity and continued to kick them a few more times. "It's too late to run now." Soo-En punched and kicked the gangsters. The gangsters were beaten and huddled in the corner, holding their heads and begging for mercy. Seeing the gangsters in such a miserable state, Sun Shinshin snorted, "Why bother? Why mess with Arnon?" Sun Shinshin said, kicking the gangsters a few times. Soo-En glanced at Sun Shinshin. This girl has learned to bully others. After the gangsters begged for mercy, Soo-En did not do it again, but said, "Take out the money and bills. You can leave after paying the money." It happened that Soo-En went to the supply and marketing cooperative today and spent a lot of money. She was still distressed about spending too much money, but she didn't expect that the treasury would take the initiative to deliver it to her door. Unfortunately, the result was still unsatisfactory. Because these gangsters took out money and bills from their pockets and only collected 8 yuan in total. Soo-En. Only this little? Not enough for her to spend today. Soo-En kicked the hooligans again. "You're so poor. Why are you out robbing?" The hooligans thought that the woman in front of them must be mentally ill. If they had money, would they need to rob? But thinking of the scene of being beaten just now, the hooligans dared not speak. "Andy, do you want this money?" Although less money is better than no money. Soo-En put the money in her pocket and then kicked the hooligans again. "Get lost." Seeing that they could finally get lost, the hooligans hurriedly left. They must have not checked the almanac when they went out today and encountered such a monster. In the past, they were the only ones who robbed others, but now they have become the targets of robbery. After waiting for the hooligans to be dealt with, Soo-En took Sun Shinshin out of the alley again. The two went directly to the scrap recycling station. The main purpose of this trip was to find books. The old man guarding the door asked them to go in and choose by themselves. Sun Shinshin picked a lot of miscellaneous novels. Soo-En chose some high school textbooks for her. Seeing that Soo-En had chosen a high school textbook, Sun Shinshin was very curious and asked Sun Shinshin, "Anan, why did you buy the textbook?" Soo-En explained, "I think our country needs talents, and the college entrance examination will be relaxed one day. Buy some high school textbooks and teaching materials now, and consolidate your high school knowledge when you are free, so that you will have a chance to pass the college entrance examination when it is relaxed." Sun Shinshin also felt that Soo-En's explanation made sense after hearing it. Anyway, she thought whatever Soo-En said was right, as long as she did what Soo-En said. The two of them picked and chose for a while and found a lot of books. Soo-En wanted to see other things in the scrapyard. Sun Shinshin wanted to buy a dressing table. Carpenter Zhang's house had some basic and common furniture. Dressing tables were not made often, and the styles were relatively simple. Sun Shinshin disliked the ugly style and thought that maybe she could find a better style at the scrapyard. Soo-En naturally accompanied Sun Shinshin to look at the dressing table. The two of them were lucky, and they really met one. The dressing table is beautiful in style and almost new. It's just that one of the legs is broken, so they can just nail a piece of wood to fix it. After choosing the dressing table, Soo-En and Sun Shinshin carried their things to the gatekeeper to calculate the price. After paying the money and the ticket, Soo-En carried the things and went to the ox cart. The gatekeeper was amazed when he saw Sue and carrying the dressing table in one hand. This girl is really amazing. It takes a lot of strength. After putting the things on the ox cart, Suin and Sun Shinshin took a break and waited to go back to the production team. Seeing Suin and Sun Shinshin carrying large and small bags of things, the people who came to the county town together, everyone was envious. The conditions of these two female educated youth were really good, especially Suin, who even built a house in the countryside. It was a pity that although the people in the team knew that Suin had good conditions, they did not dare to make plans with this girl, just like what happened to Ergo's mother. Besides, not everyone would dare to marry a strong daughter-in-law like Suin. After waiting for everyone to arrive, the old man driving the ox cart waved his whip and returned to the Yudo village production team. Suin and Sun Shinshin moved the things they bought back home and put them in order. It was time for lunch. Sun Shinshin was a little tired after being busy all morning, so she didn't think about cooking, but went to cook some noodles. However, it's just simple noodles, but the taste of the noodles cooked by this girl is not bad. It is so delicious when eaten with the rice sauce cooked by Sun Shinshin. Suin will naturally continue to go up the mountain in the afternoon. She still has to hunt for money. The efforts now are for a better life in the future. After she accumulates the starting capital and becomes prosperous after the reform and opening up, Suin must make a fortune. When she succeeds, what will the Shin family mean to her? She must make the Shin family regret losing her. Suin carried the tools up the mountain, but unexpectedly ran into Guo Miao and Lu Jinting when she went up the mountain. When the two saw Suin, they greeted Suin. Su Jiqing, what a coincidence, you are going up the mountain to hunt again? It was Guo Miao who spoke. Compared with Lu Jinting, Guo Miao obviously said more. Suin nodded. Yes, let's go up the mountain to try our luck. You guys go about your business. Knowing that the two men must be carrying out some mission on the mountain, Suin did not disturb them. After Suin finished speaking, he waved at the two men. Lu Jinting looked at Suin like this, and looked at the girl with some amusement. She seemed to have seen through their purpose of going up the mountain but did not expose it. She said hello, and left quickly, so as not to hinder their work. However, Suin had just taken a few steps when he discovered the sound of mandarin ducks fighting in the bushes. Suin's curiosity was immediately piqued. In broad daylight, who was so energetic to go up the mountain to have a wild fight? Suin walked towards the direction of the sound, deliberately slowing down his steps to avoid disturbing the two people having a wild fight. When Suin got closer, she saw two white buttocks. After taking a closer look at the two people having adult love in a wild, Suin's face was full of disgust. Because one of them was Hao Jianxi. Suin felt nauseous when she thought about this male educated youth having adult love in the wild with others and pursuing Sun Shinshin. The other one was a female team member of the production team, not an educated youth who went to the countryside. Suin seemed to remember that her name was Wang Huan. She was the only daughter in the Wang family, and her parents and brothers all doted on her. How could a woman who was having an affair with a gay man before getting married be a good person? Suin didn't bother to care about other people's troubles, as long as it didn't affect her. But Hao Jianxi was different. She was already with Wang Huan, but she still wanted to show her courtesy to Sun Shinshin. Isn't this just trying to be nice? Too timing? She would have to remind Sun Shinshin again later that she must stay away from the scumbag Hao Jianxi. The ambiguity in the bushes was rising and falling, and the two of them were a little self-forgetful. They never thought that they were seen. Suin resisted the churning stomach and planned to leave. She would not watch it, otherwise she would not be able to eat at night. Guo Miao and Lu Jinting saw Suin peeking out furtively and thought it was nothing, so they came together to see what was going on. After they saw the movement in the bushes clearly, their faces flushed instantly. It was the first time for them to see such a scene. How could they not blush? But looking at Suin's reaction, she didn't seem to be embarrassed at all. At this moment, Lu Jinting and Guo Miao were very doubtful whether Suin was a woman. Suin saw the two of them coming closer and whispered, "Does it look good?" Lu Jinting. Guo Miao. She is a girl. Doesn't it feel awkward to ask this? But Suin really didn't feel embarrassed. If you don't think it's good, don't look at it. These two people are really disgusting, especially that woman who screams so ugly, just like a drake. What kind of woman screams like this? Suin said, and left quietly. Lu Jinting and Guimiao didn't want to stay here for long, so they left quietly. Although it was a bit disgusting to run into Hao Jianxi and others having adult love on the mountain, Suin was lucky this time and killed 2 big wild boars. The harvest was good, and Suin's mood, which was disgusted by Hao Jianxi, improved a little. But Suin didn't expect to run into this scumbag again when walking down the mountain. But Wang Huanhuan was not there at the moment. Probably the two of them deliberately went down the mountain separately. When Hao Jianxi saw Suin, he went up to greet him enthusiastically. Su Jiqing, what a coincidence. I actually met you. In fact, if possible, the person Hao Jianxi wanted to pursue the most was Suin. After all, Suin was good-looking, had money, and could build a house for himself. If he was with Suin, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. Not only could he move out of the educated youth camp, but Suin could also help him earn work points. Why would he have to work so hard like he does now? Unfortunately, Suin was as hard to deceive as Sun Xinxin, and she was good at fighting. If he offended Suin, Hao Jianxi was worried that his body would not be able to withstand a beating. After all, wild boars would suffer in the hands of Suin. He couldn't say that he was tougher than wild boars, right? Looking at Hao Jianxi, who was approaching him, and thinking about what he had just done, Suin felt sick again. Hao Jiqing, please stay away from me.
Don't come near me.
Hao Jianxi naturally saw the disgust in Suin's eyes. Her disgust was undisguised, which made Hao Jianxi very embarrassed. Su Jiqing, how did I offend you? Hao Jianxi pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and asked Suin. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes what Hao Jianxi did, this man looked gentle on the surface. No wonder he could deceive those silly girls in the production team. You didn't offend me. It's just that I simply feel disgusted when I see you, and I don't want you to get close to me. Suin said, and ignored Hao Jianxi, striding forward. There was some anger on Hao Jianxi's face, but Suin was a powerful woman, and Hao Jianxi didn't dare to provoke her. Looking at Suin's back, he felt a little unwilling. He couldn't deceive Suin, but he would definitely not give up on Sun Xinxin. Suin put the 2 wild boars into the space, and brought some wild fruits when he came back from the mountain. There is still a lot of mutton left at home, so there is no shortage of meat these days. As soon as Suin went back, he saw Sun Xinxin smiling and greeting Suin, and you're back at the right time. I just fried pumpkin pie, come and try it. Suin looked at the golden pumpkin cakes with an appetite. The pumpkin cakes looked really good. Sun Xinxin was really amazing to be able to research so many delicacies. Suin took a piece and tasted it. The freshly fried pumpkin cakes were very sweet. Delicious. Suin ate 6 or 7 pieces in one breath. Sun Xinxin couldn't eat any more after 2 bites. She really admired Suin's appetite. There were still some pumpkin cakes left, and she would save them for later. After eating the pumpkin cakes, Suin thought about what he saw today, Hao Jianxi and Wang Huanhuan having adult love in the wild. So he reminded Sun Xinxin. Xinxin, if that Hao Jiqing comes near you again in the future, you must remember to stay away. That person is really disgusting. You must never have any contact with him. Okay, and then I get it. But why did you say that suddenly? Did that Hao Jiqing do something? Suin didn't want Sun Xinxin to be deceived, so he had to explain the matter to her clearly so that she could be prepared. Well, I went up the mountain today and saw him having adult love outdoors with Wang Huanhuan from our brigade. Sun Xinxin was also disgusted when she heard this. The two of them are not married, and even if they are in a relationship, it is immoral. The most important thing is that Hao Jianxi and Wang Huanhuan have done such a thing, and he still came to her to show his courtesy. How can a man who is too timing not make people disgusted? I really didn't realize that Hao Jiqing is that kind of person. Sun Xinxin digested it for a long time before these words popped out of her mouth. Suin said, there are too many scumbags among the gentlemen. We just need to be more careful.
Yeah.
Suin and Sun Xinxin had nothing to do in the afternoon, so they read at home. Seeing that Suan said that the college entrance examination might be resumed in the future, Sun Xinshin planned to read books when she had nothing to do from now on. Maybe she could be admitted to university in the future. When she is capable, she can pull her parents back from the farm. At about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Suan heard someone knocking on the door, so she went to open the door. After opening the door, she saw Tao Danny, and Tao Danny was followed by another old aunt. Suan recognized this old aunt. She was Tao Danny's sister-in-law, named Su Fengxia. Tao Danny was a good person, and Su Fengxia looked kind. "Aunt, is there something you need from me?" The two found Suan and explained their purpose directly. Su Fengxia said, "Little Su, the educated youth, I want to ask you for a favor." Suan did not agree, but said, "Aunt, what favor can you do first? And I'll see if I can help you before deciding whether to agree or not." Su Fengxia said directly, "It's like this, Xiao Su, the educated youth. My son is discussing marriage with the girl recently, and our family plans to buy a bicycle. But a bicycle is not cheap, and it also requires a ticket. Where can we get such a big ticket in our country? Didn't you assemble a bicycle by yourself before? I thought of coming here to ask if you can help assemble one for us. Don't worry, I will definitely pay you for the labor, and I won't let you help for nothing." Suan thought this was not difficult. "Okay, Aunt, I have to go to the scrap recycling station in the county first to have a look, and I have to gather all the parts for you. If there are not enough parts, there may not be enough for assembly. If you can gather them, you can pay me 30 yuan for the labor after the assembly is completed. What do you think?" Su Fengxia thought the price offered by Su and was very cost-effective. If it were to buy a new bicycle, how could 30 yuan be enough? Let Suan assemble it, and the price of the parts is estimated to be less than 40, which saves a lot of money compared to buying a new one directly. No problem, no problem. The labor fee of 30 yuan is really not high." Seeing that Su Fengxia agreed readily, Suan was very satisfied with her attitude. He was afraid of the kind of person who would haggle with her. After Su Fengxia finished talking about this, she left with Tao Danny. Sun Xinshin looked at Suan in admiration and said, "Mine is really amazing. He can earn 30 yuan by assembling a car. This is much more profitable than working. You can only earn 30 yuan by working for a month, and you have to work hard." Suan faced Sun Xinshin's flattery with a smile. It was only 30 yuan, and she really didn't take it seriously. She went up the mountain today and got 2 big wild boars, which could be sold for hundreds of yuan. But Suan would not think that the money was too much, especially this kind of obvious income. It happened that Suan had to find Lee's sand to ship the goods tomorrow, and would go to the scrap recycling station on the way. Not long after Su Fengxia and Tao Danny left, Sun Xinshin began to prepare dinner. Dinner was grilled lamb skewers according to Su An's request. In addition to the lamb skewers, Sun Xinshin made some thin pancakes and then cut some green onions and cucumber strips. The roasted lamb was put in the thin pancakes, added with green onions and cucumber strips, and eaten with barbecue sauce. The taste was really amazing. While Sun Xinshin was busy, Suan heard someone knocking on the door again. She went to open the door and saw Lu Jinting and Guimiao standing at the door. Suan raised his eyebrows. "Do you have anything to do?" Lu Jinting handed Suan a pheasant. "We have shot quite a lot of pheasants, 3 in total. Can I take one and exchange it with you for some mutton?" There was still a lot of mutton left at home. Seeing that it was the handsome Lu Jinting who came to exchange, Suan was not stingy, so she went into the house and took out 2 pounds of mutton and 2 pounds of lamb chops and threw them to Lu Jinting. Looking at the meat Suan brought for him, Lu Jinting said, "Su Jiqing, isn't that a bit too much for me?" The pheasant he gave was only a little over a pound. How could it be exchanged for so much mutton? Suan waved her hand and said, "It's okay, I don't need meat. You can take it back and eat it." Lu Jinting hesitated for a moment, but still took it. He was waiting to send some game to Su, and when he got some, he couldn't let others suffer a loss. Guimiao had already smelled the fragrance coming from Su An's room. It must be made by Sun Xinshin. He wanted to eat what Sun Xinshin made more than taking the mutton back and cooking it himself. It was a pity that it was not convenient to eat with 2 female comrades. Otherwise, he would really have this idea. After changing the meat, Lu Jinting and Guimiao went back. Seeing that Sun Shinshin was grilling meat alone, Suin, who had nothing to do at the moment, also grilled it. The mutton sizzled on the charcoal fire, which made people hungry just by looking at it. It turned out that the taste was not bad. Suin ate almost 2 kilograms of meat by himself. This is still not including noodles and vegetables, otherwise it would be more. After eating and drinking, Suin went to the county town the next day. She went to find Li Sen first, and had to sell all the game in the space. When Suin found Li San this time, she found that there were quite a few antiques in Li San's yard. Suin narrowed her eyes. These antiques were not valued at this time, but they would be treasures in the future. Many priceless antiques were destroyed during the house search. But foreigners at this time knew the value of these antiques. So many people secretly smuggled domestic antique treasures to foreigners. Seeing Suin staring at her antiques, Li San wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Suin, "Aunt, these things are prepared by me for the people above. I'm really sorry that I can't give them to you even if you like them." After Li San finished speaking, he waited tremblingly for Suin's reaction, for fear that Suin would be unhappy and kick him away. Suin didn't make it difficult for him to see Li San say that. After all, she would have to sell game to Li San from time to time in the future. If her relationship with Li San became strained, it would be difficult for her to make money in the future. What do your superiors do with these antiques? Sell them to foreigners?
Suin asked casually.
Li San shook his head. I am responsible for collecting them with the money, and I don't know what they are used for. Suin didn't ask any more questions, but at this time, with a large number of antiques, either they were secretly collected by themselves, or they were used for smuggling. If you can get antiques here, get some for me later. Suin thought that it would be better to benefit herself than to benefit foreigners. When the situation stabilizes later, the value of these antiques will be revealed. Annie, do you want these antiques?
Yes.
Okay, then I will definitely help collect some later, but recently almost all the antiques here have been collected, and it may not be easy to collect them again.
Suin didn't force Li San.
You can collect as many as you want. Li San agreed quickly. Suin was wondering who would collect antiques in such large quantities. Is he really trying to smuggle antiques? Li San asked his men to weigh the game that Suin brought, and then settled the money. Suin took the money and went to the scrap recycling station. Suin went straight to look for parts. The parts were all there, but both tires were broken. Suin had to take them back to have the tires repaired before assembling them. But it was good enough to have all the parts, it just took more time to sew and mend. These parts cost a total of 6 yuan, 2 yuan more than last time. Including her work points, Su Fengxia had to spend 36 yuan this time. If she bought a new bicycle, she would need a bicycle ticket. In addition to the ticket, a bicycle would cost at least 120 yuan. If she bought a big brand, a bicycle could cost more than 200 yuan. Asking her to assemble one would only cost 36 yuan, a fraction of that. The price was reasonable and no tickets were required, so it was naturally a good deal. Suin dragged the pile of parts back to the production team. Su Fengxia was more concerned about the condition of the bicycle, and when she saw Suin coming back, she asked about it. Su Fengxia was very happy to see Suin say that the parts were all there, and she just needed to spend some time sewing and mending them. With a bicycle, their son's wedding would be much more glorious. Sun Shinshin helped prepare lunch at noon as usual. After waiting for the meal, Suin did not go up the mountain again in the afternoon, but started busy sewing and assembling bicycles at home. The tire had to be repaired, and some places needed welding. Originally, electric welding was required, but Suin himself had thunder-related abilities, so he could directly use some of his abilities to weld the joints. Thinking about the fact that his abilities were originally used to deal with zombies, and now he was using them as an electric welder, it was really a bit of a waste of resources. Suin spent an entire afternoon sewing and patching, and finally assembled the bicycle. She tried riding it herself first and felt it was pretty good, and there was no problem riding it. It was just a little ugly. After all, it was assembled from various parts, and it was not as good as a new one. But at this time, it was good for any family to have a bicycle, so who cares about the appearance? Suin rode the bicycle and delivered it to Aunt Sue's house. Aunt Sue looked at Sue-an riding the bicycle and came forward happily. Little Sue Jiqing, is this the one you assembled for my family? Sue-an nodded. Yes, Annie, you can ask your family members to try riding it. I can ride it myself and there is no problem, but you have to check it yourself. Even if there is no problem now, you can come to me if there is any problem in the future. Su Fengxia immediately let her son ride it and have a try. Su Fengxia's son Wang Taizhu came over eagerly. No matter whether the bike looks good or not, it is cool enough to have a bike at home. Wang Taizhu rode the bike around the brigade. The bike is not bad, and he thinks there is no problem riding it. This Su-educated youth is really amazing. He can assemble such a good bike with old parts. The people in the brigade were very envious when they saw Wang Taizhu riding a bike. After asking around, they found out that it was assembled by Sue-an. But when they heard that Sue-an would charge 30 yuan for assembly, many people were reluctant to spend money. Although assembling a bike by yourself saves a lot of money than buying a new one, a bike of 30 or 40 yuan is still beyond the reach of ordinary people. How many families can only earn a dozen or dozens of yuan after working hard all year round? After riding around, Wang Taizhu parked in his own yard. Mom, this bike is good, there is no problem. Hearing her son say this, Su Fengxia felt relieved. She looked at Sue-an and asked her, Su Jiqing, how much is this bike? I'll give it to you. Sue-an said 36 in total. Su Fengxia thought the price was a good deal, so she immediately went to the house and took out 36 yuan. In addition to the money, Su Fengxia took out a bag of dried sweet potatoes that she had dried and handed them to Sue-an. Su Jiqing, thank you for your hard work this time. These dried sweet potatoes are made by Annie myself. You can take them back as snacks. If you like them, come back and get more from Annie. Sue-an charged a fee for assembling the bicycle this time, and he didn't help assemble it for free. However, Sue-an still took the dried sweet potatoes that Su Fengxia handed over and said, Thank you, Annie. Su Jiqing, you're polite. You're welcome. Sue-an took the money and the dried sweet potatoes and went back. At this time, most of the team members had finished work, and they all came to Su Fengxia to see the treasures that Sue-an had assembled. When the other educated youth heard that Sue-an earned 30 yuan for helping people assemble a bicycle, they were all silently envious. Why can't they do it? If they can assemble, can't they also make money? With money, they won't have to live such a hard life in the countryside. After Sue-an went back, Sun Xinxin had already prepared dinner. Sun Xinxin used the pheasant that Lu Jinting sent yesterday to make soup. When stewing the pheasant soup, add some wolfberries to it. The stewed chicken soup is delicious and nutritious. Sun Xinxin felt that Sue-an must be tired from going up the mountain all day, and it would be better for him to get more supplements. Sue-an ate a big pot of chicken soup and also ate a lot of mutton. Compared with his life in his previous life, Sue-an's life is much happier now. In the past, he couldn't even get enough food to eat, but now he can eat enough and eat well. I just don't know what the situation is like over there with Su Chong. Can Su Chong still adapt? Should I live in the countryside? Sue-an felt very happy when he thought of the days when Su Chong went to the northwest. At this time, Su Chong, who is far away in the northwest, was having a hard time. He had written letters to his family, but there was no response from them. Not to mention bringing him back to the city. They didn't even send him money or tickets. Su Chong didn't wait for a reply for too long, so he had to go to the county town and call his parents' work unit to inquire about the situation. After the call, Su Chong completely collapsed. His parents were actually taken away by the police and arrested, and they might have to go to jail. Now, let alone bringing him back to the city, they can't even protect themselves. Thinking of the days to come, Su Chong didn't even want to live.
Sue-an went out to work the next day.
Lu Jinting and Guo Miao were there too. Unlike before, there was not even a female mosquito around them when they were working today. These two people were really not afraid of their reputation in order to live a quiet life. Sue-an had to admire them again. After Sue-an finished her part of the work, she went to Sun Xinxin's side, intending to help her. Unexpectedly, Hao Jianxi came to Sun Xinxin again and moved closer to her. Sun Xinxin thought of what Sue-an had told her about Hao Jianxi and Wang Huanhuan having adult love outdoors, and she felt very sick when she saw Hao Jianxi. Hao Jiqing, I have made it very clear to you. I don't need your help. Please stay away from me. But Hao Jianxi continued to move closer to Sun Xinxin as if he didn't understand what he was saying. Sun Jiqing, we are all educated youth who went to the countryside, so we have to help each other.
Don't be polite to me. You.
Sun Xinxin was about to curse, but Suan came over. Hao Jiqing, don't you understand what I'm saying? Xinxin doesn't need your help. Do you want to get out of here? If not, don't blame me for beating you up. Suan said, and kicked Hao Jianxi directly. Hao Jianxi fell back. Even though he was humiliated in front of everyone, Hao Jianxi didn't dare to say a word. He had witnessed with his own eyes how Suan killed the wild boar. Hao Jianxi looked at Sun Xinxin unwillingly. If Suan hadn't been there, he would have coaxed this educated young son into his hands. Seeing that Hao Jianxi was somewhat retreating, Suan warned him again. Next time I see you come to Xinxin to harass her, I will break your legs. Hao Jianxi walked away in disgrace. Sun Xinxin still had some displeasure on her face, do you think this educated young Hao will learn his lesson? If he doesn't, I will really break his legs and see if he can learn his lesson. Sun Xinxin. Sisters are so cruel, but what should she do if she likes him so much? With Suan around, Sun Xinxin felt full of security. After Suan helped Sun Xinxin finish her work, the two went back first. Wang Huanhuan naturally saw the scene where Hao Jianxi came to Sun Xinxin to show his courtesy. Sun Xinxin didn't know what Wang Huanhuan was thinking, but she must have been disgusted. Only country girls are so easy to fool, and they really think Hao Jianxi is a treasure. Suan and Sun Xinxin went home to rest for a while, and then Sun Xinxin began to prepare lunch. After lunch, Suan was going to go up the mountain to hunt game. Seeing that Suan was about to leave, Sun Xinxin stopped her and then handed Suan a few rice, I made rice for you with the leftover rice and rice crust from lunch, and there is also roasted lamb in it. Looking at the rice ball that Sun Xinxin brought for her, Suan felt that the little cutie was really thoughtful.
Okay.
Suan took the rice ball and went up the mountain. Now Suan is familiar with the way up the mountain. She silently prayed that her luck would be better, and it would be best if she could encounter more game. Look, it seems that God heard her muttering, and a bear suddenly rushed out of the woods in front. Suan saw the bear, and her eyes lit up immediately. Compared with wild boars, black bears are much more precious. Bear paws and bear gall are good things. Bear meat can also be taken out to sell. This bear weighs at least 200 or 300 kilograms, and there is a lot of meat. Sending it to Li Sand can make a lot of money. Looking at the bear rushing out, Suan's eyes flashed with excitement. The bear also saw Suan and saw the prey. The bear rushed towards Suan excitedly, hoping to knock Suan down under its paw. When the bear encountered prey before, the prey would flee frantically. But this time was different. The bear saw that Suan had no intention of running away, but looked at it excitedly, as if it was a prey to be slaughtered. Seeing this, the bear shouted "Ayo" at Suan. Suan raised her eyebrows. Is it threatening her? But how could she be afraid of such a beast as it? Facing Suan's sharp eyes, the bear actually felt a little fear of this human. However, it felt that a small human would definitely not be its opponent, so without any hesitation, it pounced directly in the direction of Suan. Suan jumped up directly on the spot, then swung her fist and hit the black bear's head hard. With this punch, she used the energy of her supernatural power, and the black bear's head was immediately smashed into pieces. Fortunately, there was no outsider at the moment. If others saw the scene of the black bear's head being chopped open, they would probably be disgusted. After killing the bear, Suan saw that there was no one around, so she put the bear into the space. She would find some small prey later, and this trip would be a great harvest. In 2 days, she would go to the county again to sell the bear to Li San and, by the way, see if Li San could help her get antiques. When Suan was about to continue moving forward, she heard gunshots from the woods. Suan's brows were immediately knitted. Why were there gunshots? What happened in this mountain? Suan was very gossipy for a while and quickly activated her supernatural power to run towards the source of the sound. Fortunately, there was no one at this time. Otherwise, someone would probably see a residual shadow appearing in the woods. Suan arrived at the place quickly. After waiting for a while, she saw that it was a small team of more than a dozen people holding guns and chasing people. And the ones fleeing in front were Guamiao and Lu Jinting. Suan knew that the identities of these two people were not ordinary, so she didn't feel strange when she saw this scene at this moment. It can only be said that these two guys are lucky to meet her. Otherwise, they would probably die if they were chased by so many people. Suan saw that Guamiao's leg had been shot, and he was dragging one leg to run forward. Lu Jinting didn't seem to be much better. His walking posture was wrong. It was estimated that he was also shot somewhere. Guamiao and Lu Jinting, who were running for their lives, didn't expect to encounter this situation today. The two of them found that there was something wrong with the cave, so they went to check it out, and the alarm mechanism was triggered. There were more than a dozen professionally trained foreign spies here, and there were only two of them. In the case that their equipment was not as complete as the other party, of course they were somewhat defeated. Hearing Guamiao's curse, Lu Jinting was also very angry. He also wanted to know when these enemy spies could be eliminated. Because of these people, the country's property suffered huge losses. Originally, Lu Jinting was thinking about catching enemy spies and serving the country well. Now, he and Guamiao are afraid that they will be buried here today, and there is no chance of survival.
Bang!
Another shot rang out in the woods. Lu Jinting groaned. Guamiao hurriedly asked Brother Ting, "What's wrong with you? Are you shot?" Lu Jinting replied, "Yes, I was shot. The bullet in the ace. Those enemy spies were too hateful. Why did they shoot him in the ace when there were no other places to shoot?" Just after Guamiao asked about Lu Jinting's situation, a bullet flew towards him. Guamiao had just finished feeling thankful when another bullet flew over and hit Guamiao's leg directly. Guamiao's left leg had been hit by a bullet, and he was barely running forward. Now, his right leg was hit by another bullet, and he couldn't run even if he wanted to. "Brother Ting, don't worry about me. You run first." He couldn't run away, and Guamiao didn't want to drag Lu Jinting down, so he could only let Lu Jinting run first. But the two had been brothers for so many years. How could Lu Jinting let go of Guamiao? "No, if we go together. If we die together," Lu Jinting said seriously. Guamiao pushed Lu Jinting. "Brother Ting, are you stupid? If we can live, we can earn one. Why do you have to die together?" But Lu Jinting still insisted on not leaving. "I said we're going to go together, and I won't feel at ease if I leave you behind. Neither of you can run away today. These spies have caught up." But just as they caught up, Suan appeared. "I'm here. You can't run away." Hearing Suan's voice, Lu Jinting and Guamiao looked at her in shock at the same time. Why did this woman follow? Although they admitted that Suan was very skilled, there were more than a dozen well-trained spies on the opposite side, and these spies had guns. Wouldn't Suan be sending herself to death if she came here now? Looking at Suan coming over, Lu Jinting frowned, worried that Suan would get into trouble. Lu Jinting naturally didn't want Suan to go through this flood for him and Guamiao. After all, this matter had nothing to do with Suan, and she, an innocent citizen, should not be involved in such a thing. Seeing that Suan was a little girl, these spies didn't take her seriously. It's just that this girl seemed to speak too arrogantly, which made people feel uncomfortable. One of the spies took out a gun and planned to shoot Suan directly. Anyway, anyone who saw them would die. Suan stood still, and when the bullets were shot at her, she suddenly knelt on the ground to avoid the bullets. Then she leaped forward and headed towards the spy who had shot her. When he got close, Suan kicked him away and snatched the gun from his hand. Seeing their own guns being snatched away, the spies took it seriously. This woman's skills were so strong. She was even better than those of them who had received professional training. After knowing Suan's strength, these spies did not dare to underestimate Suan anymore, and they all shot at Suan with guns. Guamiao and Lu Jinting's hearts tightened. They prayed in their hearts that the woman would not be shot. When the bullets were shot at her, Suan dodged nimbly. After dodging a wave, Suin took the pistol in his hand and fought back against these spies.
Bang! Bang!
Suin was like a sharpshooter, and every shot she fired was very accurate. These spies were shot one by one. But Suin was still slow when fighting back against these spies. After all, they couldn't be killed all, and they had to leave some alive. Otherwise, how could they be taken back for interrogation? The woods were filled with the sound of bullets. The birds and beasts in the mountains were also scared away by the huge noise. About 10 minutes later, Suin finally dealt with all these spies. It must be said that these spies are different after professional training. Their skills are much more resistant than ordinary people. If it were ordinary people, Suin would probably be able to deal with all these people in a few seconds. Why would it take so much time? After waiting for the spies to fall to the ground, Suin pretended to take out a bundle of rope from the backpack, but actually from the space, and tied all the spies with their hands behind their backs so that they would not have the opportunity to resist. She was really exhausted. Guo Miao and Lu Jinting had just witnessed how Suin dealt with these spies. Su and skills once again refreshed their cognition. They knew Suin was strong, but they didn't expect her to be so terrifying. It's not easy for one person to deal with more than a dozen professionally trained spies. Even Lu Jinting, who is considered to be a relatively outstanding person in the organization, is not as good as Suin. Brother Ting, although this woman is usually cruel, why do I feel so good watching her abuse these spies now? Didn't Lu Jinting think so? Looking at Su An's killing, Lu Jinting felt that Suin was simply domineering. Everyone admires the strong, and at this moment Lu Jinting really admired and respected Suin. This time we have to thank her well. She saved us. Lu Jinting glanced at Suin, turned his head, and said to Guo Miao. Guo Miao nodded in agreement. We must thank her. If it weren't for Suin, they would all be dead now. How could they not thank her? After Suin dealt with the spies, she walked towards Lu Jinting and Guo Miao. How are you two? Guo Miao cried, I was shot. Ouch, my legs still hurt. I can't take it anymore. I feel dizzy. Guo Miao said, and then fainted. Suin. Lu Jinting. Fainted so quickly? I thought he was acting. Guo Miao was not acting at this moment. Both of his legs were shot and he lost a lot of blood. He fainted due to excessive blood loss. The reason why Guo Miao didn't faint immediately was because he was running for his life, and his nerves were tense. Now that he knew he was safe, he fainted as soon as he relaxed. Suin looked at Lu Jinting. You're injured too, right? Lu Jinting's face was slightly hot, and then he nodded. He was indeed injured. He was shot in the legs and buttocks. Suin said, let me treat your wounds first. Suin said, and took out a medicine box from her backpack. Of course, she also took this medicine box out of the space under the cover of the backpack. You actually brought a medical kit? Looking at what Suin took out, Lu Jinting asked in shock and curiosity. Suin made up a story. Yes, I go into the mountains to hunt, and I may get hurt at any time. It's safer to carry this thing with me. If I get injured, I can treat it in time to prevent the wound from getting infected. After hearing Su An's explanation, Lu Jinting didn't think much about it. The woman's explanation was quite reasonable. Although she was very strong, it was inevitable to bump into things when hunting in the mountains. Thinking of Su An's shooting just now, Lu Jinting continued to ask curiously, how did you shoot? Suin raised his eyebrows. Do you suspect that I'm a spy? Lu Jinting, if I were a spy, you and Guo Jiqing would both be dead today. I won't ask too much about your situation, but shouldn't you ask too much about mine? Everyone has their own secrets. You just need to know that I'm not a bad person and will not harm the interests of us Chinese people. Lu Jinting's eyes were deep and his brows furrowed and then relaxed. If Suin was a spy, he would not have helped them today. His intuition also told him that Suin was definitely not a spy. However, regarding the fact that Suin could shoot, Lu Jinting was worried that Suin would be arranged to be investigated by the higher-ups, so he said, if someone investigates and asks how you could shoot, you can say that I taught you, otherwise you might get into trouble. Suin looked at him meaningfully when she heard what Lu Jinting said. It's rare that this man actually wanted to cover for her. But since it was Lu Jinting's good intention, Suin would naturally not refuse it. After all, she was also afraid of getting into trouble. Okay, I get it, Suan said, and began to help Guimiao treat the wound first. Originally, Suan wanted to help Lu Jinting treat the wound first, but Lu Jinting said that Guimiao's condition was more serious than his, so it would be better to treat it first. Guimiao's leg was hit by 2 bullets. Suan tore open his trouser legs directly, and then used a knife to dig out the bullets in his legs, and then applied medicine to treat it. Of course, Suan disinfected the knife with alcohol to avoid infection. In the middle, Guimiao woke up because of the pain of digging out the bullet. However, as soon as Guimiao woke up, he was knocked unconscious by Suan's punch. Lu Jinting watched Suan treat Guimiao's wound. Seeing Suan's ease, Lu Jinting was very curious. Did this woman often deal with this kind of thing before? If she didn't deal with this kind of trauma frequently, how could she be so familiar with it now? After Suan applied medicine to Guimiao and treated the wound, she looked at Lu Jinting. Okay, it's your turn. Lu Jinting first exposed the place where his leg was shot. Looking at the place where Lu Jinting was shot, Suan took out a piece of cloth and threw it to the man before dealing with it. It may be painful to deal with it. You bite this piece of cloth and bear it. If you can't stand it, you can tell me and I will knock you out. Lu Jinting. Why is this woman so cruel? But then again, if Suan was not cruel, would she be able to deal with so many spies? Lu Jinting took the cloth handed over by Suan and bit it silently in his mouth. Seeing Lu Jinting like this, Suan said, okay, I'm going to start digging out the bullets, you bear with it. Suan treated Guimiao differently from how she treated him. This man was good-looking, so she was gentler. But even so, when Suan dug in, Lu Jinting's face turned pale for a moment. Seeing Lu Jinting like this, Suan actually felt distressed. What a good-looking man. Suan couldn't bear to see him suffer like this. Fortunately, Suan was fast enough. Although it was painful to dig out the bullet, she solved it quickly and then applied medicine to Lu Jinting and bandaged him. The whole operation was smooth and better than that of a professional doctor. After Suan treated one of Lu Jinting's wounds, she continued to ask Lu Jinting, are you injured anywhere else? I'll take care of them all for you. After being asked this by Suan, Lu Jinting's face turned red. Suan felt that Lu Jinting's blushing was a little inexplicable. I'm asking you a question. Why are you blushing? Did the bullet hit your ace? As soon as Suan finished speaking, Lu Jinting's face became even redder, like a monkey's ace. Why doesn't this woman know how to restrain herself when speaking? Is it really okay for a girl to say such things to a man so bluntly? Seeing Lu Jinting's face blushing like this, Suan knew that the place where the man was shot would most likely not be good. Unexpectedly, he was actually a pure man. Thinking of the men in later generations, each one was more playful than the other, and there were more good men in the 1970s. Such a pure guy would not be easy to find in later generations. Suan found that she had a better impression of Lu Jinting, so she had the idea of teasing him. You are a grown man. Don't be so shy. Tell me quickly if you are injured. When Suan asked, she had already discovered Lu Jinting's wound. It turned out that she guessed right. This guy was really shot in the ace. No wonder Lu Jinting was shy and unwilling to talk about his injury. Isn't it just to take a look at your ace? You, a grown man, won't suffer any loss, Suan said, urging Lu Jinting to take off his pants quickly. Lu Jinting's face flushed. I'd better go to the hospital to deal with it. Suan snorted. You will still be seen by the nurses when you go to the hospital? What's the difference between being seen by the nurses and being seen by me? We are acquaintances after all. Can't you think of me first for this good thing? Lu Jinting. He now doubted whether Suan was a woman. This might be a female hooligan. Suan didn't bother to talk to Lu Jinting and directly took off his pants. You also saw that I can deal with this kind of wound better than professional doctors. It's better to let me deal with it than for you to go to the hospital. If the bullet is not removed for a long time, don't let the wound get inflamed. His pants had been taken off, so Lu Jinting accepted his fate. Suan didn't think it was a big deal. She first helped Lu Jinting treat his wound seriously. After bandaging Lu Jinting's buttocks wound, Suan began to admire it. After admiring Lu Jinting's buttocks, Suan stood up and said, "Okay." Lu Jinting silently picked up his pants. Looking at Lu Jinting's expression of despair, Suan found it a little funny. What's with that expression? If you know, I'm helping you treat your wounds, but if you don't, you might think I violated you. Lu Jinting was numb to Suan's words. Anyway, this woman can say anything. After treating the wounds of the two, Suan clapped her hands. "You wait here for a while. I'll go down the mountain and ask the captain to report to the police." Lu Jinting nodded. He knew that he had to notify the police immediately to arrest these spies for investigation and questioning. Suan went down the mountain alone first. When Suan was almost at the foot of the mountain, he met the Captain Wang Weihua and his men preparing to go up the mountain. They had heard about the fierce gunfire on the mountain, so they wanted to go up the mountain to see what was going on. Unexpectedly, they met Suan, who was coming down the mountain just after they went up the mountain. When they saw Suan, the captain asked Suan, "Su Jiqing, do you know the situation in the mountains? Did you hear the gunfire in the mountains just now?" Suan nodded. "It seems that there are spies in the mountains." Hearing Suan's words, Wang Weihua and the few people who followed him all changed their expressions. The enemy's spies harmed the interests of the Chinese people, and even the people were very hostile to these enemy spies. But they didn't expect that there would be spies in their rural areas. These spies must be very dangerous. If they go up the mountain, will they be in danger? Seeing that everyone's faces were frightened, Suan hurriedly said, "Don't worry, I have helped to deal with these spies. Captain Uncle, now you quickly arrange someone to go to the public security and ask the public security to send people to arrest these spies." The rest of the people followed me. Lu Jiqing and Guo Jiqing accidentally bumped into these spies when they went up the mountain. They were both injured. "Let's carry them down the mountain and send them to the hospital for treatment." Although Suan had helped the two men deal with their wounds simply, they still had to go to the hospital to get an anti-inflammatory drip to prevent infection. When Wang Weihua heard that there were more educated youth injured, he was extremely nervous. If something happened to these educated youth, he, as the team leader, would be in trouble. Besides, Guo Miao and Lu Jinting were different from other educated youth. When these two went to the countryside, they were specifically told to take care of them. Although Wang Weihua didn't know their true identities, he knew they were definitely not ordinary. If something happened to these two, he might have more trouble. Thinking of this, Wang Weihua immediately arranged for the team members to report to the police, as Suan said, and the rest of the team members followed him up the mountain. Suan was responsible for leading the way, taking Wang Weihua and other team members to the location of the spies. Seeing the dozen spies tied to the ground, Wang Weihua's eyebrows twitched a few times. "Su Jiqing, did you really catch all these spies?" Suan didn't want to keep a low profile. Others didn't dare to provoke her only when they knew her strength. "Yes, team leader, I caught all these spies. They are harming the interests of our China. How can I let them go if I meet them?" "Captain, you carry Lu Jiqing and Guo Jiqing down the mountain to the hospital first. I will keep an eye on this side." Wang Weihua knew Suan's ability. She was able to kill wild boars before, and now she can catch so many spies. It seems that Su Jiqing's strength is far beyond their imagination. So Wang Weihua let Suan stay alone in the mountains, and he was not worried about this girl. He first arranged for people to carry Lu Jinting and Guo Miao down the mountain. The two men's clothes were covered in blood, and they looked seriously injured. However, Wang Weihua glanced at the spies on the ground, and it seemed that they were even worse. Several of them died, and the survivors were also seriously injured. When Lu Jinting went down the mountain, he greeted Suan. "Su Jiqing, I'll go down the mountain first. You have to be careful and pay attention to safety." Suan heard Lu Jinting's instructions and raised his eyebrows. "Do you care about me?" Lu Jinting. Why did he feel that Suan's question was somewhat ambiguous? But he admitted in his heart that he did care about Suan. Seeing that Lu Jinting didn't say anything, Suan said seriously, "I'm just kidding you. Don't worry. These people can't do anything to me." Lu Jinting said nothing more. With regard to the skill Suan had just shown, he really didn't need to worry. While waiting for these people to go down the mountain, Suan stayed alone on the side of the spies. Suan waited for almost 3 hours before the police officers finally came. Fortunately, Sun Xinshin prepared a few rice for her today, which would last for a while. Otherwise, she would have almost starved to death. These police officers were really slow. Suan secretly cursed a bunch of trash for wasting so much time. The police officers who came over saw Su and asked her about the situation, and then grabbed the spies and went down the mountain. Just as Suan lazily got up and prepared to go home, a female police officer who followed him said to Suan, "Comrade, you have to come with us. You have to tell us the specific circumstances of arresting these spies." Suan replied somewhat unhappily, "It's almost dark. I have to go home for dinner. If you want to know the situation, wait until I get home and finish eating." Seeing Suan's attitude, the female police officer frowned unhappily. "Comrade, please cooperate with our public security work. Is your food more important, or is the safety of our China more important? These spies are all related to the interests and safety of our China. I hope you can understand the overall situation." Suan was a little exploded when she heard the words "understand the overall situation." In her previous life, she was too aware of the overall situation and devoted herself to others, so she hurt herself so much. After the lesson of the Su family's bloodsucking, Suan now understands the truth. That is, it is better for people to be a little selfish. Suan's cold eyes fell on the female police officer. "What? I helped your public security catch the spies, but instead of saying thank you, you don't let me eat? Is this how you treat the heroes who catch spies? If I had known this, I shouldn't have helped catch the spies." The female police officer didn't expect Suan's attitude to be so tough. The ordinary people she met before were all respectful to the police officers. Even those gangsters, seeing the police officers was like mice seeing cats. But Suan didn't show any fear or apprehension. The female police officer was very unhappy with Suan's attitude, so she said seriously, "It's unreasonable for a female comrade like you to catch more than a dozen spies. Who knows if you're an accomplice or whether there are any suspects? You follow us to cooperate with the investigation so that we can ensure that you will not cause harm to our China." Suan became even more angry when she heard what the female police officer said. Is she trying to put a hat on her head? How could Suan be the kind of person who is easy to bully? Suan kicked a thick tree trunk on the ground with a bang. The female police officer was shocked. What do you want to do? Do you still want to attack the police? If you attack the police, it's illegal. Do you want to be locked up? Suan's face was even colder. He stared at the female police officer and sneered. "What do I want to do? I'm just dissatisfied with the way your police officers handle things. Do you have evidence to prove that I'm an accomplice? Don't you police officers need to talk about evidence when handling cases? Do you want to frame innocent people without evidence? You eat the food grown by our people, and our citizens' taxes support you. Is this how you serve the people? I think you'd better not be a police officer. With your ideological awareness, you are not worthy." Seeing Suan slandering her like this, the female police officer flushed and wanted to hit someone. Suan was naturally not afraid of this woman. He laughed roguely. "What's the matter? Do you still want to hit me? Oh, do you think you are an official and can bully ordinary people like us at will? Okay, if you want to do it, you can hit me and I will definitely not fight back. But I must find your leader to have a good theory later. Is this how you police officers bully the people?" Although the female police officer was angry and wanted to slap Suan a few times, she really didn't dare to do it after hearing what she said. If the news of their police bullying people spreads, they will also be in a lot of trouble. At this moment, Su Jihong, the director of the Public Security Bureau, heard the commotion here and came to inquire about the situation. The female police officer began to complain aggrievedly, and her words were all about Suan being a suspect and refusing to cooperate with their police investigation. Suan stood there with his arms folded, looking arrogant. After waiting for the female police officer to finish complaining, Suan sneered, "If you suspect me, please show the evidence. If you have evidence, you can arrest me at any time. But in the absence of evidence, please don't go too far and don't put the blame on me. There are so many spies in our Qingshui County. Once something happens, it will be the dereliction of duty of you police officers. I helped you catch so many spies, but you didn't say thank you and treated me like this. If I had known that it would be thankless, I shouldn't have waded into this muddy water and let you solve these troubles by yourselves. Suan said, and added, if you have time, interrogate an innocent citizen like me. I didn't even find these spies before. I really don't know if you are eating for free. The taxes paid by us people actually support a group of people like you. Seeing Suan so rampant, the female police officer said in front of her leader, Director Su, you see, this woman doesn't take our police seriously. She actually treats us like this. She is a woman who has caught so many spies. She is obviously suspicious. If we don't take her to the police station, what if it harms the interests of our China? Su Jihong stared at Suan. The little girl is not very old, but the aura bursting out of her body is so strong. Even he, a person who has been handling cases for many years, feels oppressive when standing in front of Suan. But there is nothing wrong with what Suan said. Without evidence, no one can be interrogated. Su Jihong had no intention of dealing with Suan. Instead, he said to the female police officer, Xiao Huang, you should apologize to this comrade quickly. We, the police, must act according to the rules. Without evidence, we cannot treat any member of the public as a criminal. This time it is your dereliction of duty. You'll be punished. Please write me another letter of self-criticism. After Su Jihong finished speaking, he said to Suan, Comrade, I am very sorry. This time you helped our police to capture these spies. We have to thank you. As a result, our young comrade was indifferent to you. Please don't take it too seriously. This is my dereliction of duty. I didn't discipline my subordinates well. I apologize to you. Huang Yu was even more angry when she heard that Su Jihong did not teach Suan a lesson, but punished her instead. What's wrong with the director? Suan's attitude is so rampant, but he is still so polite to her? Suan was very angry at first, but seeing that Su Jihong was not an unreasonable person, her attitude softened. It seems that there is a reason for being a leader. You are a good leader. As long as this comrade can apologize to me, I will not care about this matter for the time being. Huang Yu was very reluctant to apologize to Suan and bow her head to this woman. Director, I. Seeing that Huang Yu did not want to apologize, Su Jihong said seriously, you did something wrong. You should apologize to that young comrade. Huang Yu had to bow her head even if she did not want to apologize. After waiting for Huang Yu to apologize, Suan looked at Su Jihong and said, as a member of the public, it is not that I do not cooperate with your public security work, but the premise is that you have to show your attitude and cannot treat me like a criminal. I have been guarding here for a long time, and I am hungry now. I have to go home for dinner. If you have anything to ask or investigate, I can cooperate with you after I finish eating. I am an educated youth from the production team of Yudo Village. I will not run away.
You can find me anytime.
Su Jihong looked at Suan again, and now he no longer had the anger he had just now. See, the little girl is not unreasonable. Isn't she quite nice if you talk to her nicely? Tomorrow morning I will arrange for 2 of our comrades to come to you to inquire about the situation. Now you can go home and have dinner. Anyway, thank you very much for what happened today. Although Suan spoke arrogantly, she was right. If she hadn't helped to catch these spies, once something happened in their Qingshui County, it would be the dereliction of duty of their local public security. Suan waved her hand. It is my honor as a citizen to help catch the spies and defend the rights and interests of our China. So don't thank me. This is what I should do. Suan said, and did not waste any more words with the police, and hurried down the mountain.
She was almost starving to death.
She didn't know if it was because of the use of supernatural powers, but the energy of her body was consumed very quickly, which made her even hungrier. With those spies here just now, it was not easy for Suan to take food out directly from the space to eat. In addition, although she had stored enough food in her space, it was far less delicious than what Sun Xinshin made. Suan thought that at the end of the world, she would not mind eating anything as long as she could fill her stomach. As a result, she has been with Sun Xinshin for a long time, and this girl has spoiled her taste buds, and she doesn't even look down on ordinary food. Suan quickened her pace to go down the mountain. At this time, the news about Suan's arrest of spies also spread in the Yudo Village production team. Seeing Suan coming down the mountain, Many team members came to Suan for confirmation. Su Jiqing, did you really help catch the enemy's spies? Yes, Su Jiqing. Is this true or false? Did you really help catch the spies? Su Jiqing, what's going on? Did spies really appear on our mountain? Suan met a pair of gossipy eyes and couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, the ability of human gossip is the same throughout the ages. Suan felt that there was nothing to hide about this matter. When the police arrest the spies and bring them down the mountain, the team members will naturally see it. Now it's a good opportunity for Suan to use this incident to brag and remind the team members. She is a person who can catch spies. Don't come around her if you don't have a long eye, otherwise you will definitely suffer a lot. Yes, we did encounter spies on the mountain. When I met them, those spies were chasing Gu Jiqing and Lu Jiqing. Fortunately, I showed up in time and saved them. Don't wander around the mountain if you have nothing to do in the future, otherwise you will accidentally run into spies like Lu Jiqing and Gu Jiqing, and the consequences will be disastrous. They are lucky to have met me. If they hadn't met me, they would all be in danger now. Hearing Suan's reminder, the team members all became nervous. Suan was right. In the future, don't go into the mountains for nothing. But then again, the Su-educated youth is really amazing. It was okay that she could hunt wild boars before, but it turned out that these enemy countries' spies were no match for her. Suan said something to the team members and hurried back. As soon as they got home, Sun Xinshin came out to greet them. And you're finally back, Sun Xinshin said, and also asked curiously, and I just heard that you went up the mountain to catch spies. Is this true or false? Suan nodded. It's true. That's why I was delayed for so long and came back now. Those police officers are so useless. They don't know how to act faster. Otherwise I could have come back earlier. Xinshin, is dinner ready? It took me a lot of effort to catch those spies today. I am almost starving to death now. Sun Xinshin saw that Suan really caught the spy, and her eyes were full of admiration when she looked at her good sister. Then she hurried to the kitchen to bring out the dishes and rice. She had already prepared dinner and was warming it in the pot, waiting for Suan to come back and eat. There was still some mutton left from before, so Sun Xinshin made braised lamb chops and stewed a pot of mutton soup. Suan smelled the delicious food and felt even hungrier. Eating is still a happy thing. For this meal, Suan directly ate 5 bowls of rice. After waiting for the meal to be finished, she touched her full stomach with satisfaction. Sun Xinshin was glad that she cooked a lot of dinner. If she cooked less, it would not be enough for Suan. After dinner, Suan went to wash up and rest. She had wasted a lot of effort today, so she had to wash up and go to bed early. At this time, at the county hospital, Lu Jinting and Gu Miao were both admitted to the ward. Lu Jinting was given an anti-inflammatory drug water. As for Gu Miao, in addition to the anti-inflammatory medicine, he also received some blood transfusion. This time, Gu Miao was more seriously injured than Lu Jinting, and he had to receive a blood transfusion to supplement his bleeding. At night, Gu Miao woke up. Looking at the surrounding environment, Gu Miao knew that he was in the hospital. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought that his life would be handed over to those spies, but who knew that he would be saved from a desperate situation? However, at this moment, Gu Miao's injured part was still painful, and even his head hurt badly. Gu Miao turned his head and saw Lu Jinting lying on another bed next to him. He knew that Lu Jinting was also injured, but he didn't know how his brother Ting was injured. So Gu Miao shouted to Lu Jinting, "Brother Ting, Brother Ting." Lu Jinting woke up and looked at Gu Miao. Awake? Gu Miao nodded, and then asked Lu Jinting, "Brother Ting, how are you injured? Is there anything wrong?" Lu Jinting shook his head. "I'm fine, not as serious as yours." Hearing what Lu Jinting said, Gu Miao was relieved. "Oh, that's good. How about you, are you feeling better now?" Gu Miao said aggrievedly, "Brother Ting, my wound hurts, and my head hurts too. It's really strange, my head is not injured. Why does it hurt so much?" Hearing what Gu Miao said, Lu Jinting thought of the situation when Suan helped him deal with his wounds. At this moment, Gu Miao felt a headache, which must be the sequelae of being beaten by Suan. As Guamiao was talking, he suddenly thought of something and asked Lu Jinting, "Brother Ting, I remember Su Jiqing punched me on the head. Did I remember it wrong?" Guamiao was worried that it was an illusion, so he came to Lu Jinting to verify it. Lu Jinting's face looked a little unnatural. "That's not the case." "Oh, that should be an illusion." The two talked for a few words, and Guamiao shouted that he was hungry and asked the medical staff to bring him some food. After waiting for his fill, Guamiao continued to rest. As for Suan, after a good sleep, he felt much more energetic the next day. Like usual, Suan continued to work early in the morning. She worked very fast, and the team members were used to her. But the two police officers who came to the Yudo village production team were shocked when they saw Suan working. How could this female comrade be so strong? But then again, Suan could help catch so many spies, so she must not be an ordinary person. "Comrade Su, we were sent by Director Su. Can I get some information from you about the specific circumstances of the arrest of spies yesterday?" Suan glanced at the two police officers who came over, and then said in a calm voice, "Wait a moment, I will be done in a few minutes." The two police officers had no objection. Just wait a few more minutes. When Director Su arranged for them to come here today, he specifically reminded them that they must treat Suan better. It was because of Huang Yu's bad attitude towards Suan yesterday that he suffered such a severe punishment. With the lesson of Huang Yu in front of them, they dare not take a condescending attitude anymore. Suan finished the work in her hands quickly and found a scorekeeper to record her work points. After finishing this, Suan came to the two police officers and said to them, "Ask whatever you want to ask." "Comrade Su, we want to ask about the specific circumstances of your arrest of these spies yesterday, how you found them, and how you captured them." Suan did not hide anything and described the situation objectively. It was not she who discovered these spies, but Guamiao and Lu Jinting who discovered them first. When she went there, she happened to see the two being chased by spies. Of course, Suan did not reveal the identities of Lu Jinting and Guamiao, but said that they were educated youth who went to the countryside together, so she rescued them. After Suan answered this question, the police asked a few more routine questions, and the investigation ended. At this time, Su Jihong also received a notice from above. He learned that Lu Jinting and Guamiao had come here secretly to perform tasks. Regarding this matter, Su Jihong found Guamiao and Lu Jinting to learn more about it. Su Jihong actually, there were also some doubts about Suan's identity. However, when he brought up this matter during the process of understanding the situation with Lu Jinting said that the higher-ups had already investigated Suan's background and there was no problem. In addition, he could also vouch for Suan. Seeing what Lu Jinting said, Su Jihong did not further interrogate Suan. Now the main focus of their local public security is still on investigating spies. So many spies appeared this time, and they didn't even notice it. They didn't know if there were many hidden spies. If there were still spies, they had to catch them all as soon as possible. As for the place discovered by Lu Jinting and Guamiao, Su Jihong had to arrange for people to check it out, and then arrange for the interrogation of the captured spies to find out what their purpose of coming to China was. Suan went to find Li San after finishing her work the next morning. The bear that she got in the mountains last time had to be sold for money. Bear paws are treasures. I wonder what price Li San can give her. When Suan found Li San had a flattering smile on his face. "Auntie, are there more goods?" Suan nodded. "Well, some good stuff has come." Li San's eyes lit up for a moment. When Suan got the wild boar meat before, she didn't say it was a good thing. Now if she said there was a good thing, then it must be a real good thing. Suan threw the sack in front of Li San and asked them to open it and see for themselves. Li San asked his men to untie the sack and saw a bear inside. The moment he saw the bear, Li San got excited. It was indeed a good thing. Not to mention black bear meat, bear paws are a rare treasure and many powerful people want them. If Li San took such a good thing and sold it later, it would not only be a matter of making money but also making more connections. If they don't have someone to protect them in their line of work, how can they make it long-term? Li San looked at Suan. "Aunt, you are really my aunt now. You actually gave me such a good thing." Suan pointed at the black bear and said, "Don't say these nice things. Just tell me, How much can you offer for this bear? Lee San knew that Suwon was not someone who could be easily fooled, and he would not dare to cheat anyone else's money. Auntie, this is a treasure, and I will definitely not treat you unfairly on the price. So I'll give you 2,000 for this bear. What do you think? Suwon was quite satisfied with the price Lee San quoted. Okay, then I'll do as you said, and give you 2,000 for this bear. I have some game here, which I'll give you as a gift. In addition to the bear, Suwon also gave him a few pheasants and rabbits. After waiting to discuss the price of the bear, Suwon asked Lee San if he had collected antiques for her. How could Lee San dare to forget what Suwon had told him? He hurriedly said, Auntie, I have collected them for you, but too many goods were taken away some time ago, so I can't get much for you. Take a look at these first, and I'll look for them later, if you are not satisfied. Lee San said, and asked his men to carry a box over. Suwon took a look at the goods in the box, and they were indeed a batch of antiques. However, there were no antiques of particularly high value, and they were probably taken away by Lee San. It would not be easy to find better treasures now. But a mosquito is still meat, no matter how small it is. Suwon did not despise the antiques that Lee San got this time, because they could still be sold for a fortune in the future. Suwon said to Lee San, I'll take this batch first, and you can keep an eye out for me. If there are any, continue to collect them for me. How much is this batch of antiques in total? Deduct it from the price of the black bear this time. Lee San said to Suwon like a dog, and these things are not top-notch goods, just consider it as my filial piety to you. Lee San could see that Suwon was a capable man, so he didn't care about such a small amount of money. If Suwon continued to bring him more good things, this part of the money would be made up soon. Suwon was not used to Lee San not cheating people like this. After all, this guy originally planned to rob the thieves. But Suwon was not stupid. She would not refuse such a bargain that was delivered to her door. Suwon said, Okay, your awareness is getting higher and higher. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any loss in the future. Lee San continued to smile at Suwon ingratiatingly. As for the money from Su and sale of prey this time, Lee San immediately asked his men to take the money and settle it with Suwon. Looking at the 2,000 yuan in hand, Suwon couldn't help but sigh that this money was really easy to earn. According to the current speed, if he works for a few more years after the reform and opening up, Suwon will have a lot of starting capital, and then he will have the capital to make a big fortune. After leaving Lee San, Suwon went to the supply and marketing cooperative to replenish some daily necessities, and also bought a pound of peach cakes to take back. When she came to the county town, Suwon thought of Lu Jinting and Guo Miao and didn't know how the two guys were doing now. After being shot, he probably needs to rest for a while, right? Thinking of Lu Jinting's face, she was actually a little worried about his condition. However, Suwon did not plan to visit them in the county hospital. After finishing her things in the county town today, she went back to the Yudo village production team. At this time, the Shun family in Beijing. The atmosphere in the Shun family was very depressing, because the Shun family discovered that the girl they had raised for more than 10 years was actually a fake. The Shun family only had one girl. As the daughter of the Shun family, Shun Rui was the most loved one in the Shun family since she was a child. Mr. Shun and Mrs. Shun had 3 sons in total. Among these 3 sons, all of them were boys, and only Shun Rui, the child of the second room of the Shun family, was a girl. Suddenly, such a sweet and sticky little girl came to the man's nest. You can imagine Shun Rui's status in the family. This time, when Xiao Qingyue, the wife of the second room of the Shun family, that is, Shun Rui's nominal mother, was injured and needed blood donation for treatment, they discovered that Shun Rui was not a biological child. After knowing that Shun Rui was not a child of the Shun family, the Shun family immediately began to investigate the reasons. The final result of the investigation was shocking. At that time, the domestic situation was turbulent, and Xiao Qingyue gave birth to a child outside. Because of the conditions due to limited resources, there was only one nanny with her at the time. This nanny was the elder sister of Shun Rui's biological mother and also Shun Rui's aunt. Not long after the children were born, she swapped the 2 children. Newborn babies look almost the same, and Xiao Qingyue was not in good condition after giving birth, So how could she find out that the children were secretly swapped? After waiting for the children to be raised for a while, they finally came to Beijing to settle down. Although Xiao Qinghua found that the ancestral jade pendant that she had placed close to the baby that day was lost, she didn't think much about it, just thinking that the nanny accidentally lost it when taking care of the child. In this way, their Shin family helped others raise children for nearly 20 years. Before, Shin Rui didn't look like a member of the Shin family. Although they found it strange, they didn't think that she was swapped. Now that they have figured this out, the Shin family knows that Shin Rui is not a member of the Shin family, so naturally, she doesn't look like them. The couple in the second room of the Shin family were the ones who couldn't accept the fact that their daughter was lost. Xiao Qinghua was already in tears. I really didn't expect that I would help others raise their daughter for so many years. Where is my real daughter?
Woo-woo.
The Shin family felt uncomfortable seeing Xiao Qinghua like this, because this child was not only Xiao Qinghua's daughter, but also the treasure of their entire Shin family. They had interrogated the current whereabouts of the true daughter of the Shin family. The answer given by the nanny who replaced the child made them even more angry because after these people replaced the child of the Shin family, they not only didn't raise it themselves, but just threw it away without anyone taking care of it.
Who knows if he would still be alive?
If murder were not illegal, the family might be worried about causing trouble and might want to kill the real child of the Shin family directly to prevent future troubles. Qinghua, don't worry, let's go. The true Rui will definitely be found. The Shin family has been doing good for generations, and God will definitely bless our children in safety. The person who spoke was Shun Chongfeng, the second eldest son of the Shin family. He and Xiao Qinghua have always had a deep relationship. Seeing his wife like this, he felt very sad. If he hadn't been worried that his wife would continue to treat the fake Shin Rui like jewels, he didn't even want to tell her about it. After all, it was too irritating. Not to mention that Xiao Qinghua couldn't accept it for a while. So how could Shin Chongfeng be the same after knowing that he had loved her for so many years? His precious daughter was not his biological child, and his real daughter was taken away. He almost fainted. His wife's tolerance was even worse. Xiao Qinghua looked at her husband and said, "Brother Feng, we are. Can the real daughter really be found?" She herself felt very lost. Such a young child was thrown directly into the mountains, and was probably carried away by wild animals. Even if he looked for it, there was no clue at all. Where could he look for it? Shin Chongfeng was afraid of Xiao Qinghua. I couldn't think about it, so I told him very firmly, yes, it will definitely happen. Our child will definitely be blessed with great fortune. I have a strong feeling that this child will definitely be alive. The Shin family also took turns to comfort Xiao Qinghua. Everyone was in the same uncomfortable mood. Such a girl came out of the Shin family's bachelor's den, and she was exchanged. The whole family couldn't bear it. I want to find the real Shin Rui. After waiting for Xiao Qinghua to digest it for a while, Shin Huaiji, the head of the Shin family, said in a deep voice, "Our real children of the Shin family will definitely be found. The second son's family. You can do it now. Think about how to deal with the fake Shin Rui at home." Although this fake daughter has been raised by them for more than 10 or 20 years, the Shin family has some feelings for her. But the Shin family is very rational, especially the old man Shin Huaiji. The Shin family dotes on Shin Rui. That is because Shin Rui has the blood of their Shin family. If Shin Rui is not a child of the Shin family, then she has nothing to do with them. Shin Chongfeng has an idea in his mind, but he still wants to deal with it. His wife's thoughts come first. What he did may be a little cruel. I don't know if my wife can accept it. Qinghua, I will listen to you on this matter. What do you want to do with the changed child? Should you stay or send away? When Xiao Qinghua saw her husband asking her this, a trace of tears streaked across her face. After all, the child she had raised by her side for so long could not have any feelings. But when she thought that they had deliberately changed the child, she felt that she had no feelings at all. She just disappeared. Originally, her real child could grow up as a little princess in the Shin family, but it was this imposter who took over her daughter's life and was still thinking about it. How could she continue to raise a daughter for someone else? Xiao Qingyue's rationality told her that Shinrui was not her daughter, and she should not be emotionally invested in the child of her enemy. So Xiao Qingyue looked up at Shen Chongfeng. Brother Feng, since she is not our child, let's send her away and send her back to her original home. We cannot be taken advantage of and continue to help others raise their children. This is unfair to our real children. Hearing Xiao Qingyue's answer, Shen Chongfeng and the rest of the Shin family breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, they were worried that Xiao Qingyue would be reluctant to let go of the relationship he had had for so many years and was unwilling to send away the fake Shinrui. For the enemies, my child, the Shin family did not do anything to her. They just sent her back to her original place. They still want them to keep her. Are they really being taken advantage of? After hearing this answer from his wife, Shen Chongfeng said he was also relieved. His wife's decision was the same as his, and she planned to send Shinrui away. At this time, Shen Huaiji, the head of the Shin family, said, "Since you two have decided this way, I will have people prepare for it in the next 2 days. Send the child back." At the door of the Shin family's study, Shinrui listened to all the conversations discussed by the Shin family. Her fists were clenched tightly. She knew some time ago that she was not a real child of the Shin family. Although the Shin family investigated, she avoided her, but she still saw something strange in the attitude changes and eyes of the Shin family. In the past, the entire Shin family pampered her like a baby. But some time ago, everyone in the Shin family changed drastically. Although she still doted on her on the surface, the loving eyes before were gone. On the contrary, sometimes Shinrui could see a hint of coldness in the way the Shin family looked at her. Shinrui felt that the attitude of the Shin family had definitely changed. There was a reason. So she quietly investigated and finally found out that she was not a child of the Shin family, but a child of the Shin family. When she found out that she was not a child of the Shin family, Shinrui was also shocked. She grew up in the Shin family, which was a big family in Beijing, and she was the only girl in the Shin family. It goes without saying that she was favored since she was a child, and her food and clothing were always the best. In school, no girl's living conditions can surpass hers. She is a child of the Shin family, so she can enjoy all these things for granted. But if she were not a child of the Shin family, these things would no longer belong to her. After so many years, how could she be willing to abandon Shinrui now? The most terrifying thing is that Shinrui knows the family situation of her biological parents. They are poor country people. It is a problem for the family to have enough food. Where can she be? Living a good life like this? As a result, the Shin family is doing well now. After discussion, the family actually thought of sending her back to her original home. Shinrui still had hopes, even if she was not a real child of the Shin family. After raising her in this family for so many years, the family has feelings for her, right? They could have let her stay and continue living while getting the real child back, but they didn't, and instead planned to send her back to the real one. Go home. How can this family be so indifferent? Even if they have so many dogs, they can't bear to throw her away. At this moment, the nanny is coming to the study, and Shinrui hears it. After hearing the footsteps, she didn't dare to stay here any longer and quickly left from the study door. After knowing the Shin family's plans, Shinrui felt that she had to make plans for herself. She had heard the indifferent words of the family just now. When Xiao Qingyue planned to send her back, none of her brothers who had always loved her and doted on her tried to persuade her, so if she was playing the emotional card, it would be useless to directly ask the Shin family to stay in the Shin family. She really didn't want to go back to her real home. The thought of living with a bunch of country bumpkins made her sick. She couldn't stay in the Shin family and couldn't go back to her real home. Shinrui thought that she could only find a third way. She signed up to go to the countryside. A few days ago, she got the news that her favorite brother Qingxiyuan was going to work at the grassroots level at the Public Security Bureau of Qingshui County, Qingyang City, Liaoning Province. She can sign up to go to the countryside and become an educated youth there. If you go there, you will have more opportunities to interact with Qingxiyuan. In Beijing, the power of the Qing family is not inferior to that of the Shin family at all, and is even more powerful than the Shin family. If she can be favored by Chung Siyuan, her future life will be no worse than when she was in the Shin family. After making plans, Shinrui hurriedly went to the Educated Youth Office and signed herself up to go to the countryside. Once you sign up to go to the countryside, you cannot change it at will under normal circumstances. If she didn't sign up, Shinrui was really worried that the Shin family would force her back to her original home. Living with a bunch of mud-legged people and turning herself into a country person, she might as well go to the countryside. After all, the status of a young man going to the countryside is more noble than that of a mud-legged man. After Shinrui came to the Educated Youth Office, she signed up and gave some benefits to the staff of the Educated Youth Office. When she went to the countryside, she was going to Qingshui County, Qingyang City, Liaoning Province, not just any place. After the staff received the gift from Shinrui, they took care of such a small matter smoothly. After registering her name, Shinrui returned to Shin's house. Unexpectedly, the Shin family would have a showdown with her as soon as she returned. "Rui, you are not our child. Now pack your things and go back to your real home. You can take away your clothes, but you can't take away the jewelry we originally gave you." The Shin family said to Shinrui's jewelry is all priceless. They could give these to Shinrui because she was a child of the Shin family. Since she is not a child of the Shin family, she must not be allowed to take these things away. As for letting Shinrui take away those clothes, there is no use in keeping them anyway because the Shin family is all boys and she is the only girl. In addition, after all, they have raised a child for so long, so they have to leave something for others. They can't go too far, so let her take away the clothes. Although Shinrui knew about this a long time ago, she still showed off her superb acting skills at this moment. How could it be?
Dad. Mom.
Why am I not your child? Seeing Shinrui's shocked look, Shin Chongfeng didn't want to go into detail about the vicious thing about her relatives deliberately changing their children. This matter has nothing to do with Shinrui. She is innocent after all. You have your own biological parents. Go back to your parents and live a good life with them. Shin Chongfeng had a cold face. He deliberately showed indifference because he was worried that he would be soft-hearted towards Shinrui. The Shinrui in front of him was not his biological daughter. His biological daughter didn't know where she was now, and she might even be suffering. He feels sorry for the fake Shinrui, who can feel sorry for his child. Shinrui looked at Shin Chongfeng and Xiao Qinghua with tears in her eyes. "Father, mother, even if I am not your biological child, I have lived in the Shin family for 18 years. I have always regarded you as my own parents. Can you please not drive me away? Mom and Dad, please don't let me go." Xiao Qinghua looked at Shinrui like this, and quickly stopped talking to prevent herself from being affected by Shinrui's appearance. "So much, so that you change your mind. I'm feeling a little uncomfortable. I'm going to go back and rest first." Seeing Xiao Qinghua ignoring her and leaving so coldly, Shinrui's nails almost dug into the palms of her hands. She was really cruel. She knew that her prayers were useless. The Shin family was so indifferent. When Shin Chongfeng saw his wife leaving, he looked at Shinrui and said, "You must go back to where you should go. This is not your home. Go clean up first. I will send you away tomorrow." Shinrui said this only then did he show his cards and said, "Dad, I can't go back to my original home. I have already signed up to go to the countryside. Even if I leave, I will go to support rural construction, not somewhere else." After hearing what Shinrui said, Shin Chongfeng was stunned for a moment, but he did not expect that Shinrui would sign up to go to the countryside. But since this girl has signed up to go to the countryside, Shin Chongfeng will let nature take its course, as long as Shinrui does not stay in the Shin family and no longer takes up the position of their real daughter. "Okay, you pack your things and get ready to go to the countryside." After Shin Chongfeng finished speaking, he didn't say much. Shinrui could only go back and pack her things. When she was cleaning up, the Shin family arranged for someone to watch nearby, for fear that she would take away valuable things. Shinrui couldn't take away those expensive jewelry, but she packed a lot of clothes. She could take away some of her daily necessities, such as perfume, lipstick, and cream. Shinrui takes as much as he can now. Even if he doesn't use it, he can sell it later. After leaving the Shin family, she would have to rely entirely on herself from now on. If you don't want to starve to death after going to the countryside, you must have money in your hands. Fortunately, her clothes are all high-quality goods exclusively available in department stores, and some of them are bought from Friendship Store. She could probably make some money by reselling her clothes. Waiting for her to be with Ching Siyuan, she can come back to the capital and continue to live such a life. But when she comes to Beijing again, she will definitely make them regret her cruelty and indifference towards the Shen family. Shen Rui packed her things and went to the black market to exchange some of her clothes for a total of 1,800 yuan. Although the money is not much, it should be able to support her in the countryside for a while. Suen, on his side, returned home after returning from the county town. When she returned, Sun Xinshin was cooking in the kitchen, and Suen could already smell the aroma of the food. Now that the mutton is almost eaten, Suen will go into the mountains again in the afternoon and bring back some food. Seeing that Suen was back, Sun Xinshin put down what she was doing and came out of the kitchen. And are you back? Suen nodded. Yes, you are back. I brought some peach cakes. You want to eat them yourself this afternoon? Take it, I'll put it in the cabinet. Sun Xinshin was not polite and responded with a smile. Okay, and I understand. After Suen came back, she put the things away and then waited for Sun Xinshin to finish the meal. The little girl's cooking skills are really good. This dish is even more delicious than the one in a state-owned restaurant. Seeing that Suen was back, Sun Xinshin was worried that Suen was hungry, so she speeded up the cooking. So Suen didn't wait for a while and saw Sun Xinshin coming out with lunch. Sun Xinshin cut some onions and cooked them with the mutton. The mutton fried with onions was very fragrant. In addition, Sun Xinshin also stewed some mutton soup, which tasted equally good. And this is the pickled cucumber I made before. How do you like it? Some time ago, Sun Xinshin made some pickled vegetables when she had nothing to do. Since these are edible now, she pretended to order them for Suen to try. Suen knew it would taste good without trying it. After all, she still trusted Sun Xinshin's craftsmanship. Waiting for Suen to pick up the chopsticks and taste a piece, she was not disappointed. It's delicious, Xinshin. You're really good at your craftsmanship. How come you can make pickled cucumbers so delicious? Sun Xinshin felt a little embarrassed when Suen praised her like this. I can also make some food, but I can't do anything else. And then, if you like it, I'll marinate it more. When there are still cabbage and radish in winter, I will make pickled radish and spicy cabbage to eat, which is called delicious. Hearing what Sun Xinshin said, Suen started to swallow his saliva. The happiest thing in life is enjoying delicious food. If you don't eat well, life will be meaningless. Okay, then I'll wait. Sun Xinshin thought for a while. I'll go back to the ants to buy some chili peppers. The chili peppers are the most delicious at this time. While the chili peppers are being harvested, I'll boil a few more jars of hot sauce. We can keep them and eat them slowly. Well, I'll see if I can buy duck eggs later, and I'll make some salted duck eggs. Of course, Suen had no objection. All the things at home were arranged by this girl. After eating and drinking at noon, Suen went up the mountain with a basket on her back in the afternoon. After eating the meat at home, Suen thought that this trip up the mountain would be much longer. She just needs to catch some prey. Basically, she can get a few fish no matter how hard she goes into the mountain. Even if she CA and eat meat, it's still good to eat fish. A few hares and pheasants. Maybe it was because he had shot a bear. After all, these were not worth much to Li San, and they were not as valuable as the large beasts. When Suen was thinking about catching a big prey, she heard screams and gunfire from the woods. Suen frowned, thinking that she was so unlucky that she met a spy with such curiosity again. Suen moved toward the source of the sound. When Suen passed by, he realized that he was not a spy, but a group of police officers being chased by a big python. When Suen saw the scene, he only had one thought in his mind. These people. Isn't it a bit stupid? With such intelligence, she really doubted how they got into the public security system without any precautions. There are many wild animals and snakes and insects in the mountains. It is best to bring some anti-snake and insect medicine, such as sulfur. Obviously, these people are not prepared at all. This group of police officers, about 10 people, were chased by the python and were in a bit of a mess. Facing such a big python, they could only shoot and kill it. But this python was like a spirit, and it dodged the gunshots sharply. Because they fired, the python seemed to be stimulated and attacked more frantically. Suin found that the police officer named Huang Yu from last time was also among them. It seemed that this woman was the first to shoot. At this moment, the python had already targeted her and attacked only in her direction. When the other police officers saw the python attacking Huang Yu, they rushed to rescue her. Suin had a bad impression of Huang Yu. He just felt that this woman had no ability and her IQ seemed to be not high. I really don't know how the superiors sent such a woman to perform the task. Soon, Huang Yu was curled up in the air by the snake body of the python. Huang Yu's face was distorted at this moment because of the python's gradually tightening body. The other police officers were all scared when they saw this scene. At this time, Cheng Siyuan took a pistol and quickly shot at the python's head. Although the python was shot in the head, it was not dead. The big python that had wrapped Huang Yu tightly threw her to the ground, turned around and rushed towards Cheng Siyuan with its bloody mouth wide open. Seeing the python attacking Cheng Siyuan, the other police officers around exclaimed, "Director Cheng, be careful." Cheng Siyuan was the deputy director of the Qingshui County Public Security Bureau who had just been transferred to the Qingshui County Public Security Bureau in the past 2 days. Because of his identity, everyone was so nervous about him. Seeing the python rushing towards him, Cheng Siyuan quickly dodged. Suin saw that Cheng Siyuan's skills were not bad. If it was an ordinary person, he might not be able to dodge in time and would be swallowed alive by the python. The python did not attack Cheng Siyuan the first time and soon launched a second attack. Seeing this, Suin decided to help. Although he didn't like Huang Yu, the other police officers were quite friendly. Besides, such a big python is also a hazard if it stays in the mountains. If the team members accidentally encounter it, they will die. With this in mind, Suin rushed out of the woods and rushed towards the python with a machete in his hand. Seeing Suin suddenly appearing, many police officers recognized this girl. The main reason is that Suin is a very individual person, and it is hard for people to forget her. And it was Suin who helped catch the spy last time. One person can catch such a professionally trained business, so you can imagine how powerful she is. But there is one thing. Suin's temper is as powerful as her skills. Huang Yu provoked Suin. Didn't he get beaten up by Suin? Cheng Siyuan looked at the little girl who suddenly rushed out but didn't recognize her. He had never seen Suin before and didn't know that it was she who helped them catch the spy. Looking at such a thin little girl, Cheng Siyuan felt that she was too reckless to rush out to help them. "Be careful, hide behind me, and don't provoke the python. You are a little girl, you are not the opponent of the python." Cheng Siyuan hurriedly shouted to Suin. Although she knew that Cheng Siyuan had good intentions, Suin wondered who he was looking down on. If she hadn't seen them as too weak, would she have taken action at this time? Suin didn't want to waste time. After all, she didn't know when she could deal with this python with these police officers. So she ignored Cheng Siyuan and continued to attack the python with a machete. When she got close to the python, she jumped up and then inserted the machete deeply into the center of the python's head. With a rip, Suin split the center of the python's head. Then a crazy python died in front of everyone in an instant. Seeing Suin solve the python, many police officers breathed a sigh of relief. When Suin caught spies before, they had never seen how Suin took action. This time, seeing how Suin dealt with a python, the police officers present felt that they had opened their eyes. No wonder Suin could deal with so many professionally trained spies alone. Her skills were really amazing. Even Cheng Siyuan was attracted by Suin. He was worried about Suin's safety just now, thinking that a little girl like her would definitely not be able to deal with a python. Now he realized that he had underestimated her. Thinking of what he had just said, he felt a pain in his face. Thinking of Suin's heroic appearance just now, Cheng Siyuan felt that his heart was firmly grasped by something. It was the first time he had seen such a special girl. At this moment, Cheng Siyuan's eyes looking at Suin also became hot. Compared with those whimpering and delicate girls who needed protection, Cheng Siyuan found that such a strong girl was more attractive. Suin first glanced at the python on the ground and had to make sure that the python was dead, so as not to attack her when she was not prepared. Seeing that the python was really motionless, Suin cut open the snake's body again and took out the snake gall. Snake gall is a good thing. Suin kept the snake gall and planned to sell it to Lisan. No matter how much it can be sold for, any profit is a little. Chung Siyuan has been staring at Suin. This woman doesn't seem to be afraid of pythons at all. It was also the first time that he saw a little girl so brave. But because of this, Chung Siyuan felt that Suin had a charm that was different from other women. Suin got the snake gallbladder, and as for the big python, she would hand it over to the police to carry it down the mountain later. She saved their lives, so it's not too much to ask them to carry the big python, right? Feeling that someone was staring at her, Suin looked at Chung Siyuan. She didn't pay attention just now, but now she noticed Chung Siyuan's appearance. Oh, here comes another handsome little brother. With a handsome man like Lu Jinting in front of her, she didn't feel too amazing when looking at Chung Siyuan now.
What are you looking at?
Haven't you seen a beautiful woman? Suin raised his eyebrows at Chung Siyuan. Chung Siyuan came back to his senses and knew that Suin was teasing him. It was not good for him, a gay man, to stare at a gay woman like this. So Chung Siyuan said to Suin, "Comrade, I'm sorry. I'm so presumptuous." Suin waved her hand. "It's okay. Who made me beautiful? A gentleman loves a beautiful lady. I can understand." Chung Siyuan. Although she was telling the truth, why did it sound strange? Huang Yu also came back to her senses from the horror. Seeing Chung Siyuan staring at Suin just now, Huang Yu felt jealous. Chung Siyuan was good-looking, and he became the deputy director at a young age. The most important thing was that Huang Yu heard that Chung Siyuan's family background was not simple, and he came from Beijing. Which woman would not be moved by such a young talent? She hoped to get close to Chung Siyuan and win his favor. But she clearly saw that Chung Siyuan looked at Suin differently from others and was obviously attracted by Suin. Huang Yu glanced at Suin angrily. This woman embarrassed her, and now she deliberately seduced the attention of the man she liked. She was really shameless. "Director Chung, thank you for saving me just now." Huang Yu deliberately went to Chung Siyuan and said in a delicate voice. Seeing Huang Yu's pretentious look, Suin felt a little hot. She originally thought that this woman was not good, and now she saw her being so pretentious. She couldn't stand it. Huang Yu was very fierce and arrogant in front of her, but now she pretended to be a little white flower in front of a good man. Before Chung Siyuan could speak, Suin crossed his arms and looked at Huang Yu with an arrogant face. "Did you think the wrong person? It was me who saved you just now. I killed this python. Why didn't I see you thank me?" Hearing Suin's involvement, Huang Yu gritted her teeth in hatred. Why is this woman so annoying? She has never seen anyone more annoying than Suin. Last time, she was embarrassed and had to write a self-criticism, and now he came to interfere with her and Chung Siyuan's affairs. Chung Siyuan felt that what Suin said made sense. If it weren't for Suin this time, they might have encountered some accidents in the mountains. The python just now was obviously mad, and he was almost attacked. It was Suin's help that solved it in a moment. Otherwise, with their abilities, they would have suffered heavy losses. Chung Siyuan said to Huang Yu, "Comrade Huang, this time the person who should be thanked is indeed this comrade. You don't have to thank me." Suin raised a rogue smile at the corner of his mouth. "Did you hear that? Why don't you thank me quickly? I saved your life, and you didn't even say a word of thanks. How can you serve the people with your quality?" Huang Yu bit her lower lip. Suin wanted to scream when she saw Huang Yu like this. But Chung Siyuan said to Huang Yu in a cold voice, "You are a member of our team. It was my duty to help in a situation like that just now. Don't thank me." Huang Yu just opened her mouth to say something, and Chung Siyuan interrupted her directly. Chung Siyuan looked at Suin. "Comrade, may I know your name?" Suin replied in a cold voice, "Suin." At this time, another male police officer came up to Chung Siyuan and said to Chung Siyuan, "Director Chung, this comrade Suin is the comrade who helped us capture the spy before." Hearing his subordinate's words, Chung Siyuan looked at Suin with a hint of surprise and admiration in his eyes. He didn't expect that the person who helped them catch the spy was Suin. This female comrade, is really as good as a man. Seeing the undisguised admiration in Chung Si-yuen's eyes when he looked at Soo-in, Huang Yu felt even more unbalanced. She felt that Soo-in was deliberately trying to attract Chung Si-yuen's attention. Such a beautiful woman is restless, and I hope Chung Si-yuen will not be fooled by this woman. Chung Si-yuen hurriedly said to Soo-in, I didn't expect that, Comrade Soo. You helped us catch the spy before, and this time you saved our lives again. On behalf of all the staff of our Qingshui County Public Security Bureau, thank you. Soo-in sneered. Don't just say thank you. Shouldn't you take some practical actions? Last time we helped you catch the spy, we didn't see your gratitude come into practice. Chung Si-yuen was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly said, We in the Public Security Department have been busy investigating spies recently, so we have been negligent. I will definitely arrange a thank you and let my comrades send you a banner. Soo-in said, I am not interested in banners. If you want to thank me, please help me arrange a cash reward. Compared with banners, Soo-in still thinks money is the most practical. In her previous life, she worked hard after going to the countryside and earned a good reputation, but she knew what kind of life she lived. In this life, she has learned to be smart. As long as she lives a good life, who cares about her reputation? Chung Si-yuen didn't expect Soo-in to say that. But this is not an unmet request. Soo-in helped the Qingshui County Public Security Bureau twice, and the banner and bonus can be arranged together. When Huang Yu heard Soo-in's words, he deliberately raised his voice, Comrade Soo, how can your ideological awareness be so low? Giving you a banner represents an honor. But you're thinking about the bonus. You are a complete capitalist hedonist. Huang Yu said this on purpose, wanting Chung Si-yuen to have a bad impression of Soo-in. After all, Chung Si-yuen can only be hers, and she can't be seduced away by Soo-in. Huang Yu finally caught something that could discredit Soo-in, so how could she let it go? How could Soo-in not know that Huang Yu was deliberately looking for an opportunity to squeeze her? If it weren't for Huang Yu's identity, hitting a police officer is illegal. Soo-in would slap this woman a few times to see if she'd dare to talk about her again. But even if she didn't do anything to Huang Yu, Soo-in would never let Huang Yu take advantage. Comrade Huang, you are talking without any pain in your waist. You police officers are supported by the people, and you don't know the hard work of farmers farming and going hungry. I just want to get some bonuses to have enough food. What's wrong? Is this related to the idea of capital enjoyment? It's okay for others to talk nonsense, but you, a police comrade, are so irresponsible and gossiping? People like you, I have long felt that they are not worthy of being a police officer. It seems that you haven't reflected on yourself when Director Soo asked you to review it last time, right? Huang Yu's face flushed immediately after being scolded by Soo-in. Soo-in slapped her in the face and exposed her scars in front of so many people, especially in front of Chung Si-yuen.
You.
Soo-in saw that Huang Yu was angry and embarrassed and continued to chatter. Oh, it's okay that you have problems with your ideological awareness, but you also don't have the ability. Look at you, you even wet your pants. You don't have the skills, but you force yourself to do the job. Isn't it good to stay at home? You imitate others and run out to carry out the mission. If I were you, I wouldn't come out and embarrass myself. If Soo-in hadn't said it, Huang Yu wouldn't have noticed it herself. Now that Soo-in mentioned it, Huang Yu realized that she had indeed wet her pants. It would have been fine if no one saw it, but she lost face in front of the man she had a crush on, and Huang Yu felt like she had no face to live. At this moment, Huang Yu didn't want to argue with Soo-in, but quickly hid at the back, keeping a distance from Chung Si-yuen, for fear that Chung Si-yuen would see her wet her pants and dislike her. Looking at the quiet Huang Yu, Soo-in sneered. Originally, she had no intention of exposing the matter when she saw it, but this woman had to shamelessly approach her. What could she do? Chung Si-yuen was still polite and said to Soo-in, Comrade Soo, don't take our comrade Huang's words just now to heart. She has never experienced it herself and doesn't know your difficulties. Don't worry, I will definitely arrange the reward for you later, and I will make sure you are satisfied. Hearing Chung Si-yuen say this, Soo-in didn't care too much. After all, in the entire public security team, Huang Yu was the only bad apple and the others were all good. This big python has a lot of meat. Please trouble your comrades to help carry it down the mountain, and I will let the team members share it. Suan pointed at the giant python and said to Chung Siyuan. Chung Siyuan nodded and hurriedly ordered several male police officers who came over to carry the giant python down the mountain together. However, these people were obviously not as strong as Suan. Several people were still exhausted after carrying a giant python together. Suan felt that these people were too weak. If they encountered danger again in the mountains, they would probably not be able to deal with it. It can only be said that they were lucky today to meet her. If they had met anyone else, they would definitely have a hard time today. When going down the mountain, Suan kindly reminded Chung Siyuan that if he went up the mountain again, he should bring some snake and insect repellent medicine with him, and don't go up the mountain stupidly. They were not familiar with the mountains and didn't know there were many wild animals in the mountains. Chung Siyuan nodded heavily. Okay, I will definitely adopt Comrade Su's suggestions, and I will pay attention next time. Suan glanced at Huang Yu. Also, it is dangerous to go into the mountains. It is best to bring someone with strong abilities. Bringing a weakling here will not help at all, but will cause trouble instead. If you run into danger, it will only hinder you. Although Suan did not mention any names, she had made it very clear. Chung Siyuan glanced at Huang Yu. He felt that this time it was indeed Huang Yu who fired without thinking first, angering the python, which put everyone in such a dangerous situation. Moreover, Huang Yu's skills were poor, and he obviously did not have time to dodge the attack of the python. The next time he encounters other dangers, Huang Yu's skills and abilities will obviously not make it easy to escape. It is indeed inappropriate for such a person to follow along to perform dangerous tasks. So Chung Siyuan also took note of Su and suggestions seriously. Huang Yu was holding back. This woman likes to meddle in other people's business too much. Is she calling her a weak chicken and asking Chung Siyuan not to take her on the next mission? If she doesn't go on a mission with Chung Siyuan, how can she contact him? Suan wants to break up her marriage. Suan didn't care about the resentful look Huang Yu cast. As long as this woman, she felt comfortable when people felt uncomfortable. Although she couldn't be beaten, Suan had many ways to make people angry. After walking down the mountain for more than half an hour, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. Looking at the big python carried down by the police, the team members of the Yudo Village production team exclaimed together, "This python is really big." Seeing that the python was dead, the team members were no longer afraid, but were thinking about dividing the meat. With such a big python, each family can get a little meat, right? In this era of wearing less clothes and eating less, meat is a good thing, and snake meat is also good. Fortunately, there is no law to protect rare animals in this era, otherwise pythons cannot be eaten. The team members all came up and learned from the police that it turned out that the python was killed by Suan. Hearing that Suan had killed a big python, the team members were no longer surprised. How could they not know the strength of Su Jiqing? A man killed several wild boars in the past, so it is not surprising to kill a python now. The police put the python away and planned to go back. Before leaving, Chung Siyuan expressed his gratitude to Suan again. As soon as the police left, Wang Weihua asked Su, and excitedly, "Su Jiqing, what do you want to do with these snake meats?" Suan said in a calm voice, "Captain, you can arrange to distribute them to the team members." Wang Weihua said hurriedly, "Okay, Su Jiqing, thank you again for letting our team members eat meat this time. Captain, you're being polite. I am a member of the team. It is my honor to make some contributions to the team members." Wang Weihua nodded with satisfaction. It would be great if all the educated youths in the production team of Yudo Village had the same awareness as Suan. Unfortunately, those educated youths who went to the countryside were not even half as good as Suan. Let alone making contributions to the team, it is good not to cause trouble to the team. Wang Weihua didn't think about these things anymore. He couldn't be too greedy. The Yudo Village production team was satisfied with having one Suan. How could they expect more? Wang Weihua organized the team members to process the python and then share the snake meat. Of course, not every team member wanted to eat snake meat. For example, some educated youth at the educated youth point thought snake meat was terrible and dared not eat it at all. It's not that Suan didn't dare to eat it, but she simply disliked snake meat because it was a bit disgusting. In addition, she also got other game, so there was no need to eat snake meat. So Suin asked the team leader Wang Weihua to share so much snake meat with other team members, and Suin took Sun Xinshin home. After a busy day today, Suin was exhausted again. She was hungry now and had to eat something to replenish herself. When Suin went back, she handed Sun Xinshin a pheasant and a hare. Sun Xinshin took the prey and immediately went to the kitchen to work. For the pheasant and hare that Suin brought back, Sun Xinshin made a salt-baked chicken and a roasted rabbit. It just so happened that Suin had gone to the mountains to dig out a beehive, and there was some honey left at home. After the wild rabbit was processed, it was marinated with marinade and then brushed with honey. It was more fragrant than braised. When Sun Xinshin was roasting the rabbit meat, she asked Suin to check the heat and remember to turn the rabbit meat over. She took this opportunity to pick some lettuce from her private plot. The lettuce seeds were bought by Suin through connections. They usually eat a lot of barbecue, and lettuce is a better match than other vegetables. After waiting for the lettuce to be picked, Sun Xinshin washed it and cut some garlic cloves. If you eat meat without garlic, the fragrance will be half less. Then she made some barbecue dipping sauce. After waiting for all these things to be done, Sun Xinshin continued to watch the heat of the roasted rabbit meat. After about half an hour, the rabbit meat was almost roasted. The rabbit meat was golden on both sides, and it was sizzling with oil, so it was time to turn off the heat and eat it. Suin took a dagger and easily cut the rabbit meat and wrapped it with lettuce to eat. The smell of meat also came out of the houses of other families in the Udo village production team, but unlike them, everyone was eating snake meat. If you can overcome the psychological barrier, snake meat is actually very delicious. After eating, Suin took a bath. She was splashed with blood when killing the python, so she had to wash and rub it thoroughly. When she went to work the next morning, Suin saw that the police had come to the Udo village production team again. But this time they were not here to do business, but to give Suin a reward. Suin was not surprised by the reward from the police. She had made 2 contributions, and they should have given her a commendation. What Suin didn't expect was that they were so fast this time, and the reward they sent was not only a bonus, but also a banner. Suin said to the police officer who was delivering the reward, "Didn't you just give the bonus? Why did you also give the banner?" "Comrade Su, our director Ching said that you have helped our public security department twice, so we should not only give you a bonus, but also a banner. Thank you very much this time. Please accept these," the police officer said, and handed the banner and the bonus to Suin. After hearing the explanation, Suin thought that except Huang Yu, everyone else would be able to do things, and that Cheng Siyuan looked very good. Suin put away the banner, and then took the envelope containing the bonus and counted the money, looking like a little money grubber. After counting the rewards inside, Suin became more and more satisfied. It was a full 200 yuan. 200 yuan is nothing in later generations, but it is definitely a considerable amount in this era. Suin originally thought that the public security department could give 50 yuan, which would be enough. After all, the public security finances in small places are probably a bit difficult, and the rewards cannot be too much. But they brought 200 yuan. What Suin didn't know was that at first, the Qingshui County Police only applied for a reward of 50 yuan for Suin, but Cheng Siyuan thought it was too little and took an extra 150 yuan out of his own pocket. Cheng Siyuan found out that Suin was just an educated youth who went to the countryside. Thinking that this girl would have a hard life after going to the countryside, he wanted to help her. 150 yuan was nothing to him. Seeing Suin take out the reward in the envelope, many team members became jealous. My goodness, they counted it together. There were a total of 20 big Unity tickets, 200 yuan. How many families in the countryside don't have so much money? Little educated youth Su is going to get rich. It's a pity that such an opportunity to make money is not enviable for ordinary people. For example, catching spies. It can only be done by Suin. How can ordinary people have the ability to catch spies? Wang Zhaodi was jealous when she saw Su and got so many rewards in one breath. It's annoying to compare yourself with others. Suin is so rich. Why does God still give her money? Why can't we give her some money? She is almost dead poor, and her family hasn't sent her winter clothes yet. She won't be able to survive the winter without money. Sue-an is actually showing off her wealth on purpose. Otherwise, she will spend so much and worry that someone will suspect that her money is not from a legitimate source. In this way, more money from a legitimate source can reduce trouble. After counting the bonus, Sue-an put it in her pocket with satisfaction. Compared with the bonus Sue-an received, Wang Weihua valued the silk banner Sue-an received the most. This is a symbol of honor, something that money can't buy. The educated youth in their Yudo Village production team receive the silk banner sent by the police, which can help them win the selection of advanced collectives. If they get an advanced collective, the team will get more benefits. For example, at the end of the year, the team members can get more meat and more food, and in the second year, they can get more fertilizers and farm tools. Wang Weihua became more and more excited as he thought about it, and his eyes became more and more burning, staring at the silk banner in Sue-an's hand. Sue-an accepted the reward and was in a good mood. She thanked the 2 police officers who came to deliver the reward and invited them to her home to sit down and have a cup of tea. Of course, Sue-an was just being polite. In fact, she didn't want strangers to go to her home. The 2 police officers who delivered the reward waved their hands and said, "Comrade Sue, we are here to deliver the banner. We will leave after that. There are a lot of things going on in the bureau recently, and I still have a lot of things to do." Seeing that they didn't agree, Sue-an didn't force it. Anyway, she was just being polite. "Well, take care, 2 comrades. You can come to me again if you need anything." After all, the reward given by the police was not bad. If they ran into any problems, she was willing to continue to provide help. After seeing off the 2 police officers, Sue-an was surrounded by the team members. Wang Weihua took the lead and said to Sue-an, "Su Jiqing, you are really great. Thank you very much for winning such a great honor for our Yudo Village production team." After that, he raised his voice to the other members of the Yudo Village production team. "Everyone should learn from the little Su Jiqing and strive to win honor for our Yudo Village like her and win the title of Advanced Collective." Wang Weihua called on many team members to respond. "Little Su Jiqing is really great. We should all learn from her." "Yes, little Su Jiqing is too good. We don't say we are as good as her, but it would be good to be half as good as her." Hearing the praise from the team members, Sue-an was still calm. "Captain, I will keep working hard." Sue-an replied very humbly after accepting Wang Weihua's praise. Wang Weihua was even more satisfied with Sue-an's attitude. Although this girl is great, she is not proud and complacent at all. With such a mentality at such a young age, her future is limitless. After receiving the reward, Sue-an almost finished his work, so he went back with Sun Xinshin. But at this moment, an old lady blocked Sue-an's way. Sue-an asked calmly, "Annie, do you have something to do?" "Comrade Sue, I just saw that the police gave you a bonus of 200 yuan. Now that you are so rich, please lend me 100 yuan. My eldest grandson wants to marry a daughter-in-law from the city, and they said that they must give a 100 yuan gift before they are willing to marry." After hearing the old lady's request, Sue-an had a black question mark on his face and thought he had heard it wrong. Seeing that Sue-an didn't speak, the old lady asked, "Little Sue, the educated youth, what do you mean by not speaking? Do you want to lend me money or not?" Sue-an was amused. "Annie, I was not talking because I was looking at your appearance. You have a really big face." The old lady didn't react to what Sue-an meant for a while and touched her face complacently and said, "That's right. My face is not small. A woman must have a big and round face so that she looks blessed." Sue-an. This old lady might not be very smart. She didn't even hear the sarcasm in her words. Come to think of it, if you are in your right mind, who would come to her to borrow money without any relatives? Sue-an sneered. "Annie, I mean you have a big face. You really take yourself seriously. Are we familiar with each other? I lend you 100 yuan. Why? Because you have a big face?" The old lady was stunned for a moment, and then she understood what Sue-an meant. She said angrily, "Su Jiqing, don't you have money? If you don't have money, forget it, but you don't lend it if you have money? Don't you know how to help the team members? Besides, our family borrowed money from you and just wrote you an IOU. We are not going to pay you back. Are you so stingy?" Auntie, don't talk to me so much. I won't lend you money. Not to mention 100 yuan, I won't lend you even $1. What does my money have to do with you? The bank is richer than me. I haven't seen you go to the bank to borrow money. Why are you coming to me? Being rejected by Su and the old lady became even more angry. Su Jiqing, I borrow money from you because I think highly of you. Otherwise, I wouldn't borrow from you. Su-en rolled his eyes. Auntie, then I beg you don't think highly of me. I don't need you to think highly of me. You. If you don't lend me the money, you will be responsible if my son can't get married. If she hadn't been a 70-year-old lady who couldn't take a beating, Su-en would have wanted to kick her. At her age, she probably has a lot of problems. If she was really hurt, she would probably have to blame her for all the other problems. Su-en kicked the stone next to her. With this kick, the huge and hard stone was instantly smashed to pieces by Su-en. The old lady, who was still making a fuss, was frightened by Su-en's move.
You.
What do you want to do? The old lady saw Su-en staring at her with a cold look, and she felt a little scared and daunted. Su-en sneered. What do I want to do? What do you say I want to do? You shameless old woman, if you keep making a fuss by relying on your age, be careful or I will be rude to you. At this moment, many team members heard the noise, and Tao Danny came to help Su-en. Aunt Chiuju, aren't you being a rogue and bullying the educated youth from outside? Why should they lend money to your family? Why should they be responsible if your grandson can't find a wife? You can't be shameless just because you are old. It's really embarrassing for our team members. Besides, this time, the educated youth Su has won such a great honor for our Yudo Village production team, and you treat him like this? You are even thinking about the reward issued by the police. How can you have the nerve to do that? As soon as Tao Danny said this, many team members who were dissatisfied also helped to speak up. That's right, Aunt Chiuju, the educated youth Su is not related to you in any way, and you just asked to lend him 100 yuan. Why don't you do that? Most people are embarrassed to ask for $1, but you are the only one who has the nerve to ask. It's really embarrassing for our team members. People who don't know would think that we country people are like this. The old lady named Chiuju saw that everyone was speaking up for Su-en, and faced with Su-en's fierce look, she didn't dare to say anything. After waiting for the old lady to leave in disgrace, Su-en thanked Tao Danny again. And Danny, thank you for speaking up for me. Tao Danny waved her hands quickly. Annie is not speaking up for you. I just can't stand that shameless guy. Little Su, the educated youth, if you meet such people in the future, just stay away from them. You have to stay calm and don't do anything, otherwise you will definitely be blackmailed. Okay, Auntie, I know. Su-en and Tao Danny finished talking and left with Sun Xinxin. Fortunately, they didn't get close to her. Looking at Su-en's back, how Jianxi clenched his fists. Originally, seeing that Su-en had won so many rewards, he also wanted to ask Su-en if he could lend him a few dozen yuan. Now it seems that Su-en is unlikely to lend money, and even if he asks, he will most likely be rejected. But his family needs money recently. Unfortunately, Sun Xinxin is not easy to conquer, and there are not many other educated youth who have money. Not to mention the people in the brigade, the township few servants are rich. How Jianxi was very depressed because of the money issue. After Su-en and Sun Xinxin went back, Su-en hung up the silk banner in the main hall. On the silk banner were written the words helping others, people's hero. This is an official recognition, which may help her avoid some troubles in the future, so it must be hung up to let people know. As soon as Sun Xinxin got home, she was like a hard-working little bee, and took the clothes that Su-en and herself had changed yesterday to wash. Su-en hurriedly stopped the girl. Xinxin, you wash yours, and I'll wash mine. It's okay, I'll help you wash them together. Su-en still refused. Ordinary clothes were fine, but she couldn't let Sun Xinxin help wash her underwear. Seeing Su-en's insistence, Sun Xinxin gave up. Su-en asked someone to dig a well in the yard, and now they have convenient access to water. If it were like the Educated Youth Center, whether it would be tiring or not would be another matter, but it would definitely be a lot of trouble. After washing the clothes, it was time to prepare lunch, so Sun Xinxin went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Su-en went back to the house to practice his supernatural powers. Looking at the black soil in the space, Suin wondered whether he should plant something. Suin didn't consider vegetables or something like that, because vegetables are the cheapest thing in this era. What is rare, at this time, are all kinds of fruits. If you can grow some fruits in the space, you can not only achieve fruit freedom, but also give them directly to Lee San after the harvest, and you can also sell them to make money. Fruits are rare goods, and the price on the market is not low. It's just that the seeds of various fruits are hard to get. Suin plans to go to the county town to find Lee San next time and ask him to arrange to get some fruit seeds. Once she gets the fruit seedlings, she will try to plant them in the land in the space. Suin practiced her supernatural powers for a while, and Sun Shinshin was busy. After eating after lunch, Suin continued to go up the mountain. This time he was lucky and shot a deer. Deer antlers, deer blood, and deer meat are all treasures. Suin kept some of the deer meat for himself to change his taste, and sold the rest to Lee San. When Suin collected the prey and was about to go down the mountain, he unexpectedly saw a ginseng. Suin felt that he was very lucky today. Although the year of the ginseng is not particularly good, the general year of good quality can be sold at a good price. Suin was not in a hurry to sell the ginseng, but first tried to put the dug ginseng on the black soil in the space. Plant it there, and by the way, see the planting effect of the black soil in space. When Suin came down the mountain, he saw that the team members were all gathered by the river. Suin saw that something was wrong, and immediately went to check the situation. Suin went over and found out that it was Sun Shinshin who fell into the water. A man from the team rescued Sun Shinshin from the river. At this time, Sun Shinshin was sitting on the ground, all wet. Fortunately, Sun Shinshin was not wearing transparent clothes, otherwise the private parts of her body would probably be vaguely visible. Seeing this, Suin immediately went over to take off his coat and put it directly on Sun Shinshin. Shinshin, what's wrong with you? When Sun Shinshin saw Suin, her eyes were a little red and an I'm fine. I just fell into the river and choked on the water, but I'm recovered now. After hearing what Sun Shinshin said, Suin checked the girl's condition and confirmed that she was fine. He felt relieved. Okay, I'm glad you're okay. Let's go back and change clothes. Although it was not very cold at the moment, the whole body was soaked and it was still easy to catch a cold. The most important thing was that there were many people here, and it was not appropriate for Sun Shinshin to be seen wet all over. Sun Shinshin nodded. Okay, let's go. As soon as Sun Shinshin got up, she saw an ant blocking their way. Sun Jiqing, my son went down the river to save you this time, and your body was touched by my son. You have to marry my son in the future. The son of the old lady who was speaking was called Wang Dabing. Dabing's mother knew that among the educated youth who went to the countryside, Suin had the best conditions. Not only was she rich, but she was also capable. The second was Sun Shinshin. Although Sun Shinshin's conditions were not as good as Suin's, they were not much worse. If her son could marry Sun Shinshin, it would be better than marrying a countrywoman. Besides, Sun Shinshin looked simple and her parents' family was not here, so it was easier to get a daughter-in-law like this. Since God had given his son this rare opportunity, how could she let him go? After the soldier's wife finished speaking, Wang Dabing stared at Sun Shinshin's pretty face. He would definitely be happy to let such a woman become his wife. After hearing what the soldier's wife said, Suin and Sun Shinshin's faces suddenly changed. Sun Shinshin was a little embarrassed and annoyed. Although Wang Dabing had just rescued her and touched her body, how could he be considered to have touched her through her clothes? How could she, a female comrade, face people in the future when she was said like this? Suin went up and slapped the soldier's wife. Shut up if you can't talk. Wang Dabing just rescued people. How could he touch Sun Jiqing's body? If you talk nonsense, don't blame me for spanking you. The soldier's wife screamed after being beaten by Suin. This dead girl was too cruel. The soldier's wife covered her face, quickly stepped back, kept a distance from Suin, and continued unwillingly. That's right. In our countryside, this is considered touching the body. Besides, my son saved her life, so she should marry him. If she doesn't marry my son, she'd be ungrateful. Suin's face became more gloomy after hearing what Dabing's mother said. Sun Xinshin's face was also extremely ugly. She looked at Wang Dabing, who had a rough and dark skin, and really couldn't muster any interest in such a man. If she were to marry a man she didn't like, her life would be ruined. The most important thing is that Wang Dabing's mother is a powerful woman at first glance, and if she really marries him, she will be tortured to death by her evil mother-in-law. Dabing's mother, I think you have a problem with your ideological awareness. This is a new era, and you still want to do feudal things? I'm going to report you. Report that you have incorrect thoughts. Su En's words frightened Dabing's mother a little. But soon, Dabing's mother said to Su En, "Who are you trying to scare?
How can I do feudal things?
Letting Sun Jiqing marry my son is good for Sun Jiqing. If she doesn't marry my son, no one will dare to marry her even if my son touches her body." After the soldier's mother finished speaking, a young girl came out to respond. "That's right. My mother is right. Sun Jiqing has been touched by my brother. Do you think she can find any good partner except my brother? She will never be able to get married. Anyway, no man in our Yudo village production team will want her now." Su En didn't say much to the mother and daughter. He just walked up to them, grabbed their collars one by one, and lifted them up. The soldier's mother and Wang Dabing's sister Wang Xiuhua were shocked and exclaimed, "Su Jiqing, what do you want to do? Do you want to kill someone? Murder is illegal." The people who were watching the excitement were also shocked when they saw Su En like this. A team member immediately dissuaded Su En. "Su Jiqing, don't be impulsive. Put them down quickly. Don't kill anyone. It's not worth committing a crime for such unreasonable people." Su En did not say much and directly threw the mother and daughter into the river. After throwing them, Su En kicked Li Erge, who was watching the fun on the side. Li Erge was shocked and looked at Su En with some horror. Li Erge still remembered how Su En taught him and his mother a lesson last time. After that experience, Li Erge and his mother dared not offend Su En again. It was because this woman was too fierce, and most people who provoked her were simply looking for death.
Su
Jiqing, I was just watching the fun, but I didn't do anything. Li Erge spoke with a trembling stutter, worried that Su En would deal with him, but he didn't know how he had offended this evil star. Su En said in a light voice, "Jump down and rescue the mother and daughter."
Ah?
Li Erge was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding the situation in front of him. "What are you saying? Why don't you go quickly?" Li Erge quickly jumped into the river and rescued Bingniang and Wang Xiuhua. The team members who were watching the excitement around did not understand the situation for a moment. What was Su En doing? He threw people into the river and asked Li Erge to fish them out. After Li Erge fished them out, the team members knew Su En's purpose. Su En said to Bingniang and Wang Xiuhua, "Dad Bingniang, you and your daughter were both rescued by Li Erge just now, and your bodies were touched by Li Erge. I think you should marry Li Erge too." Hearing Su En's words, Bingniang, Wang Xiuhua, and Li Erge all turned pale at the same time. Li Erge glanced at Bingniang with disdain. "This old woman is too old. I can't bring myself to eat her. Wang Xiuhua is also ugly, but she is young. I can barely accept her." If it weren't for Li Erge's poor family conditions and his inability to marry a wife, Li Erge would definitely not be willing to marry Wang Xiuhua, who looks like this. Erge's mother was also watching the fun. She had some opinions about Su and letting her son go into the river to save people, but she dared not say anything. Now that she understood Su En's purpose, she had to thank her instead. Their family conditions were not good, and Li Erge had been idle all the time. It was not easy for their family to marry a daughter-in-law, and it would be good if Wang Xiuhua could marry them. She is a little ugly, but she can carry on the family line for their Li family. Thinking of this, Erge's mother immediately shouted excitedly, "Dabing's mother, I think Su Jiqing is right. You and your daughter have been touched by my son. If your daughter doesn't marry my Ergo, no one will want her in the future." Dabing's mother was so angry. "What are you talking about? Why was my daughter touched by your son? Are you still thinking of letting your Li Erge marry my daughter? An idle thing, a toad wanting to eat swan meat?" When Erge's mother heard Dabing's mother say that her son was a toad, she immediately became unhappy. "My son is a toad who wants to eat swan meat. What about you? With the conditions of your daughter Xiuhua, my daughter Ergu is more than qualified to be with her. But don't you see what your daughter Dabing looks like, and still want to marry Sun Jiqing? Why don't you say that you are a toad who wants to eat swan meat? The two old ladies wrestled with each other and refused to give in. The people watching the excitement felt that both of them were not good people. Especially Dabing's mother. She was really hypocritical. Suan was not interested in watching the two people fighting. Her purpose was to muddy the water. If Dabing's mother dared to yell that Sun Xinxin marry Wang Dabing again, then her own daughter must marry Wang Ergu. Suan supported Sun Xinxin and said, "Xinxin, let us go back." Sun Xinxin responded and quickly followed Suan. At this moment, the soldier's mother was busy taking care of herself, so naturally she couldn't take care of Sun Xinxin. Originally, Sun Xinxin felt quite aggrieved, but when she saw Suan defending her just now, she felt that she would no longer be alone in the future, and someone would protect her when something happened. Ever since her parents were demoted and her brother joined the army and had no news, Sun Xinxin finally found someone she could rely on. After the two returned home, Sun Xinxin immediately took a hot bath and changed into clean clothes. I didn't fall into the water accidentally today, someone pushed me in. Suan frowned when he heard what Sun Xinxin said. Someone pushed you? Yes, it was a woman in a light blue dress, but I didn't see her face clearly, so I'm not sure who she is. Suan stood up suddenly. I'm going to talk to the captain about this matter, and this person must be found out. Suan was definitely worried that Sun Xinxin was followed by someone who wanted to kill her. What if she was gone? How would this girl's safety be guaranteed? Sun Xinxin grabbed Suan suddenly, and no one saw this, and I have no evidence. It's probably useless for you to find the captain, and others might even say that I deliberately instigated the relationship between the educated youth and the team members. Suan also knew that Sun Xinxin's considerations made sense, and it was difficult to hold someone accountable without evidence. But Suan was naturally unwilling to let the matter go. She said to Sun Xinxin, "Then I'll go investigate first. At least I have to lock in the suspect first." Suan said as she went out. She immediately went to ask the ants in the team to see who was wearing aqua blue clothes today. The clothes of this era were mainly black, gray, and blue, so there were many girls in the team wearing blue clothes today. Suan first locked a group of people by their clothes, and then asked about people who had the chance to be alone today. As a result, after so much inquiry, there were 3 people locked on. One was Qian Xiaoli, an educated youth in the Educated Youth Point. One was Wang Laidi, a member of the production team, and the other was Wang Huanhuan, who had an affair with Hao Jianxi. Among these people, Suan's main suspect was Wang Huanhuan. Qian Xiaoli had some contact with her in the Educated Youth Point. She went to the countryside with Lu Jinting and was a relatively simple person. In addition, Qian Xiaoli and Sun Xinxin had no intersection or conflict, so there was no reason to take Sun Xinxin's life. Wang Laidi was in a similar situation. She had no intersection with Sun Xinxin and looked like an honest country girl. She didn't seem to have the courage to kill anyone. Wang Huanhuan liked Hao Jianxi and even gave her body to him. During this period, Hao Jianxi has been courting Sun Xinxin. Suan had seen the hatred in Wang Huanhuan's eyes when she looked at Sun Xinxin a few times before. She probably regarded Sun Xinxin as a love rival. Considering all these, Wang Huanhuan was the most likely person to push Sun Xinxin into the river. Since Sun Xinxin dared to attack Sun Xinxin, Suan would naturally not let her go. Although Suan did not have the ability to put someone in jail, he would never let this person go unpunished. When night came, Suan went straight to Wang Huanhuan's house. Wang Huanhuan was a treasure in the Wang family. In the case of tight housing conditions in the countryside, she even had an independent room. However, after tonight, Wang Huanhuan, the daughter held in the hands of the Wang family, would bring shame to the entire Wang family. Suan first gave the Wang family smoke, and after the Wang family members fainted, Suan went to Wang Huanhuan's room and carried Wang Huanhuan up. Taking advantage of the dark and windy night, Suan went to the home of an old widower in the brigade. It was said that the widower had a wife when he was young, but he had abused his wife and beat her to death. Of course, the old widower himself did not admit it and insisted that his wife fell to death. Suan felt that a woman like Wang Huanhuan should be matched with such an old widower. When Suan arrived at the place, she took advantage of the fact that the old widower was still asleep and gave both of them aphrodisiacs. She found this medicine from the space, which contained various medicines and had excellent efficacy. After the aphrodisiac was taken, the bodies of the two people responded quickly. Suan saw that the two people had torn off their clothes, hugged each other, and started to chew on each other. Suan did not think that what he did was very vicious. Compared with Wang Huanhuan's attempt to kill Sun Xinxin, she was much kinder. At least she did not take her life. Suan touched the knight and returned to his little house. Sun Xinxin heard the movement and asked Suan, "Are you still awake?" Suan responded, "No, I just got up to go to the bathroom." Sun Xinxin didn't think about it anymore. "Okay, then you go to bed early." Suan returned to her soft big bed. After finishing her work, she was in a good mood and soon fell into a deep sleep. Wang Huanhuan almost fainted. It would have been better if no one saw it. So many people saw it, and Wang Huanhuan wanted to die. Wang Huanhuan raised her hand and slapped Li Tigan's face heavily. Li Tigan was slapped, and he didn't like what Wang Huanhuan shouted, so he slapped Wang Huanhuan back immediately. "You stinky woman, what are you talking about? You came to my bed on your own initiative. Last night you hugged me and begged me to do it to you, and now you are accusing me of being a hooligan. If you don't take the initiative, can I still tie you to my bed?" Li Tigan said, and then questioned Wang Huanhuan. "Also, this is my family. You see clearly. How did you come to our Li's family? Don't you need to explain? If you didn't take the initiative to come to me, would I go to your house and tie you over?" Wang Huanhuan was confused at the moment. She was obviously sleeping well at home, so why did she come to the Li's house? How did she get involved with Li Tigan, this disgusting old widower? The team members looked at the situation and felt that there were no bruises on Wang Huanhuan's body and no signs of struggle. To say that Li Tigan forced her? Is it possible? "I don't care if you touch me. I will report to the police and have you arrested." Wang Huanhuan thought about being slept with by such a disgusting man, with a look of reluctance on her face. But Li Tigan was not someone who could be easily bullied. "You want to call the police?" "I wanted to report it. You came to my bed in the middle of the night and forced me. Although I am a man, you took the initiative. I wanted to sue you for being a hooligan to me." Wang Huanhuan's family received the news and hurried to Li Tigan's house. What is going on? How could their Wang family's precious daughter, who was raised with love, be ruined by a man like Wang Tigan? When the Wang family came to the Li family, they also clamored regardless of the consequences, shouting that they would send Li Tigan to jail. Naturally, the Li family would not let in on this matter. Even if Li Tigan really slept with Wang Huanhuan, it was Wang Huanhuan who was willing. Wang's mother cursed at Li Tigan. "Can my Huanhuan be willing? You must have drugged my daughter. Otherwise, how could my Huanhuan like such an old widower?" Although Li Tigan is a man, his fighting ability is not inferior to that of the Queen Mother. "Do you think your daughter is any good? I did it to her last night, but there was no trace on the bed sheet. You think she is a decent woman who gave her body away before getting married?" If Li Tigan hadn't said it, no one would have noticed. After she said that, everyone saw that there was really nothing on Li Tigan's bedsheets and quilts. In the eyes of the country people, such a woman is not clean, which means that her body had been given away long ago. Wang Huanhuan's family looked at Wang Huanhuan in surprise, and there seemed to be questioning in their eyes. Wang Huanhuan had indeed given her body away a long time ago, so when she met the questioning eyes of her family, a trace of guilt flashed across her face. When the Wang family saw Wang Huanhuan's reaction, there was nothing to understand. This girl must have done that with someone. The Wang family's parents never expected that their precious daughter would be so indecent. The people around who were watching the fun were also whispering together, and the words they said about Wang Huanhuan were unbearable to hear. "Oh, I didn't expect that the daughter of the Wang family is so shameless. She actually had an affair with someone. TSK, 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 TSK. I don't know how the Wang family educated her. If I raised a daughter like this, I would definitely beat her to death. Isn't it? Originally, I thought that Li Tigan had bullied her, but now it seems that she might have missed a man and climbed into his bed by herself. Yes, 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 otherwise she would have been sleeping well at home, and Li Tigan couldn't have tied her up, right? How could she not have any reaction? She must have been caught by someone, and she deliberately bit Li Tigan. Hearing the discussions around him, Li Tigan was a little complacent. He looked at the Wang family and said to them, "Now that things have happened, there is no point in saying anything else. I, Li Tigan, am not an unreasonable person. Regardless of whether I was forced to do this, I slept with your daughter after all. In this way, our Li Tigan is responsible and is willing to marry Wang Huanhuan back." The Wang family was reluctant to let Wang Huanhuan marry into the Li family. With Li Tigan's character, who knows if Wang Huanhuan would be beaten to death by her family if she really married him. No matter what, Wang Huanhuan is their baby who has grown up with love, and they can't let her jump into the fire pit. Wang's mother said "Pa" directly to Tigan's mother's face. "Li Tigan, are you worthy of our daughter?" "You think so?" After being scolded by Wang's mother, Li Tigan's eyes became more sinister. He didn't make a fuss, but mocked in a yin and yang tone, "A second-hand product, I'm lucky to have her, so what? Do you still think she is a hot commodity? If I hadn't slept with her, I, Li Tigan, would be a responsible man. Otherwise, do you think I would be willing to marry such a dissolute and unfaithful woman? Haha, I'm putting my words here today. You guys agree to this matter. Otherwise, I won't want her in the future. You. Wang's mother couldn't bear it when she heard what Tigan's mother said, and she fainted directly. Seeing Wang's mother fainted, the Wang family hurried forward. At this moment, the Wang family did not argue with the Li family about making Li Tigan responsible and hurriedly took Wang Huanhuan and Wang's mother back. The bigger the incident became, the more embarrassing it would be for their family. The brigade had a rare explosive news, and soon, the news that Wang Huanhuan and Li Tigan slept together spread throughout the production team. Many people were shocked by this incident. What people talked about the most was that Wang Huanhuan had not even married, but her body was broken at such an early age. She was really shameless. When hearing about this, Hao Jianxi was also very surprised. Thinking that Wang Huanhuan's body had been messed with by Li Tigan, Hao Jianxi felt very disgusted and planned not to touch Wang Huanhuan again. Anyway, besides Wang Huanhuan, there were other women in the brigade that he could sleep with, so there was no need to sleep with a dirty woman. The educated youth were gossiping together. I wonder who the man who hooked up with Wang Huanhuan before was. Was he from our team? Hearing this, Hao Jianxi's heart tightened immediately, hoping that his affair with Wang Huanhuan would never be exposed. Sun Xinxin and Suan. Because she was busy late last night, Suan slept in for a rare time. Seeing that Suan didn't get up, Sun Xinxin didn't want to call her. Finally, when Suan woke up, Sun Xinxin hurriedly said, "And you finally woke up. It's a pity that you didn't have time to see a big event." Sun Xinxin heard the news in the morning and went there. She had a general idea of what happened before and after. Sun Xinxin felt regretful that she didn't drag her good sisters to watch such a big event together. But it didn't matter if Suan didn't see it. Sun Xinxin was already telling her the scene at that time in a vivid way. Suan felt that this matter was more exciting than she expected. After waiting for Sun Xinxin to finish her chatter, Suan said, "Xinxin, guess who I found out yesterday that might have pushed you into the river?" Suan's sudden question stunned Sun Xinxin for a moment, and then, "Who is it?" "It's Wang Huanhuan." Sun Xinxin was surprised for a moment. She was smart and soon figured out the reason. "Is she jealous of Hao Jiqing for being so attentive to me?" Suan nodded. "She probably thinks of you as a love rival." Sun Xinxin couldn't help but curse. "Is she mentally ill?" "I'm not interested in Hao Jiqing. I wouldn't want a scumbag like Hao Jiqing even if he was given to me. Only she is easy to fool." After Sun Xinxin finished cursing, she suddenly thought of something and looked at Suan and said, "And then, Wang Huanhuan's accident today wasn't an accident. Was it you? Did you do it?" Sun Xinxin thought of how Suan seemed to come back from outside late at night last night. This matter seemed a little strange, and it seemed like the work of a good sister. Suan's smile was a little distracted, and then he rubbed Sun Xinxin's face. "Our Xinxin is too smart." I will make anyone who bullies you pay the price. Sun Shinshin's eyes suddenly turned red, and she hugged Su-en's arm. Besides my parents and family, you are the best to me. It's good that you know I'm good to you. Feed me more in the future as a reward. That's a must. Sun Shinshin hurriedly urged Su-en to wash up, and she went to the kitchen to bring out breakfast. Originally, Sun Shinshin cooked millet and pumpkin porridge, fried shredded potatoes for breakfast, and pickled cucumbers were enough to eat. But at this moment, Sun Shinshin decided to fry a few more egg pancakes for Su-en so that her good sister could eat better. After waiting for breakfast, Su-en and Sun Shinshin went to the rice field. The team members had already started working, and seeing that Su-en and Sun Shinshin were late, Wang Weihua did not mean to blame them. The reason for not letting other team members be late is that they are worried that they will be lazy and not finish much farm work. Su-en and Sun Shinshin are different. Su-en can get 10 work points in an hour. Not to mention being late for a while, even if he comes to work in the afternoon, it will not have any impact. After waiting for the two to come, the team leader assigned them work, and Su-en began to get busy. After finishing the work in the morning, Su-en did not go up the mountain in the afternoon, but planned to go to the county town to sell the game in his hand to Li San and ask this guy to help get some fruit tree seedlings. Su-en spent an hour, got full work points, and helped Sun Shinshin finish the work, and the two went home early. Su-en brought Sun Shinshin a few pounds of venison. Seeing the venison Su-en took out, Sun Shinshin's eyes lit up. Because venison is a good thing. Venison is fresh and tender, and tastes better than pork. But it is not easy to eat venison. Pork can be farmed, but farmed deer are rare. Looking at the venison that Su-en brought out, Sun Shinshin went to the kitchen to prepare delicious food. Su-en returned to the room, practiced her supernatural powers first, and then looked at the planting of ginseng in the space. Unexpectedly, the ginseng planted there really changed. After being nourished by the soil in the space, the ginseng obviously grew a little bigger. Su-en was sure that the flow rate of plants growing in her space was different from that outside. According to the flow rate here, plants can grow faster, so that what Su-en wants to plant can be harvested earlier. Su-en was very satisfied with this planting space. After she practiced for a while, Sun Shinshin had already brought out the fragrant venison. Su-en felt sick of eating meat alone. Sun Shinshin knew Su-en's taste, so in addition to meat, she also fried a few vegetarian dishes at noon. After lunch, Su-en rode a bicycle to the county town. When she found Li San's men said that Li San had gone out and had not returned yet. Su-en felt that it would be difficult to make a deal if Li San was not there. After all, his men had no right to decide how much she would pay for those things. When will he come back? Li San's men said to Su-en respectfully, "Our third master will probably be back in the evening." Su-en couldn't wait until the evening, so he said to Li San's men, "I'll come again tomorrow and tell him not to go anywhere and wait for me here." Although Su-en's words were a bit arrogant, Li San's men only dared to agree respectfully. Their boss had to be polite to Su-en, let alone them. Su-en made a wasted trip and felt a bit unhappy, so he simply went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things to take back. After finishing the snacks at home, Su-en bought another 2 kilograms of peach cakes. She had to buy another piece of soap. She basically took a bath every day, and the consumption of perfumed soap and laundry soap was quite large. After buying things at the supply and marketing cooperative, Su-en rode her bicycle back. I don't know how Lu Jinting and Guimiao are doing. Judging from the few injuries on their bodies, they will probably be discharged soon, right? After Su-en got home, Sun Shinshin told Su-en some gossip about Wang Huanhuan's family. Wang Huanhuan lost such a big person this time, which can be said to have brought shame to the entire Wang family. Not only were Wang's father and mother very angry, but this time Wang Huanhuan's 2 sisters-in-law would never agree to let such a shameful sister-in-law stay at home. Originally, Wang Huanhuan's 2 sisters-in-law were dissatisfied with the behavior of her parents-in-law and husband doting on her sister-in-law, but they would hold back no matter how dissatisfied they were. The sister-in-law was not very old, and it was not good for them as sisters-in-law to bring up some minor problems and keep worrying about them. This time it was different. The sister-in-law made such a shameful thing and they, as sisters-in-law, could find a reason to make a fuss. Wang Huanhuan's two sisters-in-law made demands to the in-laws, either to let the sister-in-law get married quickly or to separate the family. Wang Huanhuan's parents were also troubled by this matter. They didn't want their daughter to get married casually, but they didn't want to separate the family. But the two daughters-in-law made a fuss. If they didn't do as they said, then they would divorce. If both sons were divorced, the Wang family would probably be laughed at even more. Something had already happened to their daughter, and they couldn't let the son get into trouble too. Wang Huanhuan's parents weighed the matter and decided to sacrifice their daughter. This time, Wang Huanhuan lost her body before marriage, and such a shameful thing really brought shame to their Wang family. Their daughter was spoiled by them, and they couldn't indulge her anymore. But if they asked their daughter to marry Li Tigan, they would definitely not be willing. So Wang's parents asked the matchmaker to introduce them to see if they could find someone with better conditions. Not to mention how good, but at least better than Li Tigan. After listening to Sun Xinxin's gossip, Suan felt that Wang Huanhuan deserved what she had today. Sun Xinxin thought that Wang Huanhuan wanted to kill her, and now this ending was actually a bargain for her. Just as Sun Xinxin finished talking, Suan heard another knock on the door. Suan went to open the door and saw that the person coming was Su Fengxia. Seeing Su Fengxia coming over, Suan politely asked, "Aunt, do you want to see me for something?" Su Fengxia smiled and said, "Su Jiqing, my son Taizhu is getting married tomorrow, and I want to invite you to the wedding." Suan is now a figure in the production team and a hero who helped the police catch spies. Su Fengxia thought it would be very face-saving to invite some powerful people to her son's wedding. In addition, their family's bicycle was assembled by Suan, so she must invite Suan to her son's wedding. Suan also had a good impression of Su Fengxia. After receiving Su Fengxia's invitation, he smiled and agreed. "Okay, Auntie, I will attend on time." Okay, by the way, there is one more thing. Su Fengxia said, looking at Sun Xinxin, and asked a little embarrassedly, "Sun Jiqing, I heard that your cooking skills are very good. My son is getting married. Can I ask you to help prepare a few tables of banquets?" Sun Xinxin agreed very readily. "Okay, no problem. Andy, you trust my cooking skills? I will definitely be willing to help." Sun Xinxin knew that she was an educated youth who went to the countryside. If she wanted to live well here, she had to get along well with the team members. If it was something excessive, it would be fine. Sun Xinxin would not refuse such a simple thing. Seeing that Sun Xinxin agreed, Su Fengxia said happily, "That's great. With you as the chef, my son's banquet will definitely be very decent. When country people get married, face is important. A good banquet is the proof of a good wedding." After Su Fengxia finished talking about this, she went back. In her heart, she was still silently impressed that Suan and Sun Xinxin, the two young educated youth, were really good people, completely different from the other educated youths in the Educated Youth Center. The other educated youths in the Educated Youth Center all thought they were city people and looked down on them, the country people. On the other side, in Beijing, it was time for Shinrui to go to the countryside. Shinrui packed several large packages and had to go to the countryside tomorrow. Shinrui was very unwilling to leave the Shin family. But what was the use of being unwilling? She was not a biological child of the Shin family, so this family could abandon her without mercy. Seeing that Shinrui was leaving tomorrow, Shun Chongfeng said to Shinrui, "Rui, the place where you're going to the countryside is very difficult, and you must take good care of yourself after you go there. In the future, when we are not around, you have to rely on yourself for everything, so you must learn to be independent." Hearing Shun Chongfeng's advice, Shinrui sneered in her heart. What does this adoptive father mean by being hypocritical? If he really cared about her, shouldn't he let her stay? In the end, he just said a few words, and I didn't know how much he cared about her. Although she thought so in her heart, Shinrui still didn't intend to tear her face with the Shin family. What if the Shin family couldn't find the real Shinrui and took her back? It would not be good for her to have a quarrel with the Su family. So Shinrui responded obediently, "Okay, Dad, I know. After I go to the countryside, I won't be able to accompany you and Mom. You should take good care of your health at home. Especially Mom's health is not good. Dad, you should take care of her more." Grandpa and grandma, uncle, aunt, and brother are all good. I can only feel at ease if you are well. Shun Chongfeng waved his hand. You just take care of yourself. As for us, you don't need to worry. Shen Chongfeng said, and left Shenrui's room. Looking at Shen Chongfeng's indifference, Shenrui's nails pierced into the palm of her hand again. The next morning, Suan got up early. Suan and Sun Xinxing both took a day off because they had to attend Su Fengxia's wedding banquet. There were quite a lot of people attending the wedding banquet today, and quite a few team members asked for leave, and Wang Weihua approved them all. Now, it's not the official busy season yet, and it won't be easy to ask for leave when the rush to harvest and plant begins. So Su Fengxia's family deliberately set the wedding date before the busy season. Otherwise, it would be delayed for at least 1 or 2 months. Suan saw that it was still early, so she went to the county town first. It just so happened that she bought some red fabrics for the wedding as a token of her appreciation. The most important thing was that she told Li San's men yesterday that she would go there today, and Suan was not a person who liked to break an appointment. If she hadn't said this yesterday, Suan would probably have to delay it for another day. Suan planned to go early and come back early. It was quite fast to go to the county town with a bicycle. Suan found Li San early in the morning, and Li San hadn't even gotten up yet. Seeing Suan coming, Li San quickly put on his clothes and came out. After he saw Suan, he smiled flatteringly. Auntie, why did you come so early today? Li San said and couldn't help yawning. Suan threw the prey he brought to Li San's feet. I've brought you good things again this time. Li San immediately asked his men to take a look, and the velvet antlers and venison inside were indeed treasures. Suan also took out a glass bottle. This is snake gall. You decide the price. In front of Suan, Li San did not dare to neglect it, and the price he gave was very honest. Li San gave 500 yuan for the venison, velvet antlers, and snake gall. Suan also gave him some small prey, which made Li San very happy. Annie, I also received a batch of goods for you this time, but they are not top-quality goods. Can I bring them to you? Suan nodded. Li San immediately asked his men to carry a box of things over. The things were not good, about the same as last time, but Suan was also satisfied. Auntie, I still don't charge you for these. I'll give them to you. Don't forget me next time you have something good. Suan responded, no problem. By the way, I came to see you today because I have something else to tell you. Li San asked hurriedly, Auntie, what is it? Just tell me. Seeing Li San's servile look, Suan felt embarrassed to watch. She said in a calm voice, it's not a big deal. Just keep an eye out for me and get me some fruit tree seedlings. Any fruit tree seedlings will do. Li San saw that this was indeed a small matter and agreed without hesitation. Okay, Auntie, I will definitely take care of this for you. Suan talked to Li San about this matter, collected the money, took the things, and left Li San's place. Afterwards, Suan went to the supply and marketing cooperative. She originally wanted to buy some red fabric as a gift, but she didn't buy it. However, Suan bought 2 red pillowcases. If these red pillowcases were given as gifts, they would not be shabby. After buying things, Suan hurriedly rode back to the production team. Fortunately, when she returned, the wedding had not started yet. However, Wang Taizhu was getting married today, and many guests came to the Wang family. Because of the wedding and marrying a daughter-in-law, the Wang family was very happy, and everyone's face was filled with smiles. Suan went over and found Su Fengxia and took out a pair of red pillowcases she had bought as a gift. When Su Fengxia saw what Suan had sent, she hurriedly said, Little Su Jiqing, the things you sent are too expensive, and your aunt can't accept them. But Suan said, Aunt, I have already bought them. Please accept them. It's a big day for your family, and this is just something I can give you within my ability. Don't be polite with me. I asked you for a lot of dried sweet potatoes before, and if you are polite with me, I will be embarrassed to ask for them again in the future. Suan had said so much, and it would seem hypocritical for Su Fengxia not to accept the gift from Suan. Okay, I accept it. Xiao Su Jiqing, thank you for your kindness. Su Fengxia naturally remembered Suan's generosity. If Xiao Su Jiqing has any problems in the future, she will definitely help out more. Sun Xinshin also came to Wang's house early in the morning to help, and is now preparing a banquet in the kitchen. Although the banquet has not started yet, the dishes that need to be prepared must be washed, cut, and prepared in advance. Many guests came to Wang's house one after another. At about 10 o'clock in the morning, a noisy voice was heard outside. "The bride is here! The bride is here!" Suan looked over in the direction of everyone's sight and saw Wang Taizhu riding a bicycle to pick up a female comrade. Wang Taizhu was dressed up carefully today, and he looked more handsome than usual. Wang Taizhu usually wore patched clothes, but today he changed into new clothes. As expected, clothes make the man. The bride was also wearing a new dress, but it was not red. The colors of clothes at that time were mainly black, gray, and blue, and bright colors were hard to buy. Because of this, Su Fengxia thought that Su An's gift of 2 red pillowcases was very valuable. In this era, for ordinary families, they could only make a new dress for important moments such as weddings, and there was no such opportunity at other times. The bride had 2 braided pigtails and a red hair flower on her ear. Although her appearance was not that of a great beauty, she was also a pretty girl. After waiting to see the bride, many team members felt that Wang Taizhu was so lucky to marry a woman who looked so beautiful. He is so handsome. Some also said that the Wang family was well off and the two were a perfect match. Wang Taizhu's uncle was the team leader, and having such a relative in the family meant that life in the team was easier than for ordinary people. In addition, Wang Taizhu's family bought him a bicycle when he got married. How many families in the countryside have bicycles when they get married these days? Although Wang Taizhu's bicycle was not newly bought, but assembled by Suan, not everyone can afford it. Waiting for the bride to be picked up, Wang Taizhu helped the bride get off the car. Seeing their son pick up the girl, Su Fengxia and her husband's faces were filled with smiles. I used to think this daughter-in-law was iconic, and now she looks even more iconic after being dressed like this. Worthy of their iron pillar. Waiting for the arrival of the newlyweds, unlike the ancient worship hall, in the 1970s, when people got married, they usually swore an oath together in front of the portraits of the leaders. And the team leader Wang Weihua was holding a red book in his hand to testify for them. Other people who came to the wedding came to watch the wedding ceremony of the newlyweds. After the oath was over, the bride was sent to the bridal chamber. The guests sat down at the table one after another, waiting for the meal to start. Before the meal, some melon seeds and peanuts were prepared on the table for the guests to eat. Su Fengxia went to the kitchen to inform Sun Xinshin and asked Sun Xinshin to prepare for the meal. Don't look at Sun Xinshin, who looks like a delicate girl who seems to be unable to do anything. But when she is busy in the kitchen, she can do things in an orderly manner. The team members were waiting for the meal to start, and they all smelled the tempting aroma of food coming from the kitchen. It's not that the team has never held banquets before, but I have never seen the dishes at the banquets so fragrant. So a team member asked Su Fengxia, Sister Fengxia, who is the chef you invited today? The dishes are so delicious. Su Fengxia did not hide anything and said with a smile, it's Sun Jiqing. Oh, I can't tell that Sun Jiqing's cooking skills are so good. Su Fengxia replied with a smile, yes, you can't judge a book by its cover. Suan sat at the table, listening to the gossip of the people around her. Because the table she sat at was full of women, these women really couldn't stop talking. They had the nerve to talk directly about the things that happened in the couple's room. Suan thought that she was a thick-skinned person, but she was far from that in front of these people. Finally, it was time to start the meal. The Wang family's kitchen brought out some cold dishes first. The cold dishes were all made by Sun Xinshin, including cold cucumbers, cold fungus, and cold lotus root. Sun Xinshin's cooking skills are excellent. Although they are cold dishes, the taste of these cold dishes is not bad. As for hot dishes, there are both meat and vegetarian dishes. The meat dishes are braised pork with preserved vegetables, boiled fish fillet, and fish ball soup. It is not easy to eat meat in the countryside, but fish is easier to get. So the amount of braised pork is small, but the amount of boiled fish fillet and fish ball soup is not small. The hot vegetarian dishes include braised eggplant, scrambled eggs with green peppers, mapo tofu, and fried peanuts. Scrambled eggs with green peppers can barely be considered half a meat dish. There are 10 dishes in total, including hot dishes and cold dishes, which symbolize perfection. In this era, the conventional banquet has 8 dishes, commonly known as the 8 big bowls. But those with better family conditions, or those who want to hold a more decent and splendid banquet, prepare 10 bowls of dishes. Looking at the dishes served at Wang Taiju's wedding, everyone was impressed by the sumptuous banquet. After everyone put down their chopsticks and tasted the dishes, they realized that Wang Tieju's wedding was not only a sumptuous meal, but also delicious. They, the country people, have never eaten such delicious food. Sun Xinxin's cooking skills have been unanimously recognized by those who attended the banquet. Many team members lamented that if someone's family married, it was a blessing to have Sun Xinxin and the whole family would have a good time in the future. Seeing that everyone agreed, Su Fengxia also felt very proud. She said that it was right to invite Sun Jiqing to prepare the banquet. If it weren't for Sun Xinxin, their family wouldn't have been able to hold such a grand wedding this time. After the banquet was over, she had to thank this girl. After the banquet, Su En and Sun Xinxin planned to go home. Su Fengxia called Sun Xinxin, grabbed some wedding candies and wedding cakes from home, and stuffed them into the girl's mouth, and also took out 10 eggs. Sun Jiqing, thank you for coming to help today. Everyone said that our family's banquet was well organized. Take these things back, just as a little gift from your aunt. Looking at the things Su Fengxia stuffed in, Sun Xinxin waved her hand and said, "Aunt, I just helped a little. Don't be polite with me." But Su Fengxia refused and stuffed these things to Sun Xinxin. Sun Xinxin was helpless, but in the end she did not disappoint Su Fengxia. Sun Xinxin had been busy for most of the day, and her arms were a little sore. So after returning home, Sun Xinxin chose to do nothing and lay directly on the bed. Suen had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he planned to go into the mountains again to see if he could hunt some more game. Now Suen's main goal is to make money. If he wants to live a good life in the future, he has to be diligent now while he is young. On the other side, in Beijing, Xinrui had to take a car to the place where she was going to the countryside. Knowing that Xinrui was going to the countryside, Shen Chongfeng just arranged for the driver of the family to take her. Xinrui went to the train station, but none of her family members came to see her off. Xinrui was very angry at the indifference of the Xin family. After these people knew that she was not the daughter of the Xin family, they were unwilling to say a word to her. They were all waiting for her to go to Liao province and find Qing Xiyuan. Once she got together with Qing Xiyuan, the Xin family would definitely regret abandoning her. Xinrui arrived at the train station carrying several large packages. The driver of the Xin family sent her to the place and then went back. Xinrui felt that this driver was also a snob and ran faster than a rabbit. Their group of educated youth who went to the countryside had to gather first, and then the people from the educated youth office would notify them which specific carriage to go to. There are also locations to go to the countryside. Many people followed Xinrui to the countryside this time. Xinrui looked at those who went to the countryside with her, and none of them were dressed very well. Only she stood out from the crowd. In the beginning, the Xin family treated her well, and they picked out the best clothes for her, so every piece of clothing on Xinrui was very expensive and beautiful. Today, Xinrui went to the countryside, wearing a braided suit and a pair of small leather shoes, and she looked very delicate. Clothes make the man, and after Xinrui dressed up, even if she didn't look very stunning originally, she was much more beautiful than those who didn't dress up. Xinrui appeared in the educated youth at the gathering place for going to the countryside. Many educated youth who were going to the countryside cast curious eyes at her. From Xinrui's dress, it can be seen that her family conditions are not bad, so there is no need for her to go to the countryside. Most of the educated youth who went to the countryside from the city now cannot get a job. For those whose family conditions are really good, the worst that can happen is that they spend more money to buy a job quota. Xinrui looked at the people around her looking at her and raised her proud chin. Although she is not a biological child of the Xin family, she grew up in such a big family since she was a child. She is a lady from a famous family, which is not comparable to these ordinary people. At this time, A male comrade took the initiative to talk to Shinrui. Comrade, hello. Are you also an educated youth who went to the countryside? Seeing that it was a male comrade talking to her, Shinrui's attitude was not bad. Yes, any questions? No problem. I just didn't expect you to go to the countryside with such good conditions. Of course, Shinrui will not say that she was kicked out by the Shin family and had to go to the countryside. She has become arrogant over the years and does not want others to look down on her. Anyway, no one knows the specific situation of the Shin family, and she can still shape her personality to the outside world. The image of the daughter of the family. Only when others know that she is awesome will they fawn over her and coax her. I really don't have to go to the countryside, but I feel that I am a young person in the new era and have to contribute to the development of our motherland. This time, we are responding to the leader's call to go out into the vast world and make great achievements. I took the initiative to sign up to go to the countryside, hoping to make a contribution to the development of our motherland. After Shinrui finished speaking, many people around him cast admiring looks. Even the staff at the Educated Youth Office expressed their appreciation for Shinrui's high level of consciousness. If only young people in the city could have Shinrui's level of consciousness, it would be easier for them to go to the countryside. But some people think Shinrui is stupid. If he can live a good life in the city, is it really that good to go to the countryside? I want to work in the fields with mud legs. Comrade, you're so awesome. We have to learn from you. The gay man who just spoke to Shinrui flattered her. Shinrui pretended to be humble. Soon, the educated youths going to the countryside, were informed of their seats on the train and the specific location of their going to the countryside. For themselves, Shinrui already knew where he was going to go to the countryside, so after waiting for it to be assigned, Shinrui followed everyone on the train. Thinking that he would see Qingsiyuan when he arrived in Qingshui County, Shinrui was full of expectations for this trip. Comrade, I just heard that you are an educated youth going to Qingshui County, Liaoning Province? You have so many things, can you carry them? Let me pick some up for you? At this time, another gay man came to Shinrui and asked Shinrui. Shinrui glanced at the gay man who took the initiative to talk to her. She looked tall and big. How could she refuse someone who could control her? Shinrui looked like a little white flower and smiled sweetly at the gay man. Okay, comrade, thank you. The gay man's name was Chuchingyu. He looked at Shinrui with a hint of calculation in his eyes. However, Chuchingyu didn't show it on his face. Instead, he smiled at Shinrui and said, "You're welcome. We are all educated youths going to the countryside, so we should take care of each other. I am also an educated youth who went to Qingshui County. My name is Chuchingyu." Shinrui was very happy to hear that they were going to the same place, so someone would help her carry her luggage. That's a coincidence. I'm Shinrui. Chuchingyu recited Shinrui's name silently, then looked at Shinrui and said, "Your name is really nice. Since we go to the same place to go to the countryside, it is fate, and we will help each other in the future." Shinrui also responded with a smile. However, Shinrui's smile did not reach her eyes. She only uses ordinary gay men but does not really have a good impression of them. Except for Qingsiyuan, Shinrui feels that no man is worthy of her. Chuchingyu naturally didn't know what Shinrui was thinking. He was strong and helped Shinrui carry 2 large packages, so Shinrui didn't feel too tired. Otherwise, it would be too much for her to carry such a heavy thing alone. When she got to her position, Shinrui found that it was not by the window, so Shinrui said to the female comrade by the window, "You. Okay, can you give me your seat? I get motion sickness, so sitting by the window would be better." The sitting by the window glanced at Shinrui and felt confused. "You are carsick and I am carsick. Why should I let you sit?" At this time, Chuchingyu, the flower protector, stood up to defend Shinrui and said, "As you have seen, this educated youth, Shun's educated youth's family is in good condition, and he has never suffered much since he was a child." She responded to the call to go to the countryside and contribute to the rural construction of the motherland. We should help her more and be considerate of her. It's just a seat, so you don't have to be so stingy, right? If there is something wrong, treat it. Don't let me be morally kidnapped. I'm telling you, I won't eat it.
And,
she said, glancing at Shinrui, You can't bear such a little hardship. I don't think you need to go to the countryside. You won't be able to bear the hardship after going to the countryside. When you go out, you are not at home. No one will tolerate your pretentiousness. After saying that, she ignored Chu Qingyu and Shenrui. Shenrui's face turned red with anger. Chu Qingyu was also a little embarrassed. Fortunately, a gay man saw that Shenrui was pretty, so he took the initiative. She gave up her seat. Shenrui glanced at the who had just mocked her, and then said in a strange tone, "Comrade, it's better that you are a good person. It's not like some people who like to be fussy and don't show much consideration to people who are away from home." When all these educated youths got on the train started to move. Then the train whistle sounded, the wind outside rushed in, and the scenery outside the window receded. This group of educated youths going to the countryside sat on together, just like Su-in and the others. Shenrui began to introduce herself. Only then did Shenrui find out that the who had just attacked her was actually an educated youth from Qingshui County, named Lu Wanting. I feel a little depressed when I go to a place. I hope they won't be assigned to the same commune and the same brigade, otherwise it will be really unlucky to be with people they don't like. Su and went up the mountain in the afternoon. The hunt was pretty good, and a wild boar and a goat were hunted. Su-in liked to eat mutton. Thinking of the taste of the mutton made by Sun Xinshin before, Su-in was still savoring the food. After catching the prey, Su-in was about to prepare it. When I went to the countryside, I heard some movement not far away. It was just a normal conversation, but Su-in heard the conversation in the language of country R. The group of spies caught before seemed to be from country R. Su-in immediately became vigilant. Could it be that these spies from country R were in the mountains again? In order to confirm whether they were spies from country R, Su-in quietly walked in the direction of the sound. When they got closer, Su-in found two ordinary-looking country people. If it weren't for the language they used, Su-in wouldn't be able to tell the difference between them and the locals. After waiting to hear clearly the content of the conversation between the two, I was more certain that these two were agents of country R. Fortunately, Su-in learned several languages in later generations. She knew the language of country D, the language of country R, and the language of country R. There is English. Of course, Su-in is good at English. Based on the chat between the two R country agents, Su-in probably guessed what information they were looking for when they went to the mountain. Su-in was thinking about these R country people. Having invaded China before, and now thinking of persecuting Chinese people, Su-in jumped behind these two people and waited for Su-in to get close to them, then slapped each of them on the neck. They all fainted and fell to the ground. After she carried the two agents down the mountain, Su-in rushed to Sun Xinshin. She said hello that she had to go to the county town to do something. If she didn't come back in time, she would eat by herself first. Sun Xinshin didn't know what Su-in was going to do, but seeing her serious look, she nodded and agreed. Su-in tied the two agents to the sacks and drove them to the county seat. When Su-in passed by, Cheng Siyuan happened to be there, but Cheng Siyuan didn't know. "Why are you feeling happy? Comrade Su, why are you here?" Cheng Siyuan took the initiative to come out and say hello to Su-in. Huang Yu happened to be there too. Usually when she and Cheng Siyuan chatted up, Cheng Siyuan always had a cold face, but now he is so enthusiastic about Su-in. Could Director Cheng be interested in this woman? Do you like it? After this idea came to Huang Yu's mind, Huang Yu was also shocked. It was impossible. Apart from Su-in's good looks, what man would like such a fierce woman? A man like Cheng Siyuan must also like gentleness. When Su-in saw Cheng Siyuan, she directly unloaded the sack on the bicycle and threw it at Cheng Siyuan's feet. Before Cheng Siyuan had time to ask, Su-in said, "These two people are spies from our country. I met them when I went up the mountain. I heard them speak the language of our country. They seem to be looking for some information in the mountain. You should interrogate them quickly." Cheng Siyuan didn't expect Su-in to help their police catch spies from our country again. This female comrade is really amazing. Okay, Comrade Su, our public security will definitely investigate these two people thoroughly. Thank you for your help again this time. Otherwise, these two spies will cause who knows how much damage to our country. Huang Yu was watching Cheng Siyuan looking at Suan with admiration, and suddenly his mind jumped out to squeeze Suan. Su Jiqing, how do you understand the language of country are?
Or are you a spy?
You are so skilled, but I can tell something is wrong with you. Who knows if you have infiltrated our public security under the guise of helping us catch spies. Suan didn't bother with Huang Yu the previous few times she picked a fight with her, but this woman started again. Suan stepped forward and slapped Huang Yu in the face. Huang Yu screamed in pain, and then felt a burning pain on her cheek.
You.
What do you mean by you? Just because you're a police officer, you can slander people casually? If you say I'm a spy, please show me the evidence. My information and background are easy to investigate by you police officers. It seems that your apology and self-examination last time, Huang Gong'an, were not sincere. Huang Yu thought of the last time she apologized to Suan, and her cheeks flushed. I just have reasonable reasons to suspect you, but if you hit me, you are assaulting a police officer, which is illegal. Suan sneered. Do and scare me with this. You are a police officer, so you think you're great? You can just bully a weak person like me? You throw dirty water on me, and I can't let me fight back? Okay, if you sue me for assaulting a police officer, let's have a good talk. Will you also be held legally responsible for your rumors and slander? Suan's arrogant and fearless look made Huang Yu hate her. She had never suffered such a big injustice in her life. Huang Yu was about to say something, but Cheng Siyuan interrupted her. Comrade Huang, you are wrong in this matter. Hurry up and apologize to this Comrade Su. She helped our police to catch spies, and she shouldn't be slandered by you like this. Huang Yu was unwilling, but Cheng Siyuan looked at her with displeasure and coldness. At this time, even if Huang Yu didn't want to apologize, she had to bow her head to Suan.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Comrade Su. It was indeed my fault in this matter. I shouldn't have said you were a spy without investigating it clearly. Suan said in a calm voice, Huang Gong'an, I don't accept your apology. You should reflect on this matter carefully. If it happens again, don't blame me for being rude to you. Huang Yu was so angry that her body trembled. But in front of Cheng Siyuan, Huang Yu didn't dare to get angry. Suan was a little irritable because of Huang Yu's behavior. Seeing that the purpose of coming here today was accomplished, she said to Cheng Siyuan, since the spies have been sent to you, I will leave first. Just when Suan turned around, Cheng Siyuan called her, wait. Suan stopped and looked at Cheng Siyuan. Is there something? Comrade Su, how come you can speak our country? Suan narrowed her beautiful eyes, wondering if Cheng Siyuan also suspected that she was a spy, so her face was somewhat unhappy. Cheng Siyuan seemed to have seen Suan's thoughts and explained hurriedly, I don't suspect that you're a spy. I just want to ask, how good is your level? If you really can, we have some documents recorded in our country that need to be translated. This time they caught so many spies from our country and they also seized some documents. But they don't have a translator who can speak our country. Cheng Siyuan can find someone who can speak our country in Beijing, but sending these documents to Beijing and then having them translated and sent back will take a lot of time, and it may cause losses to China because of this delay. Therefore, it is better to translate these documents recorded in our language as soon as possible. After Suan heard Cheng Siyuan's explanation, his anger subsided a little, and his attitude towards Cheng Siyuan also eased a little. I have been smart since I was a child, and I can learn everything quickly. I taught myself their language. In addition to I am good at D and English. I know some Russian languages, but I am not very good at them. Cheng Siyuan was a little shocked to hear Suan's words. How smart this female comrade must be to know so many languages. In fact, they also have Suan's investigation materials. The last time Suan helped to catch spies, they investigated Suan's identity and background. The investigation materials did show that Suan was smart in studying and ranked first in all subjects in school. With such an IQ talent, it is indeed no problem to say that he can learn other languages by himself. Cheng Siyuan thinks that Suan is smart and good at physical training. If such a talent can be recruited into their public security team, it is estimated that he can help them do a lot of things. Comrade Su, since you can speak our language, are you willing to help us translate the documents? Suan shook her head directly. No. Are you kidding? She is busy making money every day. How can she have the spare time? Sue, and will not do thankless work. If it weren't for the fact that these spies might harm the interests of China, she, as a Chinese, couldn't ignore it. If it were other things, Sue-in would definitely not interfere casually. Chung Soo-in didn't expect Soo-in to refuse so straightforwardly. Thinking that these documents were more urgent, Chung Soo-in looked at Soo-in and pleaded, "Comrade Sue, we are in urgent need of a translator now. Can you help translate these documents?" Soo-in had a good impression of this man. Seeing her begging him like this, he considered whether to help or not. Just when he was struggling, Chung Soo-in said again, "This may be related to the interests of our China, so I hope you can agree." Soo-in thought about it. These are language documents, must involve some confidential matters. Soo-in hesitated for a moment and said, "If you want me to translate, it's very simple. You just pay me the normal translation fee. I don't really want to be a free labor." Soo-in has some patriotic feelings, but she seems to love money and herself more. Helping the country recover some losses and making money by the way, Soo-in thinks that these two are not contradictory. Chung Soo-in was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly said, "Comrade Sue, you help translate, we pay you. This is reasonable. After all, we also need to pay translation fees when we ask others to translate, and I didn't intend to let you help for free from the beginning." Soo-in was very satisfied with this. "Okay, then give me the documents you need, and I will translate them and send them to you." Chung Soo-in first handed a few documents to Soo-in. "Translate these first." "Okay." Soo-in took the documents and prepared to leave. Chung Soo-in reminded, "Comrade Sue, these documents are very important. I hope you can protect them well." "Okay, I know." Soo-in took the documents and rode his bicycle back to the Udo village production team. Fortunately, Soo-in didn't delay too long in going to the county town. When he returned to the Udo village production team, it was only 5 o'clock and many team members had just finished work. After Soo-in returned, he brought some mutton and lamb chops to Sun Shinshin. Seeing that there was mutton to eat, Sun Shinshin was also happy to take it to the kitchen to clean up. In the evening, Soo-in ate some grilled lamb chops and drank some mutton soup and felt that his whole body was comfortable. After dinner, Soo-in was not idle either and began to help translate documents. After translating these documents, he could get royalties, and these incomes could be brought to the surface. Soo-in was busy until after 12 o'clock in the night and finally translated several documents. After rebirth, Soo-in has never slept so late. Fortunately, her body is good, and staying up late has little effect on her. Soo-in cleaned up and then went to bed. The next day, Soo-in woke up, had breakfast with Sun Shinshin, and went to work in the fields. The little girl made dumplings with mutton filling today, and the taste was very delicious. After eating and drinking, Soo-in felt that he had more strength. In the morning, the educated youths all received their work and worked together. Not long after they started working, they saw Wang Huanhuan coming to them. Seeing Wang Huanhuan coming, everyone's eyes were cast on Wang Huanhuan. The reason why everyone paid so much attention to Wang Huanhuan was mainly because the things Wang Huanhuan had done in the past 2 days were quite sensational. Knowing that Wang Huanhuan was not indecent before marriage, everyone looked at her with some contempt. Wang Huanhuan finally stopped in front of Hao Jianxi. Soo-in, who was working very hard, stopped what he was doing. There is something exciting to watch. Hao Jianxi, this scumbag, is probably in trouble now. When the relationship between Wang Huanhuan and Hao Jianxi is exposed, she wants to know if Hao Jianxi can still stay in the production team. Hao Jianxi was a little panicked when he saw Wang Huanhuan coming to him. He wanted to stay away from Wang Huanhuan, a woman, so how could he be willing to be found by her? Wang Huanhuan came in front of Hao Jianxi and cried, "Hao Jiqing, my parents forced me to get married, and I don't want to marry a man I don't like. Let's get married, okay? I gave my first time to you, and I slept with Li Tegan purely because I was cheated. Can you please stop despising me?" As soon as Wang Huanhuan said this, the people around her exploded.
What?
The person who was dating Wang Huanhuan was actually Hao Jianxi? Oh, what's going on? Wang Huanhuan was actually having an affair with Hao Jiqing? The person who broke her body was actually Hao Jiqing? No way.
I really didn't see that.
Wang Huanhuan said it herself. It's impossible that Hao Jiqing didn't do such a thing and she just blamed him, right? No wonder Wang Huanhuan looked down on Li Tigan. She was attracted to the male-educated youth from the city. Hao Jiqing's conditions were good. I think she deliberately gave up her body in order to tie Hao Jiqing down. The educated youths at the educated youth point looked at Hao Jianxi with some disgust. They had been wondering who was the one having such an affair, but they didn't expect it to be them. Now the educated youths are a community of honor. If Hao Jianxi did such a thing, it would also affect the reputation of the other educated youths. Hao Jianxi didn't expect Wang Huanhuan to expose this matter in public. Knowing the seriousness of admitting this matter, Hao Jianxi certainly didn't want to admit it. Besides, Wang Huanhuan was just a country girl, and he didn't like her. This woman had slept with another man, and she wanted him to take over? She was dreaming. Hao Jianxi said to Wang Huanhuan with a red face, "Don't talk nonsense. Don't think of throwing dirty water on me. You confessed to me before, and I rejected you. You can't make up such a thing and blame it on me just because your family forced you to get married, right?" Hao Jianxi felt that although he and Wang Huanhuan had had a relationship, the woman had no evidence. As long as he denied it, he didn't believe that Wang Huanhuan could really blame him. When other people around heard what Hao Jianxi said, they were curious about the truth of this matter. Suan had already seen Hao Jianxi and Wang Huanhuan having adult love outdoors, so he knew that Wang Huanhuan was not lying. Suan didn't like Hao Jianxi in the first place, and now that he didn't admit what he had done, his impression of him became even worse. Wang Huanhuan did not seem to expect Hao Jianxi to deny that they had had adult love. "Hao Jiqing, I gave you my innocent body. How could you do this? You promised me that you would marry me. Why are you turning against me now?" Hao Jianxi had a gloomy face. "I don't know what you are talking about. There is nothing innocent between you and me. Comrade Wang Huanhuan, you said we had adult love. Do you have evidence? If there is no evidence, why should I be responsible for you? You'd better shut up and stop talking about this, or I will go to the police to sue you for destroying my reputation." After hearing what Hao Jianxi said, Suan sneered. "Hao Jiqing, if you admit this, I will respect you as a man. You have the nerve to refuse to admit it after pulling up your pants." Hao Jianxi did not expect Suan to suddenly get involved. His brows suddenly frowned. The team members who were watching the excitement around also looked at Suan curiously. "Little Su Jiqing, what do you mean by this?" Suan said in a calm voice, "There are some things I didn't want to say more about, for fear of ruining the atmosphere of our Yudo Village production team, but now I feel that I must say something. In fact, one time when I went up the mountain, I met Hao Jiqing and Wang Huanhuan having adult love in the wild. Now Hao Jiqing said that this incident did not happen. It can be imagined that, as a man, he does not even have the slightest sense of responsibility. This kind of person just wants to coax ignorant girls. Dear uncles, aunts, you have to keep a close eye on your daughters and don't let your daughters be deceived by such people." After Suan finished speaking, the people around looked at Hao Jianxi with disgust and contempt. "Oh, I didn't expect that Wang Huanhuan and Hao Jiqing would really do this. This Hao Jiqing is really wicked. He clearly seduced someone into having adult love, but now he refuses to admit it. You must tell the girls at home to stay away from this Hao Jiqing so that they won't end up like Wang Huanhuan." Hao Jianxi originally thought that he could just deny the incident, but who knew that Suan would come out to testify? Hao Jianxi still didn't want to admit it. "Su Jiqing, there are some grudges between us. You can't wrongly accuse me like this." Seeing that Hao Jianxi still wanted to deny it, Suan sneered. "I wronged you? Besides me, Lu Jiqing and Gui Jiqing saw it at the same time as me. How about waiting for Lu Jiqing and Gui Jiqing to come back from the hospital and ask them for confirmation?" Suan said, and Lu Jinting's voice came from not far away. "I can testify that what Su Jiqing said is true. Gui Jiqing, and I saw it at the time." Guo Miao also nodded. Yes, they were having adult love in the mountains at the time, and the two white buttocks made people feel sick. Suan heard Lu Jinting's voice and immediately looked in the direction of the man. Lu Jinting and Guo Miao have both recovered from their injuries, and they look in good condition. When Suan saw Lu Jinting's tall figure and that almost perfect face, He actually felt a little excited. Suin felt that he should have a good impression of Lu Jinting. Yes, a handsome guy with abdominal and pectoral muscles who wouldn't be confused when seeing him. Unfortunately, the aesthetics of people in this era are different from those in later generations. They like men with square faces. Many people don't get Lu Jinting's handsomeness. If Suin spoke alone, it would probably be unreliable. With 3 witnesses coming at once, everyone felt that this matter was almost certain. How Jianxi was stunned. The Wang family also jumped out at this time. How Jiqing, my daughter's body is given to you. You must be responsible. If you don't marry our Huan, I will report you. Wang Huan's parents felt that Hao Jianxi was an educated youth in the city after all, and who knows when he would return to the city. It would be the best choice for Wang Huan to marry Hao Jianxi. Hao Jianxi didn't want to marry Wang Huan at all, but he was also worried that he would really be reported. There was no way. He could only agree to marry Wang Huan. Thinking that these 2 scumbags would be tied together for life, Suin was in a good mood. Su Jiqing, I haven't had time to thank you properly for what happened last time. Thanks to you, we are able to survive. Guamiao walked up to Suin and thanked Suin. Lu Jinting also walked up to Su and Su Jiqing. Thank you, these are the gifts we bought, they are our little thoughts. Lu Jinting said, handing Suin a bag. Suin took a glance and saw that there were quite a lot of good things in it. There were canned fruits, canned meats, a can of malted milk, a bag of brown sugar, and a bag of white rabbit milk candy. Facing the gifts handed over by the 2 people, Suin was not polite. Okay, thank you. No need to thank me. You saved us. These things are not enough to express our gratitude to you. I hope you don't mind. Compared with the 2 lives of Guamiao and Lu Jinting, the few things they gave were really nothing. Suin looked at them and asked the 2, how are your injuries now? It's recovering quite well. Lu Jinting said first. Guamiao also replied, my 2 injuries have recovered well, but I have a headache from time to time. I don't know what's going on. Suin felt guilty when she heard what Guamiao said. Could it be that this guy's headache was caused by her beating him? Feeling a little guilty, Suin said to Lu Jinting and Guamiao, I have some mutton at home. I'd like to treat you to a meal at noon. Do you want to come? When he heard that there was mutton and he was going to eat at Suin's place, Guamiao agreed without thinking twice. The last time he went to Suin's place for a meal, Guamiao still missed it. It was because Sun Xinxin's cooking skills were so good, even better than the chefs in state-owned restaurants. Thinking of the taste of the meal last time, Guamiao had already started to swallow his saliva. Go away, sisterin, I like your family's food the most. Lu Jinting felt a little embarrassed to see Guamiao's excitement. However, the food in Suin's house tasted really good. Seeing that Guamiao had agreed, Lu Jinting naturally would not jump out to object. Suin wanted to treat everyone to a meal, so she told Sun Xinxin and asked her to prepare more for lunch. Sun Xinxin patted her chest and said, no problem, and then I'll take care of it. Because she had to prepare more dishes, Sun Xinxin went back to work early after work. Lu Jinting and Guamiao went back to their own residence first, and then went to Suin. Suin invited them to sit down and wait for dinner. Su Jiqing, I heard that you have made contributions to the police again. Suin nodded. Lu Jiqing is well informed. Why do you pay so much attention to me? Do you like me? Lu Jinting. Guamiao laughed at the side. Sisterin, don't tease my brother Ting. With your fighting ability, brother Ting doesn't dare to even think about it. Suin's eyes fell on Lu Jinting and sizing him up really? I think he's pretty tough. Guamiao looked at Lu Jinting sympathetically. Sisterin, my brother Ting is immortal after all. Even a wild boar can't get any good in your hands, let alone him. Lu Jinting. Comparing him to a wild boar, is he polite? Suin did not continue the topic, but told Lu Jinting and Guamiao about the 2 spies he had just captured. Seeing that Suin really captured 2 more spies, Lu Jinting and Guamiao felt that they were useless. After staying here for so long, they had not made any progress by staring at the spies. They finally encountered the spies and were almost hunted down. Fortunately, Suin showed up and helped them. The professional special forces members were not as good as Suin, a sent-down youth who went to the countryside. After waiting for Sun Xinshin to prepare lunch, several people sat in the yard and ate grilled lamb and lamb chops. After a full meal, Guimiao was a little unsatisfied. It would be great if he could always come here to eat with Su and Sun Xinshin. After eating the food made by Sun Xinshin, Guimiao found that he looked down on Lu Jinting's cooking. So on the way back, Guimiao sighed in front of Lu Jinting, "Brother Ting, if your cooking skills can be as good as Sun Jiqing's, I will be blessed." Lu Jinting felt Guimiao's disdain for him, so he snorted and said, "If you think my cooking is not good, you can cook it yourself in the future." Guimiao thought of his cooking skills and immediately put on a smile on his face and said to Lu Jinting flatteringly, "Brother Ting, I don't dislike your cooking. You should cook it in the future. Even dogs won't eat my cooking." After lunch, Suan said goodbye to Sun Xinshin and rode to the county town. Suan had to deliver the documents that he translated last night to Chung Siyuan. Chung Siyuan was quite surprised to see Suan coming here. "Comrade Su, have you translated all these documents?" Suan nodded. "Yes, they have all been translated," Suan said, and handed the translated documents to Chung Siyuan. Chung Siyuan immediately asked another policeman to settle the cost of Suan's translation this time. "Comrade Su, the translation fee for these documents is 50 yuan according to the market price. You keep it." Suan was quite satisfied with the 50 yuan she received. One night's earnings were equal to an ordinary worker's monthly salary. She still had to study, as knowledge was money. Suan took the money and prepared to go back contentedly. However, Chung Siyuan stopped her and handed her several documents for her to translate. As long as the money was in place, Suan was still willing to help. Suan took the documents and took them back to the Yudo village production team. While waiting for Suan to return, they found that the team leader was driving a bullock cart towards the county town. After seeing Wang Weihua, Suan took the initiative to say, "Hello, Uncle Captain, are you going to the county town to do business?" Wang Weihua sighed when he saw Suan asking. "Yes, the higher-ups have notified that a new batch of educated youth have arrived, so I'll go pick them up." Wang Weihua had a headache when he thought of these educated youths who went to the countryside. Those educated youths were unable to work and difficult to discipline. They came here to cause trouble for him. If everyone was like Suan, Wang Weihua would definitely have no objection. But Wang Weihua knew that it was very difficult to be like Suan. Seeing Wang Weihua's sad face, Suan could understand. She comforted Wang Weihua a few words and rode her bicycle back. Qingshui County Bus Station. A new batch of educated youths got off the bus. Shinrui had been sitting in the bus for so long, and she felt her whole back and waist ached. It was such a pain. In the past, when she went out, the Shin family would pick her up in a private car. Now she had to squeeze with so many people, not to mention the suffering she had endured along the way. Now that she could finally get off the car, she breathed a sigh of relief. But when she got off the car, Shinrui frowned in disdain at the surrounding environment. "Isn't this place too poor? It can't be compared with Beijing at all." If she hadn't been told that this was a county town, she would have thought it was some poor corner. The ground was all dirt or gravel roads. The county town doesn't even have a cement road. How come it's so shabby? Shinrui was very curious. Why did Chung Siyuan come to such a poor place like Qingshui County instead of staying in Beijing? She despised him, but she couldn't go back since she was already here. The Shin family didn't want her anyway, so she could only go back to her original home, which might be even poorer than Qingshui County. Chu Qingyu helped carry Shinrui's parcel. With a free helper, Shinrui didn't feel it was too hard. The other educated youth who went to the countryside were the same as them. They all gathered at the Youth League office of Qingshui County. The Youth League office of Qingshui County also arranged the specific location for them to go to the countryside. Shinrui was very happy to see that she and Chu Qingyu were going to the same place. It was good to be with him. If the two were separated, who would carry her luggage? Shinrui felt that she was too delicate and weak to carry such heavy luggage. Chu Qingyu was also very happy to see that he and Shinrui were assigned to the same place. He could see that Shinrui had a good family background, and he must coax this woman into his hands. "Shin Jiqing, we are really destined to be assigned to the same place. We must help each other in the future." Shinrui agreed with a smile. "Okay, of course." What made Shinrui unhappy was that Lu Wanting was actually assigned to the same production team as her. Shinrui felt unlucky to think about being in the same production team with such an annoying person. Lu Wanting also felt that it was unlucky to be in the same production team with someone like Shinrui. Looking delicate and dainty, doesn't she just like to pretend to be a little White Lotus? She hated people like Shinrui the most because she had seen too many women like this in the compound before. Although her name sounds gentle and virtuous, in fact, Lu Wanting's personality and name do not match at all. She is just a tomboy, usually careless, and dislikes pretentious women the most. In addition to the three of them, there was also a female educated youth named Yao Mingfong who was assigned with them. At present, only a few of them went to the production team of Yudo Village. When Wang Weihua came here, he shouted in the direction of the educated youth, Chu Qingyu, Shinrui, Yao Mingfong, Lu Wanting, come and gather here. Hearing Wang Weihua's shout, several educated youths walked towards Wang Weihua. As these educated youths came up to him, Wang Weihua's face became more worried. He was so unlucky that he was assigned to 3 female educated youths. Fortunately, one of the female educated youths seemed to have good conditions. If she couldn't do the work, she had the money. The other one was very straightforward and looked a bit like Suin. She might be able to do some work. After Wang Weihua looked at the few people, he said to them, I am the team leader of the production team of Yudo Village. My name is Wang Weihua. Come back with me now. It's getting late. It would have been good if it was early, so that these educated youths who went to the countryside could go to the county supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things. But it was getting late now, and Wang Weihua was worried that letting these educated youths go shopping in the county would waste time, and it would be dark before they could return to the production team. He will give these educated youths a day off tomorrow and ask them to come to the county town and buy everything they need. Although they were not allowed to buy anything, Wang Weihua still gave them several people's rural-going subsidy. 50 per person. This is the subsidy given to you by the above. Shinrui looked down upon such a small amount of money. But she knew that no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still flesh, and some mosquitoes were better than none. Now her situation is different from before. Without the support of the Shun family, she has to rely on herself for everything. If you don't have money, many things will be difficult to do. Lu Wanting's conditions were not bad, so she didn't care much about the 50 yuan, but if the captain gave it to her, she would definitely have to accept it. Chu Qingyu and Yao Mingfong were very happy when they got 50 yuan. Especially Yao Mingfong. It seemed like he had never seen so much money before. His eyes were shining when he stared at the money. After Wang Weihua paid them the subsidies for going to the countryside, he said to several educated youths, Okay, now we are going back. You all can get in the car. Wang Weihua pointed to the ox cart that he had driven over. When Shinrui saw such a bullock cart, she immediately felt disgusted. Isn't this bullock cart too old? It still looks dirty. If she sat on it, would it stain her clothes? She is wearing a beautiful broggy today. Except for Shinrui, the other 3 didn't say anything. Lu Wanting got on the bullock cart first and put her luggage away. Although Chu Qingyu and Yao Mingfong felt that the ox cart was a bit dirty, riding in it was better than riding without one. The 2 of them followed Lu Wanting onto the bullock cart, and only Shinrui stood there. Seeing that Shinrui didn't get in the car, Wang Weihua frowned and asked Lu Wanting, Lu Jiqing, why don't you get in the car? Shinrui said with a look of disgust, Captain, this car is so dirty. Why are there people in it? Wang Weihua heard Shinrui's words. His brows immediately wrinkled. What bothers him the most is such a squeamish female doll. Wang Weihua's attitude was originally kind, but after being annoyed by Shinrui, his face suddenly became serious. Shinjiqing, if you feel dirty, you cannot sit down and walk back by yourself. After being scolded by Wang Weihua, Shinrui's face turned red. She used to be the aloof eldest daughter of the Shin family, who would dare to give her such embarrassment. It was like being bullied by a dog. She, a dignified eldest lady of the Shin family, was bullied by a petty captain after she went to the countryside. Shinrui accused Wang Weihua unwillingly, I am an educated youth who went to the countryside. Captain, what is your attitude? Is this how you treat us educated youths who are building rural areas? Seeing Shinrui, she still wanted to put a blame on herself. The anger on Wang Weihua's face became even stronger. You are an educated youth who is too tired of riding in a bullock cart. How do we still expect you to build rural areas? I think if you can't stand it, just come and go wherever you want. Shinru felt that Wang Weihua was really angry. I was a little scared now. She has already come to the countryside. Where can she go? The educated youth who went to the countryside could not be sent back. Thinking about the purpose of coming here this time, Shinrui could only endure it even if she felt unhappy. When she gets close to Cheng Siyuan, those who have offended her will not be able to reap the benefits. Lu Wanting's lips curved into a mocking smile. On her first day in the countryside, this woman offended the captain of the production team in Yudo village. Is she really not afraid of being put in the shoes of the captain? She had better hope that Wang Weihua is a good person. Otherwise, Shinrui will never have a good life as long as Wang Weihua wants to mess with her. Shinrui disliked the dirty bullock cart, but she was even more unwilling to walk back. But after getting in the car, Shinrui found a piece of cloth and put it under her ace to cushion it, for fear of staining her clothes. Seeing Shinrui like this, Lu Wanting couldn't help but ridicule. How hypocritical. I don't see how you paid attention when you went back to work in the fields. After being ridiculed by Lu Wanting, Shinrui's face became even more ugly. Lu Jiqing, I didn't provoke you, did I? Are you trying to bully me like this? Lu Wanting snorted. You didn't provoke me, but I just can't stand some people's pretentiousness. Wang Weihua felt that Lu Wanting was right. Does Shinrui have such a need? Now I'm being pretentious, but I still don't know how to work in the future. With Shinrui's comparison, Wang Weihua suddenly felt that the previous educated youths were quite normal. The bullock cart swayed toward the production team of Yudo village. Sitting on the bullock cart, Shinrui felt like she was being shaken to pieces. She thought the train ride was torture enough, but she didn't expect it to be even more torturous on the bullock cart. Shinrui began to miss the Shin family's car, and she would definitely let herself live the same life again. On the way back, Shinrui got out of the car and vomited several times. Seeing Shinrui like this, Wang Weihua became more and more dissatisfied with her. Finally, after bumping for more than an hour, the ox cart finally arrived at the production team in Yudo village. By the time they arrived at the production team, it was already getting late, and the team members had already finished work. Seeing the captain bringing back a few more educated youths, the team members didn't look good. These educated youths who went to the countryside were of no use at all. They came here to increase the burden on their team members. Well, we can't say that all educated youths are useless. Let's just say that Su Jiqing, Lu Jiqing, and Gui Jiqing in the brigade are all good. It's a pity that there are too few capable educated youth like them, and most of them are useless. After the team members got a clear look at the educated youth on the bullock cart, they started talking again. Shinrui and Lu Wanting are both very beautiful. But the most eye-catching thing is Shinrui, because she is well-dressed and wearing broggy leather shoes. No country people have ever seen such clothes. Dressed like this, everyone in the group regarded Shinrui as a fairy. In fact, Lu Wanting's face is prettier than Shinrui's, but Lu Wanting is just a tomboy, a girl who just cut her hair short. In addition, Lu Wanting often basks in the sun, so her skin is a little dark and rough. In the eyes of country people, she is naturally not as fair and tender as Shinrui. Hey, there's a fairy in our brigade again? This new educated youth is so beautiful. After one ant finished speaking, another ant in the brigade said, I think that's it. It's not as good as Su Jiqing and Su Jiqing. Sun Jiqing is good-looking. That's good. The best-looking one is little Su Jiqing. If Xiao Su Jiqing dresses like this new Jiqing, I don't know how pretty she will be when she goes to the countryside. She was dressed up and dressed up. Those who knew she was here to go to the countryside, but those who didn't know she thought she was here for a blind date. I'd say she's not a serious person. It is not suitable to marry him back home. He can only serve as an ancestor. After all, it is better to marry Xiao Su, an educated youth. Anyone who marries Xiao Su, an educated youth, will be lucky. Shinrui was sitting in the car and only now noticed the surrounding environment. When she saw the place where she went to the countryside, the disgust in her eyes became even stronger. I originally thought that the county seat of Qingshui County was already poor enough, but it turned out that the production team of Yudo Village was far worse than the county seat. There are few brick houses in the whole village. All are dilapidated adobe houses. If she were allowed to live in a place like this, her life would be very difficult. Shinrui still wanted to be disgusted, but when she saw Wang Weihua's serious and deep face, she didn't dare to beep anymore. Wang Weihua took the new educated youths to the brigade headquarters in the same way as other educated youths and gave them some food in advance. Shinrui thought it was coarse grains and said with disgust, "These are grains for livestock. How can people eat them? My cats and dogs don't eat these." Shinrui's words undoubtedly angered Wang Weihua again. "This is how we live in the countryside. If you want these coarse grains, don't push them away. How many people in the countryside don't have enough to eat? You are not in your house when you come here. There is no condition for you to be picky." Shinrui was criticized by Wang Weihua. After that, he softened his attitude and said, "Captain, I really can't get used to eating coarse grains. Can I get fine grains?" Wang Weihua said calmly, "If you want to eat fine grains, you can buy them with your own money." Wang Weihua said, and quoted the price of grain for the brigade again. Seeing that he could buy it with money, Shinrui quickly bought a batch of fine grain. Lu Wanning also bought a batch of fine grain. Chu Qingyu and Yao Mingfeng's conditions were not good, so there was no extra to buy fine grain. After prepaying for the grain, Wang Weihua sent them to the educated youth point. At this time, the educated youth had also left work, so Lin Aodong was also there. He said to Lin Aodong, "These people are educated youths who have recently gone to the countryside. Lin, educated youth, please help make arrangements." Lin Aodong nodded. "Okay, Captain, I understand." Wang Weihua sent the educated youth to the school and hurried back home. He didn't want to have any more contact with these cute city kids. Thinking of Shinrui acting like a monster today, Wang Weihua sighed in his heart about Su An's kindness. If these things happen, all the educated youths in the township were like Xiao Su, so he wouldn't be upset. After the captain left, Shinrui snorted, "Have you noticed? This captain's attitude is really arrogant, and he doesn't care about us at all." The educated youth who went to the countryside took it seriously. "We are here to support rural construction, not here to be angry. Why does he treat us like this?" As soon as Shinrui said these words, the faces of the older educated youths changed at the same time. "This girl probably has something wrong with her brain. Where is this? This is the place to go to the countryside. Since it is other people's territory, they have to keep a low profile. There is no benefit to offending the captain. The easiest thing is that if you offend the captain, you'll be assigned. Are you afraid of heavy farm work? Furthermore, if there is a chance to return to the city, as long as the brigade captain blocks you, you can't even think about going back. Sometimes there are places for the workers, peasants, and soldiers' college exams, and you can't expect the brigade captain to recommend it. You go and take the exam. If you offend someone, if you meet a good captain, they will make things difficult for you in these trivial matters. But if you meet a bad captain, they will make trouble behind your back and accuse you of having a problem with your ideological consciousness." Those who were sent to the farm for reform were already having a hard time going to the countryside, but if they went to the farm, it would be a miserable place. These old educated youths decided to stay away from Shinrui in the future. Knowing if she offends the captain in the future, she should keep her distance from Shinrui. Even if Shinrui offends the captain in the future, they will not be implicated. As the captain of the educated youth point, Lin Aodong feels that there is still a problem. It is necessary to remind Shinrui, lest all the educated youths among them suffer disaster. "Don't say this again. That is the captain of our Yudo village, and we educated youths who go to the countryside have to listen to him. If you offend the captain, there will be no good consequences. This new educated youth, I hope you will be careful in your words and deeds in the future, and do not implicate our entire educated youth collective because of your personal words." Shinrui thought that these educated youths who went to the countryside would agree with her and help her criticize Wang Weihua, who knew that these were just cowards who didn't dare to say anything behind their backs. Shinrui didn't get a response but was taught a lesson with a look on her face. Showing a hint of embarrassment, Lin Aodong ignored Shinrui and introduced himself first. My name is Lin Aodong, and I am the captain of the Educated Youth Point. You can come to me if you have any problems. If female educated youth have something to do, they can also go to Li Chunling, who is the captain of the female educated youth side. After Lin Aodong introduced himself, he asked the new educated youths, "What about you? What's your name?" Shinrui and others said their names one by one. After Lin Aodong took note of it, he explained the situation at the educated youth point to several people. When Shinrui heard that there was only one room for men and women, there were so many people crowded together. Sleeping on a kong is a bit unbearable. Is there only one room? Can so many people sleep in one room? Lin Aodong said with a helpless face, the conditions of the educated youth camp are like this. It is indeed a bit crowded, but the brigade has no way to get money to build additional houses for the educated youth. Shinrui frowned. Can you go out and rent a house by yourself? I can't stand a dozen people in one room. Shinrui could only be grateful that she was relatively rich. If she had no money, she would not be able to rent a house. Lin Aodong said, you can rent a house. You have to ask if any team members are willing to rent. But Shun Jiqing, since you have just arrived, I would like to remind you to try not to rent at the team members' homes. Shinrui looked at Lin Aodong in confusion. Why? Because a female educated youth from a production team nearby disliked the poor living conditions of the educated youth, so she rented a house at a team member's house. As a result, she was attracted by a man from that family and had a relationship with her. The other party insisted that they were both voluntary, not forced, and the female educated youth lost her body in vain. It would be better if you were a gay man, but if you were a female educated youth, it would be safer for the educated youth to stay here. And it seems that your conditions are not bad. You have brought so many things, but don't let the team members worry about you. Someone will want to make money by then. If they weren't both educated youths, Lin Aodong wouldn't bother to remind Shinrui of this. When Shinrui heard what Lin Aodong said, she immediately gave up the idea. Not to mention the risks that she would have to take to find a team member to rent a house. Just think about the relationship with those mud-legged Shinrui couldn't stand living together. Shinrui frowned, wondering what to do about this matter. He couldn't rent a house, but the location of the educated youth spot was too small. At this time, Tao Xiangqin reminded Shinrui, Shin Jiqing, if you don't want to squeeze in with us, you can ask Su In and Su Jiqing. She built her own house in the brigade and has a spare room at home. Maybe she can rent one for you. Oh, by the way, if she doesn't rent it to you, I think you are not short of money. You can ask the captain if you can apply for a piece of land to build a house by yourself. But the autumn harvest is coming soon. Even if you want to build a house, you have to wait until after the autumn harvest. It would be best if Su Jiqing could agree, and you can live in it directly now. Tao Xiangqin didn't mean so much to say so much to Shinrui. She could see that Shinrui was a troublemaker. With such a pretentious person living with them, who knows what troubles they might cause in the future. The educated youth click here. There are enough people living nearby, and Tao Xiangqin is eager to move out. Unfortunately, most of the educated youths who go to the countryside are similar to her. Their family conditions are average, but they really don't have the money to build a house alone. Living in the educated youth area, cooking is also a problem. Iron pots are not easy to buy these days. If you live in the educated youth area, at least everyone has a division of labor. Otherwise, you would have to collect firewood and carry water all by yourself. Shinrui heard that Tao Xiangqin. This is a bit of hope. That's great. Where's Su Jiqing's house? Can anyone take me there? At this moment, everyone has returned from a day's work. They're all very tired. No one really wants to talk to the new educated youth. Lin Aodong is the captain of the educated youth point, and no one else is willing to lead them. When Shinrui went over, he had no choice but to say, I'll take you there. Well, thank you, Lin Jiqing. Lin Aodong replied tiredly, You're welcome. That's right. Lin Aodong brought Shinrui to Su In's side. At this time, Su In and Sun Xinxin were preparing to have dinner. When Lin Aodong and Shinrui came to Su In's side, Shinrui could smell the aroma of meat through the courtyard wall. It seems that this educated youth is in good condition and can actually eat meat. If she can rent a house here, will she be embarrassed to eat meat? Lin Aodong went over and knocked on the door. Suin put down his chopsticks and opened the door. After waiting for the door to open, he saw Lin Aodong and an unfamiliar woman standing behind Lin Aodong. Suin thought that today the captain said he was going to the county to pick up a new group of educated youth. He guessed that the person standing behind Lin Aodong was probably a new educated youth. When Suin opened the door, Shen Rui also stared at her. This woman's appearance was somewhat similar to Xiao Qingyue. Shen Rui was just surprised for a moment, thinking that there were many people who looked alike in the world, so it was not surprising that Suin looked similar to Xiao Qingyue. She just thought about how the Shen family treated her. When Xiao Qingyue's adoptive mother knew that she was not her child, she decided to send her back to the countryside. Shen Rui hated her so much now that she saw Xiao Qingyue growing up. Shen Rui naturally had no favorable impression of Suin. Suin naturally felt the hostility in Shen Rui's eyes. Did she offend her in some way? Are you jealous of her beauty? Suin looked away from Shen Rui and asked Lin Aodong, Lin Jiqing, is something wrong? Lin Aodong explained his purpose. Su Jiqing, this is Shen Rui Shen Jiqing who just came to the countryside today. Our educated youth spot is quite crowded. Do you have any vacant houses here? This educated youth Shen wants to rent a house from you. Hearing Lin Aodong's explanation, Suin glanced at Shen Rui and refused without thinking. Just kidding, her life with Sun Xin here shouldn't be too beautiful. Why would she let outsiders disturb her peace? Is she the one who is short of rent money? Besides, this Shen Rui knew immediately that he was not a good person, and Suin didn't want to have anything to do with such a person. I don't want to rent, I like peace and quiet. After Suin flatly refused, Shen Rui's face suddenly froze. Su Jiqing, I'm alone and I won't disturb your peace, so rent it to me. We are educated youths going to the countryside, shouldn't we help each other? Shen Rui looked at Suin unwillingly and asked, as if Suin rejected her, she would do something cruel. Suin is an immoral person. If you want to play moral kidnapping with her, you have to see if she will accept it. Shen Jiqing, I made it very clear. I like peace and quiet and don't like to be disturbed. You can ask elsewhere, rent it from others, or build it yourself. There are many ways, and you don't have to ask me to help you. I don't have this obligation. After saying that, Suin didn't say much and closed the door with a bang. Shen Rui looked at the closed door and clenched her fists tightly. Why should this person embarrass her and why can't he agree to her request? It's not like she lives for free, she pays rent. Shen Rui complained to Lin Aodong, Lin Jiqing, why is this Su Jiqing like this? Why doesn't she have any spirit of solidarity and mutual help? After hearing Shen Rui's complaint, Lin Aodong actually felt that there was nothing wrong with Suin's decision. Isn't it normal for people to build their own houses and not want to rent them out to others if they want to be quieter? It's just not renting a house, so it won't rise to the level Shen Rui said. So Lin Aodong did not respond to Shen Rui's words. Instead, he helped Suin and said, Su Jiqing has always had this temper. Don't mind it. In fact, she is a very good person. As long as you don't provoke her, she is easy to talk to. People like peace and quiet. Since you don't want to rent a house, you can ask the captain to see if he can help build a house. Shen Rui felt a little unhappy when she didn't see Lin Aodong scolding Suin. Now that Suin is unwilling to rent a house to her, Shen Rui can only go to the captain's house to ask about building a house. Shen Rui hopes that the house can be built soon so that she can move out soon. Thinking about so many people living together in the educated youth spot, Shen Rui felt angry. Seeing that Lin Aodong had brought Shen Rui out, he simply took her to the captain's house. Seeing Shen Rui coming over, Wang Weihua only felt a headache. None of the educated youths who went to the countryside were more pretentious than Shen Rui. She would probably be in trouble if she came over now. Wang Weihua had a bad impression of Shen Rui, and when he saw Shen Rui coming over, Wang Weihua's attitude was even more indifferent. Did Shen Jiqing come here for something? Shen Rui directly explained the purpose of his visit. Captain, the Jiqing spot is too crowded. I want to apply for land and build a house by myself. Please arrange this for me quickly. Wang Weihua glanced at Shen Rui and saw that the girl was taking it for granted, as if he, the captain, had to help her with this matter. Comparing it with what Suan had done before to ask him to build a house, Wang Weihua suddenly felt that there was no harm in not comparing. Little Su is still an educated youth. Shenrui's attitude is really bad. He really doesn't want to help her. Of course, Wang Weihua would not directly agree to this matter. He had to let Shenrui know that he was not that easy to talk to. The autumn harvest is coming soon, and there is no time to build a house for you now. Even if you want to build a house, you have to wait until the autumn harvest is over. After Wang Weihua finished speaking, he wanted to send Shenrui away. Shenrui heard Wang Weihua's words but said with reluctance, "Captain, can you please make arrangements for me earlier? I don't want to delay for too long. There are so many people there at the educated youth point, and I really can't get used to it." Wang Weihua, he directly reprimanded with a serious face, "Shun educated Qing, since you have come to the countryside and become an educated youth of our Yentu village production team, I hope you can put the interests of the entire team first and your personal interests first. Later, Qiu Shua is the top priority of the entire brigade. Do you think it's possible to let Qiu Shua make way for your personal affairs? It's just a matter of living in the educated youth area. What's the big deal? If you are so pretentious and can't bear this little hardship, I will return it to the educated youth office for you. Your coming to the countryside will only cause trouble to our Yudo village production team and will not provide any contribution. We will have no contribution here. It's necessary to keep you." Seeing that the brigade leader was angry, Lin Aodong immediately took Shenrui's arm and said, "Shen Jiqing, the brigade leader is right. Our brigade attaches great importance to the autumn harvest. You have to build a house. It's not an important matter. Just listen to the captain. It's not urgent to talk about building a house after the autumn harvest," Lin Aodong said, and quickly pulled Shenrui away. She was afraid that Shenrui would have a brain attack and quarrel with the captain. After all, Shenrui is an educated youth who went to the countryside. If she affects her personally, Lin Aodong is worried that this woman will affect all their educated youth. Shenrui was dragged out of the captain's house by Lin Aodong with a face full of unwillingness and displeasure. "The captain is really a bully. Why can't you help me make arrangements first? What a big deal." Lin Aodongdu didn't know what to say about Shenrui. He could only say that this woman was not in her right mind. "Shen Jiqing, I would like to kindly remind you that this is the countryside and is other people's territory. You'd better not offend the captain. If you offend the captain today, your plan to build a house in the brigade may be gone." After hearing what Lin Aodong said, Shenrui didn't dare to beep. There are so many educated youths, so she means that she has to build her own house to live in. After Shenrui and Lin Aodong left, Tao Danny said to Wang Weihua, "This new female educated youth is really not good. She can't even compare to 1/10 of Su Jiqing and Sun Jiqing." Wang Weihua also agreed.
Nod.
"Isn't that so? Su Jiqing and Sun Jiqing came to see him for business. Not to mention bringing a lot of things, their attitude was not comparable to Shenrui's. However, Wang Weihua knew that it was not easy to find educated youths as sensible as Su In and Sun Xinxin, so it would be good if they could not cause any trouble for him. Lin Aodong and Shenrui returned to the educated youth point. Although she didn't want to live in the educated youth spot, Shenrui had no choice now. At this moment, she took her luggage to the house of the female educated youth. Seeing that the Kong was covered with quilts and that such a big Kong was full of people, Shenrui felt a tightness in her chest. Since she was the last one to come, she had to sit at the end of the bed. Shenrui was not satisfied with her position, so she asked to change with another female educated youth. Shenrui used to be the eldest daughter of the Shun family. She had always been aloof, so people around her gave way to her because of her status. Having developed a spoiled temperament, Shenrui cannot recognize her current situation. None of the female educated youths in the room responded to Shenrui's request. Want them to give up their bed?
Why?
Winter is cold here in the northeast. The closer the head of the bed is to the charcoal fire, the warmer it will be when sleeping. When we get to the end of the Kong, the temperature is not that high. If the bedding is not thick, you will really freeze to death at night. It's not winter yet, so I can't feel it. I'll naturally feel it when the weather gets cold later. Seeing that no one made room for her, Shenrui became sulky again. At this time, Li Chunling said to the new female educated youths, "We old educated youths will treat you to a meal later as a welcome to your arrival. Let's introduce ourselves to each other later." Waiting for Shenrui to say a few words, people packed their luggage and bedding, and the old educated youths also prepared dinner. The food was not very good, just a pot of stew. In fact, it is better than usual. Usually they eat boiled vegetables, but today they added a few drops of oil to it. After dinner was ready, the old educated youths invited the new educated youths to come and have dinner. Lin Aodong went to Lu Jinting and Guimiao. They are also educated youths in the educated youth area. Since there are new educated youths coming here, they naturally have to get to know each other. Lu Jinting and Guimiao heard Lin Aodong's invitation, thinking that they should not appear too different, so they followed him. When Lu Jinting and Guimiao went to the educated youth point, they were stunned when they saw the new educated youth. Guimiao pointed directly at Lu Wanning and said, "Brother Ting, why are Wanning here? Is this girl coming to the countryside?" When Lu Jinting saw Lu Wanting, he frowned tightly. He strode forward, pulled Lu Wanting and asked, "Why are you here?" The educated youths all looked at these two people curiously. Looking at Lu Jinting coming over, Shenrui was also attracted by this man at a glance. Because he is very good-looking, even better looking than their brother Siyuan. But seeing that Lu Jinting seemed to be an educated youth who went to the countryside, Shenrui suddenly lost interest. Can an educated youth who went to the countryside compare with her brother Siyuan? Seeing that Lu Jinting and Lu Wanning seemed to know each other, Shenrui was even less interested in Lu Jinting. After all, she hates Lu Wanning very much. What kind of good person can she know? Lu Wanning smiled and said, "Brother, as you can see, I signed up to go to the countryside." Lu Jinting. Seeing that her brother had a serious face and didn't speak, Lu Wanting hurriedly asked, "Brother, what do you mean? Are you not happy to see me? Aren't you surprised? You are kidding. Why did you sign up to go to the countryside and come here? Don't you know it's dangerous here? If it were safe here, Lu Wanning would have come. But this place is so dangerous, and enemy spies are active frequently. What if this girl comes here at this time and encounters danger?" Seeing that her brother looked a little angry, Lu Wanting could only sigh, "Brother, isn't it my family who urged me to go on a blind date? I really don't want to go on a blind date, so I quickly hid away and signed up for going to the countryside. I heard that you were here, so I signed up for going to the countryside and came here." Lu Jinting didn't know what to say. Now that you are here, it is not an easy thing to go back. But with the power of their Lu family, it is not difficult to go back to the city. Lu Jinting thought for a while and said, "I'll tell my parents later, and I'll take you back to the city. The countryside is not a good place to stay." Seeing Lu Jinting let her go, Lu Wanting was immediately unhappy. "Brother, I won't go home. I just went to the countryside to live in peace and quiet. Once I go back, my family will urge me to go on blind dates. I won't be free after getting married, and I'm not interested. Even if you take me home, I will secretly hide somewhere so that no one can find me." Lu Jinting might not believe it if someone else said this, but when Lu Wanning said this, Lu Jinting believed that his sister could really do such a thing. If she was forced into a corner, it might be even more dangerous if she hid in another place. Anyway, he is watching here and can take care of her a little bit. It just so happens that the autumn harvest will be coming soon. The autumn harvest is the hardest and most tiring time of the year in the countryside. Since this girl doesn't want to go home, let her suffer in the production team. When she can't stand it anymore, she will take the initiative to ask to go back. Thinking this way, Lu Jinting stopped caring about Lu Wanting. The educated youths at the educated youth point were quite surprised to learn about the relationship between Lu Jinting and Lu Wanting. They didn't expect that they were actually siblings. Many female educated youths envied Lu Wanting. With a capable brother like Lu Jinting, she wouldn't have to suffer too much in the future. Lu Jinting could help with some of the farm work that Lu Wanting couldn't finish. "Okay, everyone sit down and eat." Lin Aodong invited the educated youths to sit down and eat. Shenrui sat down with him, but when she saw today's food, her face immediately fell. At the Shun family, the food they fed the dog was better than what these educated youths ate. Shinrui thought about this and blurted out, "Didn't you say you would treat us to a meal? Why is the food so bad? Is this food that people can eat?" As soon as Shinrui said this, the faces of the old educated youths fell one by one. Doesn't this woman think before she speaks? They usually eat such food. Are they not human beings? Shun Jiqing, you may have had better conditions before you went to the countryside, but now you have to know that the food conditions here are like this. Not to mention eating well, it is a problem to be full. Today, you new educated youth came and we added a few drops of oil and water when cooking. If we hadn't invited you to dinner, we would have eaten even worse. Li Chunling explained to Shinrui. Tao Xiangqin replied unhappily, "Miss Shin, since you think the food is not good, then don't eat it. We don't want you to eat it. I invited you to a meal and didn't let you spend food, but you are still picky."
Who owes you?
Tao Xiangqin has always been quick-mouthed and straightforward, and she can't stand such hypocrisy. Shinrui was a little embarrassed by Tao Xiangqin's retort, but looking at the food that was the same as pig food, Shinrui really couldn't eat it. So she said to the old educated youth, "If you want to eat, you can eat it. I won't eat it." With that, Shinrui went back to the house. Fortunately, she brought some biscuits and a can of milk powder. She could just drink a glass of milk and eat a pack of biscuits at night. Seeing Shinrui like this, Tao Xiangqin continued to criticize her. She is so hypocritical. I want to see if she can stay like this forever. If she wants to live a good life, why does she go to the countryside? She might as well go back. The old educated youth also felt that Shinrui was a little hypocritical. Although Shinrui's conditions were indeed very good, the old educated youth did not want to flatter her because she was not a good person, and they would not necessarily get any benefits by flattering her. Unlike Su En and Sun Xinxin, they even treated the old educated youth to meat when they came. No one of the old educated youth paid attention to Shinrui, and they had dinner together and began to introduce themselves. This time, the new and old educated youth got to know each other again. After dinner, everyone went about their own business. After Su En and Sun Xinxin had finished their meal, they took the documents given to them by the police and continued to translate. This time, Su En stayed up until 2 in the morning and finally translated several documents. After translating the documents and organizing them, he went to bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the old educated youth had to go to work, but the new educated youth could rest for a day. The team leader approved a day off for them and asked them to go to the county town or the commune to buy some things they needed. Many of the things needed by the new educated youth were bought after they arrived, so they all planned to go to the county town. Although there is a supply and marketing cooperative in the commune, the things are not as complete as those in the county town. It's just that the county town is farther away, so you have to sit for a while if you take a bullock cart. Shinrui thought about the experience of riding the bullock cart yesterday. It was dirty and broken, and the point was that the bumpy ride made people's stomachs churn. So Shinrui felt that she had to ride her bike to the county town by herself. Shinrui asked Lin Aodong, "Lin Jiqing, does anyone in our brigade have a bicycle?" Lin Aodong said, "Su Jiqing has one." Shinrui was not surprised to hear that Suan had one. Suan could build a house by himself, so his family must be well off. Country people are all very poor. It would be strange if they could afford a bicycle. Yesterday, Lin Aodong had taken Shinrui to Su An's house. She knew the way, so she went to Su An's place by herself. When Shinrui arrived in front of Su An's yard, she smelled the aroma of meat wafting from Su An's yard. If Shinrui guessed correctly, Su An should be eating mutton. The aroma of mutton is really tempting. I don't know how good Su An's conditions are. He can eat meat every meal. Even in the city, ordinary families can't eat meat every meal. While thinking about this, Shinrui went to Su An's door and knocked. After Su An opened the door, she found that the person who came was Shinrui and immediately frowned again. "Is there anything?" Su An asked coldly. She didn't have a very good impression of Shinrui, so she was naturally not very polite when talking to her. Shinrui was a little unhappy with Su An's attitude. "I came to borrow your bicycle. I want to go to the county town. I heard from Lin Jiqing that you are the only one in our team who has a bicycle. Suan saw Shinrui came to borrow things with a high attitude, and she didn't have a good impression of her. She didn't have the attitude of asking for help, and she really thought of herself as a lady. Maybe Shinrui's family conditions are indeed good, but Suan didn't want to spoil this person.
No.
Shinrui was very angry after being directly rejected by Suan. She looked at Suan angrily and questioned him. Why don't you lend it to me? We are all educated youth who went to the countryside. How can you be so stingy? Suan was a little impatient with Shinrui. My things, I can lend it to you if I want to, and I won't lend it to you if I don't want to. If you have nothing to do, just get out of here. If you keep talking, don't blame me for giving you a big bag. Shinrui's face flushed. I'm not lending you the bicycle for free. How about I give you $1 as a reward? If she paid $1 as a reward, Suan would definitely not suffer a loss if he lent it to her. She didn't believe that Suan would refuse something that could benefit her. Unlike what Shinrui expected, Suan said with disdain, I said I won't lend it to you. I don't need your money. If you have money, just go to the city and buy one yourself. Suan said, and closed the door directly. Shinrui clenched her fists in anger. Although she had money, she didn't have a bicycle ticket. If she had a bicycle ticket, Shinrui would also like to buy a bicycle back. Since Suan refused to lend it to her, Shinrui could only ride in an ox cart. Thinking that the ox cart was so dirty, Shinrui brought a piece of cloth to pat it. Shinrui's affectation made the old man driving the ox cart speechless. This time, it was not only the newly arrived educated youths, but also some team members who went to the county town. Seeing Shinrui like this, many outspoken ants couldn't help but criticize Shinrui. Why do you come to the countryside when you are so squeamish? Shinrui was already depressed enough to ride in a dirty and broken ox cart, but after she came here, she had to be criticized by these country old women, which made her even more angry. Anyone can bully her. Wait until she hooks up with her brother Siyuan. She will make those who bully her pay the price. The new educated youth went to the county town and went directly to the supply and marketing cooperatives to purchase. They didn't bring many things with them when they went to the countryside, and they had to buy daily necessities and the like. Shinrui thought that she would definitely have to eat alone in the future. Those people in the educated youth point were eating so poorly, and Shinrui didn't want to be like them. But if you start a business by yourself, you have to buy a pot, otherwise it will be inconvenient to share the same pot with the educated youth spot. With this in mind, Shinrui went to the supply and marketing cooperative and bought a pot. Fortunately, she still had some industrial coupons in her hand. If she didn't have industrial coupons, she wouldn't be able to buy a pot. There aren't many industrial coupons left in Shinrui's hands, so she has to save some in case she needs anything in the future. I hope she can see Brother Siyuan soon and be with him soon. When she gets Brother Siyuan, he will definitely not let her live a hard life. Shinrui purchased a lot of things at the county supply and marketing cooperative. She still had some money in her hand, but she couldn't wrong herself. Seeing the things Shinrui bought, Chu Qingyu's eyes flashed with calculation. He knew that Shinrui was rich, and it was exactly as he expected. Shinrui was really not a poor man, otherwise how could he afford so many things? After buying the things, Shinrui asked Chu Qingyu to help carry them to the ox cart. She planned to go to the Qingshui County Public Security Bureau. Shinrui planned to find Cheng Siyuan, but heard that Brother Siyuan was already here. But while waiting for Shinrui to come over, I heard your staff say, "Are you here to see our director Cheng?" "Sorry, our director Cheng has gone to do something, and no one is here at the moment."
No.
When arriving at Cheng Siyuan, Shinrui could only leave in despair. At this time, Cheng Siyuan was indeed on business. Siyuan helped to capture the two agents, and they had already forced a confession out of them. These two people were both from the Air country. They gave some benefits to the local captain, so they lurked here as team members to collect and pass on intelligence from the Chinese side. The two confessed that they had a radio transmitter hidden in their residence. So Cheng Siyuan took people to search the production team where they lived and actually found a radio transmitter. If it weren't for Siyuan this time, these two people would be really hidden and difficult to find. The captain who had received the benefits was quickly taken away by the police for investigation. Although he may not know that these two people are spies, as the captain of the brigade for accepting bribes, he must accept punishment. Plus, harboring spies means you are bound to be dealt with regardless of whether you know about it or not. Chung Siyun took away the radio transmitter and the team leader here, which also caused a great sensation in the local production team. None of the local team members expected that spies would appear in their production team. The two agents who were arrested were also known to their team members. They usually looked like nice people, but who knew they were hiding so deeply? Chung Siyun felt that Soo-eun had made a contribution again. It was not that Soo-eun discovered them. It was really difficult for the police to investigate these team members. Now Chung Siyun knew that there had to be a new direction of investigation, which was to investigate suspicious personnel in each brigade and not miss these spies. Chung Siyun arrived at the county seat in the afternoon. On Soo-eun's side, after having lunch, he rode to the county seat to deliver translated documents to the police. Just as she was passing by, Chung Siyun came back. When Soo-eun saw Chung Siyun, he handed the information directly to Chung Siyun's hands. This is yesterday's document translation. Chung Siyun took the translation and said, "Okay." The police quickly paid Soo-eun for the translation. Chung Siyun gave Soo-eun a stack of translation documents again and asked Soo-eun to translate the document. And took it back. "By the way, Comrade Soo, this time I have to thank you for helping us arrest the two spies. We have found out that they are hidden among the masses and often pass on information about China. This time you helped us avoid, you have suffered a lot of losses. On behalf of our Qingshui County Police Department, I would like to thank you again." Soo-eun said softly, "It's okay to say thank you. I still like to be pragmatic." Chung Siyun immediately understood what Soo-eun meant. "Comrade Soo, don't worry. I will definitely arrange rewards for you." Soo-eun was very satisfied with Chung Siyun's answer. This man is quite decent. Seeing nothing else, Soo-eun pedaled his bicycle back. Chung Siyun looked at Soo-eun's leaving figure. In fact, he still wanted to have a few more words with Soo-eun. For some reason, Chung Siyun felt happy when talking to Soo-eun. Naturally, Soo-eun didn't know what Chung Siyun was thinking, so she rode her bicycle back to the production team in Yudo Village. She didn't go up the mountain again in the afternoon, but went to her room to continue translating. If you translate more in the afternoon, the tasks in the evening will be lighter. When Sun Shinshin saw Soo-eun translating, she asked casually, "Are there still any translation jobs? I know English, and my English is very proficient. It would be great if I could also find an English translation job." Sun Shinshin feels that her life in the brigade is quite leisurely. After finishing her work every morning, there is nothing much to do in the afternoon. Reading all the time would be a bit boring, so Sun Shinshin also wanted to find something else to do. I heard that the translation fee is quite generous, so it would be good for her to earn some money while she is free. When Soo-eun saw Sun Shinshin asking this, he said, "I'll go to the county town to ask for you later and see if I can get a job as an English translator." "Okay." Sun Shinshin responded happily. While the two were talking here, the educated youth clicked here, and the new educated youths bought everything they needed to buy. Shinrui also bought herself a large wardrobe, put her things away, and locked it. There are so many poor people living here, who knows if they will steal her things. Shinrui planned to ask if anyone would like to have dinner with her. Although she bought a pot, she didn't know how to cook it herself. So she needs to find someone to help her cook. After waiting for the old educated youths to come back from work, Shinrui asked Li Chunling, the most talkative person, about having a meal together. Although Li Chunling is a nice person, she is also a good person. She and Shinrui ate together, and although they subsidized her a little on food, the advantage was not easy to take advantage of. It would be nice for Shinrui to eat whatever she does, but a delicate young lady like Shinrui will definitely be picky. Shouldn't she be upset if she doesn't like this or that? After being rejected by Li Chunling, Shinrui could only look for other female educated youths. But everyone had the same idea as Li Chunling. As long as they were not short of food, there was no need to team up with Shinrui. In the end, only Wang Zhaodi, who had the worst conditions, agreed to have dinner with her. But when Wang Zhaodi made dinner for Shinrui in the evening, as expected, just as Li Chunling thought, Shinrui was picky about the bad taste, saying that Wang Zhaodi made pig food and couldn't eat it at all. When Wang Zhaodi saw that Shinrui was so difficult to serve, she simply broke up with him. There are so many demands, and she won't wait for you. Later, Yao Mingfang, who went to the countryside with Shinrui, agreed to join them. Yao Mingfang's cooking skills are pretty good, much better than Wang Zhaodi's. Although Shinrui is still not satisfied, Shinrui knows that she can't be picky anymore. If she is picky again, she will not be able to find someone to eat with her, so she will have to cook it herself. In the past, when Shinrui was in the Shun family, she was always a stay-at-home existence. How could she possibly be able to cook? On Lu Wanting's side, because her brother is here, she doesn't plan to eat with the educated youths in the educated youth area. It's better to have fewer people. It's much more convenient to stay with my brother. Lu Wanting knew that her brother's cooking skills were not bad, and the food cooked by the people at the educated youth point was better. Lu Wanting had dinner with Lu Jinting and Gui Miao in the past. While eating, Lu Jinting said to Lu Wanting, "When you start work tomorrow, you will know the hardships of going to the countryside. I hope you will not regret your choice." Lu Wanting snorted directly, "Brother, do you look down on me like this? Do you think I can't bear this hardship? I just kindly remind you that if you regret it now, you can ask your family to get it back for you as soon as possible. Brother, I won't go back even if I suffer here. I said it. I'll be forced to go on a blind date when I get back, and I won't bow down even if I'm exhausted." Seeing Lu Wanting say this, Lu Jinting didn't say anything more. Anyway, she is being tough now, and she will find out in a few days. After dinner, everyone at the educated youth point went to bed early. Su-an still had to continue translating the manuscript. Today's task was completed relatively early, and Su-an finished work at about 11 o'clock. After a night's rest, I had to continue working early the next morning. Su-an and Sun Shinshin went out after breakfast and saw several new educated youths. The captain assigned tasks to everyone one by one. After receiving the tasks, everyone went about their business. Lu Wanting took the tools and came to Su-an to work with her. When they saw Su-an's speed at work, the new educated youths looked at her in surprise. The other team members and the old educated youths are used to it, but the new educated youths don't know that Su-an still has this ability. Lu Wanting watched for a while, looking at Su-an with burning eyes. She admired and worshipped this kind of capable woman. Seeing that Su-an was very good-looking, Lu Wanting thought that Su-an was just like those delicate women in the compound. Who knew Su Anming? With her strength, Lu Wanting felt that she might be better than his brother. After comparing her brother's working speed, Lu Wanting became more and more certain that her brother could not compare to Su-an because his working speed was much slower than Su-an's. This female comrade really made them women proud. Lu Wanting was very curious about Su-an, but she was too embarrassed to approach her because she was working so hard. So Lu Wanting went to Li Chunling to ask, "Sister Chunling, what is the name of this female comrade? How come she is so powerful?" Seeing Lu Wanting asking, Li Chunling patiently introduced, "This is Su-an Su Jiqing, who came here just 1 month earlier than them. She is the most powerful in our entire Yudo village production team. You can see that her strength and working speed are unmatched by ordinary people." Lu Wanting nodded. She had witnessed Su-an's strength with her own eyes. Not to mention that ordinary people could not compare to her. Even those who have been professionally trained could not compare to her, such as her brother. Li Chunling added, "Su Jiqing is not only capable, but also very skilled. When she went up the mountain before, she killed 3 big wild boars by herself." Lu Wanting's eyes brightened up again. Really? Is her skill so amazing? Seeing that Lu Wanting was a little unconvinced, Li Chunling said seriously, "Of course, I'm not kidding. I saw it with my own eyes. She killed such a big wild boar in 2 snaps. If it weren't for her, all of us educated youth who went up the mountain to collect firewood would have been injured." After listening to Li Chunling's words, Lu Wanting looked at Su-an with a bit more burning and admiration in her eyes. That's really amazing. With her skills, can't she join the Women's Special Forces team? In fact, Lu Wanting wanted to join the Women's Special Forces team. She even took the assessment, but unfortunately, she didn't meet the standards. But if Su-an, with her skills, could take the assessment, Lu Wanting was sure that Su-an would be able to pass. Speaking of Su-an's deeds, Li Chunling couldn't help but praise her. Comrade Su is indeed a good candidate for the Women's Special Forces. Last time, she helped our police catch more than a dozen spies and killed a python. Although Comrade Su is not very old, she has made 2 contributions. The police have sent her banners and awards. Lu Wanting admired Su-eun so much that she didn't know what to say. If only she could be like Su-eun.
No.
She must get close to Su-eun and try to recognize Su-eun as her master. If she could recognize Su-eun as her master, as long as Su-eun taught her some skills, she would have a chance to pass the assessment of the Special Forces. While the 2 were talking, they saw the ant next to them urging them not to chat, but to work quickly. It was Lu Wanting's first day at work. Although she was a little uncomfortable, she could barely bear it. But the other new educated youth were different. Yao Mingfong, who used to work at home before going to the countryside, was tired, not to mention Shenrui, a spoiled young lady. Shenrui was assigned to mow the grass. After a while, Shenrui felt that her palms were rubbed red, and she had to bend down when mowing the grass, which made her waist sore. So Shenrui sat down to rest before she had worked for a while. The team leader saw Shenrui like this and taught her a lesson without any courtesy. Shinjiqing, you just got started, and you can't do it anymore? What will you do when the autumn harvest comes? Shenrui was scolded by Wang Weihua, feeling a little wrong. Team leader, I didn't mean it, I really can't do it. I haven't worked at home since I was a child. How can I do these farm work? Wang Weihua sneered. Why did you come to the countryside if you can't do it? Do you think our countryside is fun? After Wang Weihua finished speaking, many team members around him echoed him. If Shenrui wants to be a young lady, she can just stay at home and be a young lady. Shenrui's face flushed, and she said, Team leader, I am an educated youth. I came to the countryside to support rural construction. You asked me to do this kind of thing which does not bring out my strengths and abilities. I am a high school student, so I think you can let me be the accountant of the team. As soon as Shenrui said this, everyone around her was almost amused by Shenrui's shameless words. Even other old educated youths felt that Shenrui was probably mentally ill. How could she say such a thing? At this time, Secretary Liao's family jumped out and scolded Shenrui. You are a new educated youth who has no idea of the immensity of the world. Do you think you are great just because you have studied in high school? Can you dream of being the brigade accountant?
Pa.
Don't you see that most of these educated youth who went to the countryside are high school students? Why are you allowed to be the brigade accountant as soon as you arrive? How are you superior to others? This new educated youth is so shameless. He thinks he is great just because he has studied for a few years? Can the brigade account be done by just being literate? Managing the brigade's accounts and applying for various subsidies from the commune for the brigade, is it something that a young girl like you can do? Although Liao Hongxia did not criticize Shenrui like her family, she made a note of this woman in her heart. She was in charge of distributing farm tools, and she would give Shenrui the worst farm tools. Wang Weihua was also speechless about Shenrui. Brain dead. Just a brain-dead person. Why did the higher-ups arrange such an idiot to come here? Shenrui, you can't be a brigade accountant just because you have graduated from high school. Don't give me so many empty words. Working hard is what you should do as an educated youth in the countryside. Shenrui felt that everyone around her was criticizing her, and the Liao family wanted to slap her, so she didn't dare to say anything. Dragging her tired body, she picked up the tools again and continued to work under Wang Weihua's urging. Su-eun naturally saw the movement here. After seeing the trouble Shenrui had caused, Su-eun didn't know what to say. Su-eun also warned Sun Xinxin, the new female educated youth is not normal in the brain. Xinxin, you have to keep a distance from her in the future, understand? Sun Xinxin nodded quickly, okay, and don't worry, I know. Seeing that the girl remembered it, Su-eun was relieved. The two continued to work. Su-eun quickly finished her work and then began to help Sun Xinxin. While doing her work, Lu Wanting observed the people around her. Lu Wanting found that these male educated youth in the brigade were actually quite popular, and many young girls would look at them from time to time. Although the girls in the brigade felt that their families would not agree with them being in a relationship with male educated youth, it did not prevent them from having admiration for them. Compared with those rough guys in the countryside, these educated youth in the city looked more gentle and refined. But it seemed that no girl had a crush on her brother and Guimiao, and even the women in the brigade wanted to stay away from them. Lu Wanting felt that it shouldn't be like this. Her brother was so handsome and tall and mighty. How could he not be liked? The same was true for Guimiao. Guimiao was not as handsome as her brother, but he was not bad either, at least much better than other male educated youth. Lu Wanting was puzzled, so she asked Li Chunling again, "Sister Chunling, why do I feel that my brother and Guimiao are not liked by the female comrades in our team? Is this not my illusion? What did they do? Why do the women in the team seem to avoid them?" Seeing that Lu Wanting asked seriously, Li Chunling couldn't help but reply, You really don't know the reason? Lu Wanting felt that Li Chunling's reaction was a little strange. She shook her head quickly. "I don't know."
Well,
Guo Jiqing said that his father is disabled and his mother visits him. If a girl marries him, she must go to his house to be a nanny. Tell me, who would be willing to serve a paralyzed mother-in-law after getting married? Isn't this jumping into the fire pit? Lu Wanting's mouth twitched. If she didn't know the situation of Guimiao's family, she almost believed it. Lu Wanting was very curious. If Uncle Guo and Aunt Guo knew about this, would they break Guimiao's legs? Seeing that Guimiao said such outrageous things, Lu Wanting was curious about what his brother said that made women avoid him. Could it be that he said the same thing as Guimiao, that there was an elder in her family who was paralyzed and needed care? Sister Chunling, what about my brother? Why do I feel that my brother is even less popular than Guimiao? Li Chunling looked at Lu Wanting with a complicated expression. Seeing Li Chunling staring at her like this, Lu Wanting asked, "Sister Chunling, why are you looking at me like this? Is there something you can't say? Don't you know about your brother's illness?" Li Chunling wondered if Lu Jinting was embarrassed to mention this in front of his sister. But thinking about it again, Li Chunling felt that it shouldn't be the case. Lu Jinting had the nerve to mention it to all the team members, so why shouldn't he mention it to his sister? Lu Wanting became interested after hearing what Li Chunling said. She knew that her brother probably didn't have any problems, and it must be made up. Guimiao could make up such an outrageous story, so Lu Wanting was naturally more curious about how Lu Jinting made up his own problems. What's wrong with my brother? Sister Chunling, tell me. My brother doesn't like to tell me many things. Facing Lu Wanting's pleading eyes, Li Chunling thought for a moment and said, "Your brother has told the ants in the brigade that he can't have children. Tell me, which girl would be willing to get close to a man with problems in that area?" After Li Chunling finished speaking, she patted Lu Wanting on the shoulder and said, "It's not easy for your brother either. As family members, you should comfort him. In fact, it's okay not to get married for a lifetime. He is a capable man and can live well alone." Lu Wanting was petrified on the spot. Sure enough, it was her brother. He was a ruthless man. He was even more ruthless than Guimiao to make up such a rumor about her. Seeing Lu Wanting's shocked look, Li Chunling thought she was hit hard and hurriedly comforted her. Lu Wanting looked at Lu Jinting's direction leisurely. It seems that there is really no one here that his brother cares about. While Lu Wanting and Li Chunling were working and chatting, Suan had already helped Sun Xinxin finish her work. There was not much firewood at home, and Suan planned to go up the mountain to get some firewood. Just as Suan was about to leave when they arrived, they saw a car coming to the production team. It was Chung Si-yuan and several policemen who got out of the car. Seeing that several more policemen had come to the Yudo Village production team, the team members were very curious about what these policemen were doing here. Shen Rui, who was working originally, couldn't believe her eyes when she saw who was coming. Because the person who came was none other than her brother Si-yuan, whom she had been thinking about all the time. Yesterday, Shen Rui went to find Chung Si-yuan in person, but unfortunately she didn't see him. Unexpectedly, Chung Si-yuan himself appeared in front of her today. Shen Rui dropped the farm tools in her hands and ran towards Chung Si-yuan excitedly. "Brother Si-yuan!" Shen Rui called out to Chung Si-yuan. The team members around looked at Shen Rui with curiosity in their eyes. This educated youth, Shen, also knows the police in the county? Chung Si-yuan heard someone calling him, and he also looked in the direction of Shen Rui. The moment he saw Shen Rui, Chung Si-yuan was also a little surprised. The two families lived not far from each other and occasionally interacted with each other, so Chung Si-yun recognized Shinroi. Of course, Chung Si-yun and Shinroi were not familiar with each other. But now that they met, Shinroi took the initiative to greet him, so Chung Si-yun politely said to her, "Roi, why are you here too?" Shinroi is the daughter of the Shin family. Shouldn't she stay in the Shin family? Why did she appear here? How could Shinroi say that she was kicked out by the Shin family? She deliberately created a good image for herself in front of Chung Si-yun. "Brother Si-yun, I signed up to go to the countryside myself. I thought that as a young person in the new era, I must contribute my knowledge and strength to the development of the countryside and make great achievements in the vast world." Hearing Shinroi's words, many team members couldn't help rolling their eyes. This Shinroi is really ridiculous. She doesn't know her own weight. With her being like this, it's good enough if she doesn't drag down the team when she comes to the production team. Can she build the countryside? However, Chung Si-yun looked at Shinroi with a touch of admiration. Chung Si-yun had also heard about how much the Shin family treasured Shinroi. It was really not easy for a girl who was raised in such a pampered way to have such ideological awareness and to come to the countryside to suffer. "Roi, your ideological awareness is very high. I hope you can play your own value on this land." "Yeah, Brother Si-yun, I will work hard." Shinroi felt the admiration in Chung Si-yun's eyes when she looked at her. At this moment, she felt that her decision to come to Qingshui County to work in the countryside was the right one. If she could get Chung Si-yun's favor, she would have a chance to turn the tables. Shinroi wanted to continue chatting with Chung Si-yun for a few more words, but he said, "I have something else to do. You go and do your thing first. I have to do my own thing too. We'll talk next time if there's a chance." After saying that, Chung Si-yun no longer paid attention to Shinroi and walked toward Suin. Shinroi could only watch Chung Si-yun leave her. She was still thinking about talking to Chung Si-yun more, only to see Chung Si-yun stop in front of Suin. Seeing Chung Si-yun looking for Suin, Shinroi was puzzled. Does Brother Si-yun know Suin? Why did Brother Si-yun go to find Suin? What is their relationship? Just when Shinroi was puzzled, she saw Chung Si-yun took out a banner and an envelope. Chung Si-yun handed these things to Suin. "Comrade Suin, the identities of the two suspected spies you helped us catch last time have been confirmed. They are indeed spies hidden among the masses. You have made a contribution again, so our public security has decided to express our gratitude again. This is a banner and bonus made for you. Please accept it." Actually, this time Chung Si-yun could have asked other police officers under his command to give Suin the reward. But for some reason, Chung Si-yun wanted to meet Suin. So although he had to trouble himself with the trip, he was still happy to do it. Suin saw that Chung Si-yun had given her a banner and a reward, so of course she accepted it without hesitation. When Suin counted the amount of the bonus, she was even more satisfied with Chung Si-yun. This man was a man who could get things done. This time, just like last time, he gave her another 200 yuan bonus. For the sake of money, if Suin encounters spies again in the future, she will definitely be happy to help catch them. The people around were shocked to see that Suin helped the police catch spies again. Little Sue, the educated youth, is too amazing. Why do you think that catching spies is as easy as cutting cabbages for her? Seeing that Suin got another reward of 200 yuan, although some people in the team were jealous, no one dared to make any plans. Little Sue, the educated youth, is a tough one, and you can't mess with her without some skills, so no one can think of her money. Wang Weihua, on the other hand, was not jealous or envious, but only happy. Because Suin made a personal contribution this time and won honor for their Yudo Village production team. Combined with Suin's previous contributions, Wang Weihua felt that their production team's advanced collective selection this time was stable. Compare with Little Sue, the educated youth. Look, what the Hades is the new educated youth Shin. Suin took the money, and Chung Si-yun said to the team members around him, "This time, the two spies caught by Comrade Sue are lurking among the masses, in the production team next to you. From now on, everyone should pay attention to see if there are any strange people around you. If you find any, report them to our public security organs in time." Hearing Chung Si-yun's words, many team members became nervous. These spies are lurking around them? This is too scary. The team members chattered about the spies. After Chung Si-yoon distributed the rewards and reminded everyone to pay attention to the spies, he also said a few words to Wang Weihua, asking him to check for people whose movements in the brigade were not normal. After waiting for these things to be said, Chung Si-yoon planned to go back. But before leaving, Chung Si-yoon looked at Soo-eun reluctantly. For some reason, Chung Si-yoon couldn't help but be attracted to Soo-eun. Seeing that Chung Si-yoon was going back, Soo-eun hurriedly said, "Director Chung, wait a minute. I have already translated the translation documents you brought me yesterday. Since you are here, take them back with you so that I don't have to send them to you in the afternoon." Soo-eun said this deliberately. On the one hand, it really saves her from having to go to the county town. On the other hand, it lets people know that she helps the police translate documents and can get translation fees. Even if her expenses are a little higher in the future, others will not suspect that her source of income is illegal. Chung Si-yoon nodded. "Okay, then I'll wait for you." Soo-eun said this and immediately ran towards her home. Shun Rui finally found an opportunity and got close to Chung Si-yoon again. Just now she thought that Chung Si-yoon came to see Soo-eun on purpose. Knowing that Chung Si-yoon was looking for Soo-eun for something important and not for reasons related to men and women, Shun Rui felt relieved. "Brother Si-yoon, have you been transferred to Qingshui County to serve as a police officer?" Chung Si-yoon nodded. "Yes, I am the deputy director of the Qingshui County Public Security Bureau." "Brother Si-yoon, then we are really destined to meet. I am an educated youth here, and you are a police officer here." Chung Si-yoon smiled. "Yeah, I didn't expect to see you here." Shun Rui wanted to say something to Chung Si-yoon, but an old lady said to Shun Rui in a sarcastic tone, "Shun Jiqing, didn't you say you were going to the countryside to support rural construction? Why are you so busy reminiscing about the past and not working? With your slow attitude, you will definitely not finish your work today. This is your first day in the brigade. You should at least earn 2 work points, not to mention 5 or 6 work points. If you can't even earn 2 work points, I think you should go back to where you came from and don't hold back our rural construction." Shun Rui was embarrassed by the old lady in front of Chung Si-yoon and clenched her fists in anger. Why are these country people so annoying? Why do they all bully her when she comes here? Seeing this, Chung Si-yoon said to Shun Rui, "Rui, since you need to go to work, just do your own thing. We'll talk next time. I can't delay your work." What else can Shun Rui say now? In front of Chung Si-yoon, he could only grit his teeth and maintain his image. Soo-eun went home and soon brought the translated documents. "Director Chung, this is the translated manuscript. Please keep it." Chung Si-yoon took the translated manuscript. "Comrade Soo, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. As long as you pay me, I'm happy even if I'm a little tired." Soo-eun's money grubber look was not materialistic in Chung Si-yoon's eyes, but he thought Soo-eun was very cute. He had read Soo-eun's information. She had a hard life since she was a child and was not liked by her parents. Chung Si-yoon thought that her original family was too bad, so she had no sense of security, and now she was desperately trying to make money. She didn't steal or rob, and she should be worthy of admiration for making money by her ability. Chung Si-yoon settled the translation fee for this time to Soo-eun. Seeing that Soo-eun actually made so much money helping the public security translation, the team members envied her again. Why is the young educated youth Soo so powerful? How can the gap between people be so big? I still have some documents that need to be translated. Can you go get some tomorrow? Chung Si-yoon asked Soo-eun.
Sure.
Soo-eun was planning to go to Lee San tomorrow. He didn't know how the fruit seedlings that Lee San had found were going. "By the way, Chung Gong-on, my friend can speak English. If you still have documents that need to be translated, you can introduce them to my friend. Of course, I can do it myself. I can speak our Mandarin, D-Mandarin, and English." Chung Si-yoon nodded. "Okay, I'll help keep an eye on it." Chung Si-yoon unconsciously paid attention to what Soo-eun had asked him to do. After saying this, Chung Si-yoon went back. As soon as Chung Si-yoon left, the captain immediately helped Soo-eun hold a commendation meeting and asked all the team members to follow Soo-eun and study hard. Lu Wanting looked at Soo-eun with a blazing look in her eyes. She must worship Soo-eun as her master. If she could learn a few moves from Suan, she would definitely be better at fighting than she is now. But Shunrui looked at Suan with displeasure and jealousy. Suan refused to rent her a house and refused to lend her a bicycle. How could Shunrui have a good impression of her? After Wang Weihua's praise, Suan took Sun Xinxin back. As soon as she got home, Suan continued to hang up the banner and then said to Sun Xinxin, "Xinxin, I'll go up the mountain to get some firewood. Let's have lunch later today." Sun Xinxin nodded, "Okay, no problem." After Suan finished speaking, she took the tools and went up the mountain. Now Suan didn't worry about encountering danger when she went up the mountain. The wild animals in the mountains had to take a detour when they saw her. There was not much firewood at the foot of the mountain, so Suan had to go deeper into the mountain. She directly got 4 bundles of firewood. After getting the firewood, Suan saw that it was enough for a while, so she planned to go down the mountain. Unexpectedly, Suan was lucky enough to find a pheasant nest, kill several pheasants, and pick up an extra nest of pheasant eggs. Suan went down the mountain happily, carrying firewood in one hand and a few pheasants in the other. Because pheasants are not large prey, it is okay for Suan to take them home directly. On the way down the mountain, Suan met some team members. Everyone looked at the pheasants in Suan's hand, and they were naturally envious. It was still the little educated youth Su, who was capable. With her skills, she had no shortage of meat to eat. The educated youth dragged their tired bodies to see Suan, who had killed the pheasants. Seeing that Suan had pheasants to eat, the educated youth swallowed their saliva one by one. It was better to have someone as capable as Suan, who could hunt by herself, so even if she came to the countryside, she would not suffer and could eat meat from time to time, and might even live a more comfortable life than in the city. Shunrui stared at the pheasant in Suan's hand, and she also felt very greedy. Before, at the Shin family, she ate and drank well every day, but these 2 days she could only eat bran and vegetables, and did not touch the smell of meat at all. Especially after being tired all morning and having a rumbling stomach, Shunrui was eager to eat some meat. After going to the countryside, Shunrui had money in her hands, but she had very few meat coupons. Seeing that Suan could eat meat and thinking that she would have to eat only vegetarian food when she returned, Shunrui felt even more sad. With this in mind, after waiting for the old educated youth to leave, Shunrui went directly to Suan's house. Seeing Shunrui coming to her again, Suan was a little impatient. "What's the matter?" When Suan raised his eyebrows and asked, there was a bit of ruffian in his tone and eyes. Shunrui felt that Suan looked familiar to her, a bit like her 4th brother Shin Shaochen. But now the people in the Shin family have nothing to do with her. Shin Shaochen is not her biological brother, and he doesn't recognize her as his sister. After Shunrui was in a trance, she looked at Suan and said, "Su Jiqing, I saw you shot several pheasants. I want to buy one from you. I'll give you money. If you are willing to sell it to me, I can give you more money." Suan had a bad impression of Shunrui, so she was unwilling to sell the pheasant to her. Just kidding, she was not someone who needed those little things. As for earning such a small amount of money from Shunrui, if she really sold it to Shunrui, it would be a trouble for her. These days, speculation and profiteering are being cracked down on, and those who are caught will have to go to jail. If she said she was reliable, it would be okay. But this Shunrui was obviously unreliable, and she couldn't do business with such a person to avoid being reported one day. So, at this moment, facing Shunrui's request, Suan directly replied, "No sale." Being rejected by Suan again, Shunrui was so angry that his teeth itched. "Su Jiqing, you have several pheasants, so what's wrong with selling me one? I haven't offended you much. Why are you doing this to me?" Shunrui said. Her eyes were red. Didn't she just want to buy a pheasant? It's not like she was getting something for free. How could Suan do this? Seeing that Shunrui was going to make trouble again, Suan said coldly, "Shin Jiqing, you asked me to buy a pheasant, which forced me to commit a crime. Do you know how serious speculation is? If you say that to me again, I will report you and say that you want to engage in speculation." Suan's words poured cold water on Shunrui, and Shunrui dared not say anything else. Not being able to buy a pheasant, Shinrui could only leave unwillingly. Not long after Shinrui left, another old lady in the production team came to Suin. However, when she came, she dared not contact Suin because she saw that there were no people around, and she didn't dare to cause trouble for Suin. Suin knew this old lady. Her surname was Hong. The Hong family used to be a big family here. When the Hong family was prosperous, they were big landlords and built a big manor. But now the Hong family has been overthrown, and because of their class background, the Hong family has a very difficult life in the production team. Aunt Hong looked very thin and pitiful. Suin felt sorry for her thin appearance. He didn't know why Aunt Hong came to see him. Suin asked Aunt Hong, "Aunt, do you have something to ask me?" Aunt Hong looked at Suin and felt that it was a bit difficult to ask. But after a while of hesitation, Aunt Hong still said to Suin, "Su Jiqing, can I ask you a favor?" Aunt Hong said, and knelt down on the ground to Suin. Suin quickly helped Aunt Hong up. "Auntie, tell me. I will try my best to help you in any way I can. You are so old. How can you kneel down to me?" Aunt Hong's eyes were a little moist. She wiped her tears and said, "Su Jiqing, I saw you hunted a few pheasants today. I want to ask, can you sell one to me? My granddaughter-in-law is pregnant and gave birth to a child, but she has not been able to produce milk. If adults don't eat well, how can they produce milk? So I thought I will buy a pheasant from you to supplement my granddaughter-in-law and see if she can produce milk. Otherwise, if this goes on, the child will starve to death. My son has suffered, and there are not many people by the time of my grandchildren. If I can't support my great-grandson, our Hong family will be cut off." The more the old lady spoke, the redder her eyes became. Seeing Aunt Hong like this, Suin felt a little sympathetic. Their hardship was due to the times. But it will be over soon. Wait for the Hong family to endure for a few years, and everything will be fine. Suin knew that this child was the hope of the Hong family. If Aunt Hong's great-grandson could not be raised, the family's faith might be broken. Suin said to Aunt Hong, "Okay, Aunt Hong, I promise to sell it to you." Seeing Suin's agreement, Aunt Hong was very happy, and then she took out a gold bar, and after confirming that there was no one around, she stuffed it into Suin's hand. Suin was surprised to see the gold bar that Aunt Hong stuffed in. He didn't expect Aunt Hong to give so much reward. "Aunt Hong, you gave too much. Now gold bars can be exchanged directly at the bank for money. This gold bar is quite heavy, and it can be exchanged for a lot of money at the bank. Since Aunt Hong has gold bars in her hand, she should not be short of money. Why didn't she exchange money, but directly stuffed a gold bar into her hand?" Suin guessed that maybe Aunt Hong's identity was sensitive, and the fact that she had gold bars could not be exposed. The fact was indeed, as Suin guessed. The Hong family had hidden treasures before they were overthrown. If others knew that they still had gold bars, they would probably find ways to get the treasures hidden in their hands. If Aunt Hong had not really had no other choice this time, she would not have found Suin and exchanged the gold bars for pheasants. In fact, Aunt Hong dared to give Suin the gold bars because she knew that this girl was a good person. She was very good at judging people. Although this girl was sometimes fierce, she had a good heart. Only then could she not discriminate against her and agree to sell the pheasant to her. Aunt Hong was even more certain that Suin was a good person. Aunt Hong said hurriedly, "My daughter, it's not much. These are just a little gift from Aunt Hong." Seeing Aunt Hong say this, Suin did not refuse, but said, "Aunt Hong, I will take the gold bars, but I can't take advantage of you too much. I will get you more things. Please wait for me," Suin said, and then went into the house and directly filled 2 cans of milk powder for Aunt Hong. This milk powder is for adults, not the milk powder for babies in later generations. But Suin felt that the child was almost starving to death. As long as it could supplement nutrition, it would be nutritious, no matter whether it was adult milk powder or infant milk powder. In addition to milk powder, Suin gave Aunt Hong an extra pheasant, and all the pheasant eggs he had picked today were given to her. The child lacked milk, and the adults had to supplement nutrition. If the adult's nutrition could not keep up, milk would naturally not be produced. After Sue and took the pheasant and pheasant eggs, he also took a bag of brown sugar, a can of malted milk, and 20 yuan. This money was given to Aunt Hong, thinking that she would go to the brigade to buy some food. The brigade didn't need tickets to buy food, so she didn't need to give her food, just give her money directly. Seeing Sue and bringing so many things over, Aunt Hong was so moved that she didn't know what to say. She was embarrassed to accept it, but she was even more reluctant to refuse. Their Hong family can't be cut off. Aunt Hong's eyes were red, and she accepted the things Sue handed over. My daughter, I accepted it shamelessly. Thank you so much. Your kindness will definitely be remembered in our Hong family. Sue hurriedly patted Aunt Hong's hand and said, Auntie, you are polite. You gave me a gold bar and I didn't lose anything. These things are not given to you for free. If you need them in the future, you can find another opportunity to come to me. Sue is not a saint, and she doesn't give things to anyone who comes. Just the value of the gold bar that Aunt Hong gave her is far more than these things she gave. Sue helped Aunt Hong this time, and while helping others, she also benefited herself. If Aunt Hong comes to exchange things with her again in the future, Sue can still make money. Although she gave the gold bars and did not let Sue suffer any loss, Aunt Hong remembered this favor in her heart. Sue helped their Hong family, and she would definitely repay her when she had the chance in the future. Aunt Hong took the things and hurriedly went home quietly. Sue went back to rest for a while, waiting for Sun Xin to prepare lunch. After lunch, Sue went to the mountains again. Before going to find Li San tomorrow, she should hunt more game, so that she can sell more and make more money. After Sue went into the mountains, her luck was average but not bad, and she hunted 2 stupid roe deer. After the work was almost done, Sue took 2 bundles of firewood back when he went down the mountain. When Sue went back, the team members had almost finished work, and they dragged their exhausted bodies home. The most tired were the new educated youth, mainly because it was their first day at work and they had not yet adapted. They might feel better after they adapted a little. Shinrui cried again. Seeing her palms rubbed red, Shinrui felt that she didn't want to live like this for even a day. Lu Wanting also felt tired, but she could still bear it. After going to the countryside, it was okay to be a little tired physically but not mentally. Being mentally tired was miserable. She didn't know why her family members were so crazy and had to urge her to go on blind dates and get married. Her brother was several years older than her and hadn't married yet, so why didn't her family urge him? Speaking of her brother's marriage, Lu Wanting thought it would be best to find a woman who was more powerful than her brother so that she could help her intimidate her brother. Lu Wanting used to think that she couldn't find such a woman, but this time when she met Sue, she knew that there really was someone who could intimidate her brother. But after this idea came into her mind, Lu Wanting felt that her brother was not worthy. Su Jiqing was so powerful and beautiful. How could her brother be worthy of such a good comrade? When Lu Jinting came down from the mountain, he sneezed several times in a row. Guamiao was still beside him and asked with concern, "Brother Ting, what's wrong with you? Do you have a cold?" Lu Jinting shook his head no. "Haha, that means someone is secretly cursing you behind your back." Lu Jinting. If someone really cursed him behind his back, it must be that girl Lu Wanting. This girl felt that he and his family were in cahoots with each other and forced her to go on a blind date and get married. In fact, there was a reason why his family urged Lu Wanting to get married. When Lu Wanting was very young, she had a serious illness. At that time, their Lu family found many powerful doctors to help Lu Wanting, but none of them helped her. Later, their family had no choice but to believe in metaphysics and found a master to help. The master said that Lu Wanting's horoscope had a disaster, and she would not live long. The master also reminded Lu Wanting that after she became an adult, that is, after she turned 18, she must get married. If she didn't get married before 20, she might not survive her 20th birthday. Originally, the Lu family did not believe in these metaphysical things, but Lu Wanting was cured by metaphysics. In order to prevent Lu Wanting from not being able to survive this disaster, the family could only arrange blind dates for this girl, hoping that she would get married early to overcome the disaster. But this girl is stubborn and does not want to listen to the arrangements of her family at all. The family told her the reason, but in recent years, the feudal superstition has been broken more vigorously, and many young people are unwilling to believe in these metaphysical things. Lu Wanting even felt that my fate is in my own hands, and I can't let her marry someone just because of a few words from the fortune teller. Thinking of the disaster on Lu Wanting, Lu Jinting became worried again. Forget it, now we can only take it one step at a time. Didn't the girl in Jingshi meet a lot of blind dates and didn't like them? Maybe she can find someone she likes locally? Suin didn't have to do translation tonight, so she washed up and went to bed early. The next morning, after breakfast, Suin continued to work. When Shunrui came to work again the next day, she was immediately targeted. Liao Hongxia gave Shunrui a worn-out farm tool. Shunrui looked at the farm tools that were assigned to her and said unhappily, "How can I use such farm tools? Give me a newer and better one." Hearing Shunrui's words, Liao Hongxia directly said, "Shin Jiqing, you are really a poor student with a lot of stationery. With your work efficiency, do you think you deserve good farm tools? New and good farm tools should be given to people who can work so that the value of farm tools can be more efficiently exerted. People like you are simply wasting good farm tools." After Liao Hongxia finished speaking, many team members followed up. Hongxia is right. Shin Jiqing is so slow at work that it is a waste to give her good farm tools. That's right. She can't do much work, but she still asks for so much. I think she is too hypocritical. She really takes herself seriously, like a young lady. If she wants to be naughty, she can go home. Why did she come to our countryside? She really can't recognize the situation and doesn't know where she is now. Shunrui was so angry that she cried again. Why are these country people so annoying? You saw it yesterday. I know the deputy director of the County Public Security Bureau. You can't expect to get away with bullying me. Shunrui couldn't stand this grievance, so she thought of using Cheng Xiyuan's identity to intimidate these peasants. Unfortunately, after Shunrui said this, the team members were not intimidated, but became more disgusted with her. Liao Hongxia took the lead and said, "How did we bully you? What we said are all facts. You have problems with your own ideological awareness, and you still want to blame us? Humph. What's wrong with knowing the police? We didn't do anything. Can you arrest us for no reason? Don't scare us. We are not afraid." The other team members felt that what Liao Hongxia said made sense. Even if Shunrui has a background, they didn't do anything. What can they do to them? This is in the Yudo village production team, on their territory. Shunrui's face turned blue with anger. Suin also saw the commotion here and thought Shunrui was an idiot. But as long as this idiot didn't bother her, Suin wouldn't meddle in other people's business. After waiting for Suin to quickly finish her own work and Sun Xinxin's work, Suin finished her work and prepared to go back. At this time, Lu Wanting came up quickly and took the initiative to greet Suin. "Su Jiqing, hello, I'm the new educated youth. My name is Lu Wanting, and Lu Jinting is my biological brother." Suin saw a tomboyish female educated youth greeted her carelessly, and was a little surprised when she heard that she was Lu Jinting's biological sister. The personalities of the brother and sister seemed to be quite different. Seeing Lu Wanting take the initiative to greet her, she smiled and revealed a small tiger tooth, and her eyes were innocent. Suin had a good impression of her, so he said, "Hello, Lu Wanting educated youth. What do you want to talk to me about?" Lu Wanting stared at Suin with the eyes of a little fangirl. Su Jiqing, can I become your disciple?" After Lu Wanting asked, her eyes were full of expectation, as if she was afraid of being rejected by Suin. Suin! What the Hades? Suin really didn't expect Lu Wanting to do this, and didn't know what she meant. "Become my disciple? What do you want me to teach you?" "Su Jiqing, I see that you are very skilled. Can you teach me some moves? I want to practice martial arts. With your skills, I think if I learn Kung Fu from you, I will definitely be able to be admitted to the Women's Special Forces." After Lu Wanting finished speaking, she looked at Su, and with expectation. Suin thought it was something else and smiled and said, "Your brother's skills are not bad. Why don't you go to your brother?" Suin knew that Lu Jinting was a professional talent, and these moves of hers were all moves she had practiced in actual combat when she was fighting zombies in the future, which were different from Lu Jinting's. As for participating in the assessment of the women's special forces, Suan felt that professional training moves would be more effective for Lu Wanting. After Suan brought it up, Lu Wanting said disdainfully, "Su Jiqing, my brother's skills are far inferior to yours, and he is very busy and has no time to teach me." Lu Jinting was not far away and happened to hear his sister's words of disdain. However, thinking that Lu Wanting was comparing him with Suan, he could not say anything to refute. Well, Suan is indeed amazing. That woman's skills are not just amazing, they can be said to be amazing. Lu Jinting began to wonder who the master Suan was talking about was, and which hermit master it was. "Well, come to my house every afternoon after work, and I can teach you a few moves." Seeing Suan agreed, if it wasn't for the time to break feudalism, Lu Wanting would have wanted to kneel down to Suan. At this moment, Lu Wanting could only stand up straight and bowed, saying, "Master, accept your disciples' greetings." Suan hurriedly waved his hands. "I can't bear your call of master. I just taught you a few moves." Lu Wanting's eyes turned, and then asked Suan, "Then can I call you sisterin?" Calling Su Jiqing seems too distant. "Okay, then call sister and sounded better than master." After seeing Suan agreed to teach her kung fu, Lu Wanting was in a good mood, and she worked harder afterwards. Suan went back with Sun Xinshin to rest for a while, and after lunch, Suan rode his bike to the county town. Suan went to find Li San first. Seeing Suan coming over, Li San said attentively, "Auntie, you are here?" Suan responded lightly, and then said to Li San, "This is today's goods. Yesterday's 2 silly roe deer plus the wild boar we killed before. This trip actually brought quite a lot of things." Li San weighed the goods and settled the payment with Suan. "Have you found the fruit tree seedlings I asked you to help find last time?" Li San said hurriedly, "I looked for them, but Auntie, I didn't find much." "You got apple seedlings, peach seedlings, plum seedlings, grape seedlings, orange seedlings, and some watermelon seeds. Do you think these are enough? If not, I'll find them for you later." Suan felt that these common fruits were enough, and the rest could be found slowly. "Okay, let's get these first. If you come across other fruit tree seedlings in the future, you can get me some, and you can also get me some melon seeds." Li San responded hurriedly, "Okay, Auntie." After Suan left Li San, she planted the fruit tree seedlings in the space before going to the police. After finding Chung Siyuan, Suan got the documents that needed to be translated and went back. Chung Siyuan saw Suan was about to leave, but stopped her. "Kamratsu." Suan asked curiously, "Public security Chung, is there anything wrong?" Chung Siyuan asked with a smile, "Actually, there's nothing. I just want to ask if you have had lunch. If you haven't, I'll treat you to a meal." Suan waved her hand and said, "I ate at home." Chung Siyuan felt a moment of loss in his heart. "Oh, okay. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first." Chung Siyuan could only watch Suan's gradually receding back. Suan came back with the translated documents. Suan didn't have to go to work in the afternoon, so he translated the documents at home. When waiting for the afternoon off, Lu Wanting came to Suan. Suan first taught Lu Wanting a few moves, and then went back when Lu Wanting had practiced enough. In the next few days, Suan's life was relatively peaceful, but Qingshui County was not. Many local production teams have caught hidden spies, and the people are panicking. So many spies came to their Qingshui County. Is there something big going on? Will ordinary people like them be in danger? Suan also felt that the situation was not right, so he told Sun Xinshin to try not to go out for a stroll and stay at home more. As long as he didn't run around, the spies wouldn't dare to act rashly under the eyes of everyone. Suan received another job introduced by Chung Siyuan, which was to go to the city to be a translator for the city's machinery factory. The city's machinery factory imported a batch of machinery and equipment from Country D, but the machinery had problems. They didn't have any specialized personnel to repair it, so they had to invite a mechanical engineer from Country D to help with the repair. But there was no one in their factory who could speak Country D, so they had to find a translator. This time, the city's machinery factory paid the translator a good salary, 300 yuan after cooperating to complete the translation work. And it only took a few days, not too long. The reason why their city's machinery factory paid so much was mainly because it was difficult to find relevant talents. There were no local translators in this area. If you want to find someone who can speak country D, you have to go to Beijing. This is not only troublesome, but the translation cost may be higher. Cheng Siyuan had helped Suan keep an eye on the translation work before. He had already translated the documents from country R, so Suan could take time to take other work. She was in the city, so it was convenient to go there, so she recommended it to the city's machinery factory. When Suan heard the 300 yuan salary, she felt it was not low and could take the job. It just so happened that she also wanted to go to the city for a walk. Suan asked Cheng Siyuan to write a letter of introduction for her, and then she went back to the Yudo village production team with the letter of introduction. Since she was going on a business trip to the city, Suan had to ask the team leader for leave. At this time, you have to have a reason to go out and ask the team to give you a letter of introduction. Without a letter of introduction, you can't even stay in the guest house when you go out. When Suan found Wang Weihua to ask for leave, Wang Weihua readily approved Suan's leave. Suan usually works diligently and helps the production team to win so many honors. Wang Weihua naturally has to take better care of this girl. If it was Shin Rui who asked for leave, Wang Weihua would not be so easy to talk to. After asking for leave, Suan had to say hello to Sun Xinshin and tell her that she was going to the city. This girl was alone at home, and Suan was a little worried. When she was at home, those people in the production team didn't dare to hit on Sun Xinshin. After all, if anyone dared to have any bad ideas, Suan could beat them to death. But Suan was not in the production team, and Sun Xinshin was a female comrade, so it was inevitable that someone would have some tricks. Thinking of this, Suan felt that it would be better for Sun Xinshin to have someone to accompany her. Suan thought of Lu Wanting. This girl had a certain foundation in Kung Fu, and she had made considerable progress under Suan's guidance during this period. Compared with Sun Xinshin, a delicate girl, Lu Wanting was considered a good fighter. According to Suan's judgment of Lu Wanting's skills, this girl could deal with 2 male comrades alone. Suan first went to talk to Sun Xinshin about this. Sun Xinshin knew that Suan was considering her safety, so she naturally listened to Suan. After Sun Xinshin agreed, Suan went to find Lu Wanting again. "Sister-in, is there anything you want to talk to me about?" Lu Wanting asked hurriedly. It was not time to get off work yet, and Suan came directly to the field to find her. Lu Wanting estimated that Suan must have something important. Suan said directly, "I have a vacant room in my house. Why don't you move in?" If Lu Wanting lives with her, it will be more convenient for her to teach this girl Kung Fu in the future. Of course, the most important thing is that Suan may need to go on business from time to time in the future, and Lu Wanting can accompany her when she is not around. Lu Wanting didn't expect Suan to suddenly bring this up, and she asked in surprise, "Ah, sister-in, can I move to your house? Will it disturb you?" "It's okay. One more person won't make a big difference." Seeing that Suan was willing to let her move in, Lu Wanting was of course very happy. The educated youth site was really too crowded, and it would be much more comfortable to live with Suan. "Okay, sister-in, then I'll go move my things later." "Sister-in, how much is your house per month?" "I can't live here for free. I have to pay you rent." Suan originally wanted to say no. She didn't need that little money. But thinking that there were many people who loved to take advantage of others in the brigade, if she didn't charge Lu Wanting rent, she would be easily mistaken for someone who was easy to talk to and would come back to take advantage of her. Suan said, 3 yuan a month in rent." Lu Wanting readily agreed. She wasn't short of money, and she could afford such a small rent to move to a better living environment. Shin Rui was not far away, and when she saw that Suan rented the house to Lu Wanting instead of herself, she was immediately furious. The living conditions at the educated youth camp were so bad, and it was a long time before she could build a house, and she was really unable to bear it. Suan could rent to Lu Wanting, so why did he reject her in the first place? Shin Rui was unwilling to accept this, and went straight to Suan to question him. "Didn't you say before that you liked quietness and didn't want to rent the house to me? Why do you want to rent it to the educated youth Xiao Lu now?" This is my own house. I can rent it to whoever I want, and I can't rent it to whoever I don't want to. What do you care about me? Don't talk nonsense if there is nothing to do. If you keep talking nonsense, I don't mind giving you a big slap. After Suin finished speaking, Chu Qingyu immediately stood up for Shinrui. Su Jiqing, this is what you did wrong. We educated youth who went to the countryside should help each other. You can't discriminate against Shin Jiqing. With your ideological awareness, how can you unite the collective and build a good countryside? Shinrui felt that someone was helping her speak and looked at Chu Qingyu gratefully. But Suin gave Chu Qingyu a big slap. After Chu Qingyu was hit hard, he looked at Suin angrily. Su Jiqing, why do you hit people so casually? Suin sneered. What's wrong with hitting you? Do I need to wait for the next day to hit you? You can put the blame on me and you don't allow me to slap you? Now I am just giving you a reminder. Don't talk nonsense. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will continue to beat you. Chu Qingyu felt very embarrassed to be beaten by a woman in front of everyone, especially in front of Shinrui. At this moment, Chu Qingyu's mind was pulled, and he felt that he could get back at her. No matter how powerful Suin is, she is still a woman. He is a head taller than Suin, and his body is twice as strong. He doesn't believe that he can't deal with Suin, a little girl. Thinking of this, Chu Qingyu clenched his fists. Su Jiqing, you provoked me first. Don't blame me for hitting you, a female comrade. Seeing Chu Qingyu rushing towards him, Suin threw him over his shoulder and knocked him to the ground. He lay on the ground, curled up and cried out. The people watching the excitement around him thought that Chu Qingyu must have a brain problem. Why did he provoke Suin for no reason? Did he think he could really beat Su Jiqing? What was he thinking? Su Jiqing was a man who caught spies and killed wild boars. Although Chu Qingyu was a tall man, he was at most a little stronger than the average person, but he was still far worse than Suin. Facts have proved that Suin really dealt with Chu Qingyu like dealing with a chicken. He had no ability to resist at all. Shinrui looked at Chu Qingyu, who was beaten so badly, and looked at Suin with some fear. Shinrui knew that she could not beat Suin, but she didn't want to see Suin so rampant.